On his way to the computer store to repair a hard drive, he was struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, leaving him charred. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiaolei did not perish. Instead, he traversed the river of time and arrived in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. To his astonishment, as he drifted along the currents of time, the once-defunct hard drive underwent an evolution, transforming into his companion artifact. Armed with this extraordinary advantage, Shi Xiaolei thrived within the Marvel Universe. In this realm, too, veered onto an entirely different path due to his presence. Chapter 1, EP001. An inharmonious family. Lower Manhattan, Chinatown. Kana, be good at school, listen to your teachers, and do not misbehave, understood? 2B. No. Sylvia, could you please stop by the supermarket on your way back? Sure. We need cooking wine, soy sauce, and fermentation starter, right? Yes, I appreciate it. At the entrance of a small shop stood a man and two women. From their dialogue, it was evident they were a family, yet their appearances clashed harmoniously. The towering man, standing at 2 meters with a bald head and a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder, lacked tattoos or scars, but his imposing stature and demeanor would put a common thug to shame. In front of the muscular man were two females, one tall and the other petite. The taller woman approached approximately 1.60 meters. While she might slightly fall short of the local average height for women, her figure was strikingly voluptuous, with perfectly proportioned curves, especially her exquisitely shaped legs that surpassed even models in beauty. The smaller one was less than 1 meter tall, with a round, rosy face that radiated cuteness. Her long, white hair, devoid of any unhealthy pallor, was braided into 2 pigtails, complemented by a charming pink sun hat. From a distance, her almost four-headed proportion only heightened her adorability. Kana, it's time for us to set off. Grasping her sister's hand, little Kana nodded vigorously. After taking a few steps, recalling a promise made the previous day, the little girl turned back to the imposing figure at the shop's entrance. Xiaolei, when you return this afternoon, will there be pudding? Rest assured, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The man gave a thumbs up, flashing a grin that revealed a glimmer of his white teeth. I want to. Not a problem, provided you can fetch the little red one. It's a promise you cannot go back on your word. Watching the two women depart, disappearing into the distance, Shi Xiaolei lowered his right hand and bent down to lift the shutter door, stepping into the shop to begin a day of bustling activity. Since the moment he crossed into this world, nearly 3 months had elapsed. Although science has established that it takes merely 90 days to cultivate a stable habit, upon reflection, it seems that the time has nearly elapsed. Yet, to be candid, each time Shi Xiaolei encounters those reminders on television or in newspapers, he finds himself somewhat disoriented, as if still ensnared in a dream. Within the hallowed halls of the Smithsonian Museum in New York, one can behold an array of equipment once wielded by Captain America. Occasionally, the entertainment news unabashedly proclaims the escapades of Tony Stark, who boasts of fleeting encounters with supermodels. Just a few streets away lies the Osborne building. All these elements silently affirm to Shi Xiaolei that he is no longer in the world he once inhabited. Rather, he finds himself ensconced in the Marvel Universe, a realm burdened with an insufferable weight for the ordinary individual. Truth be told, the moment Shi Xiaolei grasped this realization, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. After narrowly escaping death and being granted a second chance at life, he unwittingly arrived in the perilous Marvel world, and particularly in the treacherous city known as the Big Apple. Whether it be the Ironmonger's confrontation with Iron Man in Iron Man 1, the demolition chaos in the Incredible Hulk, or the extraterrestrial invasion depicted in the Avengers, all these cataclysmic events transpired in this very city. For superheroes, this metropolis often serves as the grand stage to showcase their prowess. However, for an ordinary individual possessing a mere combat power of 5, this city proves to be exceedingly hazardous. In all honesty, upon confirming his existence within the Marvel Universe, particularly in New York, Shi Xiaolei's foremost thought was to relocate. Yet the reality of the situation was far more complex than he had envisioned. It is essential to note that as a transmigrator, Shi Xiaolei is entirely undocumented. Lacking any form of identification, even venturing far from home presents considerable challenges, let alone establishing residency elsewhere. However, his place of birth in Chinatown offers some respite, as there are still compatriots who have clandestinely crossed the border to work illegally, much like Shi Xiaolei, who also lacks formal identification. Blending in among these individuals, Shi Xiaolei, despite his larger stature, does not stand out excessively. Another factor at play is the restrictions imposed by the system. On his way to the computer district to repair a malfunctioning hard drive, Shi Xiaolei was struck by a bolt of lightning, resulting in his transformation. As he traversed into the Marvel world, That damaged hard drive evolved into his companion artifact through the cleansing of the temporal river. Perhaps due to its origins as a computer component, this artifact manifested as a system within his mind. This system encompasses two primary functions: daily check-ins and blind box exchanges. As long as he remains within the confines of New York City, Shi Xiaolei can check in once a day, earning 10 check-in points along with a random reward. Should he find himself outside of New York City, not only will his daily check-in points be halved, but the random rewards will also be forfeited. The reward for signing in are predominantly trivial items, such as toilet paper, canned cola, and outdated magazines. Over the course of 3 months, the most substantial reward he received was a mere $200 in cash. Frankly, Shi Xiaolei did not hold much regard for the incentives provided by the sign-in system. The crux of the matter lies in the blind box exchange feature. The various games, anime, and movies stored on his hard drive have transformed into a repository of materials. Every item, character, and ability that has ever appeared in these works is encapsulated within the blind boxes, and as long as one accumulates enough sign-in points, they can eventually be redeemed in the perilous world of Marvel. How can one ensure their survival? According to Shi Xiaolei, there are only two paths. First, to continuously enhance one's abilities to a level capable of withstanding crises. Second, to unite with more allies and form a collective resistance against the threats. Undoubtedly, both methods can be realized through the blind box exchange functionality. Thus, in order to accumulate sign-in points, Shi Xiaolei reluctantly abandoned his plans to move and instead established his roots firmly in Chinatown. In the first month, he amassed 300 sign-in points and opened his initial blind box. Perhaps due to a high adaptability, or perhaps due to divine favor, he unveiled a barbarian lineage from Diablo 2. Leveraging his robust physique, which surpassed even that of a heavyweight champion, Shi Xiaolei, through the introduction of a well-established compatriot, engaged in several underground boxing matches, earning himself nearly $20,000. With this newfound wealth, he procured a legitimate ID card and rented a small storefront in Chinatown, establishing a modest eatery. While the money flowed in swiftly, such shortcuts inevitably leave lingering repercussions. Not long after bidding farewell to two family members, Shi Xiaolei, while preparing in his establishment, was confronted by two unwelcome guests. Chapter 2. The Village Chief of Novice Village. In the underground world, one can encounter brawny men capable of fierce combat, and ruthless individuals who would disregard their lives for money are not uncommon. However, it is a rarity to find someone like Shi Xiaolei, fierce in battle, visually impressive, and guaranteed to emerge victorious. Furthermore, he possesses neither background nor support. Since Shi Xiaolei departed from the underground boxing ring, it has become a routine for individuals to visit him every few days, either enticing him with offers or resorting to threats, demanding his return to the boxing arena as their cash cow. Get lost. If the visitors approached him with a courteous demeanor, Shi Xiaolei would show them some respect, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. However, should they resort to malicious coercion, he would not be so accommodating. At present, disregarding the butterfly knife brandished by his adversary, Shi Xiaolei reached out with a powerful hand and disarmed him in an instant. Following that, he delivered a punishing low kick, sending the two ruffians tumbling out of the shop like rolling gourds. Mike, the one fortunate enough to avoid serious injury, was merely knocked down by his airborne companion. However, the one who suffered the brunt of the kick was left gasping for breath as he struggled to rise, witnessing his partner on the brink of unconsciousness. The scrawny thug, Xiaolei, was filled with both shock and fury. Upon glancing at Shi Xiaolei, who stood at the shop entranced like an iron tower, Xiaolei trembled in fear, instinctively drawing a small handgun from his waistband. With the dark muzzle of the gun directed at Shi Xiaolei, Xiaolei's actions epitomized the phrase of fierce countenance concealing a timid heart. "Rock, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." Having faced guns before, Shi Xiaolei remained unfazed by the small pistol in Xiaolei's hand. He took a confident step forward, his imposing stature radiating intimidation, while a cruel smile crept across his face. "Is that so? Are you certain you are mentally prepared for this?" Upon activating the barbarian lineage in the game, not only did his physical prowess receive a significant boost, but his bodily condition also became digitized. Regardless of where he might sustain a blow, he would not perish immediately. At worst, he would lose some health and recover after a brief respite. If struck by a smaller caliber, the bullet might not even penetrate his robust muscles, resulting in only minimal health loss. It was precisely due to this capability that Shi Xiaolei had once disregarded the threats from the boxing ring's owner and ignored the invitations from the underworld tycoons, departing so decisively. "Stop. Don't come any closer." Perhaps having received a warning from his companion prior to their arrival. Knowing that the small handgun posed no threat to Shi Xiaolei, or perhaps overwhelmed by the barbaric aura emanating from Shi Xiaolei. Xiaolei felt an immense psychological pressure. He was terrified, screaming as if he had encountered a ghost. Shi Xiaolei advanced a couple of steps, seized Xiaohei's right hand that held the gun, and with a slight exertion, produced a series of crackling sounds as Xiaohei's hand was utterly contorted. "Ah, damn it, my hand." The intense agony elicited a higher pitch of screams from the frail figure known as the Little Black Slim, whose limp fingers could no longer grasp the firearm. Seizing the gun, Shi Xiaolei weighed it in his hand and raised his gaze towards the writhing Little Black Slim on the ground. The safety is still on. With such a brain, how do you expect to survive in this world? He scoffed. "Damn it, Locke. Just wait. I will make you pay with your life." With that thought, he resolved to take the offensive. Gripping the handgun, he stepped forward, placing his left foot firmly on the chest of the Little Black Slim before raising the gun to aim at his head. "I would prefer not to be troubled by you again, so might I kindly request your demise?" He had no intention of pulling the trigger. His aim was merely to intimidate. Though Little Black Slim appeared brutish and menacing, Shi Xiaolei, a traveler from the vast Middle Kingdom, had never before witnessed or experienced the act of murder in broad daylight. Yet, the ferocity exuding from his presence was palpable. It not only terrified the Little Black Slim into submission, but also startled two nearby patrolling officers, who were taken aback by Shi Xiaolei's fierce demeanor. "Hey, you there. Put down the gun, raise your hands, and clasp them behind your head." Lacking the full context of the situation, the officers mistook Shi Xiaolei for the assailant, brandishing their weapons nervously at him from behind their vehicle. "Consider yourself fortunate," Shi Xiaolei muttered, discarding the gun while casting a disdainful glare at Little Black Slim. The concentrated aura of intimidation proved effective, as the latter quivered in fear. Meanwhile, the two officers, witnessing Shi Xiaolei relinquishing the firearm, quickly approached him. Hey, officers!" Shi Xiaolei protested, feeling a twinge of annoyance at being shoved by the policeman. However, understanding that he was in America, where law enforcement wielded the authority to act in emergencies, he refrained from resisting their actions, merely voicing his complaint. "You've got it all wrong. These two are the real villains. I was only defending myself. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage over there. It is an undeniable truth that individuals of Asian descent often face discrimination in the United States, their status being even lower than that of African Americans. Yet, the experience of injustice can vary greatly depending on the individuals and circumstances involved. Not every situation can be generalized. In this instance, Shi Xiaolei's considerable stature and imposing presence deterred the officers from entirely dismissing his words. Ultimately, it was a fortuitous intervention that played a significant role. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline emerged, flashing his credentials before the officers. "Gentlemen, please take these two away. I can attest that his account is accurate. These two are the true culprits who must bear the consequences." After verifying the identification and confirming the identity of the individuals, the two police officers holstered their firearms and saluted, addressing him as Sir. They proceeded to escort the two unconscious thugs to the patrol car. As the police vehicle drove away, tranquility once again enveloped the streets. In stark contrast, Shi Xiaolei's mood was tumultuous. While others might be oblivious, as a time traveler, he could not possibly fail to recognize the identity of the man before him. Clad in a black suit, with a gleaming bald head and a receding hairline, adorned with a genial yet gentlemanly smile, he was none other than Agent Phil Coulson, the renowned leader of the novice village within the Marvel Universe. What could have led him to seek Shi Xiaolei out? Reflecting on the events of the past few months, he pondered where he might have inadvertently revealed himself. "Rock, may I have a moment to speak?" After patiently waiting for a while, and noticing that Shi Xiaolei remained lost in thought, Coulson decided to break the silence as curious onlookers began to gather. "Oh, right," Shi Xiaolei responded, regaining his composure. After surveying the surroundings, he nodded and led the way into the store. "Let us converse inside." Chapter 3. The unsung hero Rock, who had suddenly emerged 3 months ago in Manhattan's Chinatown, understood the importance of maintaining an agent's demeanor while utilizing a borrowed identity. He aimed to assert dominance in the conversation, laying the groundwork for what was to follow. Once inside the store and seated, Coulson began to divulge a wealth of personal information about Shi Xiaolei. "So, you are here to inform me that I am to be deported?" Before traversing into this alternate reality, Shi Xiaolei had never been one to interrupt others or display such bluntness. After all, his imposing stature and somewhat fearsome appearance could easily lead to misunderstandings if he didn't temper his tone. He wished to avoid the scrutiny of store owners when merely venturing to a small supermarket, and he certainly did not want to be routinely questioned by the police. Akin to a recently released convict, subjected to disdainful and prejudicial glances. In his quest to integrate into society, Shi Xiaolei had gradually cultivated the habit of greeting others with a smile. As for his current perceived rudeness, interrupting Coulson before he could finish, This was attributable to two factors. Firstly, the conversational norms in America differ markedly from those in his homeland. And secondly, Shi Xiaolei, despite his somewhat intimidating appearance, was not excessively fearsome. Coupled with the discrimination he faced due to his skin color, it was imperative for him to adopt a firmer stance to navigate through life successfully. Certainly, the transformation in one's attitude towards interpersonal interactions can be attributed primarily to the infusion of the barbarian lineage from Diablo II, which he embraced 2 months prior. This lineage does not impose a detrimental influence on one's character akin to the green potion. Rather, it has significantly augmented his capabilities, instilling a newfound confidence that emboldened him to shed his previous constraints and reveal a more candid facet of himself. "No, Locke, you have misunderstood," Coulson interjected, displaying no signs of distress despite being interrupted by Shi Xiaolei. He maintained his characteristic gentle smile. "We had already taken note of your presence long before you showcased your extraordinary abilities. After 2 months of observation, we have concluded that you are a person of gentle disposition who cherishes life and would never instigate conflict. Therefore, we have consistently adopted a welcoming stance towards your existence, with no intentions of expelling you." "What did you mean by that?" Shi Xiaolei queried, running his hand over his bald head, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice. "It was merely a reminder for you to exercise caution and to remain composed," Coulson replied. "In fact, if you had not attracted the attention of the police today, I would not have found myself before you. Was it solely to extricate me from my predicament?" Shi Xiaolei expressed skepticism. "Do you think I would believe that?" "Whether you choose to believe it or not, the truth remains," Coulson affirmed solemnly. "We are acutely aware that your concealed prowess extends far beyond mere appearances. Should you be driven to unlawful behavior over such trivial matters, the repercussions would be dire." The reason for their attention to Shi Xiaolei was not due to his combat prowess displayed in the underground fighting arena. To be frank, there are numerous agents within Ascendant who possess greater fighting capabilities, including Coulson himself, who may not necessarily fall short in comparison. The frequency of his appearances, with intervals so brief as to be astonishing, coupled with his ability to fully recover from injuries before each subsequent match, revealed his remarkable regenerative capacity. This ability, or rather the full recovery he experienced while gaining experience through bouts, as well as the rapid recuperation acquired from retreating to the lounge to consume small red vials, were pivotal reasons for attracting the attention of low-ranking agents in the vicinity of a certain underworld figure. From the very first month of his arrival in this world, Shi Xiaolei had already garnered the interest of Ascendant, although his presence was not particularly pronounced, and his name had yet to reach the ears of director Nick Fury. It was not until the second month, when Shi Xiaolei exchanged 300 sign-in points for a second blind box and summoned Miss 2 into this world, that he truly entered the purview of Shiel's upper echelons. She was undeniably beautiful, capable of thought and conversation, and would bleed when injured. Yet, at her core, Miss 2 remained an unequivocal intelligent automaton. The thermal imaging lens used for nighttime surveillance is distinctly different from that of humans. When analyzing footprints, it becomes evident that a weight 3 times that of an average-sized human female has been recorded. Although the young lady, referred to as Miss 2, has never engaged in combat since her summoning into this realm, nor has she exploited her advantages as an intelligent robot to connect to the network for personal gain. She has skillfully concealed her true identity and the complete array of her equipment. From the perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D., the mere fact that she is not human is enough to warrant their attention. It was at that moment that Coulson, fresh from the mission to rescue Tony Stark, was dispatched by the agency to oversee the family of Shi Xiaolei. It is worth noting that the identification of Miss 2 and the young girl, Kanna, is largely credited to Coulson. Had it not been for his behind-the-scenes assistance, the situation would not have unfolded so seamlessly. Just as individuals afflicted with highly contagious diseases are prohibited from entering public spaces, obtaining a green card in the United States necessitates a comprehensive medical examination at designated facilities. Of course, if one does not intend to live a legitimate life and believes a counterfeit green card suffices, that is an entirely different matter. The card that Shi Xiaolei procured through unofficial channels was indeed a legitimate one, capable of withstanding scrutiny. Though the process was somewhat irregular and involved sidestepping certain steps, those were merely procedural aspects. Critical checkpoints, such as medical examinations, could not be bypassed with the scant funds he possessed. Aware that Miss 2 would undoubtedly fail the medical examination and lacking sufficient resources to circumvent this hurdle, Shi Xiaolei was compelled to devise an alternative strategy. He sought a suitable target from the missing persons list, allowing Miss 2 to assume that individual's identity and subsequently obtain a new card. While the former could be considered a gray area, the latter constituted a blatant violation of the law, with vastly different implications and consequences. The technical requirements added to the complexity from the moment the idea was conceived. A week passed without finding a capable individual who could ensure success and was willing to undertake the task. Ultimately, it was Coulson, lurking in the shadows, who could no longer remain indifferent and extended his assistance, enabling Shi Xiaolei to fulfill his wish of providing Miss Tu with a new identity. From one perspective, it could be said that the name Sylvia, which Miss Tu currently uses, was assigned to her by Coulson. Chapter 4. The Small Shop. What can be said? What cannot be said, and when to say it? Coulson, as an agent, has mastered these nuances to perfection. For instance, today, upon meeting Shi Xiaolei, he refrained from divulging excessive information, even withholding details regarding the assistance he provided from behind the scenes. He merely offered a few cautionary reminders to avoid recklessness and assured him that no unwelcome interruptions would disturb his daily life henceforth, before taking his leave and vanishing from Shi Xiaolei's line of sight. Director, are you certain this is wise? About 80%, based on my observations. He possesses a disposition that is more amenable to gentle persuasion than to forceful measures. Thus, I believe it is prudent to adopt a softer approach when engaging with him. Should one display excessive rigidity, it may very well backfire. Well, you are the captain. The final decision rests with you. Maintain vigilance and report any anomalies to me promptly. The alert level has been reduced to 3, and surplus personnel should be reassigned to Stark. Understood. It has only been a few days since Tony Stark was rescued. And with his directive to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, the vast enterprise is currently in turmoil. We have yet to ascertain who seeks to endanger Tony Stark's life. If the adversaries choose to strike amidst the instability surrounding Stark Industries, it poses a significant risk. Considering Stark's ownership of this colossal corporation, his safety is paramount, as any misstep could potentially alter the nation's economic, military, and even political landscape. Therefore, Coulson must undoubtedly redirect more attention towards him. As for Shi Xiaolei, in Coulson's perspective, even if he were to create some disturbance, it would hardly evoke the same widespread repercussions as an incident involving Stark. After their initial meeting, Coulson formed a more intuitive understanding of Shi Xiaolei's character, concluding that he is not one to instigate trouble. Consequently, Coulson deemed it unnecessary to allocate excessive manpower for continuous surveillance over him. On another note, after bidding farewell to Coulson and his subordinates, Shi Xiaolei sat in the store, lost in thought. The scant information provided by the other party left him unable to ascertain when he had entered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. Nor was he aware if the Hydra faction concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken notice of his existence. With such uncertainties swirling in his mind, Shi Xiaolei found himself overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts, unable to find clarity. I'm back. The sound from the back door roused Shi Xiaolei from his reverie. Turning to see the now-dressed two, he was reminded that he was not alone. Beside him were Her and Kana, which brightened his gaze and cleared his thoughts. Although his own abilities had not yet reached their full potential, merely equating to having completed the ordinary difficulty level, Tu and Kana, as his companions exchanged from the system, emerged in a fully operational state within this world. How formidable is a fully operational Tu? She possesses every weapon required for collection in the game, has mastered all necessary skills, and in addition to the unutilized auxiliary terminal, which in the game provides support and is equipped with infinite ammunition, as well as a transformable aircraft for airborne operations. It is not an exaggeration to state that even Tony Stark at the timeline of Iron Man 3 would not stand a chance against her. As for the fully operational Kana, there is no need for further elaboration. Despite her diminutive stature of less than 1 meter and an adorably charming demeanor, she is, in fact, a dragon who has lived for 14,000 years. Moreover, based on the original setting of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, it can be inferred that Kana, much like the feathered serpent deity Quetzalcoatl and the malevolent dragon Fafnir, embodies a character that can be deemed divine in certain respects. In terms of combat prowess, she is at least on par with Thor, who, after losing an eye, activated his lightning abilities in Thor, Ragnarok. If we reference the animation where she effortlessly rends the earth with a breath of dragon fire during her sparring with Thor, her strength could rival that of Surtur, the fire giant resurrected from eternal flames. What are S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra compared to Kana, the Dragon Maid, in all her glory? Observing the gentle smile on her face, resembling the ideal younger sister, and recalling the adorable and popular Kana at school, Shi Xiaolei's worries dissipated like thin snow under the warm sun, vanishing without a trace. He stood up and approached her from behind, fastening her apron with a smile, and inquired, "Did you have a smooth journey? Kana, were you unhappy?" "No," she replied, shaking her head, her pure white hair swaying gently, displaying a faint warm smile at the corners of her lips. "When I dropped her off at school, I encountered 2 girls she is quite close with. Kana was very happy and even shared 2 lollipops with them. Is that so? She has even learned to share with friends, Shi Xiaolei chuckled. It seems Kana is doing quite well at school. She nodded, her hands and feet deftly busying themselves. When we parted, Kana mentioned wanting to invite her classmates to the shop this weekend. Really? Then I must prepare well. He donned his sleeves and gloves, beginning to handle the clean ingredients. While chopping vegetables, Shi Xiaolei asked, Sylvia, what do you think of the cake? Kana must be very happy. She agreed with a nod and added, additionally, we need to prepare more pudding. Of course, Kana's favorite is the pudding I make. Reflecting on Kana's joyful expression while eating pudding, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but smile with a sense of accomplishment. The little eatery had been open for nearly 2 months. Although it initially faced a period of sparse customers due to its less-than-ideal environment, as Shi Xiaolei's culinary skills garnered recognition from patrons, business gradually improved. Now, 2 months later, this small establishment, with its affordable yet delectable offerings, had become a favored spot among office workers in nearby buildings. Lunchtime saw a rush, followed by another wave in the afternoon, with hundreds of customers nearly every day. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. With the ongoing operations, Shi Xiaolei had forgotten his previous profession on Earth and had truly become a competent chef. Meanwhile, the combat-oriented intelligent robot, Sylvia, had mastered various service techniques, transforming into an impeccable waitress. In just over an hour, the two had prepared all the ingredients and completed the pre-opening preparations. As the clock approached 10:30, Shi Xiaolei, while washing his hands, cheerfully greeted Sylvia, let us go to the front and flip the sign. We can commence operations now. Before traversing into the Marvel Universe, Xiaolei had held several jobs. Initially, he served as a security guard in a residential community, followed by a stint as a laborer at a seafood market. However, due to his rather intimidating appearance, he often frightened children and customers alike, compelling him to relinquish those positions. Through the introduction of a kind-hearted villager, he found employment at a construction site, which was notably devoid of female presence, where he engaged daily with cement, bricks, and rebar. Tall and robust, Xiaolei could accomplish in one trip what others needed two to achieve. His remarkable work efficiency surpassed that of the draft animals in the production team, earning him the foreman's esteem. His honest disposition, coupled with the fact that he never indulged in card games during breaks or sought entertainment away from the site, painted him as a prudent individual who understood the value of saving for the future. The foreman, increasingly fond of Xiaolei, even contemplated introducing him to a girl from his village. Over time, Xiaolei had become regarded as one of their own in the foreman's eyes, and the privileges and care he received in daily life began to multiply. For instance, his culinary skills were cultivated, thanks to the foreman's intervention. Had it not been for his mediation, the restaurant owner responsible for delivering meals to the site wouldn't have been so patient in teaching Xiaolei. Additionally, the opportunity to learn from the restaurant owner was made possible due to the foreman's approval. Rock, order from table 2, Xiaolei called, lifting the kitchen curtain to peer inside. 2 portions of shrimp fried rice, 1 without diced carrots. Got it, he replied, serving the freshly stir-fried rice noodles onto a plate and presenting it to Sylvia. Just the fried rice, right? No other items? Yes, to be packed for takeout. Understood. Please prepare some side dishes. The fried rice will be ready shortly. This establishment, not a high-end restaurant, thrived on a strategy of thin profit margins and high volume. To manage costs, Xiaolei's modest eatery offered fewer than 10 dishes, fried rice, fried noodles, and a few uncomplicated house specials, along with a repetitive selection of tomato, seaweed, and egg soup. Despite the simplicity of the menu, the business prospered remarkably. With affordable prices, flavors that surpassed expectations, generous portions, swift service, and the allure of Miss Sylvia, whose presence alongside Xiaolei created a striking beauty in the beast dynamic. Numerous factors contributed to their success. In summary, Xiaolei led a fulfilling daily life, working diligently from dawn until dusk on opening days. However, one must acknowledge that such relentless dedication could become somewhat exhausting. It was not that his body could not withstand the strain. To speak frankly, even without the infusion of barbarian blood, with his naturally robust physique, Shi Xiaolei would not be fatigued by the modest tasks at the shop. As for his partner, the second young lady, it goes without saying that she possesses an energy conversion core of unparalleled efficiency, capable of transforming all ingested food into energy without a trace of waste. In terms of stamina, she could labor tirelessly until the end of time. However, the crux of the matter lies in the mental strain. Barbarians are still human, no matter how resilient their nerves or steadfast their character. There will inevitably come a moment of mental fatigue. Furthermore, Shi Xiaolei had only recently assimilated the bloodline and, unlike his compatriots from the arid highlands who had undergone trials by fire, he had yet to attain a level of mental fortitude that would qualify him as a true barbarian. In addition, with the presence of the lady known as Sylvia and the young girl Kanna as the head of their little household. Shi Xiaolei felt it necessary to carve out some time to be with them, allowing them to savor the daily wonders of the human world. The shop's operating hours extend only until Saturday noon. From 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, precisely when Kanna returns from her violin class, the shop closes its doors. In the blink of an eye, Saturday had arrived once more. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, before Shi Xiaolei could even secure the handbrake, the exuberant Kanna leapt from the car, her little legs moving swiftly as she raced into the shop. This time, they returned slightly later than the previous week, finding only 2 patrons who had yet to finish their meals. Ignoring the 2 guests seated in the corner, Kanna bounded through the door like a joyful little frog, landing in Shi Xiaolei's embrace as he rested on a chair by the counter. Oh, he caught the little girl in a flurry, ruffling her hair while a paternal smile spread across his face. Kanna's back. Did you have fun today? Snuggling against Shi Xiaolei's attire, Kanna settled into a comfortable position in his lap. Yes, she exclaimed, simultaneously taking a small bowl that Shi Xiaolei had prepared and gently scooping a spoonful of pudding into her mouth. The flavors of egg and sweet milk spread across her palate, causing her to squint with delight, her face aglow with bliss. It's so delicious, isn't it? I added a touch of condensed milk today. Isn't it a bit sweeter and more fragrant than usual? Yes, Kanna nodded vigorously, scooping another spoonful and turning to offer it to Shi Xiaolei. Shi Xiaolei, you should try too. Though calling his name was a custom here in America, the name she uttered was indeed his Chinese name, a result of her youthful tendency to mix languages. In truth, she deliberately used this name, claiming it as her exclusive term of endearment for him. I've already had some. As they drew closer, upon noticing the arrival of 2, Shi Xiaolei casually greeted, Sylvia. There are some prepared puddings in the refrigerator. I shall indulge in them shortly. Lifting the small violin case in hand, 2 responded with a smile. I'll return shortly to put this away. A thought crossed Shi Xiaolei's mind, prompting him to add, by the way, could you retrieve that doll outfit for Kanna? Didn't we agree yesterday to take a stroll around Central Park once we close the door? Let us dress Kanna in that outfit and make her look adorable for some photos. Are we going for a picnic? Kanna tilted her little head, gazing up at Shi Xiaolei's broad face. Indeed, he affirmed, gently wiping away a tiny smudge of dirt from her nose with his slightly thicker than average fingertip. Meeting the girl's eyes, he smiled. Didn't you mention wanting to go? Oh, you're the best, Xiaolei, she exclaimed. Haha, hurry and eat. Once you finish, we'll change your clothes and set off early. Kanna nodded in agreement. Chapter 6 Central Park spans an impressive width of 0.8 kilometers and stretches 4 kilometers in length, encompassing a total area of 340 hectares. In the bustling metropolis of New York, particularly in the vibrant district of Manhattan, it is indeed astonishing that such a vast expanse is dedicated to greenery. Of course, whether it is economically viable is a matter for the mayor and Congress to deliberate. As an ordinary individual, Shi Xiaolei had no inclination to ponder such unrelated topics. Like many of the locals, he regarded the park merely as a typical recreational area, a place to take leisurely strolls or to bring family to inhale the rare fresh air amidst the urban environment. Beyond that, what else mattered? At 3:15, they closed the shop, and by 3:30, the family of 3 arrived at Central Park, as the little store was conveniently located in Chinatown, Manhattan. With Kanna perched on his shoulders, Shi Xiaolei strolled forward, hands supporting her small legs while engaging in light conversation with 2, who followed closely beside them with a picnic basket. With Kanna riding atop, Shi Xiaolei's towering height of over 2 meters seemed less imposing from behind. Coupled with 2's gentle demeanor, the joyful laughter of little Kanna evoked an impression of a young couple out for a day with their child, largely due to the fair hair they all shared. As they meandered along the walking path, they reached a spacious lawn. Kanna eagerly hopped down and spotted someone playing with a pet dog. She dashed over, showcasing her charming allure, and quickly received permission to join the playful pups. Shi Xiaolei removed his shoulder bag, retrieving a picnic blanket, while 2 opened the picnic basket to unveil an assortment of snacks. Before long, their little picnic site was perfectly arranged. As he glanced around, Shi Xiaolei noticed something was amiss and instinctively raised his hand to pat his forehead. Sylvia, keep an eye on Kanna. I'll make a quick trip to the parking lot. After catching sight of the little girl 20 meters away, laughing heartily, he withdrew his gaze and sheepishly smiled at 2. I left the pudding container in the car. I will fetch it. All right, 2 nodded obediently. After waving at Kanna from a distance, Shi Xiaolei turned away from the lawn and retraced his steps along the path he had come. Nothing unusual transpired along the way, but just as he retrieved the item and closed the car door, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. Looking up towards the source of the sound, he saw a small black figure shooting upwards, flames erupting beneath it, resembling a firework ascending into the heavens. A larger black shape trailed behind, enveloped in a thick plume of smoke, relentlessly pursuing him. What on earth? While others remained oblivious to the unfolding events, Shi Xiaolei, being a transmigrator, instantly deduced the nature of the situation. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the climactic battle in Iron Man, where Obadiah Stane, piloting the Ironmonger, faced off against Tony Stark. Although he could not pinpoint the exact day, he distinctly recalled that their final confrontation commenced only after dusk. Glancing at the time, which was barely past 3 in the afternoon, a flurry of questions surged in Shi Xiaolei's mind. Wasn't this supposed to happen at night? Why had it occurred in the afternoon? Had there been a shift in events? Could it be that my presence as a transmigrator has triggered a chain reaction? Or perhaps this was not the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but a parallel universe of Marvel, with an unknown designation? With his mind swirling with inquiries, Shi Xiaolei hastened his pace to return to Tu and Kana. Perhaps due to the dense foliage surrounding them, both remained oblivious to the earlier spectacle. Just as Shi Xiaolei hesitated, ultimately deciding against alarming them for fear of spoiling the mood, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. In an instant, several bullets from a machine gun pierced the treetops, striking the ground and creating a line of craters. Instinctively glancing upwards, he beheld Tony Stark in his armor and the hulking Ironmonger, spiraling through the air in a dual helix trajectory before crashing onto the lawn. The calm, leisurely atmosphere shattered as dogs barked and people shouted, scattering in all directions. Sunbathers on the lawn abandoned their relaxation, dog walkers forgot their pets, and those clad only in their bare skin hurriedly sought cover, creating a scene of utter chaos. Disregarding the concerns of others, Shi Xiaolei's bloodshot eyes were fixated ahead as he charged forward. The situation had arisen so abruptly that his mind momentarily faltered, causing him to forget that Kana was, in fact, a formidable dragon. Primarily, it was the proximity of Iron Overlord's landing that distressed him, as the sight of the young girl coated in mud was heart-wrenching. In a moment of desperation, Shi Xiaolei regarded the little girl as his own daughter, entirely overlooking the reality that, given her strength, she could not possibly be harmed by those two metallic behemoths. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Overlord, with its reinforced armor and abundant energy, had already risen from the pit. Perhaps due to an incorrect orientation upon landing, it did not initially face the pit where Iron Man was located. Instead, it encountered Kana, who stood before it, cradling her trembling dog, her hair matted with dirt. The frightened dog's reaction tugged at Kana's heartstrings, and the soiling of her beloved doll clothing further displeased her. Gazing up at the imposing Iron Overlord, the little girl puffed up her cheeks and glared defiantly, exclaiming, "You bad man." Obadiah's animosity was reserved solely for Tony Stark. However, to be precise, he did not harbor hatred towards Stark. His actions were motivated purely by monetary gain. One must admit that while Obadiah was indeed malevolent, he had not descended to the depths of inhumanity. Given his character, it would be unlikely for him to resort to violence against such an innocent and non-threatening girl like Kana. The true flaw lay in the fact that Kana had labeled him a bad man, believing himself to be the principal architect behind Stark Industries' success. Convinced that his choices were justified, he could not deny that his actions were in direct violation of legal and moral standards. In this mindset, the last thing Obadiah wished to hear was being classified as a villain. "I am the one who has made the correct choices." Fueled by the aggression ignited by battle, compounded by a distorted psyche, Obadiah raised his right arm, extending his colossal hand toward Kana. As the little girl was on the verge of being seized by the Iron Overlord, a furious shout echoed from the heavens. Chapter 7. Is physical damage insufficient? Enhance attributes. Donning a barbarian's winged helmet and encased in robust heavy armor, Shi Xiaolei descended with a massive iron hammer, having equipped himself with the barbarian gear bestowed by his lineage. With an aura of unrelenting intimidation, he launched the most ferocious assault against the Iron Overlord. Before Obadiah could comprehend the vintage appearance of Shi Xiaolei, the colossal hammer had already struck the golden Iron Overlord with a resounding crash. With a thunderous boom, the several-ton Iron Overlord was sent sprawling backward, its right shoulder shattering into fragments, crackling with electrical sparks. "Kana, are you all right?" Without pursuing the advantage, upon landing, Shi Xiaolei immediately crouched down and urgently inquired of Kana. The little girl obediently shook her head. However, due to her clothes being soiled, her small face bore a hint of dissatisfaction. "Xiaolei, may I strike him?" "Allow me." "Kana, quickly go to Sylvia and have her tidy you up." As he spoke, the fallen Iron King, under Obadiah's control, staggered to his feet once more. Hey, Obadiah?" Filled with astonishment, Tony Stark did not forget the gravity of the situation. In order to protect the adorable Kana and to prevent Shi Xiaolei, an outsider, from enduring the brunt of the attack, he quickly focused his mind and concentrated on launching another assault against the Iron Tyrant. However, the combat capabilities of Mark III were somewhat lacking. Lacking a dedicated thermal beam, the palm cannon, repurposed from its propulsion function, possessed little lethality. After 3 consecutive shots, the Iron Tyrant suffered no significant damage. Only a small area on its body was slightly charred. Fortunately, these attacks imparted a thrust, causing the helmet to receive a blow and tilt slightly. Obadiah redirected his attention back to the hovering Iron Man Tony. The Gatling gun perched on his left shoulder unleashed a barrage of bullets, trailing flames like a rain shower upon Tony. Hurry! While Iron Man distracts the Iron Tyrant, drawing it away by several meters, Shi Xiaolei quickly entrusted Kanna to the second individual who arrived a moment too late. Turning back to observe the 2 combatants once more, he resolved, Sylvia, take Kanna and leave first. I shall join you shortly. The meager ammunition had long been exhausted, and the energy sustaining the armor was dwindling. In merely a few seconds, Iron Man began to show signs of faltering under the Iron Tyrant's relentless onslaught. Witnessing this scene prompted Shi Xiaolei to abandon his long-standing principles. Primarily, it was the earlier encounter that had stirred the combat instincts hidden within his barbarian lineage. At that moment, he harbored no other thoughts than the desire to engage in a vigorous battle. Once again employing the leap attack skill, he executed a high jump that could bring tears to the eyes of onlookers, and in an instant, Shi Xiaolei, with overwhelming force, positioned himself in front of the pursuing Iron Tyrant. Ignoring all else, he swung his hammer down heavily. This strike landed upon the chest plate of the Iron Tyrant. With a different point of impact, the sound produced by the hammer's descent varied slightly. You again. Just as victory seemed within reach, the earlier barbarian reappeared before him, infuriating Obadiah, who cursed vehemently and swung his left fist towards Shi Xiaolei. Despite the limited moves available in the game, each barbarian was indeed a true combat expert. Although the combat style diverges from that of an assassin, when it comes to the sheer number of techniques, it is by no means inferior to that of the assassins. With precision, he retreated a half-step, narrowly evading the Iron Tyrant's punch, and then, leveraging the momentum of that step, Shi Xiaolei deftly adjusted his grip on the iron hammer, thrusting it upward to strike the joint of the Iron Tyrant's left arm. The force was insufficient to sever the limb or disrupt the internal mechanisms, leaving the iron arm functional. After several exchanges, realizing that close-quarters combat would not allow him to unleash the hammer's full potential against the Iron Tyrant's formidable build, Shi Xiaolei made a decisive choice. As Iron Man launched another assault, diverting a portion of the Iron Tyrant's attention, Shi Xiaolei circled around to the back. With a flick of his hands, he switched to a second set of weapons, the burning brutal hand axe and the trembling longsword of the North Wind. Though both were blue-tier weapons and their damage did not match that of the hefty iron hammer, these 2 weapons boasted fiery and freezing attributes, complemented by their sharpened edges. Letting out a battle cry, he empowered himself to increase his damage, thrusting the longsword with his left hand toward the Iron Tyrant's lower back, while raising the hand axe in his right to strike at the back of its right knee. Remarkably, the switch to bladed weapons yielded significantly better results. The longsword, imbued with freezing damage, merely grazed the Iron Tyrant, yet it instantly coated his body with a thin layer of pale blue ice. The once imposing figure, radiating a silver-gray hue, transformed into a gargantuan blue sprite in an instant. Meanwhile, the hand axe, akin to the thermal axe wielded by the Zaku, effortlessly severed the Iron Tyrant's right leg. Drip, drip. Within the Iron Tyrant, a crimson alert flashed before Obadiah's eyes, reminiscent of the malfunctions experienced in the original story when frozen, system failures and crashes. The freezing attribute of the longsword had inflicted similar disruptions on the Iron Tyrant's operating system. Of course, the more severe malfunction stemmed from the right leg. Just as he attempted to activate emergency measures to rectify the issue, Obadiah suddenly realized his center of gravity was shifting, and in an instant, he collapsed alongside the Iron Tyrant. Seizing the moment, Shi Xiaolei delivered 2 more thrusts with the longsword, inflicting additional freezing damage and rendering the operating system utterly inoperative. The lights on the helmet dimmed, and upon witnessing this change, Iron Man descended to the ground. Move now. The clang of metal echoed as Obadiah hurriedly tried to restart the system, his urgency evident in the reddening of his eyes and the bulging veins on his neck. Obi, you have lost. Surrender and come out. With a word of counsel, Stark turned to Shi Xiaolei, clad in his battle armor. The situation is under control. Leave the rest to me. I must say, your current appearance is rather conspicuous. If you wish to conceal your identity, it would be prudent to depart sooner rather than later. Not yet, however. Shaking his head, Shi Xiaolei brandished his axe, swiftly severing the limbs of the Iron Overlord and dismantling the machine gun affixed to its torso. After a careful assessment, he nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a decisive action. In the midst of his words, Shi Xiaolei had already stowed away his equipment, transforming from a heavily armored giant into his previous casual attire. Chapter 8. When the money is in place, everything is negotiable were the entity known as Tu to intervene. With the Iron Overlord's defensive capabilities, it would endure at most a minute or two. After all, Tu hails from the world of Nier Automata, where its expertise lies in combat against robotic foes. Although the Iron Overlord may be somewhat larger and equipped with more advanced armor, it is, at its core, merely a humanoid machine, precisely the type that Tu excels at defeating. Should it have been Kanna, the duration of combat might have been reduced to mere seconds. In contrast, Shi Xiaolei's efficiency paled in comparison. However, apart from a family of three, no one was aware of the true identities of Tu and Kanna, nor their actual combat prowess. Thus, following the incident, the sole individual attracting the attention of various factions was Shi Xiaolei, who had actively participated in the battle. Take care. I shall not see you out. It was a pleasure. Do visit again. Certainly, I will reach out when time permits. Accompanied by Kanna, he bid farewell to her friends and their accompanying parents. Lowering his gaze, he gently ruffled Kanna's hair and inquired, "Did you enjoy yourself today, Kanna?" "Yes," she replied, lifting her face with a contented smile. Perhaps having had too much fun with her companions, her fair cheeks still bore a rosy glow. Indeed, the old adage holds true. Children possess short memories. Less than a day had passed since the incident in Central Park, and the little girl had already forgotten the frightful occurrence, reverting to her usual charming and vivacious self. Let us head back. By the way, I must tell you, I have hidden 3 puddings that we can share, one for each of us. What do you say? Yes, yes. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Shi Xiaolei's thick fingers and scampered toward the house. Just then, a flamboyant sports car screeched to a halt before them. Tony Stark, clad in sunglasses, emerged from the vehicle. Shi Xiaolei had anticipated Stark's eventual arrival, but did not expect him to come so soon. To be honest, he felt a twinge of surprise. "Little one, I hope I did not frighten you yesterday. This is a token of my apology." Without addressing Shi Xiaolei directly, Tony Stark knelt before Kanna and produced a small gift box adorned with colorful ribbons from behind him. Stark glanced at Shi Xiaolei and then looked up at Kanna, who was biting her finger, her small face displaying a hint of hesitation. "Xiaolei, may I accept this?" "Of course, but don't mention your thanks," he replied. "All right." Only then did Kanna take the tiny gift box, offering Stark an adorable smile. Even the proud and arrogant Tony Stark, accustomed to dismissing everyone, found it impossible to resist the charm of the little girl. Instinctively, he reached out to ruffle Kanna's hair, and a warm smile involuntarily graced his face. Though its duration was fleeting, as he stood up, his expression reverted to its usual demeanor. "Well, here we are again, big guy. How should I address you? Medieval gladiator or Rock?" "All right, Rock." Stark raised an eyebrow, glancing around. "I suppose no introduction is necessary, right? I would like to have a word with you. Can we find a quieter place? Let's talk inside." Tilting his head to indicate that they should follow, Shi Xiaolei stepped aside, leading Kanna into the house. The layout consisted of a shop in the front and a living space in the back, slightly cramped for daily living. Having only moved in 2 or 3 months prior, many items were yet to be acquired. The various necessities were somewhat lacking, and to someone like Tony Stark, who was accustomed to a life of luxury, the simplicity was even more pronounced. He mused to himself that perhaps he could add a few extra zeros to the check later. "Please, take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Shi Xiaolei gestured to the chairs, indicating a choice of cola, instant coffee, or locally produced liquor. "No, thank you." Declining Shi Xiaolei's offer, Stark sat down awkwardly on a folding chair and got straight to the point. "I have 2 reasons for visiting today." He mentioned only his desire to repay yesterday's assistance and the request to keep the matter confidential. However, deep within Stark's mind lingered a profound curiosity regarding Shi Xiaolei's remarkable abilities, whether it was his instant transformation into armor, the unique effects of his weapons, or his extraordinary physical prowess that enabled him to leap vast distances. All these capabilities displayed in yesterday's battle were irresistibly alluring to Stark, akin to a beautiful and enigmatic muse. Out of pride, Stark refrained from voicing these thoughts. "So, is this a form of hush money?" Shi Xiaolei asked. Chuckling at the check, Stark pushed toward him. "No, it's merely a token of gratitude," Stark countered. "I have never stooped to such measures of silence." "True enough. You don't even shy away from sharing your escapades," Shi Xiaolei remarked. "Given your nature, it is indeed unnecessary." Stark nodded with a hint of pride. "In any case, if you wish to avoid trouble, it would be best not to speak of it." "I'm not worried," Stark replied confidently. "Neither they nor those pesky reporters would dare to disregard my authority. However, given your circumstances, I regret to inform you that I cannot assign someone long-term to assist you with your troubles. You have already caught the attention of Coulson, and seeking your aid seems futile. Regarding yesterday's incident, could it potentially attract the notice of Hydra? Alas, had I known, I would not have acted so impulsively." I am unsure what thoughts occupy Shi Xiaolei's mind. Seeing him silent for several seconds, I initially assumed he was troubled by the ensuing complications. After some contemplation, Stark could not suppress his inner desires and blurted out a proposition. How about this? I will fund a team specifically to address your subsequent issues. In return, you collaborate with me on a few experiments? Upon hearing the word experiment, Shi Xiaolei instinctively tensed, a hint of hostility flickering in his gaze. To be honest, I am quite curious about the abilities you showcased yesterday. Since we have already begun this conversation, I am not afraid to delve deeper. Stark continued. Could you elaborate on how you managed to change outfits in an instant? Additionally, what are the weapons you used during the battle? To share or not to share? As thoughts raced through his mind, Shi Xiaolei made his decision. Do you truly wish to know? Looking into Shi Xiaolei's eyes, Stark spoke, once again retrieving his checkbook from his pocket. Well, since you are so straightforward, I suppose I shall reveal a little. Chapter 9. Grateful for your patronage. Before intervening in the clash between Ironmonger and Iron Man, I had already come to the attention of Shield. Given the nature of those individuals, it is evident that I will face even closer scrutiny. Perhaps for a while. My intelligence was merely conveyed verbally to Coulson without being documented. But now it is certain that he will report the matter to his superiors and compile my information for submission. Whether it be Shield or Hydra, once I demonstrate my capabilities, they will undoubtedly seek me out, regardless of their intentions or actions. One thing is certain, my daily life will be profoundly impacted by the presence of these agents. There is a saying that one cannot navigate the world without facing adversity. Yet, to be frank, Shi Xiaolei wishes to avoid entangling himself in such chaotic affairs. While assisting during major events is acceptable, engaging daily with them, akin to a subordinate, is not appealing. How can one mitigate this possibility? Upon reflection, there are essentially two approaches. Either display greater strength to intimidate them into submission or find a sturdy shield. Undoubtedly, Tony Stark serves as the optimal shield. Given his status, Shield would likely approach him with deference, while Hydra, lurking in the shadows, would hesitate to provoke him out of fear of exposure. To sell a fine product to Stark is advantageous, for if any troubles arise, he would be willing to assist, thus facilitating resolution. Furthermore, the substantial remuneration Stark offers is a compelling reason. It is not that Shi Xiaolei is particularly avaricious, yearning for a life of indulgence and excess. Rather, from a personal preference standpoint, he finds no joy in the so-called high society, donning a facade of false smiles and engaging in endless social gatherings. It is utterly exhausting to contemplate. The true essence of happiness for Shi Xiaolei lies in the warmth and joy derived from the simple, shared daily life with his family, rather than in the superficiality of social pretense. His attraction to Stark's financial prowess is solely due to the prospect of additional income, which would significantly enhance his personal capabilities and experience points. While attributes and skills can be gradually improved through diligent practice, the efficiency of such methods is rather low. The process is akin to an idle grind, requiring little effort from Shi Xiaolei. However, the acquisition of equipment and potions necessitates the exchange of cash for gold coins, which is a source of considerable frustration for him. Why must he battle the Iron Tyrant clad in mere system-provided basic armor, wielding just 2 blue weapons? The truth is, the profits from running his small shop are meager. After accounting for living expenses and savings deposited in the bank, there is little left for gold coin exchange, rendering him unable to afford golden equipment. As for gambling for dark gold, that is beyond consideration. Given that Tony Stark is willing to provide the means for purchasing golden equipment, and with successful transactions, dark gold gear could also become a possibility. This thought stirs excitement within Shi Xiaolei. For certain reasons, there are questions I cannot address. After some contemplation, Shi Xiaolei retrieved a weapon and a piece of chainmail from his backpack and placed them on the table. These 2 pieces of equipment can be lent to you for research for a time. Only 2? Stark raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed. What about that entire set you wore in the combat footage? Bring it out as well. 5 million each. What do you say? Hearing this price, it would be disingenuous to claim indifference. Yet, recalling the adage that rarity enhances value, Shi Xiaolei shook his head. I must keep those. This is America. Life can be challenging without means of self-defense. If that is your sole concern, I can provide you with a batch of weapons, Stark persisted. You know, I just shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries, and there is still a considerable inventory that needs clearing. Let us not. I've never used those and cannot handle them. Moreover, the items you create cannot be carried around like this, Shi Xiaolei replied, while demonstrating by swiftly stowing the curved dagger from the table into his backpack and retrieving it once more. Stark's curiosity was piqued anew, his eyes gleaming with heightened interest. All right. In light of your earnestness, I shall offer you a few additional samples. Unable to withstand Stark's eager gaze. Primarily due to the fact that he had once again penned a check, Shi Xiaolei could only bitterly shake his head. He rummaged through his backpack and extracted several small vials, placing them alongside a curved dagger and chainmail. The red vial contained a healing potion. The black vial could neutralize various toxins and temporarily enhance resistance to them, while the white vial, known as the stamina potion, promised that even someone of Stark's stature could effortlessly complete a full marathon after consuming it. In the realm of Diablo 2, there existed a total of 6 consumable potions, yet Shi Xiaolei only presented 3. He refrained from displaying the yellow, blue, and purple potions. The yellow potion was designed to dispel freezing effects and enhance ice resistance, which Stark had no use for. The blue potion was meant for restoring mana. Given Stark's unfamiliarity with Doctor Strange and his ignorance of Kamar Taj, it was unlikely he would believe in the existence of magic and mana. Thus, Shi Xiaolei chose not to reveal it. As for the purple potion, the vitality elixir, its exorbitant price made it unaffordable for Shi Xiaolei, who was reluctant to spend the scant funds he possessed before cashing Stark's check. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiaolei produced several potions instead of equipment. Upon hearing the descriptions of their effects, Stark's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, this is truly astonishing. It seems you are not merely a warrior, but also moonlighting as an apothecary, are you? Locke, are you certain these potions possess such extraordinary effects as you claim? You may find out for yourself, Shi Xiaolei replied with a smile, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. Considering these are single-use consumables, I shall not charge exorbitantly. Regardless of the type, each vial is priced at $10,000. How does that sound? Not a problem, if the effects are indeed as remarkable as you suggest. After inspecting the red vial and examining the black one, Stark ultimately chose the vial containing the stamina potion. This is the stamina potion, correct? Hey, are you placing such trust in me? No. I merely intend to start my experiments with it. At Shi Xiaolei's words, Stark's rationality returned, tempering the fervor incited by his scientific curiosity. He placed the potion back on the table and looked once more at Shi Xiaolei. The sample size is too small. Please provide me with a few more vials of each. Certainly. Thank you for your patronage. The appearance of Shi Xiaolei led to some adjustments in Coulson's work schedule. By adjusting a certain timeline, he fortuitously uncovered a flaw that had gone unnoticed in the original narrative, allowing him to ascertain earlier that Obadiah was indeed the true culprit. Subsequently, without needing Tony Stark's request, Coulson took the initiative to lead a team and arrived at Stark Industries headquarters ahead of schedule, successfully intercepting Pepper Potts, who was on a mission to steal information and escorting her to a safe house. Since Obadiah did not regard Pepper as a target for attack, a few additional minutes allowed Stark the opportunity for contemplation. Consequently, the battlefield shifted to the less crowded Central Park, rather than erupting in the bustling city center as in the original narrative. Furthermore, due to the unexpected intervention by Shi Xiaolei, Ironmonger suffered a swift defeat. Without plummeting into the arc reactor and triggering an explosion, Ironmonger was not entirely obliterated, leading to a series of divergent subsequent developments. Firstly, Obadiah's survival implies that Pepper must concentrate her efforts on her work, whether in negotiations or thwarting hostile takeovers. Indeed, reclaiming the shares held by Obadiah will demand considerable effort on her part. Secondly, as the arc reactor within the building did not detonate, and both combatants remained concealed within their armors, their true identities were not revealed. Moreover, with the ultimate confrontation occurring in Central Park, public attention was somewhat diverted, ensuring that Stark Industries did not become the focal point of scrutiny during this incident. As a result, Stark Industries was spared the frantic necessity of holding a press conference to stabilize its stock price, as depicted in the original storyline. Lastly, Ironmonger was merely damaged, not utterly destroyed. Much like the mark I that Tony Stark forged in the cave, the remnants of Ironmonger caught the interest of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Both parties made arrangements to acquire this advanced technology that could significantly enhance individual combat capability. In summary, Coulson did not, as in the original plot, linger by Stark's side like a personal bodyguard, nor did Nick Fury, affectionately dubbed Motherfucker by fans, immediately appear. There was no pressing need for a press conference, and Stark was not beset by a myriad of chaotic matters. With ample leisure, Tony Stark devoted his time to the laboratory, immersing himself in his beloved research. J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed the results. After taking a brief moment for a shower, wrapped in a bathrobe, he returned to the underground laboratory of his mansion. Tony Stark casually accepted a cup of coffee from the robot, Dummy, taking a sip and remarking, "What a taste. Perhaps I should disassemble you after all." Dummy, dejected, lowered its mechanical arm and retreated into a corner, disheartened. "According to my analysis, the potion you provided contains 76 distinct components. Of these, 37 can be traced to identifiable sources. 32 can be analyzed for their composition, yet their raw materials remain undetermined. Additionally, there are 7 components that do not exist in my database. As JARVIS concluded, a semi-transparent projection interface materialized before Tony Stark. Extending his free left hand, he gestured in the air to peruse the list of components JARVIS had compiled, selecting the entries marked with question marks. As he continued to manipulate the interface, Stark remarked, 7 unknown components? It seems we have work to do. By the way, Jarvis, have the results of the biomedical clinical trials been released? A distinctly futuristic sound echoed as several new panels materialized. At the center, a video began to play. Simultaneously, Jarvis provided a meticulous explanation. Thus far, the clinical effects of the red and white serums have been analyzed, while experiments with the black serum continue, with conclusions expected in 3 hours. What you are currently viewing is the experimental process of the red serum. As you can see, this serum exhibits remarkably significant therapeutic effects on various mechanical injuries. By this standard, the efficacy for treating thermal injuries is approximately 78. While the efficacy for pressure injuries stands at 84, the treatment of radiative injuries is the least effective, at merely 65. Proceeding further, when compared to existing trauma medications on the market, a wound measuring 2 centimeters in length and half a centimeter in depth, treated with the equipment supplied to the Marine Corps and accompanied by sutures, typically requires 3 to 5 days for complete healing. In contrast, the red serum accomplishes this in a mere 15 seconds to half a minute. Furthermore, for burn, frostbite, or acid injuries of the same area, the recovery time does not exceed 1 minute. The efficiency is exponentially greater if this serum could be mass-produced. It seems I must carve out some time to revisit my studies in biomedical medicine. Having just closed the weapons division, I have yet to conceive ideas for energy development. At such a critical juncture, receiving the serum from Shi Xiaolei is no surprise. It is only natural that Tony Stark would entertain thoughts of developing pharmaceuticals for profit. If you plan to launch a new medication, I personally recommend the white serum. Tony raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Jarvis's suggestion. What is the rationale? The red serum's effects are primarily for treating injuries, which holds little allure for those uninjured. In contrast, the white serum has been confirmed through experimentation to provide users with extraordinary stamina, devoid of any side effects, Jarvis elucidated. Whether for construction workers, farmers, athletes who expend physical energy, or office workers, doctors, and teachers engaged in intellectual labor, this serum can significantly enhance work efficiency. Compared to the red serum, which is limited to injury treatment, the applicability of the white serum is vastly broader, making it a potential consumer product for nearly everyone, save for children and the elderly. Jarvis articulated an extensive argument, yet Tony Stark's mind latched onto only a single phrase. Enhanced stamina, without any side effects? Are you certain? Indeed. The results from all control group experiments corroborate this assertion. Wow, it seems this serum truly holds great promise, Stark mused, unable to suppress a whistle. A smile gracing his face. Jarvis, is there any left? Reserve 1 for me. I shall test it tonight. 7 vials were consumed during the experiment, leaving 3 remaining. As Jarvis responded, a hole appeared in the wall, and a box was conveyed forth by a conveyor belt. In the corner, the little fellow stirred to life, seemingly intent on retrieving the box and presenting it to Stark. Oh, hold on. Don't touch my treasure. Leave it there. I will handle it myself. Fearing that the little one might inadvertently shatter the potion, Stark leapt up in alarm, exclaiming, "Don't make me dismantle you." Chapter 11. Gradually acquainted after experiencing the exquisite sensation brought forth by the limitless power of the waist belt, Stark promptly designated Shi Xiaolei as a pivotal collaborator, eagerly fostering their camaraderie, the pride of a scientific magnate. In the face of primal instincts, mere cultivated demeanor pales in comparison. I ask you, do you have nothing else to occupy your time? Just as the shop was closing, Stark arrived in his sports car, yet again. Remarkably, within this brief week, Stark had visited almost daily. While his fame undoubtedly attracted considerable business to the shop, a cause for celebration in terms of revenue, the accompanying media frenzy had somewhat disrupted the family's daily life. For the reclusive Shi Xiaolei, the situation was manageable. However, the fact that even young schoolgirl Kana was being surveilled by paparazzi was intolerable for him. You know, as a big boss like me, I hardly need to get my hands dirty. If anything arises, there are always people to handle it. Stark removed his sunglasses, seated himself at the table, and casually pulled out a napkin to wipe the surface. Is there any food left? Bring me a portion. That noodle dish with meat chunks from yesterday was quite delightful. Add 2 more pieces of meat for me. You truly lack any sense of modesty, Shi Xiaolei retorted with a roll of his eyes, gesturing toward the sign at the entrance. Can you not read that colossal sign? Don't be so rigid. I believe we are friends now, are we not? Will you have fried rice? The noodles are all gone. Very well, I shall have a serving with that black leafy vegetable. That would be sauerkraut. It's surprising that, as a wealthy individual, you've never tasted sauerkraut. Despite his feigned disdain, Shi Xiaolei dutifully retreated to the kitchen and prepared a delectable and affordable dish of sauerkraut fried rice for Stark. Considering Stark's recent preferences, he even took the liberty of retrieving a small box from the refrigerator, assembling a modest stack of his own pickled radishes for him. As Stark had mentioned, through their interactions over time, they had indeed forged a friendship. While Stark's thoughts remain unspoken, Shi Xiaolei's acceptance of Tony Stark is rooted in three compelling reasons. Each visit resulted in the purchase of various potions, and his generous financial contributions significantly enhanced their living conditions, albeit this was merely the least consequential of his motives. In contrast, having read the original work and aware of Stark's heroic sacrifice for humanity in Avengers Endgame, I hold deep admiration for his choice, which is a pivotal reason why Shi Xiaolei is willing to befriend him. Additionally, Stark's thoughtful gestures, such as bringing small gifts for Kanna each time he visits and occasionally assisting her with her homework, significantly contribute to their budding friendship. Just then, I heard that Stark had arrived again, prompting Kanna, who had been engrossed in her animated series, to dash out excitedly. Oh, Kanna, good evening. Such an adorable little girl. It's impossible not to like her. After several interactions, Stark found himself utterly captivated by Kanna's innocent, wide eyes. While greeting her, he retrieved a small box from his pocket. Here, I called Switzerland yesterday to have these chocolates airlifted. Wow, chocolate! Kanna exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the small box, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Shall I help you open it? Climbing onto a stool, her tiny legs kneeling on the soft seat, Kanna propped her chin on her hands, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. As she waited for Stark to open the box and unwrap a piece of chocolate from its foil, her mouth gaped in awe. Ah? Stark instinctively popped the chocolate into Kanna's mouth, akin to feeding his own daughter, which stirred within him a warmth he had never experienced before. Just then, Shi Xiaolei emerged with a plate of fried rice, and Stark, unable to contain himself, suddenly looked up at Shi Xiaolei and said, "Rock, what do you think about me becoming Kanna's godfather?" If it had been anyone else, they might have hesitated or weighed the pros and cons upon hearing those words, considering Stark's wealth and status. However, Shi Xiaolei's reaction was far from ordinary. He gazed at Stark with a look that seemed to question, "Have you lost your mind?" "All right. I was being presumptuous," Stark chuckled awkwardly under Shi Xiaolei's scrutinizing gaze. He never intended to take advantage of Stark. He merely regarded him as an ordinary friend. Thus, the only factor to consider regarding Stark's proposition was whether their friendship had developed to such a level. After all, how many days had they known each other? He had yet to invite Kanna to his home for a visit. It was evident that Stark was still far from being qualified to be the little girl's godfather. Giving a knowing look, Shi Xiaolei sat down at the table, casually pulling Kanna into his embrace. Observing Stark as he ate, Shi Xiaolei naturally inquired, "So, how many bottles are you planning to get today?" "Let's go with 10 bottles of each kind, just like yesterday." "All right, I'll bring them over shortly." Nodding slightly, Shi Xiaolei smiled at the little girl in his arms and declined the piece of chocolate she offered him, then turned his gaze back to Stark. "So far, you have taken hundreds of potions from me. What have you discovered?" The game does not provide an explanation as to how these potions are produced. However, upon careful reflection, it is evident that, given their magical nature, akin to the potions in Harry Potter, the creation of these 3 potions must involve some rather unique ingredients. Whether such ingredients can be found within the Marvel Universe remains questionable. To be frank, Shi Xiaolei harbors little faith in Stark's abilities and doubts he can replicate potions with similar effects. At least, it seems unlikely he could accomplish this before becoming acquainted with the Kamatage faction and Doctor Strange. I still haven't figured out the red and black potions. To Shi Xiaolei's surprise, Stark displayed a hint of satisfaction. However, I have pinpointed the research direction for the white potion that enhances endurance. If all goes well, in 1 month, no, in 3 weeks, I should be able to derive a formula. Is that so? Blinking, Shi Xiaolei couldn't resist pressing for clarification. Are you certain that the replicated formula will yield effects comparable to the original potions? It might fall a bit short, Stark replied with a smirk, unwilling to concede defeat. From a promotional standpoint, it would be most prudent to aim for effects that are approximately 30 to 50% of the original. Please, if you can't produce it, just admit it instead of making excuses. What do you know? Stark retorted defensively. In such a high-stakes venture, can a mere restaurant owner like you claim to understand as much as I do? If you don't comprehend, then it's best to stay out of it and wait for the red. Chapter 12. Collaboration despite his arrogance, capriciousness, sharp tongue, lecherous tendencies, and self-centeredness. It is undeniable that Tony Stark possesses a fundamentally good nature. Had Obadiah still been in charge of Stark Industries, it is highly likely that Shi Xiaolei would have received not a single penny in dividends. However, now that Obadiah is imprisoned and has lost his negotiating authority, the negotiations are now overseen by Pepper Potts, who is more amenable to aligning with Tony Stark's desires. Consequently, the situation has shifted dramatically. The collaboration was agreeable. On yet another weekend, at Tony's invitation, Shi Xiaolei arrived at the Stark Industries headquarters. After a lengthy discussion lasting 30 minutes, he and Pepper reached an agreement, solemnly signing his name on the freshly printed documents. According to this agreement, Shi Xiaolei would hold a 10% stake in Stark's newly established subsidiary. While this percentage may seem modest, it is not unreasonable from an objective standpoint. Ultimately, Shi Xiaolei merely provided the original potion as experimental material, without directly supplying the formula. Moreover, the energy-replenishing beverage launched by the company was meticulously reformulated by Stark, bearing significant differences from the original stamina potion. Thus, earning a 10% share as a token of contribution is indeed quite substantial. Furthermore, there exists a distinct clause in the agreement stipulating that any revenue derived from providing the original potion to certain special clients shall belong entirely to Shi Xiaolei. In simple terms, should military personnel, intelligence agencies, or members of high society wish to procure the unadulterated potion with full efficacy, all commercial negotiations and logistics will be managed by the company, while the profits from these transactions will be solely retained by Shi Xiaolei, with not a single penny diverted to the company's accounts. It is akin to utilizing the company's framework to establish a tax-exempt private studio, without even incurring labor costs, coupled with the aforementioned 10% dividend, where aside from redeeming the potions, all trivial matters are taken care of. The money flows in as if it were a gift from the heavens. How could Shi Xiaolei possibly be dissatisfied? Locke, may I have a moment of your time? At the celebratory dinner following the negotiations, Shi Xiaolei encountered Coulson, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Although his intentions remained unclear, the mere thought of Coulson's identity caused a ripple of unease within Shi Xiaolei, dampening his previously joyous spirits. There was no escaping the encounter. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Xiaolei reluctantly nodded. All right. Casting a glance at Kanna, who was happily savoring various delicacies under the company of two others, he felt assured that no issues would arise. Shi Xiaolei turned and followed Coulson outside to a secluded area of the courtyard. Speak, Coulson. What is it? First and foremost, congratulations on your collaboration with Stark Industries. With his trademark genial smile, Coulson spoke in a gentle tone. Locke, I believe that in the near future, you too shall become a billionaire, living a life of even greater splendor. Thank you. Noticing Coulson raising his glass, Shi Xiaolei followed suit, lightly clinking his cup against Coulson's. After downing the drink and placing the empty glass on the nearby steps, he once again fixed his gaze upon Coulson, maintaining an expression of inquiry in his eyes. Additionally, in response to Shi Xiaolei's gaze, Coulson elucidated his true intentions. If possible, we would like to place an order for a batch of potions from you. Speaking plainly, Shi Xiaolei, uninterested in beating around the bush, responded, You mean the original potions? Indeed. Nodding, Coulson smiled as he continued, specifically, those you provided to Stark. I mean all three types. Even Stark cannot replicate them, and neither can S-H-I-E-L-D, nor Hydra achieve a different outcome. There is no need to worry about being deciphered. After some contemplation, even if Hydra were to acquire the serum, they would lack the capability to genuinely threaten the safety of my family. With a nod, Shi Xiaolei conceded, Very well. Since you have articulated your intentions so clearly, I shall not hide anything further. 3 types of serums, correct? I agree. If feasible, we hope to procure them in a ratio of 6:3:1, 60 red serum, 30 white serum, and the remaining 10 black serum. In the course of executing missions, injuries from gunfights or hand-to-hand combat are the most common occurrences, while situations requiring heightened endurance arise less frequently, and encounters with toxins occur even less often. This ratio indicates that Coulson intends to place this order not to analyze the serums for personal manufacture, but rather to utilize them directly in missions. With a sigh of relief, Shi Xiaolei felt increasingly at ease and nodded decisively. No problem. 6:3:1 correct? What about the specific quantities? Oh, and I assume I need not mention the price? Regarding the pricing, we have thoroughly investigated. It's $10,000 per bottle, is that correct? Coulson replied. As for the quantity, due to budgetary constraints, I can only initially order 100 bottles. You know how it is with units like ours. The external procurement approval process can be rather tedious. Typically, we start with a small batch, and once we confirm the efficacy through use, we may then proceed to a larger order. 100 bottles? Shi Xiaolei internally grumbled that it was insufficient, thinking in conventional terms that he was unable to produce such a quantity on short notice. Coulson, maintaining a composed demeanor, Probed, is that too much? If you cannot supply them all at once, we can arrange for staggered transactions. Starting today, within a week, can you deliver half? By understanding the timing of transactions and the number of bottles exchanged each time, one could deduce Shi Xiaolei's efficiency in serum production. After all, as an agent, every word is laden with implications. However, this attempt at probing yielded no substantial information, for Shi Xiaolei responded with, "It's not too much. I have stock on hand. And as soon as the funds arrive, I can transact at any time." The existence of stock did not reveal the efficiency of the serum production, leaving Coulson slightly disappointed. Yet he maintained a faint smile. "That is splendid. How about tomorrow? If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is Sunday, and your shop won't be open. Let us say the day after tomorrow, at 8 in the evening. I'll be waiting for you at the shop," Shi Xiaolei replied, shaking his head. "Tomorrow won't work. I've promised that little girl at home I would take her fishing at sea. She has been preparing for several days. And I certainly do not wish to see her in tears if I suddenly cancel." "Very well, then. Let us settle for the day after tomorrow at 8 in the evening." Nodding, Coulson, ever the gentleman, added, "By the way, I wish you both a delightful day tomorrow. And may you catch a big fish." "Thank you." With a smile, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Even if I cannot catch a big fish, I will surely find joy in the experience." Chapter 13, Setting Sail. Each day offers an opportunity to check in and receive a random reward, along with 10 check-in points. Although the rewards are predominantly mundane daily necessities with little intrinsic value, the accumulating check-in points hold significant importance. For every 300 points amassed, one may exchange them for a blind box from the malfunctioning hard disk system. The barbarian lineage from Diablo 2, along with the characters 2 and Kana, were all obtained from these blind boxes. This realm is the Marvel Universe, where countless undercurrents lie hidden beneath the surface tranquility. To live a carefree life, one must possess extraordinary strength, whether it be formidable allies or bloodlines brimming with potential, through 3 previous attempts. Shi Xiaolei has deduced that the rewards obtained from blind boxes can substantially enhance one's power, ever since he intervened in the battle between Iron Tyrant and Iron Man. Leaving a risk of exposure, Shi Xiaolei has been yearning for the next opportunity to open a blind box. Though he has already integrated the barbarian lineage and possesses considerable combat prowess, as a traveler from Huaxia, he bears an inherent fear of inadequacy. Thus, upon realizing the imminent threat of exposure, he felt a deep-seated desire to open another blind box to ensure an extra layer of security for himself and his companions. Days turned into weeks, and today, Shi Xiaolei finally amassed 300 check-in points. As for why he chose to wait an additional day to redeem the blind box rather than doing so immediately, it was merely a matter of caution. During his first attempt at integration with the barbarian lineage, the excruciating pain had startled the neighbors. During the third attempt, when he welcomed the young Kana, the entire neighborhood experienced a power outage while he was replenishing her energy. Only the second attempt had passed without incident. Now that he had drawn the attention of SHIELD and become a subject of their scrutiny, Shi Xiaolei was keen to avoid any further disturbances that might attract heightened surveillance. After all, he had promised the little girl that he would take her fishing at sea the next day. Thus, it seemed prudent to seize this opportunity to open the blind box in the vast, deserted ocean. This way, even if the new companion caused any disturbances, they would not draw undue attention. Filled with excitement and anticipation, he finally drifted off to sleep after midnight. The following morning, before he had fully awakened, Shi Xiaolei was stirred by a soft, sweet voice calling out to him. "Xiaolei, Xiaolei, wake up." As he opened his eyes, still drowsy, he discovered it was the little girl Kana. Gazing at the adorable and innocent visage of the little girl, feeling her excitement and anticipation, the remnants of Shi Xiaolei's morning grumpiness dissipated like mist. "Good morning, Kana." He extricated his arm from the cocoon of blankets and gently tousled the girl's hair. Smiling as he added, "You must first descend from my lap before I can rise." "Oh," the little girl replied with a nod, tumbling off and sliding to the floor. Indeed, she was a delightful creature. Her movements reminded Shi Xiaolei of the panda cubs he had once seen in a video, who employed similar antics while descending from heights. He retrieved a pair of beach shorts and a loose shirt from the chair by the bedside, donning them beneath the covers before emerging from bed. Bending down, he scooped up Kana, and together they ventured out of the room into the living area. "Good morning, Sylvia." They found her already awake and busy organizing her luggage. Noticing her industriousness, Shi Xiaolei casually greeted her. "Good morning," she replied with a smile, and then asked, "Rock, shall we bring some salmon?" "Let us take it along," he replied. "Better safe than sorry. What if we don't catch any sizable fish?" Before he could finish, Kana protested from his arms. "Today, I will definitely catch a big fish, at least this big." "Haha." Indeed, Shi Xiaolei chuckled at the sight of her outstretched arms, mimicking a grand gesture. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, he returned to the room with Kanna to dress her in a lovely outfit. Once their preparations were complete, the trio departed, stopping at a nearby breakfast shop for an authentic Chinese meal. As the clock approached 9 in the morning, they finally arrived at a private yacht dock located near Floyd Bennett Field in the southern part of Brooklyn. Considering the need for discretion due to their planned surprise, Shi Xiaolei opted not to rent a yacht online, but instead called Stark directly to borrow his private vessel. "You must be Rock." A plump gentleman greeted them as they arrived at the dock. "I am Happy, Mr. Stark's driver and bodyguard." "Hello, Happy." Shi Xiaolei was somewhat taken aback that Stark had sent him. Even more surprising was that after leading them aboard the yacht, Happy stated he would accompany them throughout the day, operating the vessel. While he recognized this as Stark's goodwill, Shi Xiaolei felt a twinge of discomfort. Rejecting the offer seemed inappropriate, yet allowing Happy's presence made it inconvenient for him to execute his plans. After much deliberation, he finally concocted a plausible excuse. As the young girl enthusiastically explored the yacht, Tu busily attended to her side, while Shi Xiaolei stealthily led Happy onto the deck, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, buddy, though it feels a bit awkward, could you refrain from following us?" He gestured towards the cabin and purposely winked. "It's a rare opportunity. I plan to take advantage of it while the little one is asleep. You understand?" A glance back revealed Tu, and Happy's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. I see. So what's your answer? I can step away to give you some space." Happy responded cooperatively. "Of course, provided you can operate this thing." It wasn't fear of damaging the yacht that concerned him. With Stark's wealth and his attitude towards Shi Xiaolei's family, even if the yacht were to suffer damage, they wouldn't seek compensation. What truly worried Happy was the potential accidents that could arise from their family's inexperience at sea. "No problem then," Shi Xiaolei chuckled. "You might not know, but Sylvia is an exceptional driver. Whether it's flying in the air, swimming in water, or driving on land, there's no vehicle she can't handle." Casting another glance at Tu, who was busy with the children, Happy looked back, incredulous. "Buddy, are you serious?" Chapter 14, The Ark. Unlike the innate knowledge portrayed in stories, limited by model specifications, Tu couldn't acquire operational skills for various vehicles as swiftly as the Enhanced Communication Model 9 could through downloaded techniques. However, as an intelligent robot, Tu could still master mechanical operations in an extremely short time. A single review of the manual sufficed. Much like Jarvis controlling mechanical arms to assist Tony Stark in assembling and disassembling his armor, once Tu absorbed the operational procedures through external input, he could elevate his skills to a meticulous level without the need for the human-like accumulation of experience through constant practice. Well, it seems I won't be needed after all. Having witnessed Tu's prowess firsthand, Happy couldn't help but give a thumbs up, leaving behind a wish for them to enjoy themselves. He perceptively exited the yacht and returned to Stark's side to report. "Shall we set off?" "Yes, let us go." Withdrawing his gaze, in sync with the adorably enthusiastic chant of the little girl, Kanna, Shi Xiaolei raised his fist. With the engine roaring to life again, Tu smoothly maneuvered the helm, guiding the yacht away from the dock and into the vast expanse of the sea. "Xiaolei, look at all the birds." "Ah, ha. Hey, that cloud looks fun. It resembles a bun." "Hello there." Excited by the seagulls following the boat, she shouted joyfully into the sea breeze, her voice resonating with a melodious tremor. The sight of the clouds above brought an involuntary smile to her face, and she greeted distant boats with polite waves. Throughout the journey, the little girl remained lively and animated, frolicking about like an exuberant little husky. The weather was splendid, free from the worries of turbulent waves. At her request, the yacht was navigated to the open sea, approximately 7 to 8 nautical miles off the southern coast of Long Island. While steering the vessel, attention was also devoted to the sonar display. Although not a professional fishing boat, this yacht, part of Stark's personal collection, was equipped with a range of highly specialized instruments, including a superior sonar for detecting fish schools, outperforming even that of conventional fishing vessels. "Have we found a school of fish?" "Indeed, let us stop." With the automatic pilot that Stark had installed, the yacht was secured against drifting with the current. Leaving the helm, she joined Shi Xiaolei and Kanna on the rear deck, close to the water's surface, where they retrieved their fishing gear. Shi Xiaolei guided Kanna in baiting the hook, demonstrating, "Like this, pierce it through," bending it along the curve of the hook. Preferring live bait over artificial lures made of plastic or wood, he was eager to see how effective it would be. Though the outcome remained uncertain, Kanna, gazing at the lively shrimp, couldn't help but salivate. "Shi Xiaolei," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she reached out to grasp a wriggling shrimp, its glistening eyes fixed on him. "Can I eat one? They look so delicious." "No, you can't," he replied, amused and exasperated, playfully pinching her nose. "You mustn't eat it raw. It could upset your stomach. If you want shrimp, I'll cook some for you later. Would you prefer creamy shrimp balls or shrimp with eggplant?" Which flavor do you like? I want the creamy one. All right, I'll prepare that for you. As they conversed, the bait was ready. Shi Xiaolei placed the fishing rod in Kanna's hands and gently nudged her forward. Go on. Let Sylvia teach you how to cast the line. I still need to prepare a couple more. Okay. Recalling the fishing mechanics from Nier Automata, Shi Xiaolei assumed she would know how to cast a line. However, upon glancing at Kanna and then at the apologetic Shi Xiaolei, he was taken aback. You don't know how? Kanna shyly nodded. I've only fished. I've never used a fishing rod, having not played for a long time. Shi Xiaolei was reminded that the fishing in the game was quite unique. There were no fishing rods or bait involved. The intelligent robots were merely assigned to specific water areas to catch fish. When a catch was made, it was evident that what was attached was not a hook, but rather a clamp. Very well, please wait for me a moment. After hanging the bait on the other two rods, Shi Xiaolei stood up, bringing along a large and a small rod to the side of the boat. While explaining the key points, he demonstrated the technique several times for them. This was neither river fishing nor rock fishing. There was no need to pursue the distance of the cast, only to ensure that the bait entered the water without tangling the line. Have you learned it? He asked. Replied the young girl, Kanna, nodding vigorously. I got it. Well then, give it a try and let me see. Imitating the actions she had just learned from Shi Xiaolei, Kanna first lifted the fishing rod backward and then forcefully cast it forward. In her eagerness to apply force, she forgot about her own strength. The rod flung out the bait nearly 100 meters. Shi Xiaolei, is that right? She turned her face, excitedly asking. After a moment of silence, Shi Xiaolei smiled wryly and nodded. That's right. But next time, try to ease up a bit, all right? I understand. Although there were a few minor mishaps. As time passed, the atmosphere on the boat gradually returned to tranquility. The young girl was quite lucky, managing to catch a small fish approximately every 15 minutes. Observing her joyful demeanor and the tender interactions between her and Shi Xiaolei, he felt a profound sense of peace within. Oh, I almost forgot the main task. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shi Xiaolei suddenly recalled another important matter regarding their outing at sea. Sylvia, please keep Kanna entertained for a while. I need to step inside. Setting down his fishing rod, Shi Xiaolei stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Sylvia. Having heard Shi Xiaolei mention another purpose for their trip the previous night, she responded with an understanding smile and nodded. All right. Entering the cabin. Ensuring he was not visible to any satellites above, Shi Xiaolei seated himself on the couch and immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness. Redeem a blind box. There was no visible interface, yet he could feel the decline of his sign-in value as the number dwindled to a mere 10 points. A golden box materialized within his sea of consciousness. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaolei silently issued the command, open. Unlike the first time he opened a box, where a crimson light orb hovered before him, or the second and third times when a summoning circle of about a meter in diameter appeared, this time, the only change was the emergence of an inexplicable connection within his sea of consciousness. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Shi Xiaolei closed his eyes to calmly examine the rewards from this box. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment and joy, inadvertently exclaiming, wow, it's an ark? This can't be real. Chapter 15, The Deserted Island. Previously, he had never been entirely certain about the origin of the external aid he possessed. However, this time, upon unboxing the blind box and revealing the isolated ark from Ark, Survival Evolved, Shi Xiaolei finally reached a conclusion and realized the truth that the malfunctioning hard drive had transformed into a system. This realization stemmed not only from the fact that the hard drive contained a sandbox survival game, but also from the two artificially constructed survival bases within the ark he had uncovered. Although considerable time had elapsed, Shi Xiaolei instantly recognized that the two bases, one large and one small, were the very foundations he had painstakingly built during his gameplay. With a heart full of anticipation, he endured the remaining hours like a slow agony. After returning home with Air and Kanna, having filled their bellies and washed up, and finally lulling the little girl to sleep, Shi Xiaolei seized the opportunity to stealthily delve into the ark's interior. Concerned that the ark might be detected by satellites once it manifested in the real world, potentially attracting unnecessary troubles, and fearing that its exquisite nature could be jeopardized by drifting meteors in space, he opted not to extract it into reality. Instead, he chose to place it within a conceptual dimension akin to a mirrored space. The foremost concern was whether this entity would function normally once extracted. Thus, Shi Xiaolei refrained from directly entering the map and first navigated to the control center, a location he would encounter upon completing the game. Just like the two survival bases on the map, the ark recorded all data he had previously left as a player. In essence, Shi Xiaolei had become the rightful owner of this ark, and it was precisely due to this identity that he could teleport directly to the control center. In other words, had it been a brand new ark, or if he had carelessly deleted the save file, He would have had to gather the artifacts anew and clear the checkpoints once more to reach this place. Following the futuristic corridor, he arrived at the Grand Hall. Before the console, imbued with an aura of advanced technology, he effortlessly tapped a few buttons and quickly ascertained the Ark's operational status. To his astonishment, the data displayed on the screen elicited a look of surprise from Shi Xiaolei. Due to the absence of meteors or meteorites in the dimensional layer, the Ark was unable to capture these external materials, resulting in red exclamation marks appearing next to sections such as resource refreshment, biological cloning, and supply drops. Conversely, because the dimensional layer was suffused with various energy rays of extraordinary intensity, far exceeding that of the real world, the energy harnessed through solar conversion functions was significantly above normal levels. With an abundance of energy at his disposal, Shi Xiaolei's excitement surged as he clenched his fists and danced joyfully. As for materials, they were the least of his concerns. The ability to decompose meteors floating in the cosmic expanse into basic elements and reassemble them into various life forms and resources was a notion that was undoubtedly not picky. With the vast expanse of Earth at his back, and the portable space acquired from activating his barbarian lineage as a means of transport, Shi Xiaolei found himself unperturbed by the prospect of securing the resources necessary for the Arkansas. Indeed, barely half a minute passed before he conceived several ingenious ideas. He considered acquiring raw minerals from mining companies and collaborating with construction material firms to source sand and stones. These were monetized approaches. Alternatively, he contemplated extracting sand from the arid African desert, collecting seawater from the ocean, or gathering stones from desolate wildernesses. These were cost-free methods. There were even potential profit-making ventures, such as establishing a construction waste disposal company to charge service fees while repurposing the reclaimed debris. If he were not averse to the idea, he might even set up a waste processing plant to manage various types of refuse. After all, with the Ark's decomposition capabilities, there was little distinction between household waste and construction debris. Upon devising solutions, Shi Xiaolei glanced at the several crimson alerts and felt no irritation. Rather, he found them increasingly endearing. With this buoyant spirit, he departed from the control center and, through the teleportation array, arrived beneath the verdant obelisk closest to the late-stage base. The air, rich in oxygen and suitable for sustaining large dinosaurs, was devoid of any pollution. After a few gentle breaths, he felt considerably rejuvenated. Towering trees surrounded him, and the distant calls of dinosaurs echoed softly, imparting a primal and rugged charm that lingered in the air. Looking up, he beheld the grand green obelisk suspended overhead. The dome-shaped shield simulated a sky adorned with blue and white clouds, strikingly real. In stark contrast to the impenetrable darkness he had observed moments earlier through the control center's porthole. Stepping off the metallic platform, he felt the soft touch of earth beneath his feet, a result of decomposed leaves. Standing still, he summoned memories from his gaming days. Moments later, he recalled the path and discerned the direction of his home. He retrieved the 2 pieces of gear that would enhance his running speed, donned them, and brandished 2 wooden sticks. He struck the unsuspecting Lofrathon twice, activating a frenzy effect, which he used to emit a fearsome roar that dispersed nearby carnivorous dinosaurs. Following that, he let out a battle cry to bolster his endurance. Though it may sound verbose, it transpired in mere seconds. Like a whirlwind, Shi Xiaolei dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered several hundred meters. In the game, each map varied in size. For instance, the official data for the island map indicated an area of approximately 40 square kilometers. Calculating the distances from north to south and east to west, it measured just over 6 kilometers. However, the arc that emerged from the blind box was evidently far more expansive. As it materialized into a tangible form, it adhered to the laws of physics. Perhaps to satisfy this condition, the map transformed not only from a square to a circular shape, but also expanded from the mere 40 square kilometers in the game to nearly 1,000 square kilometers. Even at the maximum speed of Shi Xiaolei, he had to run for a full 2 hours. However, upon seeing the base he had constructed in the game once more, any lingering resentment in his heart swiftly dissipated into oblivion. The fatigue from his long journey was momentarily forgotten. Admittedly, the rough-hewn stone house lacked significant allure. What truly exhilarated him were the few pet dinosaurs that had survived after he cleared the game. It's been a long time, Dubai. He lifted his arm to caress the chin of the leucistic Tyrannosaurus Rex. Feeling the warm breath escaping its nostrils, Shi Xiaolei was undeterred by the pungent odor. Instead, breaking into a heartfelt smile, the massive Tyrannosaurus affectionately nudged him with its nose, displaying a lively excitement akin to that of a playful puppy as it wagged its tail. Good boy, good boy. Chapter 16. A host of pets friends who have played Ark, Survival Evolved are well aware that to collect all crafting blueprints, one must conquer the game at its highest difficulty. To achieve this, a well-coordinated team composition is essential. The feathered raptor enhances attack power. The fierce pig-like creature serves as a healer to ensure longevity, and a sturdy tyrannosaurus or a sloth must be included for substantial damage output. Furthermore, these must be bred specimens, with attributes far superior to those of wild counterparts. Otherwise, overcoming the final challenge in the highest difficulty mode becomes exceedingly arduous. Not having been the leader or a strategy expert, Shi Xiaolei was merely an ordinary player. When he initially cleared the highest difficulty, he was not as well prepared as he should have been, although he had configured his team based on online guides. The lack of time spent breeding dinosaurs meant that his final lineup lacked overwhelming strength. Consequently, after defeating the ultimate boss, his collection of pets suffered heavy losses, leaving only a handful of fortunate survivors. The leucistic Tyrannosaurus rex, affectionately named Dubai, was among them, along with a feathered raptor named Sangzi. Two fierce pig-like creatures called Juda and Juer, and two sloths designated as 11 and 16. In contrast to the battle-hardened dinosaurs that participated in the final showdown, none of the utility dinosaurs tasked with gathering resources were lost. The mammoth, adept at collecting wood, the stegosaurus for quarrying stone, the ankylosaurus for harvesting metals, the scythe lizard for gathering fibers, the triceratops for fruit collection, and the devil frog for cement extraction, along with the Argentine giant eagle for travel and the whale, plesiosaur, and mosasaur for aquatic operations, as well as the brachiosaurus and pteranodon serving as combat platforms. All those he had captured during his gameplay were preserved in the cryogenic chamber, each one thriving. As the game transformed into reality, he could no longer rely on logging out to prolong the operation of the cryogenic refrigerator. Concerned about the prolonged absence and the potential disruption of the power supply to the cryogenic chamber, which could lead to the demise of the encapsulated pets, Shi Xiaolei carefully extracted the low-temperature pod and first released all the terrestrial creatures. After tenderly caressing each one, he led them out of the courtyard, reminiscent of his initial experience within the game, commanding them to roam freely with a whistle. The lush green grass and delectable berries by the nearby shallows captivated the herbivorous dinosaurs, while the carnivorous ones charged towards their wild prey, initiating a new round of hunting. After observing for a while and ensuring that the pets would not harm one another, and that nearby companions would rush to assist any pet under threat, Shi Xiaolei felt a wave of relief wash over him, nodding in satisfaction. Glancing into his backpack, he noted that several pteranodons, and argentavis, and a few aquatic creatures remained unreleased. After some contemplation, he retrieved the pod containing the argentavis, pressed the switch, and tossed it out. With a sharp cry, the most magnificent argentavis emerged before him. Much like the other pets released earlier, this majestic bird approached Shi Xiaolei, affectionately nudging him with its head. With a chuckle, he patted the bird's head and offered it a piece of roasted leg meat, feeding the creature known as the battle chicken. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, or perhaps invigorated by the transition from game to reality, the argentavis excitedly spread its wings and fluttered lightly. In the game, one could not fully appreciate the power of its wings, but now, Shi Xiaolei felt the palpable force they generated, akin to the industrial fans in a factory, nearly knocking him off balance with the gusts. The relatively modest-sized argentavis could create such a commotion. He wondered what the pteranodon would be capable of. With a hint of curiosity, Shi Xiaolei subsequently released the pteranodon that had been confined within the cryogenic chamber. To his surprise, as soon as the pteranodon emerged, it stumbled awkwardly. Given that Shi Xiaolei had previously equipped this aerial combat platform with a saddle and even constructed a small dwelling atop it, he felt a pang of sympathy for the creature. Rushing forward, he placed a comforting hand on its back and removed the saddle that had burdened it. Although the little house on the saddle had collapsed, witnessing the pteranodon regain its vitality and energy made Shi Xiaolei feel it was worthwhile. Mounting the argentavis, he whistled and took to the skies alongside the pteranodon. After wandering about for a brief spell, as the thrill and novelty began to diminish, much like the previously commanded terrestrial dinosaur, Shi Xiaolei issued a directive for the pterosaur to engage in free activity. Hovering in the air, he observed the magnificent creature pivot and soar towards another wild pterosaur in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reining in the giant eagle, he adjusted its course and set off towards his next destination. To be honest, the eagle's flight speed, now materialized, far surpassed that in the game. However, due to the significantly expanded map, the journey to the seaside took nearly half an hour. Primarily, it was because he had lost the crystal on his wrist, which had deprived him of the in-game navigation capabilities. To avoid losing his way, he had to guide the eagle along the river. If he had flown in a straight line, perhaps it would have only taken a quarter of an hour. Regardless, he had arrived at the seaside. Reflecting on the game's setting, Shi Xiaolei leaped from the eagle and curiously scooped a handful of seawater, bringing it to his lips for a taste. Surprisingly, It was not salty at all. While this answered his curiosity, it also left him somewhat disheartened. The water was fresh, implying that the aquatic species like the plesiosaur, elasmosaurus, ichthyosaur, and megalodon in the game were genetically modified freshwater creatures. He had initially considered bringing a couple of aquatic dinosaurs back to the Marvel Universe to release them into the ocean near New York, planning to take Kanna to play with them on weekends. But now, it seemed uncertain whether those creatures could adapt to Earth's seas. Perhaps he would wait until he thoroughly understood the situation and discovered a method to bring Kanna over to play. Shaking off his regrets, Shi Xiaolei fetched his last few pokeballs, sequentially pressing the switches and tossing them onto the ocean's surface. The plesiosaur, elasmosaurus, spinosaurus, and leviathan emerged from the depths, gazing curiously at Shi Xiaolei, who was circling high above. Sensing their emotions, he let out a hearty laugh and stood up on the eagle's back. In the next moment, he shouted joyfully and leaped off, tracing a vertical line through the air before plunging into the sea with a splash. Chapter 17. Lamb. After spending 2 to 3 hours playing with his numerous pets, Shi Xiaolei recalled that he needed to procure supplies at the market for the day's business. Reluctantly, he departed the concealed ark nestled within the dimensional interstice, returning home laden with various items. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 1 in the morning. Not daring to delay, he hurried into the bathroom for a quick cleanup and, with utmost speed, collapsed onto his bed. Perhaps the exertion from playing with those hefty creatures had drained much of his energy, or perhaps prolonged excitement throughout the day had left him fatigued. Soon, Shi Xiaolei drifted into slumber, emitting even breaths of contented snoring. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. As it was on any other day, Shi Xiaolei took charge of preparing breakfast, while the little girl, Na, busied herself with packing her bag and braiding her hair. Once they had their fill, and noticing that it was nearly time to leave, Shi Xiaolei stood up, one hand holding an empty bowl and chopsticks, while the other affectionately ruffled Kanna's hair. "Are you full? Wipe your mouth, we're about to set off." With a well-behaved nod, Kanna picked up her small bowl, hopped off the chair, and followed Shi Xiaolei into the kitchen. With a smile, he took a wet wipe from the tissue box on the counter and dabbed it at the little girl's mouth. As he called for Na to wash up later, he led Kanna outside. "Oh, Locke, are you going too?" Na inquired with curiosity. "Yes, let us go together," Shi Xiaolei replied, nodding as he picked up the small backpack resting on the sofa and placed it on Kanna's back. "After dropping Kanna off, I'll swing by the market. I plan to visit the hardware store to pick up a few things." Na said nothing more, but Kanna, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Shi Xiaolei, are you taking me to school?" "Indeed," he said, bending down to scoop her up and gently pinching her nose, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. "I'm going to buy some new supplies and prepare a delicious meal for you tonight." "Really?" Kanna beamed, her innocent smile making her resemble a delightful doll. "Of course it's true." Adopting a playful tone, Shi Xiaolei leaned in closer to her ear, whispering, "I've got a lot of scrumptious meat prepared." "Meat, yum." Kanna recalled the braised pork Shi Xiaolei had made, and she couldn't help but drool. "I love meat." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off quickly. You focus on your classes, and while you're at school, I'll gather supplies. When you return, a feast of meat awaits you." "Oh." Following closely behind Shi Xiaolei, observing their interaction, Na felt a warmth in her heart, her face breaking into a gentle, serene smile. The details of their journey to the market are not worth recounting in full. Suffice it to say that after a brief excursion, around 9:30 in the morning, the two returned to the store with a multitude of purchases. After parking the car and moving to the back to open the trunk, Shi Xiaolei cheerfully commanded, "Sylvia, please take these over. I'll handle the stove." "All right." For the sake of convenience, Shi Xiaolei had parked near the entrance of the store, intending to unload the items before moving the vehicle to the back. By 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, most of those who were to work had already left for their jobs, while those who did not had yet to rise. The streets were relatively quiet, and the store had few customers. Indeed, the surrounding shopkeepers appeared quite leisurely. Some were arranging stock inside, others were sweeping the entrance, and a few simply sat outside, basking in the sun and cracking sunflower seeds. In Chinatown, many of the shop owners were immigrants from their homeland. Upon witnessing Shi Xiaolei unloading a grill from his vehicle, the proprietor of the neighboring handicraft shop could not resist approaching him. "Sure, where did you acquire that grill? Are you planning to set up a barbecue stall?" The appliance in Shi's possession was not the round, lid-covered grill typical of Western usage, but rather the elongated variety commonly found in any domestic food street, specifically designed for skewers. Perhaps the uncle was motivated by concerns regarding the sanitary disposal of skewers, or perhaps other reasons. In any case, there were scarcely any skewered meat vendors in this region of America, having resided here for several years without indulging in such delicacies. It was no wonder that he felt compelled to engage with Shi upon seeing him with the grill. Recalling some premium lamb he had procured the previous day, Shi Xiaolei cheerfully greeted his neighbor. I'm not sure if I'll sell any yet. Let us see how it goes after a trial run. By the way, Lu, are you free this evening? Perhaps you could join me for a bite and offer your thoughts. Sure, I've been craving that flavor, Lu readily agreed, adding, I still have a couple of fine bottles of wine from my last trip back home. I'll bring them along for us to enjoy. Sounds good. Let us have a drink. Although Lu had mentioned visiting in the evening, by mid-afternoon, his eagerness got the better of him. He entrusted his shop's affairs to his employees and made his way to Shi Xiaolei's establishment. Barbecue. One must first have skewers to grill, he mused, as he noted Shi's clumsiness with the task at hand. Thus, he took it upon himself to assist Shi in threading the skewers. Where did you get this lamb? Quite impressive, he exclaimed. I ordered it directly from a ranch. It should be decent, Shi replied. Although Lu was a friendly fellow and generally discreet, Shi chose not to disclose the true origin of the lamb. In reality, the meat was part of the supplies Shi had extracted from the Ark, similar to other resources stored at the base. When he had previously ceased playing, Shi discovered a considerable stockpile of lamb meant for nurturing pets still remaining in his warehouse. Due to the overly complex mechanics of the original game, he had opted to adjust the item stacking, inadvertently accumulating approximately 40 to 50 stacks of lamb, each comprising 999 pieces. With each portion weighing about a kilogram, the total amounted to an astonishing 4 to 5 tons. While a few spoiled pieces might not pose a significant issue, the thought of such a vast quantity decaying into inedible meat was truly disheartening. Though he hesitated to indiscriminately distribute dinosaur meat, he reasoned that the lamb should pose no significant concern. Thus, with the intent of minimizing waste, Shi Xiaolei retrieved all the lamb from his freezer and stowed it away in a portable backpack that had been activated alongside the barbarian bloodline. Although the characters in Diablo 2 possess bags devoid of any temporal constraints, allowing them to preserve lamb in a pristine state, the limited space compared to Ark Survival Evolved presents a challenge. With so much lamb occupying the bag, it becomes rather impractical. Thus, motivated by the desire to free up space, Shi Xiaolei devised a plan to promptly consume the excess lamb. By the way, why is it only ribs here? Where are the leg and shoulder cuts? He inquired. It's just the American way. Meat is sold by specific cuts, came the reply. True enough, but such exquisite ribs, all chopped into small pieces and skewered, seems a bit of a waste, Shi Xiaolei mused. Since we are eating anyway, why not choose our favorite method of preparation? I don't feel it's a waste, though it is somewhat labor-intensive. You're just inexperienced. With more practice, it will become second nature, he added. At that moment, laughter erupted from outside, and in an instant, the spirited young girl, Kanna, burst in. I'm here for the feast. To satisfy Kanna's hearty appetite for meat, Shi Xiaolei set aside a few pieces of prepared lamb ribs, opting not to chop them all into cubes at once. Is it like this? Kanna asked, as she carefully applied seasoning, her small hands delicately massaging the meat. Shi Xiaolei, disallowing her from skewering the meat due to the sharp sticks, found her enthusiasm irresistible and assigned her another task. Watching Kanna, with her small hands clumsily manipulating the lamb ribs, her face smeared with a few drops of olive oil, radiated earnestness and determination as she encouraged herself with soft murmurs. Not only did Shi Xiaolei beam at her like a proud father, but old Lu also wore a look of tender affection. Your girl is truly adorable. I find myself a bit envious, he remarked. How did you educate her, Shi? Do share your wisdom. The key lies in Kanna's own understanding, Shi Xiaolei replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. I haven't taught her much. She learns on her own. Just then, Zhen brought a handkerchief to help Kanna wipe her oily face. Observing the graceful Zhen next to Kanna, old Lu couldn't help but express his admiration. You are indeed fortunate to have found such a wonderful girl like Sylvia. Not only did you secure a great partner, but you've also gained such a lovely little sister. Alas, when I first arrived in America, why didn't I encounter such good fortune? Do you not fear your wife overhearing such sentiments? Old Lu teased. Am I that kind of person? In my household, I am the one who lays down the law. Whatever I say, she must adhere to it. Dare she cross me? Only because your wife has returned to her homeland. In her presence, I doubt you would speak so boldly, old Lu countered. I would say the same in front of her. Then why not give her a call? To his surprise, Shi Xiaolei made such a remark. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lao Lu concocted an excuse. Let us skip the call. It's the middle of the night back home. And I certainly do not wish to invite rebuke upon myself. Indeed, it seemed the truth had slipped through. As the two engaged in playful banter, Kanna was diligently massaging the lamb chops. Unfamiliar with cooking, she was unsure how long to continue, worried that prolonged massage might compromise the meat's flavor. The young girl looked up at Shi Xiaolei with adorable eyes, interrupting his conversation with Lao Lu. Xiaolei, could you please check if it's ready now? After a glance at the iron tray before Kanna, confirming that she had evenly coated the marinade, Shi Xiaolei generously gave a thumbs up. Kanna, you've done splendidly. This is just right. Really? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Yes, just place it in the refrigerator to marinate for another 2 hours. I reckon around 5 o'clock. We can start grilling. Oh, Kanna exclaimed joyfully, leaping from her chair and rising onto her tiptoes to lift the tray containing the lamb chops. Observing this scene, another person promptly set aside their tasks to assist. Be careful. With assistance, the tray was successfully sent to the kitchen and placed in the refrigerator. Though it was a seemingly inconsequential task, Kanna's face radiated with a sense of accomplishment. After washing her hands, she dashed back, climbed onto the chair again, and rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Shi Xiaolei, who was still busy. Her large, sparkling eyes blinked with anticipation, as if she were desperate for praise to be inscribed on her face. However, after waiting a moment without receiving any compliments, Kanna felt a tinge of disappointment and a hint of reluctance. As her gaze fell, she noticed that there were still several pieces of meat unskewered in the tray. An idea sparked in her mind. Xiaolei, I want to help with threading the meat. Recalling his earlier concerns about her safety with the skewers, Shi Xiaolei hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. That is quite tricky. You're still a bit young for this. But I want to help. She insisted. Feeling a pang of guilt at her disappointment, Shi Xiaolei thought for a moment and decided to assign her another task. All right then, Kanna, could you please give Stark a call? Just tell him we've prepared some delicious lamb and ask if he would like to join us, all right? Previously, when borrowing Stark's yacht, he had not been overly polite, and now that he had acquired premium lamb, he certainly did not wish to forget to share it with him. Since Stark had visited the store frequently a while back, Shi Xiaolei had already forged a friendship with him, following their collaboration to establish a company focused on producing a weakened version of a certain potion. Their relationship had evolved from mere friendship to that of business partners. Although he had never founded a company nor held shares before, Shi Xiaolei understood the importance of maintaining a good relationship with collaborators. Upon receiving her new task, Kanna's spirits lifted instantly, and her lively demeanor returned. Leaping from her chair, she approached Shi Xiaolei and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Under Shi Xiaolei's guidance, she uncovered the private number of Stark. Looking up, she sought confirmation with her gaze. Assured that she had not erred, the little girl extended her chubby finger and pressed the dial button. Hey Rock, what's up? With Jarvis present, the call was swiftly connected. Uncle Stark, it's me, Kanna. Kanna? Stark's previously casual tone shifted to one of seriousness, tinged with affection. Hello, my little sweetheart. What can I do for you? Have you finished the chocolates I sent you last time? Just wait a moment. Uncle Stark will place an order for a few more boxes. Not that. Clutching the phone earnestly, the little girl adorably replied. We have some delicious meat at home. Do you like meat, Uncle Stark? Would you like to come over and eat with us? Meat? Yes, lots of it, and it looks so appetizing. Being a child, she was yet to master the art of multitasking. Engrossed in her conversation with Stark, she remained blissfully unaware of old Lu's astonished expression nearby. Old Lu, with a visage full of surprise, turned to Shi Xiaolei and inquired, Stark? Is it the Stark I know? Yes, precisely that one. Shi Xiaolei nodded, somewhat taken aback, and countered, he has been dining at my restaurant frequently, around 7 or 8 times lately. Didn't you notice? How would I know? Old Lu rolled his eyes exasperatedly. Last month, I went to England with your sister-in-law, and just returned a couple of days ago after she took Xiao Qin back to visit her grandparents. Did you forget? Shi Xiaolei finally recalled. I suppose I have a poor memory. Indeed, not only is your memory lacking, but your work is also quite careless. Shaking his head, Old Lu lamented, it's tough for us Chinese here in America. It's rare to befriend someone of Stark's stature. You should at least show some effort. Who behaves so casually, making a phone call as if it's all right whether they come or not. When extending an invitation, shouldn't you be a bit more courteous and gracious? Old Lu, you're overthinking it. It's not that serious. Chapter 19. Tony and Pepper. Since Obadiah stepped down and assumed control of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts had been striving to reverse the situation and stabilize stock prices to set the company back on course. To achieve this goal, she racked her brain for numerous ideas and implemented various measures. Some yielded results, while others proved futile. After a period of experimentation, Pepper Potts concluded that to truly revitalize Stark Industries, adjustments in other areas were not as significant. The pivotal factor lay in whether Stark himself was invested and capable of producing commercially viable new inventions. Ultimately, the key rested with Stark. Thus, Pepper Potts transformed into a relentless presence, consistently reaching out to Stark each day, akin to a bank demanding loan repayments, urging him to expedite his research and swiftly produce new products. Were it anyone else, Stark's temperament would surely have led him to sever ties without hesitation. However, with Pepper, the dynamics shifted. Although he had yet to fully comprehend his own feelings and acknowledge Pepper as his singular focus, it must be said that Stark's patience with her far exceeded that which he afforded others. Moreover, after that night, spent with the white serum obtained from Shi Xiaolei, Where Pepper experienced a sense of conquest and achievement that eluded her in the past, Stark subconsciously elevated her status in his heart. If previously Pepper had been regarded solely as the most trustworthy assistant, following that night, her standing ascended to that of family, truly usurping Obadiah's former position. In their professional collaboration, much like Stark's earlier partnership with Obadiah, Stark would devise various weapons while Obadiah managed marketing and sales. With Pepper now fulfilling Obadiah's role, her frequent reminders served only to reinforce her diligent commitment. Thus Stark exhibited remarkable patience, unperturbed by her incessant prompts. Compounding this was Stark's own inclination towards collaboration, leading him to consider working with Shi Xiaolei to develop and market new serums. It is noteworthy that following the establishment of the new company, Stark Industries received immediate orders from the military, resulting in a modest recovery of its stock price. However, with the serum as the primary product, the new company's focus diverged significantly from Stark Industries' original core, lacking robust support from the headquarters. Compounded by the presence of the established giant, Oscorp, competition was exceedingly fierce, rendering a swift improvement in profitability unrealistic. What else could Stark do? He had no choice but to redirect his attention to his area of expertise in the realm of physics. When he received a call from Khanna, Stark was engrossed in research within the laboratory, in a moment reminiscent of the famous line about turning back only to find a familiar face amidst the dim lights. He weighed various considerations. Primarily, the significant gaps left by the closure of the weapons department rendered the profits from minor projects insufficient. With almost no alternative, Stark ultimately decided to focus on renewable energy based on the small arc reactor. Jarvis, what time is it? After concluding his conversation with Khanna, Stark stretched his neck to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from prolonged welding. It is currently 4:08 in the afternoon. Set an alarm for 5:30. Gazing at the array of devices on the workbench, Stark mentally calculated the time required to wrap things up. As he flexed his fingers, he continued to instruct. Inform Happy to pay a visit to that dessert shop on 42nd Street. Remember that chocolate brand from last time? Have him procure 2 boxes for me. I intend to bring them to Khanna later. Oh, and also call Pepper, urging her to don something more casual and prepare a bit. Ms. Pepper is en route and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Very well, I shall speak with her myself. Please notify Happy. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and before Stark had emerged from the restroom, Pepper had already arrived in the lab. Tony, are you there? Right here. Swinging his hands, Stark stepped out of the restroom. You arrived just in time. I was about to call you. Is there something you need? There are several documents requiring your signature. Striding forward in her high heels, Pepper opened the folder in her hands and presented it to Stark. Here, and here, and here. With a genuine sense of trust, Stark took the pen without hesitation, signing his name on the documents. Is that all? Yes, for now, just these few. The other 3 contracts are still under negotiation. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should conclude discussions before 8 this evening. 8 o'clock? Stark shook his head. Are you required to attend? If so, let us postpone it until tomorrow. Have you not always wanted to meet Khanna? Stark smiled, his right hand casually resting on Pepper's shoulder. She just called me, inviting me over. We can discuss negotiations tomorrow. For now, accompany me this evening. As Stark's assistant, Pepper had often played the role of his companion at numerous soirees, both formal and informal. Hearing Stark's words, she instinctively recalled past experiences. For a moment, she forgot that it was Khanna who had called, focusing instead on the notion of yet another formal gathering necessitating a female companion. All right, I shall change into something suitable. Tony, should I bring a gift? There's no need for anything so formal. Sensing the misunderstanding, Stark quickly clarified, it's merely a casual gathering among friends. I've already sent Happy to fetch chocolates to present to the young lady. As for your suit, it's indeed not appropriate. Opt for something more relaxed. I understand. Imagining the atmosphere of the impending gathering, Pepper unconsciously adopted a more casual tone. What time shall we head over? 5:30. Pointing to the workbench not far away, Stark grinned. I'm almost done here. Another hour should suffice. How about you? Is 5:30 acceptable? Absolutely. I'll make the arrangements. Pepper nodded. Splendid. Stark gently pecked Pepper on the lips, giving her a playful pat on the lower back. Go on, get busy. Once you've arranged everything, come back. I'll be waiting here. The sudden kiss took Pepper slightly by surprise. She rolled her eyes playfully, turned her waist, and with a light step, left a series of soft thuds as she walked out of Stark's sight. Chapter 20. The Triad meeting. It was not Tony who sought them out, but rather an invitation extended from their side. Although the gathering was modest, as the host, one must exhibit a certain demeanor. Furthermore, a meeting was scheduled with Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. that evening at home, to finalize the delivery of 100 vials of serum valued at $1 million, a transaction too significant for an ordinary person to witness. especially given Coulson's unique role as an agent. Thus, Shi Xiaolei decided to forego the evening's business, closing shop early around 5 o'clock. He shut the store door and piled the prepared skewers onto a large tray, carrying them to the back. The layout of the front and back of the shop was indeed somewhat cramped. Fortunately, the landlord was an old-fashioned man. Steadfast in his belief that a close connection to the earth fosters prosperity, he stubbornly retained a small courtyard behind the shop. After some tidying up, this modest courtyard was just perfect for hosting today's gathering. He ignited the charcoal purchased along with the grill, finding a small stool to sit behind it. Shi Xiaolei held a small brush in one hand and a handful of skewers in the other, commencing the first round of grilling. Old Lu had gone to fetch his fine wine, likely taking around 10 minutes to return. Shi Xiaolei was preparing a salad. Merely indulging in roasted meat, particularly lamb, might become overwhelming, so some refreshing cold dishes were necessary. Given that the ingredients at home were insufficient and shopping at this hour was not ideal, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of a tangy cold dish and opted for the more common American-style salad instead. The aroma was delightful. Squatting in front of the grill, his bright, sparkling eyes remained fixated on the skewers sizzling over the charcoal. The fat and spices melded together, releasing a rich fragrance. At that moment, Kana had completely forgotten about the half-eaten strawberry in her hand. How fragrant! To prevent the cumin and chili powder from burning, Shi Xiaolei gently brushed a bit of oil onto the skewers. It smelled good, and it would taste even better. I can't wait to eat, Kana mumbled, unconsciously salivating. Just a little longer, it'll be ready soon. At that moment, a voice called out from the gate a few meters away. Turning around, he was surprised to see Coulson had arrived early, accompanied by another woman he recognized. May, what brings her here? Good evening, Locke. Through the courtyard gate, Coulson wore his signature gentle smile. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, Shi Xiaolei nodded in response and instructed the little girl, Kana, hurry and open the door. Oh, hello, Kana. As he entered, Coulson produced a small bag and handed it to May, who had accompanied Kana to greet him at the gate. Miss Sylvia, this is a small token of my appreciation. Whether it was a one-time transaction or a long-term collaboration was entirely at Shi Xiaolei's discretion. Given that it was a seller's market, Coulson, or rather S-H-I-E-L-D, would undoubtedly adopt a more proactive stance. To facilitate a better rapport with Shi Xiaolei, Coulson not only took the time to study the etiquette of visiting Chinese immigrant households, but also prepared a thoughtful gift for this visit. He even enlisted the help of May, who was of Chinese descent herself, to accompany him and ensure he covered all bases. Thank you. Please come in, Coulson, Shi Xiaolei said. You arrived just in time. The skewers are nearly ready. Come, taste my culinary skills. Ah, this is May, my colleague. Perhaps it was the scene before them, reminiscent of a rural Chinese courtyard, that stirred memories. Or perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to leave a favorable first impression on Shi Xiaolei, but May chose to speak not in English, but in perfectly enunciated Mandarin. Hello. Mr. Shi. Hello. Although he was fully aware of her identity, pretending not to recognize her felt somewhat awkward. At a loss for how to act, Shi Xiaolei decided to abandon his thoughts and simply regarded her as a fellow countryman. With a smile, he picked up a few freshly grilled skewers and offered them forward. Would you like to try some? Without any pleasantries, he was offering skewers right off the bat. Although May was somewhat older, she was still a woman. And considering it was their first meeting, Coulson couldn't help but internally critique the situation. Thank you. Yet outwardly, Coulson smiled and eagerly accepted the skewers. I could smell them as soon as I got out of the car. I thought a new barbecue place had opened nearby. Kana wants some too. The little girl, oblivious to the subtleties of the situation, rushed over and hugged Shi Xiaolei's leg as soon as she saw Coulson and May with their skewers. How could we forget our little Kana? Shi Xiaolei chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair and retrieving 2 skewers from the platter. Here, take these and enjoy. They're a bit hot, so remember to blow on them first. Nodding vigorously, Kana beamed as she accepted the skewers, pouting her lips to blow on them several times. Once she felt they had cooled sufficiently, she opened her mouth and bit into a piece of lamb from the skewer. How is it? Delicious, right? A drop of juice dribbled down her cheek, but the little girl was oblivious, her eyes squinting with happiness. So tasty. You're amazing, Xiaolei. If you like it, eat plenty. After tousling Kana's hair once more, Shi Xiaolei turned his attention back to Coulson and May. Delicious. This is my first time tasting meat skewers prepared in such a manner. Coulson gave a thumbs up, and May offered her hearty praise as well, expressing that the flavor was delightful and reminiscent of the barbecue stalls back home. Indeed, my technique was learned from the owner of a barbecue stand. You may not realize that the quality of barbecue does not solely depend on the meat and spices. The key lies in the oil used. Nowadays, many people rely on bottled oil, but mine is different. It's a genuine blend infused with star anise and other spices, simmered to perfection. The response has been quite positive, and Shi Xiaolei felt a swell of accomplishment, becoming more talkative as a result. Noticing Shi Xiaolei's newfound enthusiasm, Coulson and May exchanged a discreet glance. Establishing a silent understanding between them, they settled in the yard, engaging Shi Xiaolei in conversation, recognizing it as an opportune moment to foster relationships and gather information. They refrained from immediately prompting Shi Xiaolei to produce the promised potions and expedite the transaction. However, this delay soon led to unforeseen complications. Why do I say this? Merely 10 minutes later, Stark arrived with Pepper. Under the influence of Shi Xiaolei's actions, the rapport between Stark and Coulson was not as familiar as it was in the original storyline. Conversely, the reason Pepper had not been targeted by Obadiah was due to Coulson's proactive measures in securing her safety at a safe house. Upon seeing Coulson, Stark couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. You are Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Mr. Stark, we have met before. Chapter 21. A subtle interjection. Apologies, but the name of your division is rather lengthy. Stark frowned, dismissively waving his hand. Could you not choose a shorter one? We are considering that, Coulson replied with a smile. From an ordinary person's perspective, one might assume that Coulson's response was merely a formality. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D has been established for quite some time. If the name's length were truly a concern, such a suggestion would not have been postponed until now. If they intended to change it, they would have done so long ago, and the absence of any alteration suggests that such a notion was never entertained. Furthermore, as a covert agency, it is only fitting to have a name that is somewhat elaborate and carries an air of sophistication. The rationale is straightforward. The deterrent effect and mystique of an intelligence agency are directly proportional. The more complex the name, the greater the sense of mystery and intimidation, thereby increasing the psychological pressure exerted on adversaries during operations. Upon reflection, having a somewhat convoluted name is, in fact, a benefit, is it not? Moreover, the rebranding of an institution is a matter not suitably addressed by outsiders. To be frank, this alone might lead one to believe that Coulson was merely humoring Stark. While ordinary individuals might think this way, Shi Xiaolei, as a time traveler, was no ordinary person. How about we simply call it S-H-I-E-L-D? He suggested, proposing to use the initials as a concise abbreviation. The sensation of personally naming the S-H-I-E-L-D evokes a feeling akin to unlocking a prestigious achievement in a game. Shi Xiaolei, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out this classic line before Coulson could utter it. It was an excellent suggestion. Oblivious to the fact that this line was originally meant for him, Coulson's eyes brightened, and a grateful smile adorned his face. I will report this to my superiors upon my return. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaolei recalled the purpose of Coulson's visit. Ah, how forgetful of me. Almost overlooked the main matter. Coulson, May, please have a seat. I will fetch the serum. Indeed, Coulson had come with a mission. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, his thoughts shifted. He was reluctant to retrieve the serum so hastily. Once secured, he would need to ensure its swift and safe return. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that participating in this barbecue soiree and engaging in conversation with Shi Xiaolei would significantly strengthen their camaraderie. Reflecting on Director Nick Fury's instructions, Coulson valued this opportunity and truly did not wish to depart with the serum so soon. Whoa. Just as Coulson was about to speak, Tony interjected. Surveying Coulson and May, then glancing at Shi Xiaolei, Tony raised an eyebrow. Locke, may I ask, when did you come to an agreement with them? 2 days ago. After the press conference, Shi Xiaolei paused and turned his head. What's the matter? Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to obstruct anything. Waving his hand. With a playful glance at Coulson, Tony candidly reminded Shi Xiaolei. Do you recall what I mentioned when we discussed establishing the company? It's best to leave dealings with institutions like them to the company. On one hand, this was to leverage the full effect of the serum to capture the upper market, thereby enhancing and sustaining the new company's brand value. On the other hand, it was to create an avenue for his newfound friend, Shi Xiaolei, to earn additional income. Thus, after collaborating to establish the new company, Stark had deliberately left an external channel for Shi Xiaolei to sell his complete serum. In contrast, the first reason carried less weight. After all, Stark himself was a prestigious brand, and associating his name ensured the brand's value. The inherent customer allure of the complete serum merely served as an embellishment. The latter reason, which allowed a friend to profit, was of paramount importance. Therefore, when discussing the establishment of this external channel with Shi Xiaolei, Stark thoughtfully provided him with several pieces of advice and reminders. For instance, to refrain from hastily agreeing to procurement demands from any institution, to prioritize company representation during collaborations, and to conduct transactions primarily within the company. Private dealings posed little risk of major issues. However, when faced with official institutions, which were unwavering and profit-driven. Shi Xiaolei found himself rather isolated as the seller. Moreover, he lacked experience in collaboration with official institutions and had never engaged in such significant transactions. To be candid, even in a seller's market where Shi Xiaolei held the upper hand in the dynamics of supply and demand, Stark could not help but harbor concerns for him, fearing that he might inadvertently fall victim to deceit. Of course, should you deem them trustworthy and intend to engage with them personally, then consider my words unspoken. With a slightly flippant gesture, Tony pointed at Coulson with his pen, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. The goods are yours. To whom you sell them is entirely your prerogative. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to remind you as a friend. Thank you, Tony. Stark's reminder prompted Shi Xiaolei to notice the lurking pitfalls. Indeed, there was a treacherous serpent hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, with Coulson at the helm, the risk appeared minimal. Yet, once this batch of potions was dispatched, it would inevitably attract the attention of Hydra. While he was not particularly fearful, the thought of being scrutinized by Hydra, leading to a series of disturbances, genuinely irked Shi Xiaolei. I apologize, Coulson. Turning to Coulson, Shi Xiaolei spoke with a hint of regret. Let us consider this a one-time affair. Should there be a next time, let us conduct our transactions through formal company channels. Initially, he had aimed to foster connections. But now it seemed that even the sale of potions had shifted to the corporate realm. Coulson felt a twinge of discomfort at this turn of events. It was not a pleasant feeling. Stark's counsel was undoubtedly sound, and Shi Xiaolei's choice was justifiable. Neither he nor S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed any grounds for dissent. Very well. With a reluctant nod, Coulson forced a smile. Personally, I have no objections. However, regarding the specifics of execution, I must report to my superiors before arriving at a conclusion. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, old Lu had returned with the fine wine, having been away for only a brief while. The courtyard had filled with several individuals, including the world-renowned Tony Stark. As old Lu pushed open the courtyard door, he instinctively rubbed his eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness! This is quite the sight." Though the commotion was minimal, his arrival effectively broke the tension. Noticing Stark's raised eyebrow, indicative of his curiosity about this individual, Coulson and May were equally perplexed. Shi Xiaolei quickly seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, introducing them. "This is Lu, an old friend and fellow townsman of mine. His shop is right next to ours." Chapter 22. May's past under ordinary circumstances, both Coulson, involved in his discreet profession, and the affluent Tony Stark would likely overlook someone as inconsequential as old Lu. However, in this moment, they were compelled to acknowledge him out of respect for Shi Xiaolei. Additionally, as he was an ordinary person, the complexities surrounding the complete potions were unsuitable for his awareness. Thus, his presence inadvertently afforded Tony and Coulson an opportunity to redirect the conversation and gracefully navigate the situation. "Just now, I hardly noticed Locke. Your lamb is quite exquisite. Where did you procure it?" Setting aside the trivial thoughts, my taste buds took precedence, and after indulging in 2 more skewers of grilled meat, Stark gradually discerned the flavor of the lamb. As a billionaire, Tony Stark has savored countless delicacies throughout his life, with his discerning palate. Only genuine gourmet fare could pique his curiosity. Not too shabby. How does it compare to what you've tasted before? While continuing his tasks, Shi Xiaolei chuckled with a sense of pride. The seasoning is rather average. Stark scoffed slightly, delivering a sharp retort before begrudgingly nodding. The quality of the meat is indeed commendable, even more tender than the lamb chops I had last time in New Zealand. If you fancy it, I can pack you a box later. With old Lu present, Shi Xiaolei refrained from elaborating further, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with Stark. "Is it sourced from the same place as those others?" "Thanks." Stark chuckled, raising his glass in satisfaction. He momentarily forgot that his cup contained the potent white liquor old Lu had just brought, with an alcohol content of a staggering 60%. Much like his usual indulgence of 40-degree whiskey over ice, he took a hearty swig. Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard, he choked on the intense liquor and coughed for a while before regaining his composure. Raising his glass, he glanced at the remaining half and then at old Lu, who wore an awkward yet mischievous smile. Stark, still recovering, quipped, "What is this medical alcohol?" Although he had relocated to America, he never forgot the pride of being Chinese. Unsatisfied with Stark's assessment of the fine liquor, old Lu momentarily shed his timidity, revealing the bravado of a man from Jiaodong. He leisurely downed a shot of the white liquor, maintaining his composure while raising an eyebrow at Stark. "This liquor must be savored slowly. Only those who have never tasted good wine and are gluttonous, like you, would drink it so recklessly." Instinctively wanting to retort, Stark suddenly noticed the air of expertise emanating from old Lu, which piqued his interest. He turned to Sylvia and made a request. "Sylvia, I would like one of those small porcelain cups. You just complained it was too small, and now you're clamoring for it. You're the most particular one here." Without waiting for Sylvia to respond, Shi Xiaolei playfully scolded him. Afterward, he instructed the adorable girl, Kanna, who was beside him. "Kanna, go fetch Tony a small cup. You know where it is, right?" Of course. She had seen Shi Xiaolei casually place the unused cups on the countertop while preparing salad earlier. Remembering this, Kanna nodded vigorously. "On the table in the kitchen. That's good to know. Go get one, but be careful not to drop it." "Okay." She handed over the unfinished skewers of meat to Shi Xiaolei with an endearing admonition not to sneak a bite and dashed into the house. After a series of light footsteps, Kanna bounded over to Stark, holding a small white porcelain cup and with the tips of her toes. She presented it forward. "Here you are, Uncle Stark, the cup you wanted." The little one was truly adorable. Watching her skip back to Shi Xiaolei's side, Happy couldn't help but lean closer to the boss and whisper softly. Even someone as oblivious as Happy felt this way. One can only imagine how Pepper, with her keen sensibilities, must be feeling. Observing the joyful little girl, who resembled a sprightly fairy and occasionally burst into melodic laughter, her heart brimmed with affection, and her gaze seemed to melt with warmth. Mel. Coulson suddenly noticed that his companion's expression appeared somewhat distracted. Awakened from her reverie, Mel revealed a thoughtful and poignant expression. "Apologies, I was lost in thought." Having executed numerous field missions and earned the esteemed codename Iron Rider from her colleagues due to her remarkable prowess, one couldn't help but wonder why Mel chose to relinquish her role as an operative in favor of an internal position that seemed so mismatched to her capabilities. The answer lay in a past counterterrorism operation she participated in on Bahrain Island. It was an incident involving the nefarious deeds of superhumans. During the operation, Mel eliminated countless foes, wholly focused on rescuing a young girl who was being held hostage by the malefactors. However, as the mission approached its climax, she abruptly realized that the girl was, in fact, the instigator, having misused her superpowers to manipulate the adults, turning them into criminals and orchestrating the malevolent event. The innocent lives she had taken were merely puppets under her control. The stark contrast between expectation and reality was overwhelming, and the moment of confirmation inflicted a profound psychological blow upon Mel. Coupled with the urgency of the situation, she found herself compelled to terminate the young girl, who was preparing to unleash a devastating attack to prevent further escalation and save her comrades' lives. Reluctantly, she shattered her own moral boundaries, committing an act of violence against a minor for the very first time in her life. After the mission concluded, Mel could not shake the haunting image from her mind. Much like a veteran struggling to reintegrate into civilian life, she felt a psychological fracture within herself. Believing she could no longer continue as a field operative, Mel voluntarily requested a transfer, stepping back from the front lines to assume a civilian role within the internal department. The root of her psychological turmoil lay with that young girl. Thus, each time she encountered children, especially adorable little girls, Mel would invariably drift into thought, her feelings resonating far deeper than those of her colleagues. "I understand." Coulson, both a colleague and an old friend, was one of the few who knew the truth. Concerned for Mel's emotional well-being and recognizing that Stark's presence might hinder her chances of bonding further with Shi Xiaolei, he contemplated. "I'll go say hello. Wait for me a moment. I'll grab the serum and be on my way." "Is that all?" Shi Xiaolei was taken aback. "I apologize for dampening your spirits." With an apologetic smile, Coulson raised a finger and gestured upwards, saying, "You know, in our line of work, we might receive new directives at any moment. Locke, if you wouldn't mind, could you pass me the items now?" After a moment of understanding, Locke nodded and glanced once more at old Lou, who was guiding Stark in the appreciation of fine spirits, and at Pepper, who was playfully engaging with Connor. Shi Xiaolei set down the half-grilled skewers, clapped his hands, and stood up. "It's not very convenient out here. Come inside with me." Chapter 23, Director's Office using a foam box as a container. The makeshift partition was crafted from the paper pulp trays that came with wholesale eggs. The precious concoction, valued at a staggering $1 million, was surprisingly packaged in such a crude manner. Due to Shi Xiaolei's nonchalance, Coulson involuntarily twitched his lips. "It's all here. Shall we take a look?" Shi Xiaolei felt no sense of wrongdoing. Rather, he was quite pleased with his ingenuity. Nodding, Coulson focused his attention, counting the number of vials. Upon inspection, he realized that using the paper pulp trays as dividers was indeed a brilliant idea. The shape of the vials resembled the small glass bottles commonly found in hospitals for penicillin, albeit slightly larger. They fit snugly into the slots of the trays, requiring a bit of pressure during insertion, but once in place, they remained secure as the trays wouldn't revert to their original shape. Each slot held a vial firmly, akin to what a custom-made container would offer. "Numbers are accurate," Coulson confirmed after finishing the count, pulling out a check. After glancing at it and verifying the figures, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but whistle. Turning to Coulson, his face brightened with enthusiasm. A pleasure to collaborate. Do come again. Certainly, I will, Coulson nodded, closing the lid and lifting the foam box. Let's keep in touch. Absolutely, Shi Xiaolei replied with a grin, giving a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to Coulson and May, he returned to the courtyard. Glancing up, he noticed that dusk was gradually enveloping the surroundings. Stark, having indulged in a few drinks, had lowered his guard and was engaged in lively conversation with old Lu. Little Connor was thoroughly enjoying herself, her cherubic face radiating happiness, her tinkling laughter adding a playful essence to the courtyard. Pepper was imparting her fashion advice to Tu, reveling in her role as a mentor, her enthusiasm fueled by Tu's earnestness. Though the gathering was small, the atmosphere was vibrant and harmonious. Carrying 2 cans of beer, Shi Xiaolei approached Pai, who had taken over grilling duties, and cheerfully sat down. Here, take a break. Let me take over. Thank you, Pai replied, accepting the beer and taking a couple of swigs, shaking his head with a happy grin. No, I just figured it out. Let me grill a bit longer. All right, let us work together. Pass me a skewer. Here you go. Grabbing a handful of skewers from the plate, Happy handed them to Shi Xiao, while he picked up a brush, simultaneously applying oil to the meat skewers and seeking guidance. Is this how I brush it? Not too much oil, just a little dip. Yes, that's right, a thin layer will suffice. Is it about done? Should we sprinkle the seasoning now? First, sprinkle some salt, then cumin and chili powder. Raise your hand a bit higher to ensure an even distribution. Exactly. After sprinkling the seasoning, add a touch more oil to prevent the spices from burning. Do we need to apply another layer of oil? No wonder those skewers didn't look good when they came out earlier. On the other side, after receiving the agent from Shi Xiaolei, Coulson immediately contacted his comrades responsible for the pickup and proceeded to the rooftop of a nearby building not far from Shi Xiaolei's residence. The rooftop lacked a helipad, rendering it impossible for a helicopter to land. However, for SHIELD, which possessed numerous undisclosed technologies, this posed no difficulty. Indeed, as Coulson and May arrived, the Quinjet hovering above the rooftop deactivated its cloaking function, effortlessly lowering its rear hatch. In the blink of an eye, the two had boarded the aircraft. The combination of invisibility and near-silent aerial hovering capabilities constituted the primary rationale for SHIELD's selection of the Quinjet as a logistical support vehicle. For agents, the essence of operations lies in their ability to appear and vanish without a trace. In this regard, the Quinjet's advantages far surpass those of various helicopter models, coupled with flight speeds and combat capabilities that rival mainstream military aircraft, along with superior long-range endurance. The Quinjet's price tag also exceeds that of the current mainstream military aircraft in service. To be fair, given Coulson's current rank, he rarely had the opportunity to board a Quinjet during missions. This time, the deployment of the Quinjet wasn't due to his and May's ranks being elevated, but rather because the agent provided by Shi Xiaolei was critically important, necessitating utmost precision. Aware of the director's emphasis on these agents, upon boarding, Coulson promptly issued orders for the swiftest route to SHIELD headquarters in Washington, covering a distance of over 300 kilometers in less than half an hour. Director, we're here. May pushed open the door to the director's office, with Coulson following closely behind. Carrying a phone box, they entered the office and found Nick Fury seated behind a desk. Director, we brought back the agent. Taking a few steps forward, Coulson placed the phone box containing the agent on the desk. Much like Coulson's initial reaction, Nick Fury was taken aback by the casual and crude packaging of such a critical agent. He sniffed, seemingly catching a faint fishy odor, and instinctively reached out to touch the side of the phone box. I'm surprised as well. Coulson offered a wry smile and nodded. I didn't expect him to use a seafood container for the agent. Next time, remember to bring sturdier boxes. With a silent shake of his head, Nick Fury raised his hand to open the lid. Well, if I hadn't heard your report regarding his peculiar character, the choice of our friend would indeed be rather bizarre. While examining the vials within the box, Nick Fury began to inquire about the details of the mission. After acquiring the potions, May and I left the party. Overall, everything proceeded smoothly. Was Stark present? After setting down the colorful vial, Nick Fury turned around, his remaining eye reflecting curiosity. Yes, there was no particular reason. It was simply because Loki procured a batch of high-quality lamb and wanted to share it with him. Hence the invitation. At this point, Coulson paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed in concern. However, with Stark's presence, our future plans may be subject to some alteration. According to the original plan, I intended to foster a closer relationship with Loki through a series of face-to-face transactions. Coulson elaborated, but earlier at the gathering, Stark alerted Loki that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to delegate future transactions to the company rather than handle them personally. No one relishes the emergence of complications. and Nick Fury was no exception. Fortunately, this change was not particularly troublesome and could be managed with relative ease. Reflecting on this, Nick Fury nodded and remarked, "I understand." Before approaching his desk and pressing a button, "Have Barbara come to my office." Chapter 24. Barbara Luss, codename Mockingbird, although not high in the organizational hierarchy, is among the few individuals Nick Fury trusts most closely. "Boss, you called for me." Within mere minutes of receiving the directive, Barbara appeared in Nick Fury's office. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Coulson and May." Pointing to the two individuals still present in the office, Nick Fury made the introductions. "This is Barbara." "Hi. Nice to meet you." "Hello." In the narrative of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Barbara first appeared undercover in the second season. Through analyzing that brief segment, it becomes evident that she had never crossed paths with Coulson and his team despite being comrades serving the same organization, under the same superior. This fact underscores Nick Fury's reputation as a quintessential spy master. "Barbara, didn't you express a desire for a vacation?" Taking a sip of coffee, Nick Fury gazed at Barbara and, assuming a tone of understanding, assigned her a task. "There is a rather easy, almost vacation-like long-term assignment I would like you to undertake." "Director, this is not what we agreed upon. Do not rush." As the wise elder set down his cup, Nick Fury raised his hand and gestured toward Coulson, instructing him to provide the specific details shortly. "Your assignment is to find a storefront near the target's residence, masquerading as a shop owner. The task of facilitating the drug transaction has been transferred to a newly established company, rendering Coulson less suitable for the direct approach he previously employed with Shi Xiaolei. Given the necessity of maintaining his connection with Shi Xiaolei and the need for ongoing surveillance, Nick Fury contemplated the idea of assigning someone else to replace Coulson. An individual of exceptional capability, especially a woman, would arouse less suspicion. With a background in gymnastics, she would naturally embody an air of elegance without the need for pretense. Possessing substantial knowledge in biochemistry, opening a shop would be a fitting endeavor. It was not merely a fleeting thought that led Nick Fury to select Barbara. He had even envisioned the type of shop she could establish. Opening a shop? Judging by the description, the task appeared remarkably uncomplicated, especially in contrast to previous assignments. It was no wonder Barbara felt taken aback. There was no need for her to approach the target directly. She could simply act as an ordinary person, engaging in normal interactions. Nick Fury chuckled. "Well, how does this task seem to you?" "Quite effortless, wouldn't you agree?" "What about intelligence gathering? Is that unnecessary?" "Not required. It is merely a standard surveillance operation. Unless the target exhibits unusual behavior, you need not report to me regularly." "I accept this task," Barbara declared, sensing the rare opportunity for such a leisurely assignment. "Excellent. Coulson, please brief Barbara on the target's basic situation." Nick Fury nodded and returned to his seat, stating, "Now, you may proceed." May, stay for a moment. I have a few questions regarding the previous matter I wish to clarify." Hydra remains in hiding, and at this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. retains formidable operational capacity. In just a matter of days, the storefront directly across from Shi Xiaolei's residence has fallen into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. "Good morning, Lao Lu." Shi Xiaolei, you're here." As per usual, Lao Lu greeted Shi Xiaolei with a warm smile. Leaning in conspiratorially and pointing across the street at the shop, speaking in a tone of mystery, "Look over there." Upon glancing up, Shi Xiaolei observed that the former pizza shop was undergoing renovations, where a blonde woman in a long printed dress stood beside an engineer, gesturing animatedly while discussing the design plans. "See that? A new neighbor is moving in, and she has quite the beauty," Lao Lu remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Bearing a knowing smile. "What is with you, Lao Lu?" Shi Xiaolei chuckled, bemused. "What is wrong with that? I'm just observing, harmlessly. Besides, I work in crafts and enjoy admiring beautiful and aesthetically pleasing things. It's called a professional hazard, you know? It is precisely because his wife is not by his side that old Lu dares to act so carefree." Understanding this, Shi Xiaolei can only chuckle and shake his head, casually giving old Lu a thumbs up. "I cannot believe that when your sister-in-law returns, you will still have the courage to speak so boldly. I am not a fool." With a laugh, Shi Xiaolei produced his keys and unlocked the rolling shutter of his shop. The creaking sound was somewhat loud, and at that moment, being early in the morning, the cacophony was minimal. Across the street, Barbara heard the commotion and turned around, just in time to meet old Lu's gaze. Noticing Shi Xiaolei next door as well, her mind raced. Barbara paused her conversation with the engineer and crossed the pedestrian street to this side. "Hello there. Let me introduce myself. I am Vivian, the owner of the shop across the street." Although it was a task of little difficulty, Barbara instinctively adopted a pseudonym. This seemingly inconsequential decision proved to be significant. Had she introduced herself as Barbara, Shi Xiaolei, having watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., would likely harbor some suspicion. However, since Barbara had limited screen time in the original plot, Shi Xiaolei's memory of this character consisted solely of a name and an impression of her impressive physique and combat prowess. Not recalling what Barbara looked like in the television series, upon hearing this beautiful woman introduce herself as Vivian, Shi Xiaolei never suspected that she was actually a secret agent. He assumed she was merely an ordinary entrepreneurial young woman. "Hello," he said, completely unguarded and even adopting a neighborly attitude, proactively engaging Barbara. "Welcome to Chinatown. Since we share the same street, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Locke's words were indeed wise. "Young lady, we Chinese are always willing to lend a hand. You will realize this in due time." "Thank you," Barbara replied with a smile, wishing to leave a favorable impression. She even told a little white lie. "In fact, I had a college roommate from Huagua, and after spending several years together, she left me with an exceptionally good impression. I admire the people of Huagua, their outlook on life, and their cuisine. All right, I confess. It was because there are numerous Chinese restaurants that I specifically sought out a storefront here." Chapter 25. Family meeting cabbage and radishes, each to their own taste. If we were to liken the free-spirited blonde to a blazing flame, then the graceful and composed Eastern beauty would be akin to a crystal-clear spring. Although both received comparable ratings, their sensations were entirely disparate. Despite Shi Xiaolei's towering stature, which surpassed that of the average European or American male, the extraordinary experience of traversing into the Marvel Universe had not altered his aesthetic preferences. Even now, Shi Xiaolei still favored the more traditional Eastern women. Admiring Barbara's beauty and respecting her ability to manage the store single-handedly is one thing, but when it comes to the affection that exists between men and women, it is evident that Barbara does not embody the type that Shi Xiaolei finds appealing. Merely her exterior fails to capture Shi Xiaolei's special attention, and her covert identity as an agent, which he remains oblivious to, only serves to heighten his suspicion. Barbara's arrival merely constitutes an inconspicuous interlude in Shi Xiaolei's daily life, failing to genuinely capture his interest. While it is true that Barbara's lack of charm plays a minor role, the primary factor lies in Shi Xiaolei's recent contemplations, which have diverted his focus from trivial matters. After concluding a day of business, Sylvia and Kana returned home, closing the shop door behind them. Unlike his usual routine, Shi Xiaolei did not immediately rush to the bathroom for a shower. Instead, he plopped down on the sofa and greeted the two girls, engrossed in their animated show, with a request for their opinions on a matter. Being children, they couldn't stay up too late. Kana and the other girl had returned an hour earlier and were already washed up, merely waiting for bedtime. They remained sprawled on the carpet, using their hands and feet to navigate around. With a hint of children's body wash fragrance, Kana climbed onto the sofa, snuggling into Shi Xiaolei's embrace. "I haven't showered yet. I'm all greasy," he remarked, feeling a bit precarious as he held her, fearing she might tumble off. He affectionately pinched her nose, teasing, "Aren't you bothered by the smell?" To which Kana replied, "You smell the most comfortable." Laughing and finding a cozy position, she showed no concern for his odor, instead wearing a pleased smile. While others might find the lingering scent of cooked oil off-putting, one must remember that Kana is a true foodie. The amalgamation of various food aromas that formed this greasy scent was precisely to her liking. Unable to resist the cravings stirred by the smell, Kana tilted her head and innocently asked, "Shi Xiaolei, can I have some snacks?" "Only 2 pieces, he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. He turned to the other girl, still standing, and said, "Sylvia, could you fetch her some?" Upon hearing this, Sylvia headed to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator and retrieving a plastic lunchbox adorned with cartoon characters. Through the semi-transparent container, the vibrant red contents could be discerned, twisted and entangled, with splashes of white dots scattered throughout. Indeed, this lunchbox contained the renowned spicy strips, a culinary delight that Shi Xiaolei had crafted himself. Unlike the time he had to research the process for making pudding, he had committed the recipe for these spicy strips to memory long ago. Before his journey to another world, Shi Xiaolei had attempted to set up a stall, mastering the art of making a variety of delightful snacks. In terms of flavor and texture, they were quite commendable. However, their rather intimidating appearance deterred some of the naturally gluttonous young girls, resulting in lackluster sales. Ultimately, he relinquished the idea of peddling snacks and delicacies. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, this skill proved to be advantageous. With a companion attending to customers, he need not venture out and frighten anyone, instead comfortably remaining in the kitchen. Business thrived, alleviating any concerns about making a living, thus allowing Shi Xiaolei the leisure to prepare those nostalgic snacks for Kana to relish. Sitting on Shi Xiaolei's lap, Kana's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited the unveiling of the snack box. In the next moment, she reached out her tiny hand, seized a spicy strip, and deftly pulled one end to pop it into her mouth. The savory, spicy flavor intermingled with a slight crunch and the rich aroma of sesame, was utterly delightful. With the spicy strip in her mouth, a blissful smile involuntarily graced her cherubic face. Yum, this is delicious. Yet, indulgence should be tempered. It was nearly bedtime, and overindulgence could lead to an upset stomach in the middle of the night, jeopardizing her ability to attend school the following day. All right, I shall only have 2, she declared. Eyeing the spicy strips in the container, she hesitated, blinking twice before extending her pudgy third finger. Just 1 more, please. Can I have 3? Wishing to prevent Kanna from developing the bad habit of insatiable greed, Shi Xiaolei resolutely shook his head. We agreed on 2. And 2 it shall be. Very well, she replied, somewhat crestfallen. After a moment's thought, Kanna tentatively inquired, may I choose? I want the longer one for my second. On one hand, this could be seen as a loophole. On the other, a means of nurturing the young girl's adaptability. Contemplating this, Shi Xiaolei nodded. All right then. With a gleeful yay, Shi Xiaolei. She settled down, comforted. Sylvia, Kanna. He recalled the matter at hand and cleared his throat. Gazing at his 2 family members as he broached his thoughts, I have been pondering something recently. What do you think about our family moving to a larger house? After a moment of reflection, Sylvia raised an inquiry. What about Kanna's schooling? Analyzing the narrative of Nier Automata, it becomes evident that Sylvia and her companions have transcended their mechanical origins, evolving into a new race of beings. However, constrained by their initial directives, they remained oblivious to this transformation. Having been summoned to the Marvel Universe by Shi Xiaolei, liberated from the limitations of their foundational programming. And through the daily interactions with Shi Xiaolei and Kanna, Sylvia had begun to grasp her own nature, increasingly exhibiting human-like qualities. This inquiry was a testament to that understanding. No, you misunderstand, she clarified. What I meant was to find another place nearby for our residence. Feeling that the second question was rather self-evident, Shi Xiaolei did not ponder it excessively. He contemplated that once a suitable residence was found, they would relocate there, thereby freeing up space in their current abode. Furthermore, he intended to partition the area and undertake renovations to enlarge the business premises. Chapter 26. A surge of inspiration. This aspiration for a life of luxury and indulgence did not compel Shi Xiaolei to resort to unscrupulous means for monetary gain. Nor did it signify that he was entirely content with his current existence, devoid of higher ambitions. He was not a monk, devoid of desire. Engaging in the vibrant chaos of the world, Shi Xiaolei harbored a myriad of aspirations. If the money earned through his own efforts was clean and untainted, he would, like any ordinary person, promptly utilize it to enhance his quality of life. For instance, at this very moment, disregarding the lengthy wait for dividends from the new company, he had just sold 100 bottles of potions to SHIELD at a post-tax price of $10,000 per bottle, thus acquiring $1 million, which immediately sparked the idea of upgrading his base of operations. Upon reflecting on this notion, Shi Xiaolei calmly assessed its necessity. After several days of contemplation, he concluded that it was indeed quite essential. Firstly, the configuration of having a shop in the front and a home in the back would inevitably bring some inconveniences to daily life. Not only would the living environment be compromised, causing discomfort to the adults, but it would also adversely affect the children's development, which was paramount. Secondly, with the unpredictable nature of monthly blind box openings, no one could foresee when another family member might arrive. Currently, the 3-person household was already quite cramped, and adding more mouths would make it nearly impossible to navigate the space comfortably. Moreover, relocating elsewhere would allow for the shop's area to be liberated and renovated, which would not only accommodate more customers, but also provide an opportunity to realign the business direction during the hiatus. Since securing the Ark, Shi Xiaolei had gained access to an almost inexhaustible supply of high-quality ingredients. While the unmentionable dinosaur meat could be set aside, among the various available ingredients were lamb, honey, potatoes, corn, and carrots, all of which could be utilized in the establishment. If he were to also introduce some vegetable seeds, livestock, and aquaculture seedlings, experimenting with cultivation and breeding, it would not merely enable a small shop to thrive. With the hidden arc in the dimensional gap, it could potentially allow Shi Xiaolei to establish a high-end, world-class chain dining enterprise. In simple terms, the initial thought of clearing out the several tons of lamb stored in his backpack inspired Shi Xiaolei to consider introducing new items to the menu. From this starting point, his thoughts began to expand, generating numerous ideas, ultimately leading him to devise a plan for scaling up, renovating, and adjusting the scope of operations. Ultimately, driven by a personal necessity, the towering figure of over 2 meters found himself increasingly uncomfortable within the confines of his current abode. While the furniture might be perfectly suited for the average person, it felt rather cramped for Shi Xiaolei. The ceiling felt rather low. The shower head in the bathroom hung even lower, and the bed was insufficiently short, leading to frequent bumps of the forehead upon exiting. Various inconveniences permeated daily life. Once or twice, these minor irritations could be overlooked, but over time, they could significantly diminish one's happiness. I understood this sentiment clearly. After a moment of contemplation, I expressed my support for Shi Xiaolei's perspective. Kana, what do you think? With his gaze lowered, Shi Xiaolei tapped his thigh, inquiring, do you think our home is too small? Would you like to move to a larger house? Absolutely. The little girl, clutching a long strand of spicy snack, swiftly turned around, her face alight with anticipation as she asked, will the new house have an attic? I want to live in the attic. During our last visit to Isha's home, she had taken us to her secret hideout. This was not merely for the sake of entertaining the children. It was also to nurture their capacity for independent thought. In Western countries, parents often provide their children with a space, feigning ignorance while allowing them to create their so-called secret bases. Really? I will definitely find a house with an attic. Upon hearing Kana's description and sensing her envy, Shi Xiaolei noted it down mentally. Yet, he felt this was not enough. He aspired to do better than other parents. As the topic of secret bases emerged, an idea sparked in his mind, and he suddenly asked the little girl, speaking of which, I know a fantastic place that would be perfect for you to create the ultimate secret base, one like no other. What do you think, Kana? Would you like to see it? Really? With her sparkling eyes wide open, Kana eagerly nodded. Yes, Xiaolei. When are we going? I want to go. Glancing at the wall clock, there was still half an hour before Kana's bedtime. Seizing the moment, Shi Xiaolei cheerfully replied, let us go right now. However, Kana, let us agree on one thing. We can only play for half an hour, and when the time is up, you must come back and go to sleep. Okay? All right. Kana raised her small hand, happily and obediently agreeing. Then let us set off. With that, Shi Xiaolei lifted Kana into his arms and extended his empty right hand towards the puzzled Sylvia, saying, come on, Sylvia, hold my right hand. Though uncertain about the situation, Sylvia, trusting Shi Xiaolei completely, obediently reached out her hands and grasped his large hand tightly. Through the mental network, he communicated with the Ark's main control center to secure access permissions for the two. As he opened his eyes and reminded them not to be surprised, he silently invoked the teleportation. The room remained illuminated, the lunchbox filled with spicy snacks still uncovered, and the sofa bore the imprint of Shi Xiaolei's presence. Yet the three had already vanished without a trace. If someone were to burst in at this moment and behold the scene before them, they would undoubtedly find it peculiar, perhaps even terrifying. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaolei, accompanied by Tu and Kana, had already made their way into the interior of the Arkansas. Unlike the previous occasion when he entered alone and first visited the main control center, Shi Xiaolei directly led the two to the main area he had constructed himself. Upon their last visit, he had reactivated the tech teleportation device within the base. After confirming the coordinate data from the device's built-in display, Shi Xiaolei memorized the two sets of numerical codes firmly in his mind. The tech transporter was too large to fit within the confines of the base, so it was placed outside in the open yard. Upon arrival, Kana and Tu immediately took in the surrounding scenery and the various creatures active nearby. Wow! Kana's mouth gradually widened in astonishment, her expression resembling that of someone who could fit an egg in her open mouth as a pterosaur approached. Tu also felt a surge of surprise, but perhaps the moment of teleportation triggered her long-hidden combat instincts, causing her reaction to be less pronounced than Kana's. Instead, she instinctively adopted a slightly defensive stance. There's no need to be tense, Shi Xiaolei reassured, feeling Tu's apprehension through their interlinked hands. He turned his head with a smile, saying, everything you see is under my control. Relax, Sylvia, there is no threat here. Chapter 27. The Tyrannosaurus Rex frightened into a quail in the game. One could utilize dinosaur meat, fish, and berries to tame wild dinosaurs. The higher the dinosaur's level, the more resources were consumed during the taming process, and the duration of the entire endeavor increased correspondingly. However, aside from the extended waiting time, there were no other significant challenges. Overall, the entire process was not particularly complex. Yet now, as the Ark had been extracted into the real world and underwent a period of adaptation, aligning with the foundational framework of the universe, the process of taming dinosaurs had also undergone certain transformations. It was no longer as straightforward and crude as it had been in the game. While the essential combat phase was indispensable when attempting to tame certain types of dinosaurs, whether herbivorous creatures with gentle temperaments or carnivorous ones that preyed upon others, a substantial amount of pet food was required. In essence, beneath the existing rule that higher-level dinosaurs demanded greater resources, a new stipulation was added: the larger the dinosaur, the more resources it consumed, with both factors increasing proportionally. To procure a small piece of meat to tame a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex? That would hardly suffice. How could such a creature possibly lower itself to that level? To put it bluntly, given its massive size, Whether it even noticed the meager morsel in your hand was questionable. Moreover, as the actual master of this arc, Shi Xiaolei was not the so-called pioneer. Without the crystal on the wrist of the game character as assistance, the taming process would be even more troublesome. Why is it that creatures like the megalodon and pearl oysters, which should naturally reside in salt water, thrive so abundantly in the freshwater ocean? Why is the massive Brachiosaurus impeded by a mere grass wall, unable to cross into the yard? How can a few whistles effectively command dinosaurs of lower intelligence? In a fantastical gaming universe, one might circumvent such illogical elements with a simple acknowledgement of the established rules. However, when this game transforms into reality, a plausible explanation becomes imperative, especially since ARC adheres to a technological narrative rather than a mystical one. It is essential to recognize that technology relies on a solid theoretical foundation and a coherent development path. Consequently, the ultimate rationalization concludes that all dinosaurs have undergone alterations. Encoded within them is a hidden message, which compels these colossal creatures to navigate around structures, akin to how wild beasts instinctively avoid flames. Their taming by the pioneers is facilitated by a crystal embedded in the pioneers' wrists, which activates specific segments within the dinosaurs. Once tamed, the genes that resist proximity to buildings are suppressed, replaced by a newfound obedience to their masters. This explains their ability to coexist peacefully within the enclosures constructed by their owners. The capacity of saltwater species to thrive in freshwater, their ability to discern their owners' intentions from simple whistles, accelerated healing post-feeding, and the influences experienced during combat, all stem from genetic modifications. However, it is crucial to understand that advancements in technology progress methodically and incrementally. Just as primitive humans could not create a steam engine due to technological gaps, rudimentary science cannot yield sophisticated outcomes. For instance, a living example emerges before Shi Xiaolei. Xiaolei, why isn't it moving? Kana inquires, perplexed, as she gazes at the immobile giant before them, appearing as though its muscles had been drained and its bones shattered. I'm not sure, Shi Xiaolei replies, his confusion deepening. Approaching the massive creature, he raises his hand to gently stroke its great head. Dabai, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Unlike its usual bravado when traversing through a herd of dinosaurs, Dabai now resembles a frightened chick, its voice trembling with fear and unease, its body quaking. Sensing Dabai's distress through touch, Shi Xiaolei grows increasingly baffled. It seems as though it has been frightened, he observes keenly. Could it have encountered some danger outside? After careful consideration, he dismisses this possibility. On this island, or rather within the genetic samples of dinosaurs stored in this ark, there are only a few species that can rival the Tyrannosaurus rex in strength. Among these, the broodmother, the Argentavis, and the fire dragon stand out as formidable final bosses. Unlike the other dragons that can be crafted with mere common materials, these three require legendary artifacts for their creation. The Tyrannosaurus rex, however, does not necessitate such artifacts as materials. However, the data of that entity remains locked, and Shi Xiaolei has yet to discover a method to unlock it. Hence, it certainly cannot be accessed at this time. Subtracting the herbivorous Titanosaurus, which poses no threat, it appears that the only creature capable of endangering the Tyrannosaurus rex is the southern giant beast dragon. After all, this creature is significantly larger than the Tyrannosaurus and is carnivorous. It likely includes the Tyrannosaurus in its daily diet. However, Shi Xiaolei does not believe that the southern giant beast dragon is responsible for frightening Daba into such a state. Firstly, the spawn location of the southern giant beast dragon is quite distant, given its habits. It would be impossible for it to venture so far into the vicinity of the base, thus it could not have encountered Daba, who is tasked with guarding the base and is positioned nearby. Secondly, even if they were to meet, Daba would not be intimidated. The reason is simple. It is a third-generation dragon, trained by Shi Xiaolei to its maximum level, although it may not match the southern giant beast dragon in size. In terms of combat prowess, Daba far exceeds its wild counterpart. Finally, akin to how a hunter's dog might dare to challenge a tiger, a domesticated pet dragon has shed its innate fears. Even a lesser species like the Ceratosaurus dares to confront the southern giant beast dragon, let alone Daba, a Tyrannosaurus rex, who inherently possesses an undeniable dominance. If they were to cross paths, it would be the southern giant beast dragon that would fall. The reasoning is sound and well-founded, leaving even the electronic mind of Tu unable to find any flaws in the argument. Shifting perspectives, perhaps Tu, eager to assist Shi Xiaolei, inadvertently noticed the small girl, Kana, inching closer, along with the increasingly agitated Daba. A spark of insight struck Tu. I understand. Is it not because of Kana? Pointing to the little girl who was stealthily advancing, Tu could not help but smile, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Have you forgotten? Her true form is that of a colossal dragon. The technology aboard the Ark allows for genetic editing of dinosaurs, enabling them to forget their fear of superior life forms. However, due to the limitations of technological levels, the efficacy of this editing function ultimately has its limits. To put it succinctly, if the intimidation factor of a wild southern giant beast dragon is rated at 100, then Kanna, as a divinely tiered dragon, possesses an intimidation factor of at least 5 figures. The courage enhancement provided by the genetic editing feature barely exceeds 100. While it is sufficient to embolden a Ceratosaurus, whose courage is typically non-existent, to confront the southern giant beast dragon, expecting dinosaurs to stand tall in Kanna's presence and overcome the deep-seated fears within their souls is akin to asking elementary school students to apply for a doctoral program. It is an impossible feat. Chapter 28. Tony's release. Wishing for Daba to play with him for a while, Shi Xiaolei found that the creature remained sprawled on the ground, too fearful to move. With the half-hour time limit set by Shi Xiaolei, as they departed from the Ark and returned home, Kanna's face was filled with a lingering sense of unfulfillment, her heart heavy with regret. With a mixture of reluctance and anticipation, she sprinted a few steps and hugged Shi Xiaolei's thigh. Gazing up at him with innocent eyes, she inquired, "When can we go again? Is tomorrow evening possible? Do you still wish to go?" Shi Xiaolei chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. "Well, that depends on your behavior. If you are good tomorrow and show a little more compliance, I might take you again. I promise to be the most obedient." "That's splendid." Nodding, Shi Xiaolei withdrew his hand. "Now go on, it's time for bed. Remember, you promised to be good." After coaxing Kanna to her side, he turned and entered the bathroom. By the time he finished his shower, Kanna had already fallen into a peaceful slumber under the care of Tu, softly snoring in a most adorable manner. "Where are the clothes I changed out of? Hand them over," he called out, hearing some commotion from the bathroom. Tucking Kanna's blanket snugly, Tu emerged. "I'll wash them now. They should be ready by tomorrow morning. I heard the forecast says it's going to rain in the afternoon." "In the laundry basket. Don't worry, there's water on the floor. I'll mop it up first." "Oh," came the response as Tu leaned against the doorframe, waiting for Shi Xiaolei to clear away the water on the floor. With a moment of idleness, recalling Shi Xiaolei as promised to Kanna, Tu couldn't help but ask, "Rock, did you really tell Kanna you would take her out to play again tomorrow? Isn't that a bit concerning?" "Huh, what is concerning?" Shi Xiaolei paused, perplexed, turning his head back. "Isn't it too frightening for her?" "It should be all right," he replied while mopping the floor again. "If she gets scared, that's fine too. The first time can be daunting, but with time, she will surely adapt. We can't deny her the joy of a place where she can play freely, especially when it's a secret haven I promised to create for her. As a parent, one must keep their word. However, Kanna is still young. If she lets it slip, then that will be up to you." As he finished mopping, Shi Xiaolei straightened up, leaning on the mop handle with a charming grin directed at Tu. "I'm telling you, she might forget about it right away. Please remind her often to be cautious and not to speak carelessly." "What else can I say?" Tu could only nod. "All right, I will remind her more." Indeed, Tu's reminders proved to be quite effective, and Kanna was truly an obedient child. Her compliance even reached a degree that tugged at one's heartstrings. One day, a classmate of hers visited the store with their family. They happened to pass by while out for a stroll, accompanied by 2 pet dogs. Watching her classmate frolic with the dogs, and hearing him proudly recount amusing stories about them, Kanna's eyes sparkled with envy. Nevertheless, she did not, like other children, boastfully claim, "I have pets too, and they are far superior to your 2 dogs. Instead, she bit her lip, stifling the impulse to share her pride. When he delivered gifts to the family, he witnessed the little girl's expression firsthand. Frankly, seeing her eyes, which reflected a hint of grievance, stirred genuine sympathy within Shi Xiaolei. Perhaps he should procure a smaller dinosaur to keep her company at home? The Ark's biological catalog contains numerous small, conveniently hidden species, such as the Protoceratops, Saurornithoids, Velociraptor, Truden, and others. Excluding carnivorous types that could pose a threat, species like the Pachycephalosaurus and the beautiful-faced dinosaur appear quite suitable for domestic life. Alternatively, acquiring 2 dogs from the pet market could also serve as a solution. It seemed imperative to accelerate the pace. The space at home was simply too cramped for a pet to fulfill the little girl's wishes. Shi Xiaolei tightened his resolve and began to inquire more frequently about real estate options nearby. He even shortened his usual operating hours, closing the shop at 3 in the afternoon and temporarily abandoning nighttime operations. On this particular day, having tidied up the store and awaited the return of Kanna from school, Shi Xiaolei once again took the 2 of them out. He had never considered relocating to another district, but for Kanna's education, he intended to find a house nearby. The real estate agency was just 2 streets away, and the 3 properties he wished to view were not far either. Considering the short distance and the impending rush hour, they opted to walk rather than risk getting stuck in traffic. They bought an ice cream for Kanna to enjoy. The little girl didn't mind walking a bit longer. It was not the weekend, and such opportunities to play outside after school were rare for her. For Kanna, simply being allowed to stroll about brought her immense joy. Moreover, she didn't have to walk at her own pace, as one of Shi Xiaolei's steps equated to 3 of hers. Reluctant to let her exhaust her little legs chasing after him, he decided to carry her. Here, little Lei, take this, she suddenly offered, holding out the sweet cone to him. No, you keep it, he began to say, but before he could finish, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, began to ring. Upon answering, he discovered it was Stark on the line. Locke, what are you busy with? Stark's tone was noticeably more excited than usual. Do you have free time tonight? I'm thinking of throwing a party. Come join us. Tonight? At what time? I still need to view some houses. Shi Xiaolei inquired with curiosity. What prompted this sudden desire for a party? After all, it had been a while since Stark had been seen. Engrossed in tackling technical challenges related to renewable energy projects. Having seen no news related to him, Shi Xiaolei presumed that he had fallen completely under the influence of Little Pepper, just as the original storyline suggested. To his surprise, a sudden phone call from Stark interrupted his thoughts, announcing a party. Shi Xiaolei felt a twinge of astonishment. You must be aware of what I've been up to lately. Stark's tone brimmed with confidence. I have succeeded, my friend. Do you know what this entails? Profits to be made? Indeed, and quite a substantial sum. Stark chuckled. In celebration of this bright financial prospect, and as a reward for myself, I have decided to host a party tonight. Care to join the festivities? If I can bring a +1, I shall attend, Shi Xiaolei replied. As for others, I shall have to consider, but since you are my friend, I might make an exception. Excellent. I shall await your arrival post-haste. By the way, bring along a generous supply of lamb, preferably 200 to 300 kilograms. Admit it. You only want the lamb, Shi Xiaolei teased. Am I such a person? Stark laughed. All right then, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Chapter 29. A visit to Long Island. Those who have watched the films know that Tony Stark's opulent mansion is perched on the picturesque Malibu beach along the west coast of the United States. However, the properties that can truly be termed his homes extend far beyond this singular location. As a businessman, frequent travel is a necessity, and one cannot compare the comfort of staying in one's own abode to that of a hotel. To simplify matters, many affluent individuals opt to purchase residences in cities they frequently visit. Wealthy individuals with even a modest fortune typically possess multiple homes, not to mention someone like Tony Stark, whose wealth exceeds billions and who relishes in acquiring land and properties. In his native Texas, Stark owns an estate left by Howard Stark. To the north, near the Canadian border in Montana, there lies a summer retreat farm. On the Hawaiian Islands, he has a beachfront villa for basking in the sun, and in Alaska, a cabin crafted for fishing. Within the borders of the United States alone, Stark's properties exceed 20 in number, each worthy of being called a home based on their functionality and amenities. This count does not even include the properties he has purchased on a whim, only to later decide they were not to his taste, which he subsequently divested. If one were to consider the numerous properties acquired under the name of Stark for investment purposes, both in terms of quantity and scale, they would rival those of professional real estate companies. Moreover, in the bustling metropolis of New York, where Stark Industries headquarters is situated, he indeed has a residence. In fact, prior to the timeline advancing to the events of the Avengers, the opulent mansion on Long Island was Tony Stark's primary abode. This preference stemmed from the proximity of Stark Industries headquarters in New York. As the chairman, he frequently found himself needing to visit the office. A journey from Los Angeles would require a flight of 5 to 6 hours, which, despite owning a private jet, proved to be rather cumbersome. Additionally, Stark had a penchant for courting beautiful women, particularly models, and while Los Angeles, with its Hollywood connections, boasted plentiful resources of actresses, the allure of tall, striking models was undeniably more potent in New York. His eventual relocation to Malibu for a longer stay coincided with his deepening relationship with Pepper Potts, wherein he resolved to settle down and abandon his womanizing ways. This transformation was catalyzed by his anxieties stemming from battles with extraterrestrial foes, which prompted him to invest his thoughts into developing his armor. It was only after experiencing Pepper's warm embrace and familial love, amidst his struggles with anxiety, that Stark truly confronted his inner feelings, recognizing Pepper's significance in his life, and ultimately deciding she was to be his lifelong partner. As for the present, although there has been significant progress in their relationship, and he subconsciously regards Pepper as family, to assert that Stark has completely settled down for her would be an exaggeration. If one were to liken Stark's life trajectory to driving on a road, the events of Iron Man would merely represent a minor detour rather than a complete turnaround. In summary, the party Stark is hosting today is taking place in New York, eliminating the need for Mr. Shi Xiaolei to journey to Los Angeles. Continue straight ahead. Then take a left at the next intersection. Proceed forward. The destination is 300 meters away. We have arrived. Welcome to Stark Manor, Mr. Locke. Thank you, Shi Xiaolei replied. Noticing the wrought iron gates slowly opening before them, he casually inquired, "Jarvis, did you open the gate? By the way, are there no security personnel here? Mr. Stark has installed comprehensive automated defense systems within the manor, which I control. In theory, the estate does not require the presence of security guards." Jarvis responded through the Bluetooth headset. Indeed, such is the lifestyle of the affluent. With a murmured comment, Shi Xiaolei drove through the open gates, gently pressing the accelerator. "Shall I continue along this road?" "Yes, Mr. Stark has instructed you to proceed directly to the main building." Under Jarvis's guidance, Shi Xiaolei and his family soon arrived at their destination. Perhaps upon receiving a report from Jarvis, Stark had already stepped outside to await the arrival of the trio. "Hey, Tony, what took you so long?" he mildly complained, opening his arms to embrace Shi Xiaolei. "Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Come on, don't tell me it was because of traffic." "I went to view a property," Shi Xiaolei replied with a smile, also greeting Pepper, who stood beside Stark. "Good afternoon, Pepper." "Hello, Locke." Although their relationship had yet to be officially defined, Pepper understood the responsibilities that came with being by Stark's side. After exchanging pleasantries with Shi Xiaolei, she promptly shifted her attention to the two women accompanying him, warmly welcoming them. Disregarding the three women who had already entered the house, Shi Xiaolei and Tony moved to the back of the car. "I told you to come directly," Stark remarked. "So what's all this?" "I had an appointment with them. It would be rather rude to cancel at the last minute. Besides, I had seen the photos he sent and felt that the house suited my taste. I couldn't bear the thought of not taking a look," Shi Xiaolei explained as he began unloading a foam box filled with lamb from the trunk. "Didn't you say to bring more? Here, there are a total of 300 kilograms. I had hoped to fit in 2 more boxes, but alas, my vehicle has weight limitations." "That's more than enough. Thanks, buddy." Stark cheerfully patted Shi Xiaolei on the arm and raised his hand to his ear. "Jarvis, time to get to work. Bring over a small trailer to move this to the kitchen." "Already on it," came the prompt response. Almost immediately, an electric vehicle approached from the side of the villa. The mechanical arms equipped on the vehicle revealed that it was undoubtedly a creation of Stark himself. "I see it. I'll leave the rest to you," Stark said, lowering his arm and turning to signal. "Let us go. We don't need to worry about this." "I want to take a look." Shi Xiaolei shook his head, pointing at the small trailer that had just pulled up. "I've never seen a robot up close. To be honest, I'm quite curious. Isn't that the ironmonger you dismantled with your own hands? Have you forgotten?" Stark replied. "That's different. Armor is armor. And robots are robots. They are two entirely different matters." Hearing Shi Xiaolei's words, Stark couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you also an advocate of pure intelligent machinery?" "Huh." Shi Xiaolei was baffled by the unfamiliar abbreviation. "What do you mean? I'm not following." Chapter 30. Shi Xiaolei's suggestion, perhaps having noticed Iron Man's frequent appearances near the Stark Industries headquarters. Or perhaps deducing from the advanced technology that only a genius like Stark could create. Or discovering a subtle inconsistency by cross-referencing Stark's schedule with Iron Man's appearances. A few individuals in the public had begun to piece together the truth. Yet, such conclusions remained mere speculation, due to the unexpected intervention of Shi Xiaolei. What was destined to be a classic press conference dissolved into nothingness. Without that occasion to serve as a catalyst, Tony Stark was unable to proclaim the iconic phrase, "I am Iron Man," without hearing Stark's personal acknowledgement. Which media outlet would dare to make a definitive statement? It is important to note that Stark Industries employs a multitude of lawyers in their pursuit of earning bonuses from Stark. These individuals have cultivated a boldness that allows them to take on anyone and everyone. They are, without a doubt, formidable characters. Of course, the uninitiated are unaware. But this does not imply that Stark's new identity remained entirely concealed. Agencies such as SHIELD, the covert Hydra hidden within it, and the American military, which has long collaborated with Stark Industries, have all come to understand the reality. Stark is indeed Iron Man. It is the pressure from these powerful entities that has instilled a sense of urgency in Stark, propelling him to innovate new energy technology. Allow me to introduce Colonel James Rhodes, my close friend. As he ushered Shi Xiaolei into the room, Stark introduced him. "Rhodes, this is Locke, a new acquaintance of mine. To add, he is exceptionally skilled in combat. You would stand no chance against him." "Good to meet you." James Rhodes extended his hand for a handshake with Shi Xiaolei. "James Rhodes. Pleasure to meet you, Rhodes." Sensing the firmness of Rhodes' grip, Shi Xiaolei smiled lightly and reciprocated with a bit more strength. "Just call me Locke. As you can see, I am of Chinese descent and do not possess a particularly formal English name." "Wow." Rhodes winced at the strength of the grip, quickly withdrawing his hand. A newfound respect flickered in his gaze as he remarked, "Buddy, you certainly possess remarkable strength. You're not too shabby yourself." Shi Xiaolei shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing toward Stark. Far superior to this weakling. Couldn't he agree more? Rhodes laughed heartily. For that line alone, you've earned my friendship. Hey, can we not involve me in this? The two brutish men seemed to underestimate my genius. What gave them such confidence? Stark shrugged, and Rhodes chuckled. I believe it is likely due to a well-balanced diet and a steadfast commitment to daily exercise. Feeling slightly vexed, Stark instinctively resorted to his usual strategy. Lock. Please prepare some white serum for me later. I refuse to believe that with boundless stamina, I cannot sculpt a fine physique. Oh, and don't forget the black serum. I need a few bottles of that as well. The white serum is intended for physical training, while the black antidote is presumably to counteract the palladium poisoning exacerbated by excessive exertion. All right, just tell me how much you need, and I will have it ready for you. Nodding, Shi Xiaolei suddenly felt a spark of curiosity and casually inquired, pointing at the reactor embedded in Stark's chest. By the way, Tony, why don't you undergo surgery to completely remove that thing? You must have tried the effects of the red serum by now. Insurance of that sort alleviates any concerns regarding surgical failure. You are unaware. Stark shook his head and gestured towards the sofa. Leading the way, my injury is not as superficial as it appears. External wounds are easily treated. It merely requires a few days of rest. What truly deters me from acting recklessly are the fragments of metal lodged within my vessels. Having viewed the original play, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet, considering that Stark has never explicitly articulated this to me, revealing my prior knowledge would be difficult to justify. Thus, I feigned ignorance and attentively listened to Stark's explanation from beginning to end. I understand. Nodding, I articulated the notion I had just pondered. The crux lies in the difficulty of retrieving those metallic fragments from within the heart, correct? I believe you could initially conduct an experiment on a lab mouse. Are you jesting? Upon hearing my suggestion, Stark's expression resembled that of someone witnessing a ghost. No, I am serious. I shook my head. Although I am not a medical professional, I am aware that heart transplant surgeries are already feasible, are they not? If one can utilize another's heart, surely one's own can be addressed. Once on the operating table, establish extracorporeal circulation to assume the heart's function, rendering it dormant. Following that, the heart can be extracted and incised, or alternatively, incised directly within the body, whatever proves most convenient, as long as the metallic fragments can be meticulously removed. Once confirmed to be clear, the incision can be sutured, reinserted, and appropriately connected, followed by a few vials of the red serum. Whether it is the incision on the heart or the sutured vessels, they should heal instantaneously. By employing my reasoning alongside certain techniques from heart transplantation, the difficulty of the procedure is significantly reduced. Of course, this presupposes that the red serum truly functions as claimed, ensuring instant healing of both the heart incision and the vessel sutures. It is precisely this uncertainty that led me to refrain from making definitive statements, instead encouraging Stark to first conduct an experiment on a lab mouse. Observing that I was indeed serious, Stark began to contemplate the feasibility of the suggestion. Hey, Tony. Noticing the change in Stark's demeanor, Rhodey's smile gradually faded. You cannot be serious, right? Buddy, do not act impulsively. Look at the mess you've created. What a ridiculous idea. Do not rush, relax a little. Understanding Rhodey's sentiments, I was unperturbed by his glare. I merely proposed a thought process. And I also stated that an experiment is necessary first. Ultimately, do you believe that, given Tony's nature, he would disregard his own life? It is precisely because I understand his character that I worry. He tends to act first and consider later, you know? That depends on the matter at hand. I shook my head. In other circumstances, he might indeed adopt that approach, yet when it pertains to his own life, I trust he possesses the discernment. All right, Rhodey. Stark finally regained his composure. Stark, with a grateful smile on his face, looked at Shi Xiaolei while addressing Rod, who seemed to complain about being interrupted. Locke, your suggestion holds significant value, he remarked. Once I complete my experiments, if the results align with your expectations, I shan't express my gratitude in words. Suffice it to say, I owe you my life. Chapter 31. Equipment and gems combined. Despite his seemingly uncalculating demeanor, this was their first encounter, and Rod was unfamiliar with Shi Xiaolei's character. From Rod's perspective, it was entirely reasonable to disagree with Shi Xiaolei's suggestion to Stark. Such reactions are natural and understandable. Acknowledging Rod's sentiments, Shi Xiaolei bore no ill will towards his opposition. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret for his impulsive suggestion, realizing he had perhaps breached the unwritten rule of speaking too openly with someone he considered merely a friend rather than a confidant. Having spoken, there was no turning back. After some contemplation, Shi Xiaolei decided to reveal a hidden asset. Observing the small vial in Shi Xiaolei's hand, Stark initially appeared taken aback, then his curiosity piqued. A new type of potion? What are its effects? I call it the Vitality Elixir, Shi Xiaolei replied, tossing the vial to Stark with a pained expression. It invigorates the mind and detoxifies. Its most versatile attribute, however, is instantaneous wound healing. You may regard it as an upgraded version of the red potion. In an instant, Stark shook the vial, watching the purple liquid shimmer with an enchanting and mysterious hue under the light. Is it the kind of instant I think it is? Well, the item is now in your possession. You can verify it yourself, Shi Xiaolei said with a wry smile, shaking his head. This is my prized possession, one I had no intention of parting with. But enough of that. If you decide to undergo surgery, do let me know in advance. I shall procure more of this elixir for you as a safeguard. Given your expression, I presume its cost is not trivial? Stark inquired. 3 bottles of mana potion and 3 healing potions yield a single vial of vitality elixir. Had I been playing a version prior to 1.10, I would have had to synthesize it rather than purchase it directly from a shop. Its rarity and value are at least tenfold that of a standard red potion. Indeed, it is not inexpensive. If we must discuss costs, it starts at a minimum of 10 times, Shi Xiaolei admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Furthermore, its quantity is limited, which is precisely why I urged you to notify me early, to avoid a shortage when the need arises. Only 10-fold. I'll offer you 20-fold, Stark replied without hesitation, raising an eyebrow, revealing his affluent nature. Let us not wait. Starting tomorrow, accumulate as much as you can. I shall cover the costs entirely. You have the wealth. Your word is law. What more can be said? Shi Xiaolei spread his arms and shrugged. Are there any other treasures? He inquired, holding the purple potion in his hand. Stark, curious, pressed on. You must have some hidden away, reluctant to share. Well, if you ask whether there are any, the answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Since the malfunctioning hard drive evolved into the system, I have completely unlocked the game's database. Setting aside the uncontrollable monsters, every piece of equipment and item that can be generated within the game can be acquired through monetary investment. Do you recall the potions Stark procured from me for research purposes? Although the volume of each transaction was not as substantial as that with S.H.I.E.L.D., the frequency compensated for it. Over time, I have managed to extract nearly 3 million from Stark, half of which I reinvested into the system. With an average of 50,000 per transaction, I wagered over 30 times, much like when I chose the witch in the game, deliberately avoiding swords and blades, focusing solely on what I might find useful. After more than 30 attempts, I indeed managed to acquire several items that are currently advantageous. These include a Silk of the Victor, a standard ancient armor, a Jordan stone, a ring, a bloodletter, an enhanced Roman short sword, and a dual-handed sword with a damage enhancement of 65 attributes. Let us examine each of these pieces of equipment and their respective attributes in detail. Silk of the Victor's ancient armor defense, for 91 required level, 28 required strength, 100 durability, 60 110 defense enhancement, 1 skill level 5 lifesteal, on hit 2 light radius, Jordan stone. Ring required level, 29 1 all skills increases maximum mana by 25 112 lightning damage 20 mana, blood book. Roman short sword one-handed damage, 3197 required level, 30 required strength, 25 durability, 54 140 enhanced damage, 1245 damage, 90 accuracy, 20 increased attack speed, 10 reduced stamina. Consumption 8 lifesteal on hit, 3 whirlwind, barbarian only, 3 mastery of longsword, barbarian only, war summoning, Han Rueda's sword, runeward, not yet socketed, 1 all skills 40 increased attack speed, 250 to 290 enhanced damage, variable, 530 fire damage, 7 lifesteal, on hit 26 battle command, variable, 16 battle orders, variable, 14 battle cry, variable. Prevents monsters from regenerating 12 life, restored 30 better chance to find magic items. Funds are insufficient. I cannot currently purchase the runestones, and it will take some time before I can acquire the final runeword. Setting that aside for now, let us focus on the items I have already obtained. The armor grants mana steal on hit, while the short sword offers life steal and reduced stamina consumption, greatly enhancing sustainability. The ring's increase of 25 to the maximum mana and 20 mana may seem insignificant for spellcasting characters, yet for Shi Xiaolei, who possesses the bloodline of a barbarian, it proves invaluable, as barbarians are notoriously deficient in mana. Furthermore, the enhancements to defense, damage, accuracy, and lightning damage yield tangible improvements. Undoubtedly, the most beneficial aspects are those that increase skill levels. Should damage prove inadequate, one can compensate with attribute points. Although character levels have a cap, it is worth noting that within the game exists a tome capable of augmenting attribute points, known as the Ancient Book of Blue Isen. Previously, when funds were lacking for gambling on equipment, Shi Xiaolei contemplated a shortcut. In essence, it involved utilizing money to exchange for certain dark equipment that had previously appeared in quest lines to endure temporarily. To his astonishment, he discovered that items such as the King's Staff, Viper Amulet, and Will of Climb were not restricted and could indeed be purchased with currency. Given this revelation, what are the other quest items? In the second act, after vanquishing the mummy in the sewers, a skill scroll burst forth from a chest. In the third act, within the Forsaken Temple, the ancient tome of Blue Eason was discovered, and upon completing the Golden Bird quest, a potion granting an additional 20 life points was obtained from the alchemist Aiko. However, amidst the surprises, a greater revelation awaited. Shi Xiaolei discovered that these items could indeed be farmed, albeit at a steep price, as quest items or rewards. Their cost vastly exceeded that of ordinary equipment, often by a factor of 10 or more. The cheapest among them commanded a staggering $50,000 to $60,000, a sum beyond Shi Xiaolei's current earnings. In contrast, gambling for equipment appeared more advantageous, offering better value for investment. For instance, with 150,000, he acquired 3 pieces of gear that enhanced skill levels, effectively netting him 60 skill points. Conversely, spending that amount on the ancient tome of Blue Eason would yield only 2 books, translating to a mere 2 attribute points. The 30-fold disparity left little room for contemplation in decision-making. Moreover, while accruing skill points through tomes capped skills at level 20, the attributes conferred by the gear were not bound by such limitations. If the enhancement from stacking attribute points adhered to the rules, then the skill level attributes inherent to the equipment represented a breakthrough beyond conventional standards. Shi Xiaolei's fondness for this particular equipment stemmed from this very attribute. Hey mate, what are you pondering? Stark's presence reminded him that he had been neglecting the individual seated before him. Coming back to reality, Shi Xiaolei sheepishly scratched his head. After a prolonged deliberation, he halted the temporarily hired servant and retrieved 2 glasses of whiskey with ice from the tray. Stark extended one towards Shi Xiaolei, remarking, "This indicates you certainly possess more treasures yet to be revealed, does it not? Let me clarify, I will not accept a refusal." "Very well." With a wry smile, Shi Xiaolei nodded and took a sip of the drink, reluctantly conceding, "I do indeed have some stock left, but do not hesitate for the sake of money. You know I am sorely lacking in that regard." "It is not about the money," he replied, glancing around cautiously. Once he confirmed the surrounding conditions, he turned back, only to meet Stark's eager and intense gaze. All right. Not intending to keep him in suspense or to be labeled as tedious, Shi Xiaolei sighed and exchanged a shimmering gem from the system. "Here it is. Skeletons, diamonds, yellow sapphires, emeralds, sapphires, rubies, and amethysts, within the realm of Diablo 2. 7 types of gems are available for embedding. Each gem exists in 5 gradations, from flawed to perfect, ranked from lower to higher." To evade the attention of the ladies present, Shi Xiaolei merely conjured a low-grade, colorless flawed diamond. "Wow." With 2 fingers extended, Stark picked up the diamond from the dazed Shi Xiaolei's hand, a look of surprise crossing his face. "I never imagined you could present such a large diamond." "Look, I now understand why you hesitated earlier." The diamond, irregular in shape and marred by cracks, was not particularly appealing in appearance. However, its substantial size could not be overlooked. Clearly a low-grade fragmented diamond, its dimensions rivaled that of a raw stone. According to international standards, this diamond weighed at least 8 carats, possibly even reaching 10. What might a diamond of over 10 carats be worth? On the earth from which Shi Xiaolei hailed, a 10-carat diamond would fetch no less than 8 million. And if its purity were exceptional, coupled with masterful craftsmanship, jewelry adorned with such a diamond could command prices ranging from 50 million to 100 million. In the Marvel universe, while there was no De Beers, other market giants similarly controlled prices, which were unlikely to diverge significantly from those on Earth. Individuals like Stark could leverage connections to acquire large diamonds at a fraction of the cost, but with Shi Xiaolei's limited network, such opportunities were unattainable. It was indeed illogical for a mere middle-class individual to possess such a grand diamond, yet the reality before them was undeniable, which explained Stark's astonishment. Just then Rhodes, who had stepped away to use the restroom, returned. "Wow, Tony, are you planning to propose to Pepper?" Upon seeing the diamond in Stark's hand, Rhodes could not suppress his imagination. Despite having attained the rank of colonel in the Air Force, he often unconsciously displayed a slightly boisterous side, a remnant of his identity as an African American, especially in the company of friends. In this instance, his excitement mingled with surprise, leading him to draw conclusions and raise his voice. "Buddy, why didn't you tell me about this good news? You must want to surprise Pepper, right?" "Hee, I get it." Regardless of Stark's response, Rhodes' exclamation had already attracted the attention of several individuals, including the women hired by Stark to create an ambience and the guests who had brought their family members or partners. The varying identities did not diminish their shared appreciation for jewelry. With the gathering predominantly comprising women, and considering Stark's popularity among single women, even without Rhodes' shout, the diamond would have garnered attention. Fortunately, Pepper was upstairs with little Kanna, engaged in play, and not present in the hall. Keep it down. After glancing around to confirm that Pepper was absent, Stark let out a subtle sigh of relief. Rhodes, you misunderstood. This diamond was brought out by Locke. Do you understand what I mean? Like a potion, this item is also a treasure with alternative uses, not merely an ordinary diamond. Indeed, Rock, what is this thing called? I refer to it as the shattered diamond. Shi Xiaolei shrugged and replied with a smile. The name is indeed the same. If you don't mind, you could treat it as a regular diamond for crafting jewelry. Although it may seem somewhat wasteful not to utilize its inherent abilities, it is of little consequence. After all, in the grand tapestry of life, there are few matters more significant than a marriage proposal. Haha, Tony, if you plan to use it for a ring to gift Pepper, I wholeheartedly support that. Me too. At Shi Xiaolei's glance, Rode joined in the enthusiasm. It is indeed splendid. But to use it for a proposal? It seems a tad small. Comparing 1 to 2 is rather unreasonable, so Stark had to find another excuse. Want something larger? Shi Xiaolei chuckled. Speak up. What size and color do you desire? Aside from this colorless variety, I can procure red, green, blue, yellow, and purple gemstones. As long as you are willing to spend, I assure your satisfaction. Chapter 32. Another transaction embedded in weapons. It can specifically enhance lethality against undead creatures. Set into shields, it can bolster the user's resistance, granting a degree of immunity to elemental damage and toxins. Apart from its limited use in increasing accuracy when embedded in armor and helmets, the enhancements provided by diamonds are indeed beneficial. However, activating the magical effects of this item is not a trivial endeavor. In simpler terms, it must be combined with the socketing process from Diablo 2. In the game, one merely needs to hand the equipment over to Larzik and confirm, allowing him to socket the item. The operation consists of a few clicks of the mouse, requiring no waiting, and the entire process appears remarkably streamlined. Yet, is it truly that simple? The answer is evidently no. From Act 1 to Act 5, the game features 5 blacksmiths. Aside from Larzik, who resides in the barbarian homeland, neither Charsi, who possesses half-barbarian blood, nor Farah, a former warrior in the Cathedral of Light skilled in healing magic, nor Hratli, a master of both magic and blacksmithing adept at crafting magical gear, can perform this task. Even Hephasto, who has long been stationed in the Hellforge and often learns skills from angels, is incapable of socketing items. It is clear that socketing equipment is not merely about creating a hole in the item. Perhaps it involves intricate carving techniques or the art of inscribing magical arrays. In any case, the process undoubtedly requires some secret arts known only to the barbarian tribes. Given that the blacksmiths within the world of Diablo 2 have not mastered the socketing technique, it is needless to say that in the Marvel Universe, the task is far beyond their reach. Even if a minor oversight occurs, resulting in gemstones being scattered, there is no need to worry about them being misused by nefarious individuals against oneself. Thus, Shi Xiaolei readily presented this artifact to satisfy Stark's curiosity. A gemstone capable of effectively harming undead beings? Indeed. Nodding solemnly, Coulson reported to the director. In fact, apart from the diamond targeting undead creatures, Agent 17 provided intelligence indicating that Locke had produced an additional 4 gemstones, each possessing unique properties. A yellow gemstone that adds electric shock damage, a ruby that inflicts fiery burns, a sapphire that causes freezing damage, and an emerald that can induce poisoning. Since Stark transformed into Iron Man, Shield, DS scrutiny of him has escalated significantly. Every action of his is under Shield's watchful gaze. And it is inconceivable that agents would be absent from the celebratory party held after the completion of new energy technology. Indeed, the day after the party, a female agent, disguised as a socialite and accompanying a guest, compiled and reported the intelligence to team leader Coulson. Shield had anticipated Stark would unveil the information during the party, disclosing the successful development of new energy technology to his close friends before the official press conference. As the emergence of such results heralds a new realm of opportunities. The stakes are too high. Even Stark Industries cannot monopolize all the benefits. Moreover, it is customary in business dealings to reach out to potential partners before publicly announcing new achievements. What truly surprised Coulson was the peculiarities introduced by Shi Xiaolei. Having specialized in 084 for many years, Shield places great importance on phenomena that defy conventional explanation. Therefore, even without clarifying the accuracy of this intelligence or witnessing the actual objects to verify their effects, Coulson dared not be careless. The interval between receiving the intelligence and meeting with Nick Fury was less than half an hour. I understand. Elevate Locke's confidentiality level by 1 tier. While contemplating, he unconsciously tapped his fingers. Moments later, Nick Fury issued a directive. Find an opportunity to meet with him again and probe a little. If he is amenable, Inquire whether he is willing to sell. Understood. Nodding, Coulson reminded, this task may require a substantial budget. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury suddenly felt a pang of headache. Just give me a figure. At least 5 million per piece. Coulson chuckled wryly. This does not account for the premium due to special effects. You know how expensive those large gemstones are in the market. How much did Stark pay? Was it also 5 million per piece? Indeed. According to Agent 17's report, Locke sold a total of 10 pieces to Stark, 2 pieces each of yellow, blue, green, and white, amounting to $50 million. At this point, Coulson could not help but smile ruefully, and that was still a friend's price. If the transaction were with us, I suspect the price would increase further. The affluent, cursed be they. At almost the same moment, Shi Xiaolei in New York echoed the sentiment. Albeit devoid of any trace of anger, rather, his words were imbued with excitement and exhilaration. Buddy, you must adapt, Stark remarked, patting Shi Xiaolei on the back while wearing a pair of frog-eyed glasses. In truth, had it not been for the multitude of conditions you imposed, my creativity would have flourished. No, this is already more than sufficient. I mean, it exceeds my expectations. Standing in a spacious living room ample enough for dancing. Shi Xiaolei watched as Kanna darted around with enthusiasm, her joyous laughter filling the air. A profound sense of happiness surged within him, an almost surreal fulfillment. Following the conclusion of last night's festivities, Stark decided to take a few days to recuperate from the exhaustion accumulated during his prolonged seclusion. Once the patent registration was finalized and the team led by Pepper negotiated the intricate details with prospective collaborators, Stark would once again step into the limelight. With idle time on his hands and a reluctance to retreat into seclusion for immediate research on the gemstones, Stark took it upon himself to assist Shi Xiaolei in his search for a residence. Admittedly, his involvement was more akin to that of a guiding mentor. Under Stark's tutelage, Shi Xiaolei visited the bank, utilizing the 50 million in deposits acquired from the gemstones to upgrade his client status. Subsequently, with Stark's guidance, he made a request of the bank to assist in locating properties that met his specifications. It must be noted that in the capital-driven landscape of America, the status of a client wields considerable influence. After a brief lunch, the bank provided feedback almost immediately. Within half an hour, Shi Xiaolei, accompanied by 2 family members, arrived at a property selected by the bank for their consideration. Chapter 33. House viewing in the precious real estate of Manhattan, freestanding villas are nearly non-existent. And even in the relatively underdeveloped areas like Chinatown, the situation remains the same. Yet, Shi Xiaolei yearned for a residence with a yard, a place where Kanna could frolic outdoors. His criteria were indeed stringent, making the search quite arduous. Previous attempts to engage real estate agencies yielded no satisfactory results, primarily due to these exacting demands. However, with a sudden influx of substantial funds and the bank directly facilitating contacts, the difficulty of the search diminished significantly, yielding properties of much higher caliber than before. Take, for instance, the current property under consideration. To begin with, its geographical location is noteworthy. This house is situated at the T-junction of Buster Street and Bay Street, facing south, with a park directly across the road. Though the area may be somewhat modest in size, the park is nonetheless equipped with a playground for children and a basketball court for physical exercise. To the southwest lies the New York National Criminal Court, while to the northwest stands the Manhattan Detention Center. The presence of these 2 institutions undoubtedly enhances the safety of the vicinity compared to other locales. On the eastern side, there exists a quaint Asian grocery store. For Shi Xiaolei, who still adheres to the lifestyle habits of the East, the daily necessities imported from Asia available in the store sufficiently meet his needs. Most importantly, this penthouse property is located within a short distance from the small shop that Shi Xiaolei rents in Chinatown, even at Kanna's pace. It would take merely 10 minutes to walk there. With a baseline passing score of 60, this geographical advantage alone merits at least 30 points. Examining the condition of the property itself, it occupies the top floor of a 6-story building, which, while not high, is equipped with an elevator. The basement features a parking garage. Although its size is limited and spaces are few, each household is assured at least 2 parking spots, which is quite sufficient for Shi Xiaolei's family. The indoor living area is approximately 300 square meters, and when factoring in the lofted structure that enhances the space, along with the private garden on the rooftop reserved for top-floor residents, the usable area nearly doubles to around 700 square meters. The property boasts 4 bedrooms, a study, an entertainment room, as well as a living room, dining room, kitchen, 3 bathrooms, and that delightful little garden on the roof, which surpasses a mere balcony. Evaluating each aspect, Shi Xiaolei finds himself assigning an impressive score of 92 to this property. With such a high rating, what could possibly warrant hesitation? Turning to the bank representative, Shi Xiaolei inquired about his most pressing concern. Paul, how much is this property? Given his previous observations, it was evident that Shi Xiaolei shared a friendship with Stark. Assuming that even if Shi Xiaolei lacked funds, Stark would have his back. The representative Paul omitted any trivial introductions and provided a straightforward answer. You can acquire this property for just $68 million. $68 million? Indeed. And just to clarify, this price includes the underground parking spaces and the rooftop garden, Paul confirmed with a nod. Previously, when Shi Xiaolei only had $1.5 million at hand, he had been contemplating renting and had not dared to inquire about purchase prices. Now, upon hearing the figure, which was significantly lower than he had anticipated, indeed, less than the prices in first-tier cities back home, he was filled with astonishment and could not help but reconfirm. Are you certain? The total is only $68 million, with no additional fees? None at all. Glancing at Stark with a smile, Paul remarked, "You are a friend of Mr. Stark. How could I possibly misquote you?" That was music to his ears. Stark chuckled and cast a knowing glance at Paul, then patted Shi Xiaolei's arm reassuringly. "Rest assured, with me around, no one dares to take advantage of you in such matters. Remember, I am the proprietor of Stark Industries and employ a multitude of lawyers." Having said that, Shi Xiaolei smiled. "All right, I'll consult with Sylvia and Kanna. If they both agree, then we shall proceed." He then tilted his head and called out to Kanna, who had just ascended the stairs for a visit. "I'm here," came Kanna's cheerful response from the upper level. The sound of her little feet pattering echoed as she appeared at the staircase, her small legs in motion, perhaps still captivated by the surroundings. She did not descend, but rather clung to the railing, peering over on her tiptoes. "Xiaolei, did you call me? What is the matter?" Raising his hand in a circular motion, Shi Xiaolei smiled and inquired, after taking a look around, "What do you think? Do you like this house?" "I love it." Kanna's chin rested on the railing, making it difficult for her to nod, but she emphasized her enthusiasm. "Xiaolei, there's a little room over there that's so beautiful. I adore it." Recalling something he had heard from her before, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but display a fond gaze. "Is it the little attic? I remember you mentioned wanting one the most." "Yes." Kanna beamed, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Her preference was unmistakable, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Shi Xiaolei raised his gaze to Tu, who stood behind Kanna. Without needing to ask, Tu smiled and nodded gently, providing an affirmative response. With a snap of his fingers, Shi Xiaolei extended his right hand toward Paul. "They have no objections. We have a deal." "Thank you very much," Paul replied, a joyful smile spreading across his face at the thought of the commission soon to be credited. "When shall we sign the contract? If you have no other pressing matters, we should proceed to the bank for the necessary formalities. However, I can have someone assist you with that now," Stark interjected, glancing at his watch. "Gentlemen, the priority now is to find a place to dine." Looking between Stark and Paul, Shi Xiaolei felt a bit uncertain. Raising an eyebrow, Stark turned to Kanna. "What do you think? Should we eat first or handle the paperwork?" Unaware that Shi Xiaolei had already decided to purchase the property, Kanna did not hesitate in her response. "Let us eat first. Xiaolei, I want fries and a cheeseburger." "A perfect choice." Stark, who also favored cheeseburgers, gave a thumbs up. "Rock, did you hear that? All right then, let us head for a meal." Shi Xiaolei shook his head in resignation, offering a sheepish smile to Paul. "My apologies, I'll come to the bank later." "Is that all right?" "Of course, feel free to contact me whenever you have time." Chapter 34. Request for guidance for Stark. A mere transaction amounting to a few $1,000,000 was a trivial matter. However, for Shi Xiaolei and his family, the acquisition of a new home was of paramount significance. Acknowledging the gravity of this occasion, Stark made a concerted effort to assist, playing an instrumental role in the process, both morally and logically. It was only fitting that Shi Xiaolei extend a proper invitation to express his gratitude. To this end, Shi Xiaolei made a phone call to a neighbor he had previously befriended, requesting his assistance in organizing a splendid banquet. This neighbor, a seasoned chef who had once participated in the preparation of state banquets, had primarily resided in his homeland. However, due to his advancing age and the reluctance to have his only son relinquish a well-paying job on Wall Street, he had taken the initiative to relocate to the United States, settling in Chinatown, not far from Wall Street. Having accumulated a considerable savings over the years, he no longer needed to financially support his son. Once in Chinatown, he had not contemplated seeking employment, leading a leisurely existence akin to retired villagers, filled with pastimes such as birdwalking, dog playing, chess, and card games. Apart from occasionally mediating neighborhood disputes, his days were predominantly spent in enjoyment. Nevertheless, after years of culinary practice, it was a habit ingrained within him, one that could not simply be abandoned. On occasion, he would invite a few friends over, donning the chef's hat to whip up some dishes under the pretext of hosting a gathering, thus indulging himself and honing his skills. As for how Shi Xiaolei came to know this esteemed gentleman, the tale is rather extensive. Upon his arrival in the new land, Shi Xiaolei found himself unfamiliar with the local community, lacking both connections and financial means. To be more precise, prior to being introduced to the underground boxing scene, he was, in all honesty, a penniless newcomer devoid of any social network. Merely possessing the identity of a compatriot was evidently insufficient to persuade the landlord to yield and rent him the desired storefront. Thus, in order to amass some funds, Shi Xiaolei resorted to taking on odd jobs, ranging from washing dishes and plumbing repairs to moving and installing appliances. He embraced any opportunity that could yield income. While the monetary gains were modest, it was his enthusiastic and open-hearted demeanor that earned him a commendable reputation among his fellow compatriots within a mere week, establishing a positive impression. It was precisely this favorable image that led to a connection with the neighbor during a visit to assist in repairing the ceiling. Concerned for Shi Xiaolei's safety on the ladder, the neighbor stood below, steadying it. In a moment of lightheartedness, he casually engaged in conversation. Upon learning that Shi Xiaolei was saving to open a small restaurant, the seasoned chef was suddenly intrigued, and thus, a bond was formed between the elder and the youth, united by their shared passion for Chinese cuisine. After Shi Xiaolei earned some money from underground boxing and opened that small shop, the uncle would occasionally visit. And on particularly cheerful days, he might even venture into the kitchen to share a few culinary tips with Shi Xiaolei. Although the menu at Shi Xiaolei's establishment was rather simple, relying solely on fried rice and noodles, it did not allow the uncle to fully showcase his culinary prowess. However, it must be acknowledged that the uncle's guidance was invaluable. It is not merely the experience of having worked in restaurants or learning from chefs at construction sites that guarantees the successful operation of an eatery. Some tasks may appear straightforward at first glance, but once one begins to execute them, the myriad of challenges becomes apparent. While pointing out flaws in technique is significant, it was the uncle's foresight in identifying frequently overlooked blind spots and imparting various tips and tricks that proved to be the greatest asset in attracting customers and laying a foundation for revenue. The practical skills taught by the uncle optimized the entire framework of the business. Frankly speaking, had the establishment not been built correctly, the uncle's contributions would have been indispensable. I digress. This time, when Shi Xiaolei called the uncle, he not only wished to invite him to prepare an authentic Chinese meal to express gratitude to Stark, but he also harbored another intention. With the new resident selected, it was time to consider the logistics of moving and renovating the shop. Moving was relatively straightforward. It merely involved selecting new furniture and exerting some effort to transport items he wished to keep. The real challenge lay with the shop. With an expanded operational area, an upgrade in decor was essential. It could not simply continue selling fried rice and noodles as before. Introducing new dishes was imperative. Moreover, the very reason Shi Xiaolei contemplated upgrading the shop was the advent of the Ark, which allowed for the acquisition of various fresh, natural ingredients at no cost. If he continued with the old methods, those ingredients would be rendered useless and efficient utilization would be out of the question. Thus, on the day after inviting Stark for a meal, Shi Xiaolei once again arrived at He Shui's doorstep. "Uncle He, are you home? It's me, Shi Xiao. Just a moment." The voice echoed from within, and moments later, Uncle He opened the door, welcoming Shi Xiaolei into the foyer. "Didn't you come by yesterday? What brings you here again today?" "Oh, you rascal. You could have just come without bringing anything." "I wanted to express my gratitude," Shi Xiaolei replied, handing over 2 bottles of fine wine. He accepted the slippers Uncle He offered and continued. "Thanks to your help yesterday, I couldn't have satisfied him on my own. Speaking of which, I did recall something. There was someone else present yesterday, so it was difficult to speak up." He gestured toward the rosewood sofa, inviting Shi Xiaolei to sit. Picking up the cigarette box from the coffee table, he lit a cigarette and remarked, "You've done well. How did you come to know Tony Stark? He has such a prominent figure, and you just run a small restaurant. It seems like an unlikely connection." "Well, Uncle He, I truly don't want to deceive you. I really can't say." Knowing that Shi Xiaolei had once earned money through underground boxing, He Shui, observing his hesitance, couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Taking a drag from his cigarette and squinting at Shi Xiaolei, He Shui's face revealed a hint of concern. "If you cannot speak of it, then I shall not pry. Just take care of yourself, live well, and steer clear of those unsavory matters, understood? After all this time, you must have realized that we, the Chinese, often find ourselves in a vulnerable position here. If you become embroiled in any trouble, extricating yourself will not be easy." The sage advice warmed Shi Xiaolei's heart. "Uncle, rest assured," he nodded, indicating he had taken the words to heart, rubbing his hands together. "I will definitely refrain from involving myself in those chaotic affairs. In fact, I came to seek your guidance today. I intend to renovate my little restaurant and elevate it a notch. You are the expert. Are there any particular aspects I should be mindful of, especially regarding menu selection and pricing? In short, could you enlighten me?" Now that's the right attitude. "Earning a living through skill is the way to go," He Shui said, flicking off the ash and smiling with satisfaction. All right, since you aspire to improve, this old man shall offer you some advice. Chapter 35. A change of plans. There is a saying that plans are often outpaced by unforeseen changes. Initially, Shi Xiaolei had come to an agreement with the landlord regarding the renovations of the establishment. However, just days before he intended to contact the construction team and temporarily close the business for the refurbishments, the landlord unexpectedly visited the restaurant and, with a troubled expression, delivered some unfortunate news. Without delving into the specifics, the landlord had encountered a personal issue that necessitated financial liquidity, compelling him to make the difficult decision to sell the property. Given the amicable relationship and mutual trust between Shi Xiaolei and the landlord, no formal written contract had been established for the renovation. Consequently, this situation introduced complications. If the landlord sold the establishment to another party, it would be uncertain whether they would allow Shi Xiaolei to continue renting. Even if they were willing to lease it to him, there was no guarantee they would permit any upgrades or renovations. Should he seek a new location? He had grown fond of his neighbors, and moving away now felt bittersweet. His restaurant had built a solid reputation, and a sudden relocation could result in losing a significant number of loyal customers. Moreover, the landlord was genuine, and his intent in selling was not to profit excessively. The asking price was fair and devoid of inflation. After several days of contemplation, Shi Xiaolei resolutely decided to purchase the property himself. The building was not costly, but the land was. Previously, he had acquired a new property for $3.68 million, as he had only purchased one floor, which meant he owned merely a fraction of the land rights. Now, he intended to buy the entire building along with the land. The price, however, was not comparable to that of a single floor. In prime urban areas, the plot ratio is notoriously high. For instance, in many parts of Hong Kong, the plot ratio frequently exceeds 100. On Manhattan Island, relevant data shows a consistent upward trend. This implies that the price is at least 10 times that of the housing market, including the storefronts in the front and the residential area in the back. The total area is nearly 400 square meters. Comparing this with the average housing price of 110,000 to 130,000 per square meter in the area. In order to purchase this plot from the landlord, Shi Xiaolei must prepare at least $45 million. This amount does not even account for the cost of the house itself. Upon reflection, selling gems to Stark only netted him $50 million in total. After deducting the $3.68 million needed for the property, he must also reserve some funds for home renovations. Additionally, expenses for acquiring furniture and appliances, as well as remodeling the storefront, must be considered. Even with the $1.5 million he had saved up, it would barely suffice. He might need to borrow some money, or perhaps not. Regardless, Shi Xiaolei must exhaust every penny in his pocket to amass the necessary sum to complete the transaction with the landlord. The difficulty of this decision stems from the fact that Shi Xiaolei is not a native-born Chinese American. He still holds onto the traditional Chinese mindset that having no emergency funds in the bank can lead to a sense of insecurity. Sighing, he leaned over the table, scribbling numbers for a while, but the figures remained unchanged. He set down his pen, stretched, and glanced back at the already darkened room of Kana and Tu. Rising from his seat, he quietly walked into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed water on his face, gazing into the mirror. Shi Xiaolei lifted his hand to pat his cheek. Cheer up, don't lose heart. It's just money, it can be earned again. Be positive, Shi Xiaolei. You can do this. After all, he was merely short on cash, not in debt. His situation was not dire. With a little boost of motivation, he felt slightly more at ease. He recalled that it had been nearly half a month since the last procurement by Shield, thinking that they might return soon for another batch of goods, which would bring him some revenue. A smile finally appeared on Shi Xiaolei's face, and he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Grabbing a towel, he dried his face. Having composed himself, Shi Xiaolei turned to head to the kitchen to fetch a thermos and soak his feet before bed. However, as he turned to face the living room, a fiery orange halo suddenly materialized before him. As a time traveler, he was all too familiar with this phenomenon. Upon seeing the halo, Shi Xiaolei's eyes widened, and an alarm rang in his mind. The boss has arrived, what to do? Could it be that his identity as a time traveler has been exposed, leading to her displeasure? That seems unlikely. If it were solely due to his identity, she would have confronted him long ago. Could it be that his interference in Stark's battle with Ironmonger disrupted the original timeline, making him a target? What to do? What to do? Surely he wouldn't be exiled? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Shi Xiaolei found himself frozen, as if he had returned to the homeland of the barbarians, turned into a statue by the chilling winds atop Mount Arret. Fears materialized before him, as the supreme sorcerer. A formidable force in the Marvel Universe stood before him. Despite her modest stature and the gentle smile gracing her features, the psychological pressure she exerted upon Shi Xiaolei felt as oppressive as a mountain, leaving him somewhat breathless. Hello. with an extreme sense of restraint. Shi Xiaolei raised his hand, forcing a rather unattractive smile. Gui nodded with a smile and waved her right hand gently. The floor, walls, ceiling, and all the furnishings in the room seemed to come alive in a fantastical yet strikingly realistic display. Aware that this was a reaction to the unfolding spatial mirror, the corners of Shi Xiaolei's eyes twitched involuntarily. The little one is still growing, and her sleep quality is paramount. It's best not to disturb her. Taking a step closer, Gui pointed at the room of the now non-dimensional Kanna, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Moreover, she has caused quite the mess, and tidying up will be rather troublesome, wouldn't you agree? Unsure of how to respond, Shi Xiaolei took several seconds to muster a single question. Who are you? He still harbored a sliver of hope. He. Gui shook her head gently, a knowing smile adorning her face. Loki, you know who I am. At her words, Shi Xiaolei's heart raced, and his anxiety escalated. Relax. Turning to sit comfortably on the sofa, Gui appeared at ease, as though she were in her own home. Please, take a seat. There's no need for tension. I've come today merely to extend a greeting and to offer a few words of caution, nothing more. The tea is delightful. Pouring herself a cup from the kitchen, Gui took a gentle sip. Setting the cup down, she retrieved a small paper package from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table. However, it pales in comparison to what I've brought for you. Here. This is a token of our meeting. Tea from the Kamatage, a specialty you cannot purchase outside. Although she had entered without knocking, her unexpected visit was softened by the presence of a gift. Confirming this, Shi Xiaolei felt the weight on his heart lift considerably, allowing him to relax. As their conversation flowed more smoothly, he once again, after a cup of tea, hesitantly asked, So, you really just came to say hello? It's not because I've disrupted fate, causing some undesirable consequence? Gui gently shook his head, a serene smile revealing sincerity. In truth, I wish to propose a transaction with you. With a sigh of relief, Shi Xiaolei instinctively raised his arm to scratch the back of his head. Master, please enlighten me regarding this transaction. Do not be hasty. Before that, I would like to invite you to accompany me on a journey. Gui set down his teacup and rose, conjuring a portal with a casual gesture while extending the invitation to Shi Xiaolei. Very well. Following Gui into the fiery circle, the next moment, they found themselves in a hospital. Although the hour was late and no patients or medical staff were in sight, the reaction of a nurse at the distant duty station indicated that they were still within a mirrored space. Where are we? Glancing around, Shi Xiaolei could not comprehend why he had been brought here and could not help but inquire. Follow me. With a beckoning call, Gui began to stride forward. Scratching his head, Shi Xiaolei hurried to keep pace, traversing a long corridor until they reached the door of an office. Without any visible gesture from Gui, the solid wall suddenly parted in the middle, revealing a gap wide enough for two to pass side by side. Standing outside the opening, Gui raised his hand and pointed at a man seated behind a desk, casually lounging with his legs propped up while on the phone. I presume you have recognized him, yes? After a brief hesitation, Shi Xiaolei sheepishly nodded. Strange. The one you have chosen. Perhaps. Gui shook his head, his gaze resting on Shi Xiaolei's face as he smiled with intrigue. Your arrival has altered the predetermined course of events. This implies that my presence has the potential to change Strange's future? The thought of Dr. Strange's birth being eradicated flooded Shi Xiaolei's mind with countless notions. Without Strange's repeated efforts, and with Gui already departed, who could withstand Dormammu's invasion? Without Strange's intervention, could Thor truly awaken the latent power of the God of Thunder during his final encounter with Odin? If the God of Thunder fails to evolve, Asgard would likely succumb to Hela, who would break free from her seal. Given Hela's nature, she would undoubtedly launch an invasion against Earth, a realm within the 9 realms. Consequently, without Strange's involvement, Stark would be unable to return from the distant cosmos in time for the final battle against Thanos. Without Iron Man, would there still be a chance to ignite that fateful snap that saved the entire world? From Doctor Strange to Thor, Ragnarok, and then to Infinity War and Endgame. The absence of Strange would significantly impact many narratives, potentially overturning the entire world. Growing increasingly anxious, Shi Xiaolei pressed further. Master, are you implying that Strange will not take your place as the Sorcerer Supreme? Who knows? Ancient One shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging that with your presence, countless choices for the future have emerged. Perhaps one of your companions may be more suited to inherit my mantle than he is. As the Eye of Agamotto, the custodian of the Time Stone, each Supreme Sorcerer is unequivocally a master of prophecy. For these sorcerers, observing the course of time and selecting the most favorable future from a myriad of possibilities is both a habitual practice and an inherent duty. Just as a police officer must apprehend thieves, a Supreme Sorcerer must embrace the responsibility of safeguarding the Earth. For those who wield the Time Stone, no method is as convenient or efficient as harnessing its extraordinary power. Comparatively, The title of Supreme is undoubtedly more exalted than that of a mere police officer. To wear the crown is to bear its weight, in the pursuit of planetary protection. The threats faced by the Supreme Sorcerers far exceed those encountered by everyday enforcers of the law. Not everyone possesses the innate talent to hone themselves to such a level of responsibility, nor does everyone have the fortitude to carry such a heavy burden. In this regard, Ancient One's selection of Strange as her successor stemmed from these two considerations. Had his talents not been so exceptional, allowing him to swiftly learn and master various forms of magic, he would surely not have been chosen. Likewise, without the resilience to endure the agonies of repeated death and rebirth, he may not have garnered her favor. Both qualities are indispensable. However, one might ponder, is Strange truly Ancient One's sole choice? The answer is far from definitive. It is well known that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is but a fragment of the multiverse. Within the infinite realms of time and space, there exist countless parallel universes with similar backgrounds. For instance, in Universe 2149, the Marvel Universe faces loss, while in Universe 2192, Red Skull unifies the world. In Universe 12101, a certain mischievous character transcends dimensions to annihilate all heroes and villains. There are even peculiar universes where superheroes are reimagined in whimsical forms, or where all inhabitants are transformed into comedic characters. Not every parallel universe hosts a Supreme Sorcerer, yet with such a vast number, their presence is surely not negligible. In some of these universes, Ancient One did not select Strange as her successor, one example being Universe 9810. In this instance, Strange also suffered injuries from an accident. Yet it was Tony Stark's actions that precipitated his fate. Stark, during a party, had invited Strange for a ride in his newly acquired Lamborghini, only to cause an accident inebriated. Subsequently, out of guilt for Strange's plight, Stark vowed to restore the use of his hands. The quest for Camartage remained largely unchanged, albeit now involving both Strange and Stark. It is precisely due to this variable that fate has altered, leading Stark to encounter the realm of magic, where he developed an insatiable curiosity for its mysterious and enchanting knowledge. Coupled with his inherent inclination towards a knowledge-induced curse, Stark not only learned more rapidly and effectively than Strange, but also became more engrossed in the ocean of magic, surpassing Strange in his immersion. His accomplishments exceeded those of Strange, establishing Tony Stark as the successor to the Supreme Sorcerer. Conversely, observing Stark's profound obsession with magic, which caused him to entirely neglect his promise to heal his hands, Strange succumbed to jealousy, spiraling into darkness and becoming a minion of Dormammu. In comparison to the developments within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, their trajectories are not merely different. From certain perspectives, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as entirely opposed. Returning to the main topic, since the incident of Strange's disqualification occurred in the parallel universe, numbered 9810, might there not exist a similar possibility within the Marvel Cinematic Universe? The answer is affirmative. Just as the top student in a class may not be the leading student in the entire grade, and the grade's top student may not secure the top position in a multi-school examination, Strange is merely the optimal choice among the 7 billion inhabitants of Earth within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. To be candid, had it not been for the unwavering principle of those not of my kind must have a different heart upheld by the Ancient One, and her failure to consider candidates beyond Earth, it is quite possible that, solely within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a more suitable candidate could be found. My companion, unexpectedly, the Ancient One interjected, startling Shi Xiaolei into wide-eyed astonishment. You misunderstand. Noticing Shi Xiaolei's thoughts, the Ancient One smiled and shook her head gently. You are an outsider. I cannot see through your fate, nor do I know what companions you may encounter in the future. However, the more possibilities you have, the more hope and expectation you possess. The fate of this world is fraught with challenges, facing innumerable threats. Each additional ally brings me joy. Therefore, should a better option arise, I would certainly not refuse. And what of him? After a moment of contemplation, Shi Xiaolei pointed to Strange, who remained oblivious to being observed. Engrossed in a phone call, has his future already changed? Perhaps it has, or perhaps it has not, the Ancient One mused, tilting her head slightly. Come, let us find another place to converse. Exiting Strange's office, the two ascended to the quiet, deserted rooftop, gazing at the brightly lit skyscrapers. The Ancient One's eyes gleamed with endless affection, and a serene smile graced her face. This world is beautiful, is it not? Rubbing his nose, Shi Xiaolei, somewhat perplexed, agreed. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Very well, it seems you are not in the mood for this. Let us return to our previous discussion. Sensing the confusion in Shi Xiaolei's tone, the Ancient One smiled with a hint of resignation. Strange's fate has indeed been influenced. Perhaps you are unaware, but he has already received an invitation from Stark. After pondering Stark's invitation for a moment, Shi Xiaolei suddenly comprehended, You mean, Stark has decided to undergo surgical treatment? In pursuit of a more reliable primary physician, did you choose Strange due to the potions you provided to Stark? Ancient One nodded slightly. To clarify, yes. Casting a glance at Shi Xiaolei, who seemed inquisitive, Ancient One elucidated. It was the influence of the potions you provided that altered his thought process following the accident. Would he seek me out to perform surgery on Stark, thus creating a bond of gratitude? Strange reached out to Stark, inquiring about the origin of the potions. As if recounting events that had already transpired, Ancient One spoke of future developments. He is a physician and will not impose upon your daily life. Moreover, having a debt of gratitude towards him, Stark had no reason to refuse his plea for assistance, did he? As your friend, Stark resolved to relinquish the choice to you. Rather than directly selling you the potions, he brought Strange to you, facilitating an introduction. Turning to Shi Xiaolei, Ancient One displayed a hint of exasperation. If it were merely the potions, the impact might not have been as significant. However, if during this time, you were to encounter a companion endowed with healing abilities, I cannot be certain whether you would be able to mend his injuries. Thus, to hedge against uncertainty, I felt compelled to approach you first and propose a transaction. I see. You wish for me to refrain from intervention so as not to alter his destiny of seeking out Kamartaj, correct? Precisely. With a snap of his fingers, Ancient One smiled and nodded. He possesses great talent that should not be squandered. Perhaps Shi Xiaolei could summon a companion more suited to the role of the Sorcerer Supreme. Or perhaps not. If it were the former, it would be manageable. After all, in Stark's absence, there could be an even better candidate. But what if it were the latter? If we await Shi Xiaolei's response and miss out on Strange, we would be left with nothing. To mitigate risk, it is imperative to ensure that Strange can access Kamartaj and becomes a sorcerer's apprentice. I understand. Having grasped the intricacies at play, Shi Xiaolei made a promise. Should he indeed come seeking me, I will adhere to your instructions and absolutely refrain from interference. No. Ancient One shook his head. It is not a matter of whether to involve yourself, but rather how to do so judiciously. After all, you may become allies in the future, united against external threats. If a refusal today sows discord and affects your relationship, you comprehend the implications. What then should I do? I require your assistance in guiding him to Kamartaj, Ancient One replied. In return, I shall grant you one request, provided it is within my means. Does not jeopardize the safety of this realm, and does not disrupt the normal course of the world. I understand. Shall we finalize our agreement? Agreed. Excellent. Upon Shi Xiaolei's acceptance, Ancient One's expression suddenly softened, becoming notably more animated. To Shi Xiaolei's surprise, Gu Yi unexpectedly proposed a new suggestion. Now that we've addressed the main matters, let us discuss other topics. Locke, aside from monetary compensation, would you consider other forms of remuneration? Your potions are indeed quite impressive. Could you supply a batch to Kamartaj? Ideally, it should be a long-term provision. Chapter 37. The Little Blue Vial established with the noble intent of safeguarding world peace. Kamartaj boasts a far more ancient history and lineage compared to SHIELD, and its operational style is decidedly more reliable. After all, the members of this organization are sorcerers. With their mastery of extraordinary abilities, these sorcerers have surpassed the governance capabilities of national institutions. Moreover, as Kamartaj has remained concealed from the public eye, its practitioners enjoy unparalleled freedom in both mundane life and combat operations, unencumbered by official oversight. This detachment from worldly affairs is one of Kamartaj's defining characteristics. However, every circumstance possesses duality. While the absence of institutional interaction allows for an unrestrained existence, it conversely restricts Kamartaj's economic resources due to its deliberate avoidance of worldly engagement. In comparison to SHIELD, which consistently secures substantial funding and occasionally initiates new projects for additional financial support, Kamartaj's financial foundation is starkly limited. Reflecting on the original narrative of Avengers: Infinity War, we see that Strange and Wong had been reduced to the point of scouring their belongings and only managing to find a mere $50, unable to afford even a hamburger. This predicament partly stemmed from Strange's overcorrection after assuming the role of the Sorcerer Supreme. To avert the pitfalls that befell Gu Yi and attract the covetous gaze of interdimensional demons, he locked away all of Kamartaj's treasures. Ultimately, however, the crux of the issue remains the inherent fragility of Kamartaj's financial standing. Currently, perhaps due to her prolonged tenure or her naturally vivacious disposition, Gu Yi occasionally relaxes her self-imposed constraints, seeking to procure some external gains for Kamartaj. Economically, the situation has indeed improved significantly since Strange's succession. Yet, it is clear that under Gu Yi's leadership, Kamartaj still lacks the wealth to rival SHIELD and Stark Industries. The prospect of acquiring potions at a price of 10,000 gold per vial in bulk from Shi Xiaolei is simply untenable, even if it meant depleting Gu Yi's personal treasury. Moreover, what truly piques Gu Yi's interest is not the red, black, or white potions previously presented by Shi Xiaolei, but rather the vitality potion showcased at the party. Sorcerers, after all, place greater importance on the duration of their magical reserves. While Gu Yi is not particularly concerned with the healing effects of the vitality potion, its accompanying mana regeneration feature is not something she can afford to overlook. After all, this is Marvel, where the setting is distinctly different from that of other magical realms. Wizards here lack an intrinsic source of magical power within themselves. They must rely on the strength of the Vishanti to successfully cast various spells. Even though the Vishanti are quite accommodating, with low interest rates and occasional interest-free promotions, borrowed resources ultimately must be repaid. Doctor Strange, for instance, need not worry, as she has already entered into a contract with a more powerful entity, the Eternal, ensuring that upon her death, she will directly serve at the side of the great deity. Given the Vishanti's prowess, they would certainly not neglect the Eternal's reputation by pursuing any debt owed by Doctor Strange. However, what of the other wizards who lack the protection of the Eternal? Perhaps they will have to pay with their souls or some other form of recompense. The debts incurred cannot simply be disregarded. Just as a teacher cares for their students, Doctor Strange is quite concerned about her apprentices and their well-being. It is for this reason that she sought out Shi Xiaolei to discuss the possibility of collaborating on a vitality potion that could serve as a source of magical energy. While it may not entirely replace the Vishanti, its support could help the wizards reduce their debts somewhat. When the time comes to settle accounts, the pressure would undoubtedly be lessened. As for why only the vitality potion was mentioned, and not the specifically designed mana-restoring potion, it is due to the constraints imposed by the system. Doctor Strange cannot utilize the power of the Time Stone to glimpse into Shi Xiaolei's future. At best, she can only advance the timeline to the present. In simpler terms, it is akin to watching a live broadcast. She can see what Shi Xiaolei has done and what treasures he has displayed, but she cannot predict his future actions or what else he may possess. Shi Xiaolei had never produced the mana potion before, and thus had no knowledge of its existence. Here, try this, he offered. Doctor Strange was slightly taken aback by the blue-hued potion in Shi Xiaolei's hand. A potion specifically for mana restoration? Shi Xiaolei chuckled. It cannot heal injuries, which is indeed a drawback. However, in terms of mana recovery efficacy, it is no less effective than the purple potion. Considering its price is merely 1/10 that of the purple potion, I believe it should align more closely with your needs. After a moment's contemplation, Doctor Strange uncorked the vial and took a delicate sip of the potion. She attuned herself to the ebb and flow of magical energy, confirming the potion's effects. Moments later, she opened her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, it is more suitable for wizards. I am glad to hear that, Shi Xiaolei replied. Yes, I am quite pleased. Dr. Strange nodded. Now, let us discuss the terms of our trade. The traditional exchange of money for goods, however, was clearly unfeasible. After all, Camartage is not S-H-I-E-L-D, and if Shi Xiaolei were to accept only monetary transactions, they could never afford it. Thus, after negotiations with Doctor Strange, both parties established a somewhat unique agreement. Shi Xiaolei would supply Camartage with 200 bottles of the blue potion each year, along with an additional 120 bottles of the purple potion. In return, Camartage opened its doors wide for Shi Xiaolei. Should he later summon companions or forge friendships with individuals possessing talent and a desire to learn magic, Camartage would honor the agreement, diligently guiding them in their studies. Conversely, if Shi Xiaolei's side had no need for such tutelage, he would be granted an opportunity to enter the Camartage treasury once every 3 years, allowing him to select a coveted magical item for himself or his companions. Naturally, the condition for selection was that he could wield that magical item with complete mastery. Ancient One squinted playfully and remarked, "You are aware that among the magical artifacts collected by Camartage, some are exceedingly perilous, such as the Book of Cagliostris." "No problem," Shi Xiaolei replied without hesitation. "I am not Caecilius." As the words left his mouth, Shi Xiaolei realized he had been ensnared in a verbal trap. "Indeed, just as I suspected," Ancient One chuckled. Well, relax. I haven't implied any threat towards you. Moreover, the future is not set in stone." As she spoke, Ancient One shook the small blue vial in her hand. "Here lies a variable that could influence the trajectory of the future, does it not?" "Wait. Are you suggesting I have said nothing?" Chapter 38. Unexpected situations. Having played the role of a night owl for half the night was no trivial matter. The main challenge lay in being in the presence of a formidable figure, where one had to remain perpetually on edge, unable to afford any lapse in diligence, which left him mentally fatigued. Upon returning home and finally allowing himself to unwind, Shi Xiaolei soon succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. The tension-filled, yet busy days continued in their tranquil rhythm. Days passed, and with the assistance of a lawyer dispatched by Stark, Shi Xiaolei successfully finalized the transaction with his landlord, acquiring the land where his establishment resided, thus becoming a newly minted small landlord. Next, it was time to embark on the renovations for his shop. He contacted designers for proposals, sought advice from Uncle He, and began the necessary recruitment to accommodate the shop upgrade. Although he had reduced operating hours, Shi Xiaolei found himself increasingly occupied. When people become engrossed in their tasks, they often lose track of time. Before he knew it, Shi Xiaolei belatedly realized that he had missed the day for unboxing, and the accrued check-in points had exceeded 400. How could I have forgotten? He unconsciously lifted his hand and gently tapped the steering wheel, shaking his head with a wry smile. I've truly become overwhelmed. Since he remembered, he resolved not to delay any further. As he drove homeward, he contemplated finding an opportunity to unbox as soon as he arrived. Coincidentally, he encountered the evening rush hour, and the traffic was heavy, causing his speed to dwindle. As Shi Xiaolei recalled his prior agreement with Kanna to return home early to teach her how to make pudding, a sense of urgency enveloped him. In an attempt to save time, he deftly turned the steering wheel and veered into a narrow alley, seeking a shortcut. To his surprise, the alley was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any vehicular traffic, and the number of pedestrians was significantly diminished compared to the main road. Feeling a bit more at ease, he gently pressed the accelerator and began to hum a nursery rhyme he had recently learned from Kanna. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from just ahead. Near the mouth of the alley, cars parked along the roadside emitted piercing alarms, and shards of glass rained down upon his vehicle like a torrential downpour. The unexpected turn of events startled Shi Xiaolei, prompting him to instinctively slam on the brakes, leaving long black skid marks on the pavement. Before he could comprehend the situation, a throng of people came tumbling toward him from the alley's exit, their expressions betraying sheer panic. It was evident that a significant incident had unfolded on the main road. Though endowed with exceptional martial prowess, Shi Xiaolei preferred to avoid entanglements with such affairs. With Kanna awaiting him at home, he quickly made a decision, shifting the gear into reverse to retrace his route. However, a multitude of vehicles had converged behind him, rendering the road impassable. Cursing under his breath, he leaned out of the window to glimpse the situation and was alarmed to find several imposing armored vehicles at the entrance of the alley, bulldozing their way forward and crushing smaller cars in their path. What on earth is happening? He thought, fearing that his own vehicle might suffer a similar fate. Hastily, he maneuvered the steering wheel, disregarding a streetlight that stood nearby, and drove his car onto the curb. He reasoned that even if he damaged the front bumper, it could be repaired, surely better than being totaled outright. Yet, Shi Xiaolei was unprepared for what was to come. Just as he managed to elevate his vehicle to the curb and make an urgent escape, the sound of gunfire erupted from the alley's exit like popping beans. Almost immediately, an armored vehicle stationed at the road's edge was overturned as if made of paper, crashing down directly onto Shi Xiaolei's car. There was no time to reposition. He had no choice but to leap from the vehicle, watching helplessly as his car was crushed into scrap metal beneath the descending armored vehicle. "My car! Move aside! Move aside!" he protested, but before he could voice his objections further, a group of fully armed soldiers surged past him, rudely shoving him aside. Though their actions were driven by the urgency to rescue their comrades trapped within the armored vehicle, from an observer's standpoint, it was difficult to fault their behavior. However, merely a few days after purchasing the vehicle, it was rendered utterly useless. Shi Xiaolei was consumed with fury, lacking the patience to empathize with others. With a fierce glare and sleeves rolled up, he momentarily forgot the virtues of discretion and subtlety. His face flushed crimson as he could no longer contain his anger. "You should be the ones to leave." With a forceful motion, he hurled the 5 or 6 soldiers before him as if they were mere sandbags. In the heat of the moment, he neglected to moderate his strength, sending the soldiers flying high and far, landing them in a disoriented heap on the ground, unable to rise immediately. In that singular moment, it appeared that Shi Xiaolei had the upper hand. Yet, when the perspective widened slightly, the situation transformed. The 2 squads of soldiers trailing behind, noticing the unfolding chaos, promptly halted their advance, forming a tactical stance and raising their submachine guns to aim at Shi Xiaolei. "A dangerous individual has emerged at the exit of 43rd Street. Repeat. A dangerous individual has appeared outside the target at the exit of 43rd Street. The soldier responsible for communications promptly seized the radio, reporting the situation to the superiors. Immediate neutralization. Upon receiving the directive, the soldiers swiftly took action, raising their weapons and shouting at Shi Xiaolei. "You, put your hands on your head. Crouch against the wall." Now, the ominous muzzles of the guns momentarily chilled Shi Xiaolei. Regaining his composure, he began to contemplate how to respond, but just then, A voice echoed through the Bluetooth earpiece he had been wearing. "Locke, where are you? This is Stark. I need your assistance." "Huh?" As he raised his hands halfway, Stark's urgent tone caught him off guard, causing him to momentarily lose focus and cease his movements. In response to Shi Xiaolei's sudden halt, the tense soldiers instinctively reacted. Click, click. The familiar sounds of safeties being disengaged filled the air. Accompanied by the gestures of the leading captain, a final warning was issued. Raise your hands. Should he comply with the soldiers' orders and surrender, or should he disregard the immediate threat and respond to Stark's call? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Shi Xiaolei made his choice. Chapter 39. The Green Giant, not driven by a sense of righteousness nor prone to meddling in others' affairs. Shi Xiaolei would not have concerned himself with the commotion at the alley's entrance had it not been for Tony Stark's call. Whether seeking vengeance for the destruction of his new car or opting to conceal his identity by surrendering as an ordinary person, he would have prioritized his own predicament. However, in this moment, the plea from a friend could not be ignored. With a gaze imbued with indignation, Shi Xiaolei revealed his prowess. In the presence of the American soldiers, he leaped high, landing atop a low building by the roadside. "Tony, what has happened? Where are you?" While continuing to bound to higher rooftops, Shi Xiaolei connected the call, engaging Stark through his Bluetooth headset. "Thank heavens you finally answered. Buddy, why the delay? Don't tell me you're on the toilet." "Let us get to the point," Stark replied. "Jarvis, monitor my energy consumption and alert me when it hits 20. He then continued, "I need you to get to 43rd Street. There's a hulking green giant rampaging, and it's at least $2 million worth of chaos. I won't bore you with details. You can catch up on the news en route. Just hurry. I need your assistance." 43rd Street. A few powerful leaps brought him to the edge of the street rooftop. From this vantage point, he surveyed the scene below. At that moment, Shi Xiaolei not only spotted the Hulk under siege, but also noticed Stark soaring through the skies, providing cover for the soldiers. Reflecting on the earlier events, everything began to make sense. "Tony, I see you," he informed Stark before removing the slightly bothersome Bluetooth headset, donning his newly assembled gear, complete with a helmet. As the headset clattered to the ground, Stark's surprised voice echoed. "Huh? What is going on? You're not nearby, are you?" Suddenly, a resounding shout erupted from above. Evading a concrete block hurled by the Hulk, Shi Xiaolei adjusted his stance and gazed upward. In Stark's astonished view, a dark figure grew larger. Descending from the rooftop with thunderous might, clad in heavy armor and a horned helmet, he appeared formidable in a sturdy gray hue. In his left hand, he wielded a Roman short sword known as Bloodletter, while his right grasped a hammer-wide sword adorned with war-summoning runes. Bathed in sunlight filtering through the gaps between buildings, both weapons glimmered with a chilling sheen, exuding an intense and ferocious aura of lethality. Perhaps due to his strikingly different appearance from the passers-by, or perhaps because of the palpable battle intent surrounding him. As soon as Shi Xiaolei made his entrance, the Hulk's attention shifted entirely to him. With a primal roar, the Hulk unleashed his fury, and in perfect synchrony, Shi Xiaolei echoed a fierce battle cry, enhancing his skills. Then, both titans leaped simultaneously, colliding in midair like meteors crashing to Earth. The impact was undoubtedly painful. Suspended in midair, Stark witnessed Stone Xiaolei being sent flying by the Hulk's punch. Crashing into a nearby shop like a projectile, Stark couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelid, his lips curling in a grimace. How careless. Emerging from the ruins, a wave of frustration washed over Stone Xiaolei as he contemplated leveraging the momentum from his jumping attack to deliver a fierce blow to the Hulk. Little did he anticipate that the Hulk would leap into the air simultaneously, with no solid ground beneath him to push off from. The decisive factor now rested solely on one aspect, the sheer size and weight of each combatant. Even with a layer of armor, Xiaolei could not match the Hulk's mass in his inflated state. In this collision, it was not a matter of strength. Rather, it was simply a disadvantage in weight. This was rather infuriating. Filled with pent-up frustration, Stone Xiaolei charged out of the collapsed storefront like a whirlwind, initiating a second round of attack. Learning from his previous encounter, he refrained from jumping this time, and instead sprinted directly towards the Hulk. Releasing his hand from his wound, the Hulk clenched his fist, readying another punch. Noticing the injury on the Hulk's upper left side, Xiaolei tapped into his instinctual combat abilities, ducking just in time to evade the punch that cut through the air like a gale. Continuing forward with momentum, he closed the distance to the Hulk and raised his right hand, swinging his longsword towards the Hulk's thigh. Despite being sent flying from the previous collision, Xiaolei's sword had inflicted the only wound the Hulk had sustained thus far. Having gauged the weapon's lethality against the Hulk, he was unhesitant in his assault this time. As expected, the strike resulted in a wound about a centimeter deep on the Hulk's thigh. Although blood gushed forth, the injury was merely superficial. The Hulk, however, was not unscathed by this provocation. After enduring relentless artillery fire, The 2 wounds inflicted by Xiaolei marked the Hulk's first significant injury. With each punch, the Hulk seemed to lose his senses, entering a frenzied state akin to a drug-induced rage. He unleashed a tempest of attacks, and with his anger surging, his physique swelled further. Previously, each of his punches had only created shallow craters, but now, each strike left a massive dent in the ground, no less than a meter in diameter. The force had indeed intensified considerably. Fortunately, the Hulk was still in the nascent stages of his existence. Having yet to master any fighting techniques, each blow was purely instinctual. In the confined space, as he maneuvered and twisted, there were moments when evasion was impossible. At such times, he would shift slightly to lessen the impact, preventing the Hulk's blows from landing with full force. Utilizing the masterful close combat techniques that had become second nature to him, Shi Xiaolei firmly anchored himself in place, engaging the Hulk in a fierce exchange. The immense fist struck against the armor, producing a heavy, muffled thud, akin to a substantial object falling upon a drum. Swords of light danced through the air, inflicting wounds while spraying forth torrents of blood. Even seasoned soldiers who had seen battle were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Observing the scene, Stark, encased in his armor, couldn't help but click his tongue. J-A-R-V-I-S. Take note that in any future encounters, one should never engage the Hulk in close combat. Understood, sir. Chapter 40. Control. The clash between Shi Xiaolei and the Hulk did not endure for long. After all, it was only the giant who had completely abandoned rational thought. Shi Xiaolei was not one to cast aside his intellect. While the full context of the situation remained unclear, the deployment of numerous soldiers and armored vehicles by the military hinted at the Hulk's undeniable connection to them. As a person of Chinese descent, Shi Xiaolei had never held a favorable view of the American military, and given his understanding that the Hulk was, in fact, quite innocent in this incident, he could not justify a life-or-death struggle against him. Moreover, this battle was taking place in a bustling urban area. The longer it dragged on, the greater the potential damage to the surroundings. The last thing Shi Xiaolei wanted was for his desire to engage in combat to result in harm or even death to innocent bystanders. After a cacophony of clashing for several minutes, taking advantage of the Hulk's momentary weakness due to excessive blood loss, Shi Xiaolei feigned a blunder, deliberately allowing the Hulk to land a punch. Once again, he was propelled through the air, soaring a distance of 70 or 80 meters. However, upon regaining his footing, Shi Xiaolei did not rush back into the fray. Instead, he stood firm, rhythmically crossing his dual swords while letting out a mighty roar directed at the Hulk. Mimicking. Discovering vulnerabilities in an enemy is not the sole gift of the barbarian warrior. They often manipulate their opponent's emotions, rendering them incapable of sound judgment and plunging them into reckless combat. Consequently, the barbarian can exploit the errors committed by an enraged foe, gaining the upper hand in battle. This variability has contributed to the less than favorable reputation of barbarians in taverns. Effect. Inciting an enemy's wrath, thrusting them into a state of blind aggression. In the game, this skill was applicable only to monsters and could not be used against humans. Strictly speaking, it did not possess a coercive effect on the Hulk, who was the transformed Bruce Banner. However, at the moment of his emergence, the Hulk's intellect was comparable to that of the creatures found within the game. Well, the main issue lies in his overly provocative stance. The very nature of his actions exudes a mocking essence, unrestrained and unweakened, as if no skill limits applied. The furious roar of the Hulk as he lunges at Shi Xiaolei reveals the effectiveness of his taunt. Good one, Shi Xiaolei muttered to himself, shaking his hands to switch weapons. The two-handed sword in his right hand was replaced by a blunt mace, while the Roman short sword in his left hand was exchanged for a tower shield. The damage inflicted upon the green giant was nearly sufficient. If he were to escalate the assault further, it might indeed render the Hulk incapacitated, reverting him to Bruce Banner. Not wishing to allow him to fall into military hands, yet mindful not to hold back excessively, Shi Xiaolei prudently stowed away the more lethal dual swords in favor of the more control-oriented mace and shield. How to exert control. The mace in his left hand possessed the effects of knockback and blinding the target upon impact, while the tower shield in his right hand bore the attribute of inflicting 37 damage upon the attacker, coupled with the barbarian's own skill, Battle Howl, which dealt minor damage while stunning enemies. It could compel foes to cease their assault once sufficiently weakened. With 3 layers of negative effects in play, the control would undoubtedly be substantial. With a resounding shout, he sent the Hulk into a state of dizziness, followed by a heavy blow that sent the giant stumbling back several meters. The Hulk shook his head vigorously, completely oblivious to the wounds upon him gradually healing. As Shi Xiaolei had switched weapons, the attribute preventing the monster's self-healing was no longer active, and the Hulk's superior regenerative abilities were slowly being liberated. Once he regained his senses, the Hulk retaliated with a flurry of punches. However, Shi Xiaolei expertly deflected them with his shield, sustaining no injury himself, while inadvertently reflecting damage back to the Hulk. The sequence of metallic clangs echoed, clang, roar, bang, clang. As the Hulk grew increasingly frustrated, his fighting spirit began to wane. Positioned at the forefront of battle, Shi Xiaolei keenly sensed the diminishing intensity of their confrontation and silently acknowledged the opportunity at hand, engaging in a tactical retreat while occasionally provoking the beast. The two gradually maneuvered towards the banks of the Hudson River under Shi Xiaolei's subtle guidance. Finally, seizing the moment as the Hulk lunged for another attack, Shi Xiaolei circled behind him and delivered a powerful kick, sending the green giant crashing into the river. Without hesitation, Shi Xiaolei followed him into the water. Both Stark, who had rushed through the air, and the soldiers advancing on foot believed Shi Xiaolei was pursuing the Hulk to continue the battle underwater. They had no inkling that, within mere seconds, the two submerged figures had vanished from sight. Taking advantage of the Hulk's momentary panic upon hitting the water, Shi Xiaolei accelerated his strikes, landing several blows with his mace. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, Shi Xiaolei had already swum behind him, stowing away his weapon to clasp his arm. And together they were transported to the ark hidden within the dimensional interstice. The setting had shifted to his home turf, making the ensuing battle considerably simpler for Shi Xiaolei. Within mere minutes, he seized an opportunity, coordinating with the Argentine Condor, who had arrived to lend assistance upon sensing the commotion. He delivered a series of blows to the green giant, then whistled, prompting the Condor to grasp the still-dazed green giant and soar into the skies. During a free fall, the green giant finally sensed the change in environment, confirming the absence of American troops nearby, which relaxed his defensive mindset. Soon, the green giant's fighting spirit waned, his fury dissipating as he transformed back into Bruce Banner, collapsing softly onto the sandy beach. Finally, it was over. Standing on the wet rocks, Shi Xiaolei gazed at Bruce Banner, lying in the sand pit not far away, stowing his gear. He raised his hand to ruffle the head of the eager condor, who was seeking praise. "Well done, my fine friend." With a joyful flap of its wings, the condor let out a cheerful call. "Go play for now. I'll treat you later." Giving the condor a pat on the chest, Shi Xiaolei leaped down from the rocks and approached Bruce Banner. Once he returned to human form, Bruce Banner's physique lacked the formidable strength of the green giant. The water in the sand pit was gradually rising. Leaving him there unattended, he would not drown, but would surely catch a cold. Approaching closer, Shi Xiaolei first patted Bruce Banner's cheek, only to find him unresponsive, as if he had taken a sedative. Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but sigh. I knew it would be like this. What else could he do? With a wry smile, he grasped one of Bruce Banner's arms and hoisted him over his shoulder like a sack, striding towards the base. Chapter 41. Temporary accommodation in a bid to complete the renovations before Christmas, thereby avoiding the need to supervise the construction during the festive season. Shi Xiaolei began the remodeling of their old residence ahead of schedule. However, the renovations at the new house were not yet finished. The family temporarily resided in a rented apartment, while the old furniture and appliances were relocated to the base within the Arkansas. This was partly because the items were still usable, and it seemed wasteful to discard them, and partly due to the regulations in most developed countries that prohibit the indiscriminate disposal of large, old furniture and appliances. The items cleared from the old home would require a considerable sum to dispose of properly. Additionally, the designs provided by Ark, Survival Evolved, Island were somewhat lacking. While they sufficed for survival needs, they did not offer comfort. By moving the discarded old furniture here, the livability index of the base could be significantly improved. Like an army of ants tirelessly transporting their burden, the once industrially infused survival base now exudes a touch of homely warmth. While it may lack the conveniences of a true home, it serves amply as a temporary vacation retreat, carrying the still unconscious Bruce Banner back to the base. Shi Xiaolei settled him in a quaint wooden cabin by the river, originally intended as a storage facility for fish and meat during gaming sessions. This cabin had become redundant after releasing a few aquatic pets back into the ocean, eliminating the need for daily feeding. With no new pets to tame, the stocked fish and meat were eventually consumed, leaving the cabin idle. Later, appreciating the scenic riverside location, Shi Xiaolei transformed it into a cozy sanctuary for fishing and relaxation after a visit with Kana and Tu. The cabin lies approximately 100 meters from the main house, modest in size yet warmly furnished. Even if Bruce Banner were to awaken during Shi Xiaolei's absence, the tranquil surroundings would mitigate any fears of him transforming into the Hulk and wreaking havoc on the base's structures. Shi Xiaolei had no intentions of remaining in the Ark with Bruce Banner until he regained consciousness. Who knows how long that might take? Kana and Tu were waiting at home, and a delay would surely cause them concern. Additionally, a timely response was required for Tony Stark, who had witnessed the scene of himself and the Hulk plunging into the water. If he remained unresponsive for too long, Stark might stir up trouble. While it would be manageable for Shi Xiaolei to search alone, informing Kana and Tu would lead to their inevitable involvement. Given their level of concern for him, it was a certainty they would go to great lengths to locate him. Just imagine, Tu summoning the 229 model multi-purpose aerial combat aircraft, and Kana revealing her true form. Soaring over New York City, the commotion caused by the Hulk would pale in comparison, attracting countless gazes and making them targets of envy. As a guardian, protecting family is of utmost importance. Despite Kana and Tu's formidable powers, unafraid of the various threats on Earth, Shi Xiaolei wished to shield them from such chaos. Thus, after lingering in the Ark for nearly a quarter of an hour, he returned to the depths of the Hudson River. Cautiously avoiding detection, he navigated underwater, holding his breath as he swam a considerable distance to the dock area of Hell's Kitchen. Finding refuge in a restaurant built partially over the water, he ensured that the patrolling helicopters above could not spot him as he discreetly surfaced from the depths. Standing on the riverbank beneath the restaurant, Shi Xiaolei retrieved a spare set of athletic attire from his backpack and changed into it, carefully stowing away his damp clothing. As he strolled leisurely along the riverbank, one would never guess that he had just leapt into the water. Extracting his phone, which he had placed in his backpack to prevent it from getting wet, he dialed Tony Stark's number. To his immense relief, Stark answered almost immediately, his voice laced with concern. "Hey, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Shi Xiaolei replied, warmth blooming in his chest as a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. "Tony, how are you? Are you hurt?" "Of course not. I'm Iron Man, after all," Stark quipped with his customary bravado. He then pressed on, "Where are you right now? You haven't been apprehended by the military, have you?" "No. I'm at the docks in Hell's Kitchen." "Tony, I need a favor. Can you have Jarvis locate my car and have it towed away? I don't want it falling into military hands." "Your car? Does it contain anything special?" "Not exactly. I just ran into a group of soldiers who recognized it as mine," Shi Xiaolei explained, recounting the earlier incident. "I'm worried they might trace my identity through the vehicle and eventually find my home. You know I dread complications and prefer to avoid any dealings with them." "I understand. Jarvis, locate Locke's car immediately and dispatch someone to retrieve it." "Understood, sir. Also, please erase the vehicle's registration information and destroy any footage captured by roadside cameras." After issuing instructions to Jarvis, Stark redirected his attention to Shi Xiaolei. "Locke, stay put and find a discreet location. I'll send someone to pick you up." "That might not be necessary," Shi Xiaolei said, glancing at his newly changed clothes. Feeling confident about his chances of remaining undetected. "Better to be cautious," Stark insisted. Just as Shi Xiaolei was about to agree, he unexpectedly spotted Coulson standing 20 meters away. The abruptness of the situation left him feeling somewhat awkward. "Tony, you don't need to send anyone. I have things under control." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Coulson is here, the agent with the slightly receding hairline, remember?" Shi Xiaolei remarked, waving at the waiting Coulson and offering a sheepish smile. "I have a hunch he is here to assist me with the aftermath. All right, call me if you need anything." "I will." As he ended the call with Stark, Shi Xiaolei approached the patiently waiting Coulson. "Hello, Mr. Locke," Coulson greeted, a polite smile gracing his face as he gestured toward a nearby parked vehicle. "Would you like a ride?" "I would greatly appreciate it." "Thank you, Coulson." Chapter 42. Seizing the opportunity, the target had vanished without a trace, and the military could no longer maintain the blockade. After all, this was not a desolate wilderness, but New York, a city that stands alongside London as one of the world's foremost financial centers. Every minute of martial law would incur significant economic losses. Even the military, with its vast resources, dared not act recklessly. As Coulson drove Shi Xiaolei away from Hell's Kitchen, returning to the vicinity of the street where he had earlier disembarked, the military had issued a withdrawal order. Besides a few small teams remaining to clean up the aftermath, most soldiers boarded transport vehicles and retreated towards the military base outside the city. Noticing Shi Xiaolei's subtle movements, Coulson, while steering the wheel, inquired, "Do you need someone to tow your vehicle for repairs? It seems your car sustained some damage in that recent incident." "No need. Stark has already sent someone," Shi Xiaolei replied, suddenly realizing. "So you mean to say you all arrived earlier?" "Indeed," Coulson explained. "Unfortunately, communication with the military was not very smooth. Therefore, to avoid misunderstandings, we had to remain inactive." "No wonder you were able to locate me," Shi Xiaolei remarked. "Consider it a stroke of luck," Coulson smiled. "On my way here, I received a report. The agent had been surveilling near your residence for some time and recognized your appearance. He informed me that you had a minor altercation with the military, which is how I became aware of your presence at the scene, although somewhat understandable. As the subject of surveillance, hearing such words did not sit well with Shi Xiaolei. Did I say something to give you the wrong impression? Perhaps he had prepared this explanation in advance or was attempting to salvage the situation on the spot. Coulson naturally clarified, "After we established our collaboration, we dismantled those observation points." "Perhaps you misheard," I said formally. How could he know I had a minor altercation with the military? Shi Xiaolei questioned. That's why I mentioned it was a stroke of luck, Coulson replied smoothly. At the time of the incident, he was executing a mission in the building closest to you. The one above the hot dog stand? Shi Xiaolei asked. Yes, Coulson confirmed. Very well. Although still somewhat skeptical, Shi Xiaolei had no choice but to accept Coulson's explanation. It is indeed quite a coincidence. After receiving his report, I immediately contacted the technical department to have them track your phone's location. With a smile that expressed gratitude for Shi Xiaolei's willingness to believe him, Coulson continued. Combined with what I know about you, it turns out my assumptions were quite accurate. In addition to elucidating why he appeared before Shi Xiaolei so swiftly, Coulson also subtly criticized the military. You must be joking, Shi Xiaolei exclaimed, astonished by Coulson's words. The military's involvement in the super soldier experiment had led to the birth of the Hulk. There is nothing particularly surprising about this, as Shi Xiaolei is a traveler who is well-versed in the original storyline and remembers it vividly. What truly astonished Shi Xiaolei was that he had once again set off a butterfly effect, bringing about some changes in this matter. Let us rewind the timeline for a moment. Ever since he collaborated with Stark to establish the company, he has received numerous orders from official departments and secret organizations alike. Without exception, these orders comprised two components, one being the weakened version of the stamina potion replicated by Stark, and the other being the authentic potion that only Shi Xiaolei could provide temporarily. The military was also among the buyers. Although Shi Xiaolei, being of Chinese descent, was somewhat reluctant to collaborate with the military, he ultimately relented for the sake of his friend Stark, who maintained a good relationship with them, and agreed to supply a small batch of potions to the military. The quantity was already limited, and given the vast number of active military personnel, the military had no intention of distributing it further. Instead, they immediately took it into the laboratory to commence their research. It remains unclear whose suggestion it was. But after concluding that they could not analyze the formula, the scientists decided to shift their approach. Since the stamina potion could enhance the endurance of the test subjects, allowing them to persevere longer, the red potion could aid in recovery, mitigating the physical damage inflicted during the experiments, and the black potion could eliminate toxins, potentially countering radiation. They deemed these potions excellent auxiliary materials. Consequently, they utilized the remaining potions in the project of creating super soldiers, and with a newfound sense of confidence, they even discussed moving the experimental date forward. According to the original storyline, the birth of the Hulk would take several more months, if not half a year or a year. However, with the acquisition of potions that did not originally exist in the plot, the military's research plan underwent some alterations, ultimately leading to the premature birth of the Hulk. Of course, given SHIELD's infiltration of the military, or rather, considering Coulson's current level, it was evident that he could not ascertain the true nature of the facts in such a short time. Thus, his assertion to Shi Xiaolei that the potions prompted the Hulk's birth was entirely unfounded. The alignment with the truth was merely a coincidence. As for why Coulson made such statements, the reason is rather simple. Under Shi Xiaolei's intentional control, each batch of authentic potions he provided was limited, with the military desiring them and SHIELD also coveting them. In a situation where the demand exceeded supply, Coulson, as a member of SHIELD, naturally wished to secure a larger share for his side. You see, selling to the military results in such consequences. Had they chosen us, there would have been far fewer complications. Though unspoken, Coulson's call was undeniably laden with persuasive intent. Without question, he was subtly applying pressure on the military. Were it anyone else, the odds of falling into his trap would be exceedingly high. However, Stone Xiaolei is a time traveler. The question of whether to reduce the military supply is a different matter entirely. Regardless, he had no intention of increasing the quantity of potions provided to SHIELD. At that moment, SHIELD had yet to rise from its ashes, harboring within it a perilous serpent. The military would shamelessly conduct human experiments, and how could Hydra be any better? In terms of the threat they posed to the world, Hydra even surpassed the U.S. military. Increasing the supply of potions to SHIELD would merely benefit Hydra. Given the nature of those madmen, there was a 100% chance they would cause a disaster far greater than the Hulk rampaging through the streets of New York. It was truly unexpected that matters would unfold this way, leaving one in a state of disbelief. It required a moment of quiet contemplation. Until he reached his doorstep, Stone Xiaolei refrained from uttering the words Coulson yearned to hear, instead adopting an expression of deep responsibility and guilt, remaining silent throughout the journey. Only after exiting the vehicle did he turn back, leaning against the car window to say to Coulson, "Thank you for bringing me back." "You're welcome." Chapter 43. The conversation with two. Upon returning home, Stone Xiaolei summoned Tu, who had been accompanying Kanna and watching cartoons, to discuss the events encountered on the way back. Although Stark and Shield were assisting in the aftermath, the dual layers of coverage should minimize any oversights. Nevertheless, it is better to be cautious than to leave anything to chance. What if a certain soldier with a screw loose recorded something before they took action? The possibility of the military knocking at his door, however slight, warranted a preemptive conversation with Tu to establish a consistent narrative. Additionally, he needed to report that the car had been totaled. With the wealth Stone Xiaolei had amassed, a vehicle valued at $20,000 to $30,000 was hardly a significant issue. However, newfound wealth did not instantaneously alter his financial perspective. Deep down, he remained the frugal citizen he had always been. Thus, the complete destruction of his recently purchased car felt quite serious to him. Serious enough to evoke a sense of guilt akin to that of a child fearful of parental reprimand after accidentally breaking an appliance. Fortunately, Tu was an intelligent robot with a gentle disposition, not the fierce and formidable matron one might dread. "Rock, are you hurt?" Ignoring the car incident, Tu's expression was filled with concern as it instinctively reached out, wanting to check for any injuries on Stone Xiaolei. I'm fine. Shoo. Fearing Kanna might overhear, Stone Xiaolei quickly raised a finger in a gesture for silence. Glancing back, the young girl remained comfortably seated on the sofa, laughing heartily at the scenes unfolding on the television, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around her. Only then did Shi Xiaolei breathe a sigh of relief, turning to continue. "Rest assured, I was clad in armor, completely covered from head to toe. Despite its considerable strength, the impact was merely a dull thud against my body. It truly was not as severe as it seemed." "Really?" "Indeed." He chuckled lightly, patting his chest as he reassured her. "See? Everything is just fine." "That's good to hear," she murmured, lowering her gaze and releasing a breath of relief. Yet, a moment of contemplation sparked a flicker of discontent within her. Raising her head once more, her eyes reflected a newfound resolve as she looked at Shi Xiaolei. "Rock, next time there's a battle, take me with you, all right?" Although he recognized her as a formidable ally, the truth was, Shi Xiaolei was hesitant to involve her in combat. The desire to shield her from exposure was one reason. The other was that he had come to regard her as family. This chapter remains unfinished. Proceed to the next page to continue reading. Whether it be dragons or intelligent machines, such matters were trivial in Shi Xiaolei's eyes. To him, both Kanna and her were foremost members of his household. As the head of the family and its sole adult male, he felt an obligation to provide them with a safe haven. Matters of conflict, unless absolutely necessary, should never involve them. Sylvia scratched her head, and Shi Xiaolei offered an awkward smile. "Rock." In contrast to her usual demeanor, her tone was resolute at this moment. To persuade Shi Xiaolei, she articulated, "I am a member of the Yoarha unit, designated as Tu, and my very existence signifies that. Combat is my duty, as well as the purpose of my creation." A surge of determination emanated from her, and meeting the vibrant gaze of Tu standing before him, Shi Xiaolei fell into silence. Eventually, he sighed, a wry smile forming on his lips as he conceded, "All right, should any situation arise next time, I will certainly call upon you." "Yes." That said, while he agreed, he couldn't help but express his concerns. "But remember, you mustn't act recklessly. You can only join the fight if you are certain of your safety." "I understand," she replied. "I lack the means to repair myself, and I cannot possibly create a new body for you." In the game near Automata, Tu could employ restorative drugs to heal her wounds and regain her vitality. However, the substances she used were somewhat peculiar, not concocted from herbs or traditional remedies, but rather crystallized formations of nanobots. Only such agents could mend the injuries sustained by intelligent machines. To put it more frankly, that process should not be termed healing. It would be more accurate to refer to it as repair. Although she appeared in a fully charged state, as a being summoned by Shi Xiaolei, she did not possess the system privileges. In other words, she was unable to purchase restorative items through monetary investment as Shi Xiaolei could. The reason Shi Xiaolei had access to various potions from the world of Diablo 2 was that he had drawn the barbarian bloodline and integrated it with himself, thus enhancing his bond with the realm of Diablo 2 to a higher level. By the same token, if he wished to procure healing items from the system for her, he must first draw the template of the intelligent robot and fuse it into himself. Setting aside whether he would even have the opportunity to draw such a template in the future, even if he did, he might not choose to do so, given the substantial discrepancies in the lore of the two distinct games. Should he attempt to merge these two bloodlines simultaneously, complications were bound to arise. With only one body and one life to spare, despite residing in the United States, Shi Xiaolei had no intention of risking his life to validate Western theories. The nanobots replicated within her would, at best, only treat superficial wounds. Without adequate supplies of blood potions as reserves, Sending her into excessively intense battles was, quite frankly, a poor idea. I will be cautious. Mere caution, however, was insufficient. Shaking his head, Shi Xiaolei reiterated the importance of avoiding such situations. Sylvia, listen carefully. You are my family, no longer just a combat machine. Do you understand? There are no missions here that require sacrificing your life to complete. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, your safety must come first. Do you understand? However, in my heart, nothing is more significant than the safety of my family. Placing his hands on her shoulders and gazing into her eyes, Shi Xiaolei spoke with utmost seriousness. Listen, if you still consider me your family, remember this. Now, nod your head and promise me, will you? Meeting Shi Xiaolei's gaze, she felt a warmth coursing through her chest, as if her energy supply device had overloaded. Unconsciously biting her lip, a spark of inexplicable brilliance appeared in her eyes. Under Shi Xiaolei's watchful gaze, she finally nodded with determination. Yes, I understand. That is more like it. Chapter 44. The unpredictable Stark, after spending several uneventful days at home, reassured that the military was not monitoring him. Shi Xiaolei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, the weekend had arrived, making it an opportune moment to venture out. He had accumulated a significant number of unused sign-in points, so he could take this chance to find a secluded spot and open a blind box. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, Shi Xiaolei resolved within himself. As for the destination, he had heard that there were a few charming small farms in neighboring New Jersey, perfect for a family outing. The distance was manageable, allowing for a round trip over the weekend. While pondering, Shi Xiaolei took out his phone, intending to call the bank service representative to inquire about the specifics. Before he could dial, the phone suddenly rang, startling him to the point where he almost dropped it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Stark calling. Hello? Tony, why are you calling so early? According to your usual routine, shouldn't you be getting up after noon? Seems you know me quite well. You must have read it in the papers. Envious, are we? The life of the wealthy is indeed quite carefree, Stark replied, his tone laced with a hint of fatigue and unabashed pride. All right, enough of the chit-chat. Locke, do you have time today? Come by my place. Curiosity piqued. Shi Xiaolei asked, what is the occasion? You're not planning another party, are you? Your car, Stark remarked, somewhat irritably. You're the only one I'd bother to help. With anyone else, I wouldn't even lift a finger. Wait, are you telling me you've repaired it? I thought it was a lost cause. Destined for the scrapyard. I fixed it, Stark stated. What else would I do for a friend? Just come over and see for yourself. I assure you, it's in far better shape than you can imagine. As Stark implied, he would never have taken the time to fix it for anyone else. Given Stark's immense wealth, earning money was measured in seconds. A mere car worth $20,000 to $30,000 held little significance to him, so it was inconceivable that he would waste time on it without a special reason. All right, I'll come over shortly. By the way, it's in Long Island, right? Yes. Stark confirmed. On your way, could you bring me some Chinese breakfast? You know, those dumplings filled with plenty of broth. Of course. Is it just you? Or should I bring some for Pepper too? I almost forgot. Let us make it 3 servings. 1 for Pepper and 2 for me. After hanging up, Shi Xiaolei approached the door of the rooms occupied by Tu and Kanna, knocking gently. Upon hearing a response from inside, he pushed the door open and saw Tu helping the little girl get dressed. Good morning, Xiaolei. Kanna greeted, her head peeking out, her hair and nose still hidden beneath her sweater. She looked utterly adorable, her muffled voice adding to her charm. Good morning, Kanna, leaning against the doorframe. Shi Xiaolei smiled and said, Stark just called. We're going to his place to play today. What do you think? Yes, yes, Kanna exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically, her fluffy hair bouncing atop her head like little horns. I can play with Xiaodai again. How wonderful. With her spirits lifted, Kanna quickly improved her efficiency in washing her face and brushing her teeth. In just over 10 minutes, the family was ready to head out, leaving the temporary apartment. Shi Xiaolei drove the second-hand car that he hadn't yet managed to dispose of, taking a detour to visit the dumpling shop. Due to the urging of the little girl, the trio did not dine in the restaurant but instead packed their meals, including Stark's order, to enjoy breakfast together once they reached Stark's location. On a weekend morning, with relatively few vehicles on the road, they arrived at their destination in less than 20 minutes. Upon receiving clearance from JARVIS, the little girl immediately scampered towards the underground laboratory on her short legs. She collided head-on with Stark, who had come up to greet her after being notified by JARVIS. The impact caused the little girl to tumble onto the ground, leaving her slightly dazed. However, one could argue that Stark was somewhat worse off. Given their height difference, her forehead had collided directly with his abdomen. The momentum from her rush added to the force of the encounter. With wide eyes and an open mouth, Stark instinctively cradled his abdomen, bending over slightly. Observing this, Shi Xiaolei could not suppress a smirk. Feeling a tinge of sympathy for Stark, struggling to stifle his amusement, he helped the still dizzy little girl to her feet and patted Stark on the back. "Buddy, are you all right? Give me a moment." Perhaps alerted by the commotion or informed by Jarvis, Pepper descended to the living room. After ensuring Stark was not seriously injured, she turned her attention to the little girl carrying the takeout bags, greeting her with a warm smile. While the two women exchanged pleasantries, Stark, having recovered from the initial pain, was overtaken by the enticing aroma of the soup dumplings. Eagerly approaching the table, he bypassed the customary hand-washing and chopsticks, instead pinching a delicate little dumpling with his fingers and hastily popping it into his mouth. Although the takeout containers had some thermal insulation, the dumpling was no longer scalding hot from its time on the road. The temperature was just right as he savored the burst of flavors, his eyes squinting in delight. Ah, this is the taste. Truly delightful. When it comes to delicious food, nothing compares to what we have in China. Shi Xiaolei also picked up a dumpling for himself. "Tony, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you to China for authentic cuisine. I cannot promise much, but the variety will certainly astonish you." "Is that so? Then let us plan for Christmas." "This year is still open," Stark replied. "Let us push it back a month to coincide with the Chinese festival. That's when the food is the most plentiful and enjoyable." "Sounds good." Stark nodded in agreement after some thought. "I intend to schedule my surgery around Thanksgiving, so January works. That way, I can recuperate for an additional month." "Huh? You've made up your mind?" Shi Xiaolei asked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, I have. The timing for the surgery and the itinerary for the preceding days are all arranged." As Stark spoke, he took the chopsticks Pepper handed him, waving his hand restlessly. "I plan to embark on a cross-country road trip, driving from New York all the way to Los Angeles. Oh, by the way, this idea struck me while I was fixing your car, so you bear half the responsibility." Leaning closer to Shi Xiaolei, he playfully punched his arm, a knowing smile gracing Stark's face. "Buddy, you need to own up to your responsibilities. You must accompany me on this journey." The mere mention of a road trip is not unfamiliar to anyone. However, when it emanated from Tony Stark's lips, it left Shi Xiaolei somewhat perplexed. Why the sudden desire for a road trip? Given your status, shouldn't you simply board your private jet after determining your destination? Meandering along the road and exhausting yourself with a long drive. This is hardly your style. Curiosity piqued, Shi Xiaolei cast a questioning glance at Stark. "No, this is precisely my style," Stark retorted with a hint of pride. "I do what I want, freely and without constraint. No one can stop me. Whether it involves keeping a private jet on standby at the airport or personally driving to experience a road trip, at its core, it reflects the whims of the wealthy." From this perspective, Stark's words do hold some merit. "All right, you have the wealth to be capricious," Shi Xiaolei chuckled, giving Stark a thumbs up. "But tell me, what inspired this sudden idea? Surely, there must be a reason." Although he had appointed Pepper Potts to manage the company's affairs, Tony Stark's role as the owner of Stark Industries could never be entirely supplanted by her. Many matters, such as public relations, business negotiations, hosting exhibitions, and legal disputes, still required Stark's personal involvement. He need not clock in at the office daily. Compared to Pepper, Stark indeed enjoyed a more leisurely pace. However, this does not imply that he could neglect the affairs of the company entirely. To be frank, given Stark's stature, engaging in a road trip, a leisurely activity that demands considerable time and energy, seems rather ill-suited for him. Moreover, according to his usual preferences, such a notion should not have spontaneously arisen. "It's nothing, just a sudden desire to clear my mind." Stark's pride made him particularly averse to revealing any sign of weakness. Thus, when Shi Xiaolei inquired, he avoided expressing his true thoughts, opting instead to maintain a casual demeanor as he always did. "Are you not going to advise him?" Shi Xiaolei shrugged, turning to glance at Pepper, who was attending to the young girl nearby, and then gestured toward Stark. "He is the boss," Pepper replied with a smile. "If I could persuade him, I wouldn't need to find ways to relieve my own stress every day. Why do you have so many questions? Just say whether you're going or not." Noticing Stark's impatience, Shi Xiaolei finally gave a positive response. "All right, since the shop renovation will take some time, I have nothing pressing to do right now. Tony, share your plans with me. When do we depart, and how many days do you intend to spend on the road?" Misunderstanding that Stark was inviting only him to accompany, Shi Xiaolei had not considered Kanda's leave of absence. "The day after tomorrow, or the day after that," Stark replied. "As for the itinerary, I'd prefer not to exhaust ourselves over 2 weeks. What do you think?" Although he had never undertaken such a journey himself, having been in America for a while, he had heard enough about traversing the country from the east coast to the west. If they chose the famed Route 66, the distance would be approximately 4,000 kilometers. If they traveled briskly, it would take about 7 days, but if they wished to savor the scenery and take it easy, 12 days would be a more suitable pace. Even at a leisurely speed, 12 days should suffice. Stark remarked that a week was unnecessary, suggesting it was rather slow. Rubbing his head, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but advise. "Could we speed it up a bit? How about 10 days? 2 weeks seems too long," You know the little one won't wait that long. Huh. Stark's expression turned to astonishment. Are you mistaken? I never said it would be just the two of us. I plan to bring Pepper and Happy along. Stark shrugged and gestured towards Kanna. What about you? Bring them along. More people make for a livelier journey. After staring at Stark for a few seconds, Shi Xiaolei turned to glance at Kanna, whose mouth was smeared with chocolate. He scratched his nose, feeling somewhat disheartened. I thought it would just be us two. Tony, Kanna still has school, you know. Let her take a leave. After all, she is only in the 1st grade, isn't she? Stark paused before continuing. Moreover, from what I know of her, she has already surpassed the learning pace of a typical 1st grader. She isn't gaining much in class anyway. A trip would broaden her horizons and be more beneficial for her. I believe the teachers at school would think similarly. Taking children on trips to help them expand their perspectives is a prevalent form of family education in America. Having been in the country for several months and sending Kanna to school for some time now, Shi Xiaolei had heard multiple recommendations from teachers and had even taken Kanna on a couple of outings himself. Although they had only ventured short distances during weekend excursions, Kanna had learned some knowledge she previously lacked through these experiences. Judging by the results, this approach was indeed quite effective. Still, he decided to consult Kanna about her own wishes. Perhaps she would prefer to play with her classmates at school? After some contemplation, Shi Xiaolei felt that this decision should ultimately be left to Kanna. I have no objections. As for the process of asking Kanna, it was unnecessary to elaborate. In any case, the girl agreed readily. No, it should be said that Stark was exceedingly enthusiastic about presenting the entire plan. Before the question could even be posed, the little one's eyes sparkled with delight as she raised her small hand, gripping her ice cream spoon, and exclaimed, I want to go too. An agreement was reached. Stark nodded contentedly and gently ruffled the girl's hair, saying, Kanna, I am very pleased with your response. Therefore, I have decided to reward you with 2 delicious puddings. Hee, those were specially made by a highly skilled pastry chef, and I am even reluctant to eat them myself. Do you want some? Yes, although chocolate is delightful. When it comes to her favorite, it must be pudding. Upon hearing Stark's words, the little girl eagerly nodded, her visage reflecting a fear that he might change his mind. While he claimed he was reluctant to eat, it was, in truth, meant for her. To be frank, Stark genuinely adored the endearing and obedient Kanna. His affection for her surpassed even his regard for the young Spider-Man in Spider-Man, Far From Home. I will have Xiao Dai bring it to you. Once again, he affectionately patted the girl's head and, raising his gaze, instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. Then he turned his attention to Shi Xiaolei, gesturing towards the stairs leading to the basement. Let us go, I'll show you your car. Now you mention this, Tony. You haven't transformed my car into a camper, have you? You will absolutely love it, I promise. Chapter 46. From junk to new car, the original 6-cylinder engine was upgraded to a 12-cylinder model, significantly boosting the horsepower. The front-wheel drive was transformed into all-wheel drive, enhancing maneuverability and adaptability to various terrains. The outer shell was replaced with a sturdier alloy, and the frame was reinforced, making the vehicle's durability comparable to that of military transport vehicles. The suspension was fitted with new hydraulic rods, and through the vehicle's intelligent program. Not only was the performance made more stable, but it also gained the ability to adjust the chassis height according to the terrain during travel. The chassis was widened and lengthened, along with an expanded body, significantly increasing interior space, ensuring that even Shi Xiaolei, with his height exceeding 2 meters, would not feel cramped. The interior was upgraded to a more luxurious setup. Additionally, a previously unavailable onboard refrigerator, television, premium sound system, and fully automatic windows were added. And coupled with a more advanced intelligent control system, truthfully, aside from the original manufacturer's logo, virtually every part of the car had been modified by Stark. How do you find this car? Leaning on the hood with his elbow, Stark pointed back at the car he was resting against, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride, as if eager for Shi Xiaolei to express his admiration. Very satisfied, of course. Rubbing his hands together, Shi Xiaolei nodded excitedly. Tony, you're truly remarkable. To be frank, I initially believed it to be utterly beyond repair, a hopeless case. Yet, not only have you restored it, but you have also transformed it into this magnificent creation. This is simply astonishing. I am Tony Stark. Elated, Stark chuckled with delight. Standing tall, he circled to the rear of the vehicle, giving a light pat to the uniquely shaped trunk, and remarked with a smile, actually, this car possesses a rather special feature that you may not have noticed. Step aside, allow me to demonstrate. Under Shi Xiaolei's curious yet expectant gaze, Stark opened the trunk, lifted the soft padding that concealed the chassis, and revealed a small hidden compartment from which he extracted what resembled a remote control. With a gentle press of a button, several support beams extended from beneath the chassis, stabilizing the vehicle as the compartment began to deconstruct and reshape itself. Within mere seconds, it returned to a fixed position. What do you think? Inspired by my armor, Stark proclaimed proudly, as the trunk expanded 4 to 5 times its original size, equivalent to the combined space of 2 capsule hotel rooms. With one-button operation and full automation, camping has never been easier. While the earlier modifications could be quantified in monetary terms, this grand transformation before them transcended mere currency. After all, the technology required for such a feature far surpassed the realm of civilian accessibility. Shi Xiaolei's eyes widened, utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom that Stark had invested such significant resources into his vehicle. After a moment of stunned silence, he blinked in disbelief and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Tony, what is this? This is beyond amazing. I am at a loss for words. It's so cool. It's incredibly cool, my friend." "I knew you would love it," Stark replied, his head held high, brimming with pride. Feeling in high spirits and craving a drink, Stark turned to a small bar tucked in the corner of the workshop. Retrieving a bottle of aged fine wine, he poured a glass for both himself and Shi Xiaolei, saying, "A toast is in order for such joyful moments. Cheers." "Thank you, Tony." Raising his glass, Shi Xiaolei clinked it with Stark's before downing the drink. Perhaps the allure of the new car had made even the foreign liquor, which he typically found unappealing, taste more delightful. Turning back to admire the vehicle glimmering under the lights, an overwhelming urge surged within him. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of taking it for a spin. However, he understood that mere yearning would not suffice. Embarking on this journey required preparation. Unlike a spontaneous backpacking trip, this was a self-driving adventure that necessitated careful planning. Essential supplies for camping, as well as fresh ingredients and seasonings for meals, needed to be arranged in advance. Fortunately, fresh produce, meats, and seafood would not be a concern. Whether one happens to pass through a quaint town and acquires some provisions along the way, or enlists Stark's financial prowess to have them airlifted, such matters are easily resolved. The crux of the issue lies in the essential dried ingredients and various Chinese condiments required for the culinary endeavors. Those items may not be readily available en route, and entrusting Stark with the task does not guarantee accuracy. Furthermore, a visit to the school is necessary to personally meet with the teacher and request a leave of absence for Kana. The likelihood of success is high, yet certainty eludes anyone involved. Should the school decline the request, or if other collective activities have been scheduled, absence may not be advantageous, thus necessitating a potential postponement of the departure date to align with Kana's schedule. Lastly, it is prudent to acquire some garments for unforeseen circumstances, not hiking boots or outdoor jackets, as the journey involves driving to accessible locations where walking is seldom required, rendering specialized walking attire unnecessary. What is needed are replacement autumn and winter clothes, as upon arriving in this world during the late spring and early summer, both Shi Xiaolei and the newcomers, Tu and Kana, had only procured summer attire with excellent ventilation. As the weather gradually cools, and with the adage of fall rain brings a chill, one cannot guarantee the absence of rainy days during the upcoming 10 days on the road. Therefore, it is wise to prepare several warm garments in advance. After spending Saturday at Stark's, where he also collected his newly repaired vehicle, Shi Xiaolei returned to the temporarily rented apartment. The following day, Sunday, he took Tu and Kana out once more for a significant shopping spree. Anticipation reached a fever pitch as Monday finally arrived. "Kana, are you ready?" called Shi Xiaolei, prompting Kana to rush out of her room with her little backpack, exclaiming, "I'm ready. Xiaolei, let's go." Her excitement was palpable, amplified by the rare occasion of Shi Xiaolei accompanying her to school, coupled with the prospect of requesting a leave to enjoy some fun thereafter. Kana's mood was evidently brighter than usual, her adorable demeanor enhanced as she tugged at Shi Xiaolei's hand, skipping gleefully. "All right, let's go," he replied with a smile. Adjusting her bow, he then called towards the room, "Sylvia, hurry up. Kana can hardly wait." Chapter 47. The Marvelous Journey of Bruce Banner, Part 1. As Shi Xiaolei busied himself with preparations for departure, Bruce Banner, who had been entrusted to the Ark 4 days prior, finally stirred awake from his slumber. Indeed, Bruce had been in a coma for a full 4 days, and if one were to account for the fractional hours, it would extend even further. Many may find it difficult to comprehend the situation, considering the Hulk's extraordinary resilience. Even after expending a considerable amount of energy during battle, it seems implausible that such an extended recovery time would be necessary. Moreover, if every transformation were to induce such prolonged unconsciousness, it would starkly contradict the Hulk's portrayal in the Avengers. There are indeed reasons for this phenomenon. Firstly, this marks Bruce Banner's inaugural transformation into the Hulk. Without delving into the origins of the Hulk's persona, its existence is irrefutable. For Bruce Banner, the emergence of a new persona, one that starkly contrasts his own, creates a tumultuous upheaval within his psyche. If we were to liken Banner's consciousness to a well-established and stable world, this event resembles a cataclysmic disaster of monumental proportions. To categorize it, we might place it beyond the scale of volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, or tsunamis. It is akin to the tectonic shifts of the Earth's crust. The catalyzing effect of gamma rays has wrought significant changes to his physiology. Ultimately, however, this merely enhances his physical attributes. On a psychological level, Bruce Banner has not acquired any semblance of fortitude. The panic triggered by his transformation, coupled with the pent-up aggression from military confrontations and the guilt stemming from civilian casualties, weighs heavily on him. Although the Hulk's consciousness may overshadow Banner's persona, it does not render him oblivious to the external chaos. Consequently, the accumulation of these emotions inevitably impacts Banner's psyche. Such mental trauma is not easily surmountable. He has not fully retreated into solitude, but rather, he experiences a delayed recovery. Bruce Banner's nerves can be deemed remarkably resilient. In addition to the psychological scars requiring time to heal, the physical weakness also necessitates a recovery period. This being his first transformation, it is only natural that he would experience some disorientation. To employ a somewhat crude analogy, it is reminiscent of childbirth. A mother experiencing her first delivery typically requires a more extended recuperation, whereas a seasoned mother, having given birth multiple times, may well return to her tasks the very next day. Furthermore, during his confrontation with Shi Xiaolei, the Hulk sustained considerable injuries and lost a significant amount of blood. The confluence of these various factors ultimately culminated in Bruce Banner being unconscious for several days. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Upon gradually regaining consciousness, Bruce Banner found himself grappling with these philosophical inquiries. Faint memories flickered in his mind, and as he surveyed his bare form, save for a tattered pair of shorts clinging to his waist, his confusion deepened. Like a fool, he sat on the bed, staring blankly for some time. It was only upon hearing strange noises from outside that Bruce Banner snapped back to reality. Looking around, Bruce discovered himself in a rustic, somewhat austere wooden cabin. The furnishings were quite simple, and it did not resemble a confined laboratory, which eased his anxiety somewhat. Releasing his fingers that had instinctively clutched the blankets, he gently lifted the thin coverlet and descended from the bed, his bare feet meeting the slightly rough wooden floor. In the room stood a cabinet fashioned from planks, resembling a wardrobe. Realizing he was quite unadorned and unable to venture outside, Bruce approached the cabinet, intending to search for any clothing he could borrow. To his surprise, although the cabinet door appeared neither locked nor particularly sturdy, he found it inexplicably unyielding. Reluctantly, Bruce abandoned the thought of rummaging for clothes, turned away, and tore off a bedsheet, fashioning it into a makeshift garment reminiscent of an African native's attire. Much like the cabinet door, the wooden door of the cabin resisted his attempts to push it open. Fortunately, a window frame devoid of glass allowed him to escape with little effort, and he emerged into the open air outside the cabin. Before him lay a narrow river, approximately 20 meters wide, with a gentle current that produced a melodious sound as it flowed over the large stones embedded within. A wooden platform extended from the cabin entrance, reaching a third of the way across the river's surface, resembling a makeshift dock for mooring small boats. However, a glance around revealed no boats in sight. Curiosity piqued about his surroundings. Bruce unconsciously walked onto the dock, stepping out onto the more expansive river vista. Suddenly, from the dense forest across the river, an unprecedented roar echoed through the air. If it had been Hulk, he would have remained unperturbed. Yet at this moment, it was Bruce Banner who dominated this body, merely a scientist, and he found himself lacking the courage to confront such an ominous and unknown sound. Startled, he instinctively raised his gaze towards the forest on the opposite bank. In the next instant, a scene beyond his wildest imagination unfolded before him. Several Gallimimus emerged from the thicket, frantically fleeing along the riverbank, closely pursued by a colossal Tyrannosaurus rex, over 10 meters in length, exuding an aura of ferocity. The sound of trees snapping and the thunderous thuds of the T-Rex's footsteps, coupled with its terrifying roar, rendered the 20-meter-wide river insignificant for a creature of such magnitude. Crossing it would take mere seconds. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to envelop him, and feeling the sheer force emanating from the T-Rex, Bruce's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the damp sandy shore. The T-Rex that came into view was none other than Dabai, the beloved pet of Shi Xiaolei. Following its master's command, Dabai had been prowling near the base, performing its unrecognized duty as a guardian. The scope of activity has been constrained, preventing it from wandering freely like its companions. In human terms, this may evoke a sense of confinement, yet for Big White, such a lifestyle is entirely agreeable. Each time its master returns, it eagerly rushes to greet him, relishing the opportunity to receive affection before its peers and to be hand-fed, even if the morsels are scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps between its teeth. For Big White, the mere chance to be close to its master is a profound blessing. When the master is away, It hunts in the woods when hunger strikes and naps in the plaza of the base under the sun when fatigue sets in. Upon the master's return, it eagerly approaches for some affectionate moments and occasionally carries the master around for a brief tour. Perhaps this existence is somewhat monotonous, yet it is undeniably pure, and Big White harbors a deep fondness for such a life. Today was no exception. Big White roamed around the vicinity of the base, driving away 2 bull dragons and satiating its hunger with an elite raptor that had mysteriously wandered nearby. Just as it contemplated returning to the plaza for a nap, it unexpectedly spotted an unfamiliar figure in front of the small wooden house constructed by its master. With a mix of curiosity and caution, Big White abandoned its playful attempt to scare off the spiky lizard and strode across the shallow river, turning towards the wooden house. Chapter 48. The Marvelous Journey of Bruce Banner, Part 2. Having recently developed new abilities, Bruce had yet to master the art of transformation and could not shift into the form displayed in the Avengers. The passive transformation required conditions of anger or a threat to life, and at that moment, consumed by fear, he felt no anger whatsoever. Ironically, the Tyrannosaurus did not initiate an attack, nor did it trigger any life-threatening conditions. There were no signs of Bruce transforming into the Hulk. Instead, he stood trembling, wide-eyed as the colossal dinosaur approached him. With a low growl, Big White lowered its massive head, inquisitively sniffing at Bruce. Having just eaten half an hour prior, Big White was not inclined to harm another creature. Moreover, since Bruce Banner was human and bore many similarities to its master, Big White felt only curiosity towards this sudden appearance and harbored no thoughts of causing him harm. "Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. God help me," Bruce muttered, increasingly fearful as he detected the foul odor emanating from Big White's nostrils, instinctively praying for mercy. The furnishings within the wooden house had been transported from the real world by Shi Xiaolei, and the bedding used by Bruce Banner was from his own past. Although thoroughly cleansed, the lingering essence of Shi Xiaolei still clung to the surroundings. Fortunately, wrapped in the sheet, Bruce Banner not only passed Baymax's inspection, but also, to some extent, garnered Baymax's preliminary trust. After several seconds, Bruce opened his eyes. The colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex remained before him, yet it was no longer as close as it had been moments ago, confirming that he had not been bitten and that the creature did not seem poised to attack. Bruce finally ceased holding his breath and exhaled deeply. "That was terrifying. I thought I was about to perish." Surviving one ordeal did not imply that the danger had completely dissipated. Fearing that Baymax might suddenly erupt in aggression, Bruce, with his trembling limbs, cautiously rose from the ground. Just as he intended to stealthily depart, Baymax abruptly swished its tail and redirected its gaze towards him. Like a student caught daydreaming by a teacher, Bruce hastily halted his movements, standing rigidly in place. Gurgle. Despite the enhanced physical prowess bestowed by the Hulk, he had been lying down for 4 days, and his stomach was empty. Previously unnoticed amidst his fear, the rumbling now surged forth, bringing forth a wave of hunger. His limbs grew increasingly feeble, and under the watchful gaze of the immense dinosaur, he feared he might soon become its meal before he could find something to eat. As the flicker of hope he had felt dissipated, his spirits plummeted. Unbeknownst to Baymax, the small figure before it was lost in thought. Close enough to hear Bruce's stomach grumbling, Baymax suddenly recalled its master's past actions. In the game, when a character fell into hunger, similar gurgling sounds would emerge. In those instances, Shi Xiaolei would always command the character to retrieve prepared food from the backpack. For Baymax, who had accompanied Shi Xiaolei for a considerable time, the sound evoked a vivid memory, having formed a conditioned reflex. Thus, Baymax sprang into action. It strode towards the river with powerful legs, unhesitatingly launching an attack on a few saber-toothed salmon that happened to swim by. For Bruce, catching these formidable fish would require considerable effort, given their high level exceeding 100. However, for Baymax, whose level was maxed out and was a native creature, dispatching these saber-toothed salmon was a trivial task. With a single bite, it swiftly killed the fish. Then, holding their lifeless bodies, Baymax stood upright and tossed them onto the shore, landing them right before Bruce. "Well, I never anticipated such a turn of events." Astonishment overwhelmed his fear as he gazed at the saber-toothed salmon before him, then looked up at the Tyrannosaurus standing in the water. Bruce couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Roar. As if in response to Bruce's inquiry, the great beast let out a roar. "Is this truly for me?" With a hint of disbelief, Bruce gazed at the imposing creature while gradually crouching down to retrieve a saber-toothed salmon. The beast showed no sign of anger. Instead, it lowered its head once more, repeating its previous action and tossing several more fish onto the shore. Upon confirming the reality before him, Bruce's mood brightened significantly. Not only had he escaped being devoured by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he had also received a gift from it. This surreal and extraordinary turn of events dispelled a large portion of his fear, greatly improving his perception of the beast. Perhaps I could attempt to forge a connection with it? Suddenly, the thought struck him, and the more he pondered, the more he felt it essential, with a Tyrannosaurus present. It was evident that this place was not Earth. Who knows what other dangers might lurk here? If he could secure a bodyguard, it would undoubtedly aid him in his forthcoming endeavors. On one hand, he wished to appease the great creature to prevent it from turning on him. On the other hand, he hoped to win its favor and enlist it as his protector. Unconscious and carried in by Shi Xiaolei, Bruce was unaware of his surroundings. Nor did he realize that the great beast was already claimed by another. From Bruce's perspective, these thoughts were not entirely surprising. Acting on impulse, Bruce gathered the saber-toothed salmon that the creature had flung onto the shore and piled them together. He then climbed back into the little wooden cabin in search of a fire-starting tool. To his delight, he discovered a small knife and a lighter that Shi Xiaolei had brought in. Stifling his hunger for nearly half an hour, Bruce kindled a bonfire on the beach outside the cabin and skewered several pieces of fish onto wooden sticks surrounding the flames. Witnessing this scene, the great beast could not help but drool. Not long ago, Shi Xiaolei had organized a barbecue in this very spot with Kong and the others. Although the cooking process differed from that in the game, and the grilled meat and fish were not as neatly arranged, one could not deny that the seasoned grilled fare was far superior to the game's offerings. Having had the fortune of tasting it once, the great beast had etched that flavor deeply into its memory, leaving a significant impression of this method of cooking over an open flame. Believing that Bruce could create equally delectable grilled fish, the great creature eagerly approached the shore and lay down on the sand, 2 meters from the bonfire, filled with anticipation. Its massive head watched the flickering flames, and it unconsciously emitted a rumbling sound from its throat, accompanied by drool spilling from its sharp teeth. Observing the beast's reaction, Bruce felt increasingly validated in his intentions, and his movements grew more nimble. Chapter 49. The Marvelous Journey of Bruce Banner, Part 2. Not a master of wilderness survival, nor versed in the culinary arts, Bruce Banner had devoted all his time to scientific research, spending more days in the laboratory than at home, despite holding 7 doctoral degrees. When it came to practical life skills, Bruce would barely scrape by. For instance, the few saber-toothed salmon he had prepared were either undercooked or charred. And with the innards improperly cleaned and lacking the wild herbs that should have been used to marinate them and eliminate the fishy odor, the final product was truly unpalatable. He spat out a small mouthful, the indescribable flavor exploding in his mouth, prompting Bruce to hastily expel several more. Would such poorly prepared fish be enough to appease the imposing creature before him? Would it provoke its wrath instead? Glancing at the skewered fish and then at the eager Tyrannosaurus Rex nearby, Bruce felt a twinge of anxiety. It couldn't possibly taste worse than it had raw. After a moment's contemplation, Bruce ultimately resolved to take the plunge, although he had initially intended to grill another fish. The eager demeanor of the T-Rex suggested that further delay was not an option. Carefully, he removed the fish from the skewer, managing to retain its shape, and, with a mix of trepidation, approached the gaping maw of the awaiting dinosaur. After a brief hesitation, Bruce lifted his arms and tossed the still-steaming fish into the creature's mouth. Fearful that the T-Rex might retaliate if dissatisfied, Bruce discreetly retreated several steps, preparing to escape into the safety of the cabin should the situation turn sour. Despite his lackluster culinary skills, his powers of observation were commendable. Having noted the creature's movements, he had surmised that this tyrant of the prehistoric era held a certain regard for the cabin and would likely refrain from causing it harm. Anxiously observing the T-Rex's reaction, Bruce was somewhat surprised to find that the creature did not seem averse to the fish's peculiar taste. Indeed, having grown accustomed to raw fare, a hint of fishiness was hardly a concern for it. Perhaps the Tyrannosaurus's palate differed from that of humans. What he found distasteful might well be to its liking. Or perhaps the instincts of a researcher kicked in, leading him to subconsciously analyze the situation, and within moments, Bruce had conjured several possible explanations. A burgeoning sense of accomplishment ignited a spark of motivation within him. Compounded by the gnawing hunger that still lingered, he knew he must continue to eat. Thus, he returned to the fire, redirecting his focus back to the grilling of fresh fish. The more discerning the diner, the more it could inspire the chef's potential, honing their craft in the process. And so the cycle continued. Due to the indiscriminate eating habits of Big White, Bruce's grilling skills had stagnated, remaining at a rudimentary level despite having grilled 7 or 8 fish without any discernible improvement. Nevertheless, even a blind cat may occasionally stumble upon a dead mouse. After grilling so many fish, he managed to salvage a few palatable pieces, just enough to barely satiate his hunger. What should he do next? He took a few sips of clear water from the river to wash away the lingering strange taste in his mouth. Turning back, he glanced at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, seemingly dozing beside the fire, and began to ponder. It was still uncertain whether it would maintain this demeanor. If it did, that would be manageable. However, if it did not, Safety came first. He should distance himself for the time being. In this unfamiliar land, where should he venture next? The appearance of the dinosaur led him to speculate that he might have traversed time, arriving in a primordial epoch of Earth, and this thought left Bruce feeling despondent. Just as he was grappling with uncertainty and feeling lost about the future, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the sky. Instinctively, he looked up to see a colossal eagle, comparable in size to a small car, descending and landing beside the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Unsure whether the giant eagle and the dinosaur were allies, Bruce feared a potential confrontation and quickly leapt into the river, seeking refuge behind a rocky outcrop. The two massive creatures, however, did not engage in battle. Rather, their interaction resembled that of old friends engaged in conversation. Peeking from behind the rocks, Bruce's face reflected astonishment, filled with confusion. He could not discern whether it was the Tyrannosaurus Rex or the eagle that had previously spotted him, but soon after, he noticed the eagle directing its gaze towards his hiding place and swaggering over with a peculiar gait. Indeed, it was a distinctive waddle, characterized by a swaying motion, the kind that suggested a lack of familiarity with walking, particularly for a bird of its kind. Its arrogance was palpable, stemming from the lavish affection it received from Shi Xiaolei. In the past, whenever Shi Xiaolei embarked on distant journeys, he would invariably travel by the giant eagle, even taking it along in a freezing chamber as a last resort during dungeon raids or battles. The time spent in Shi Xiaolei's company and the frequency of their outings positioned the eagle as the foremost among all his pets. While it might not have garnered the entirety of affection, it was certainly close. As Shi Xiaolei's most cherished companion, the eagle naturally assumed the role of a matriarch among the other pets. From the earlier exchange between the eagle and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was evident that the eagle was chastising Big White, recounting moments of distraction and questioning its audacity to consume the fish it had grilled, among other grievances. The eagle had certainly been quite vocal in its admonishments. If we were to personify the two, it would vividly resemble a scene where an elder sister reprimands her younger brother. With a tilt of its head, the giant eagle gazed at Bruce, who timidly peered from behind a rock and flapped its wings a couple of times. Though the words of the majestic creature were unintelligible, Bruce could surmise their meaning from its demeanor. With an awkward smile, he emerged from his hiding place, waded through the water, and approached the giant eagle. Slightly apprehensive, Bruce rubbed his hands together and greeted, hello. The eagle leaned forward, scrutinizing Bruce from head to toe. Previously, the large white dog could detect a hint of Shi Xiaolei's scent, but now, the river water had thoroughly masked it due to the damp bed linen. Consequently, the giant eagle reached a different conclusion, and its reaction starkly contrasted with that of the large white dog. Suddenly, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, clutching the exceedingly anxious Bruce in its enormous talons. Amidst Bruce's prolonged and frantic cries, the eagle glided through the air, carrying him far away. Chapter 50. Greetings, Dr. Banner. What does survival in the wilderness feel like? At this moment, Bruce Banner was experiencing just that. Lacking tools, clad only in a single bedsheet, he found himself on a small island. Although no carnivorous dinosaurs lurked nearby, and his life was not in peril, the relatively confined space and limited resources indeed posed considerable challenges to his survival. Having once read Robinson Crusoe, Bruce now felt even more unfortunate than the novel's protagonist. Fortunately, this dismal mood did not linger for long. In the Marvel Universe, after personally escorting Kanda to school and assisting her in securing an extended leave from her teacher, Shi Xiaolei took advantage of the day while the little one remained at school. He ventured into the city with the intent of gathering supplies and equipment for their impending road trip. With an abundance of items collected, and residing in a temporarily rented villa, he thought it prudent to avoid attracting the landlord's or property management's ire. To be safe, Shi Xiaolei transported all the acquired goods into the Ark, planning to store them in the base's ample space for the time being. He found an unoccupied room and organized the supplies. Remembering that Bruce Banner was still resting in the small cabin, Shi Xiaolei routinely traversed the small woods and arrived at the riverbank 100 meters away. The large white dog had departed, but the remnants of the campfire Bruce had previously ignited still lingered in their place. Observing the pile of ashes and then glancing back at the cabin, Shi Xiaolei finally realized that Bruce Banner had awakened from his slumber. Where could he have gone? With this question in mind, Shi Xiaolei whistled. Before long, Dabai, who was strolling nearby, rushed over upon hearing the sound. Subsequently, the formidable eagle, circling above the mangroves in search of food, was summoned back and appeared before Shi Xiaolei. After a series of inquiries, both verbal and gestural, Shi Xiaolei managed to convey his intentions. Understanding the master's wishes, the giant eagle carried him to hover over the vegetarian island, providing an answer through action. Here, as the eagle halted its advance, suspending itself above the small isle, Shi Xiaolei came to a realization. Glancing below, he recognized the place he dubbed the fresh meat warehouse, a smile blossoming upon his face. Impressive. You truly are clever. Knowing to bring me here. The island, lush with grass and resembling a prehistoric landscape, posed no threat to Bruce's safety. Being a small island, there was little worry of him disappearing without a trace. To be candid, Shi Xiaolei had not anticipated the eagle's intelligence, arranging matters with such meticulousness. Gently patting the eagle's neck and stroking its feathers, Shi Xiaolei cheerfully instructed, "Let us descend. Lead me to that person." With a resounding cry, the eagle dove down. The rapid descent was swifter than a roller coaster, and amidst the whistling wind, Shi Xiaolei found himself landing on the island, standing in front of Bruce Banner. "Hey, buddy, how are you?" By the time the eagle reappeared, Bruce Banner had taken notice. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sight of a person atop the proud creature. In his left hand, he held a stone collected from the beach, and in his right, a few red berries plucked from the grass, staring in astonishment at Shi Xiaolei. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Bruce, slightly flustered, raised his hand in response. "Hi. You are Rock. Just call me Rock." Stepping closer, Shi Xiaolei wore a gentle smile, extending his right hand. "Dr. Banner, you're finally awake. Greetings." As they shook hands, Bruce analyzed Shi Xiaolei's words. Raising his guard inwardly, "Mr. Rock, do we know each other? Did you bring me here?" "Well, it's complicated," Shi Xiaolei replied, scratching his head with a hint of apology. "I suppose we are acquainted. We had a bit of a scuffle a few days ago, in the cabin devoid of television, clocks, or calendars." Bruce had no concept of the passage of time upon waking, completely unaware that he had been in slumber for several days. Assuming he had merely rested for a day, Bruce furrowed his brow unconsciously. "A few days ago? I don't recall that. You were not like this then." Thinking that Bruce merely forgot the memories of transforming into the Hulk, Shi Xiaolei prompted, "Do you remember that big green fellow?" With fragments of memory swirling in his mind, Bruce concentrated for several moments before finally recalling. "The armored figure was you?" After a moment's pause, he could not help but inquire, "Did you just say a few days ago? Has it really been several days?" "To be precise, it has been over 4 days." Shi Xiaolei shrugged. "It seems you have recalled. Lying down for 4 days, time has stretched far beyond what he had imagined." Bruce, feeling this might be a dire consequence of his body's sudden transformation, inevitably sank into despondency, his mood turning gloomy. Observing the change in his expression, Shi Xiaolei misunderstood once more. "Dr. Banner, do not worry. This is my territory. The military cannot find us here." "No, I am not sighing." Bruce Banner managed a wry smile as he shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. In any case, thank you, Mr. Locke. If it weren't for your intervention, I truly shudder to think of the destruction I might have wrought." Indeed, it was rather exaggerated. Reflecting on the scenes he had witnessed earlier, Shi Xiaolei could not help but smile ruefully. "To be honest, I have been quite anxious these past few days. If you had awoken when I was not here, I dread to imagine how I would have felt upon seeing this place in ruins." "Ruins? In this desolate wilderness? What is there to ruin? Are you referring to that little wooden cabin?" With a strong sense of skepticism, Bruce finally could not restrain his curiosity. "Mr. Locke, could you enlighten me as to where exactly this is?" A few sentences could not suffice to explain, and Shi Xiaolei scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. "It's a long story, Dr. Banner. This is not the place for a chat. Why don't we head to the base first? I will show you around and explain on the way." The base? Having just escaped from a military biochemical research facility, Bruce felt particularly sensitive to the term. Immediately upon hearing Shi Xiaolei mention it, a strong sense of vigilance flickered in his eyes. "Yes. Oh, it's actually my home. I call it the survival base." Pointing to a brachiosaurus several hundred meters behind Bruce, Shi Xiaolei explained with a smile. "As you can see, this is a world of dinosaurs. It would be quite challenging without a secure base. So it is a survival base," Bruce Banner thought, feeling a sense of relief as he nodded. "All right then. I will follow your lead. By the way, do you have any clothes at home? May I borrow an outfit?" "Of course, we have food and clothing." As he spoke, he leapt onto the back of the giant eagle. Looking down at Bruce, who remained on the beach, Shi Xiaolei offered an apologetic smile. "Dr. Banner, I apologize. Please bear with me." Chapter 1. An inharmonious family in Manhattan's lower downtown, Chinatown. "Kana, be good at school, listen to your teachers, and do not misbehave, understood?" "No, Sylvia, on the way back, please stop by the supermarket." "All right, cooking wine, soy sauce, and brewing yeast, right?" "Thank you." At the entrance of a small shop stood 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. From their conversation, it was evident they were a family, yet their appearances seemed strikingly discordant. A towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, adorned with a gleaming bald head and a physique brimming with muscle. Although devoid of tattoos or scars, his imposing stature and countenance would instill fear even in the most hardened criminals. Before this formidable man stood 2 women, one tall and one petite. The taller of the 2 stood approximately 1 meter 60, slightly below the local average height for women. However, in terms of figure, she possessed all the right curves, particularly her perfectly proportioned, voluptuous legs that surpassed even those of a model in beauty. The smaller girl, not even reaching 1 meter, had a cherubic round face, rosy and delightful, with long, lustrous hair styled into 2 playful braids, complemented by a cute pink sun hat. From a distance, her almost childlike forehead's tall stature rendered her utterly adorable. "Kanna, it's time for us to set off," the taller one said. Grasping her sister's hand, little Kanna nodded vigorously. After taking a couple of steps, recalling a promise made the previous day, she turned back to gaze at the imposing man standing at the shop entrance. "Xiaolei, will there be pudding when you return?" "Rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction," he replied, flashing a broad smile that revealed a glint from his white teeth. "I want to." "No problem, provided you can procure Xiaohong. It's a deal, no backing out." As the 2 women climbed into the vehicle and gradually disappeared down the street, Shi Xiaolei lowered his right hand, bent down to lift the roller shutter, and stepped into the shop to commence a day of labor. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since he crossed into this world, though science asserts that it takes a mere 90 days to cultivate a stable habit. The passage of time was nearly sufficient. Yet, truth be told, every time he glimpsed those reminders on television or in newspapers, Shi Xiaolei found himself struggling to adapt, feeling as if he were still ensnared in a dream. Within the halls of the Smithsonian Museum in New York, an array of equipment once utilized by Captain America lay on display. Sporadically, Tony Stark appeared in entertainment news, unabashedly proclaiming his fleeting encounters with various supermodels. Just a few streets away, the Osborn Tower silently attested to the fact that this was not the world he had once inhabited. Rather, it belonged to the Marvel Universe, a realm laden with burdens too great for the ordinary individual to bear. Upon first realizing this unsettling truth, Shi Xiaolei was nearly consumed by fear. After narrowly escaping death, he had been granted a second chance at life, only to find himself in the perilous Marvel Universe, and born directly into the heart of the most treacherous city, New York. Whether it was the Ironmonger battling Iron Man in Iron Man, the destruction wrought in the Incredible Hulk, or the alien invasion depicted in the Avengers, all these events transpired within this very city. For superheroes, this metropolis, often the stage for grand spectacles, may serve as the ideal arena to showcase their prowess. However, for an ordinary person with a combat rating of merely 5, it remained an exceedingly perilous locale. To speak frankly, upon realizing that he was in the Marvel Universe, specifically in New York, the first thought that crossed Shi Xiaolei's mind was to relocate. However, reality proved to be far more complex than he had imagined. As a time traveler, Shi Xiaolei was a bona fide illegal immigrant, lacking any form of identification to validate his identity. Traveling far was a daunting task, let alone settling down elsewhere. Fortunately, his birthplace in Chinatown offered a modicum of ease, as there were still quite a few compatriots who had clandestinely crossed the border to work illegally, just like him, and were also without identification. Blending in with this crowd, Shi Xiaolei, despite his larger stature, did not stand out particularly. Another factor at play was the restrictions imposed by the system. On his way to the computer market to repair a malfunctioning hard drive, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, rendering it a charred remnant. As Shi Xiaolei traversed into the Marvel realm, that damaged hard drive underwent a transformation in the cosmic tide of time, evolving into his companion artifact, perhaps due to its origins as a computer hard drive. This artifact manifested itself as a system within his consciousness. The system included 2 primary functions, a check-in feature and a blind box exchange. As long as he remained within the confines of New York City, he could check in once daily, earning 10 check-in points along with a random reward. Should Shi Xiaolei venture outside the city, however, his daily check-in points would be halved, and the random rewards would be entirely revoked. The rewards were mostly trivial items, such as toilet paper, canned cola, and expired magazines. Over the course of March, his best reward amounted to a mere $200 in cash. Truth be told, Shi Xiaolei was not particularly concerned with the rewards from the check-in feature. The crux of the matter lay in the blind box exchange. The hard drive had stored a plethora of games, anime, and films, all now transformed into a resource repository. Any item, character, or ability that had ever appeared in these works was encapsulated within the blind boxes, and as long as he accumulated enough check-in points, he would eventually be able to redeem them. In Shi Xiaolei's view, there were only 2 paths to survive in the perilous Marvel world. First, to continuously enhance his own abilities to a level sufficient to withstand crises. Second, to unite with more allies to combat threats collectively. Undoubtedly, both strategies could be realized through the blind box exchange function. Thus, in order to amass check-in points, Shi Xiaolei reluctantly abandoned his relocation plans and firmly established his roots in Chinatown. By the end of the first month, he had accumulated 300 check-in points, and opened his first blind box. Perhaps due to high adaptability or a stroke of luck, he unlocked the barbarian lineage from Diablo 2. Relying on his robust physique, which surpassed even that of a boxing champion, Shi Xiaolei was introduced by a well-connected compatriot to the underground boxing arena. He fought a few clandestine matches and earned nearly $200,000. With this fortune, he procured a legitimate identification card and rented a modest storefront in Chinatown, where he opened a small eatery. The money flowed in swiftly, yet such shortcuts often leave lingering repercussions. After bidding farewell to two family members, Shi Xiaolei, who was busy preparing in his establishment, found himself confronted by two unwelcome guests. Chapter 2. The Village Chief of Novice Village in the Underworld. There are plenty of formidable men, and it is not uncommon to encounter ruthless individuals who risk their lives for money. However, it is rare to find someone like Shi Xiaolei, who fights fiercely, possesses impressive visual appeal, and can guarantee victory with absolute certainty. Furthermore, he had no background or connections. Since leaving the underground boxing scene, it seemed that every few days someone would come knocking, either attempting to entice or threaten him to return to the ring and serve as their cash cow. Get lost. If the intruders approached him with cordiality, Shi Xiaolei might deign to show them some respect. After all, one should not strike those who come with a smile. However, if they resorted to malicious intimidation, he would not be so accommodating. Just as now, disregarding the butterfly knife brandished by one of them, Shi Xiaolei reached out with his large hand and effortlessly swatted the weapon from his opponent's grasp. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the two thugs tumbling out of the establishment like rolling gourds. Mike. The unfortunate one in the rear was merely knocked aside by his airborne companion and suffered no real injury. However, the one who received the kick was left gasping for breath. As he struggled to rise, witnessing his partner's dire state, the lean, dark-skinned thug was filled with both shock and fury. Turning to face Shi Xiaolei, who stood at the entrance like an impenetrable fortress, the thug felt a shiver down his spine and instinctively drew a small handgun from his waistband. With the dark muzzle aimed at Shi Xiaolei, the lean thug demonstrated the meaning of a threatening demeanor. Rock. You bastard, I'm coming for you. Having faced guns before, Shi Xiaolei remained unfazed by the small firearm in the thug's hands. He boldly strode forward with his powerful legs, exuding an aura of intimidation while curling his lips into a menacing smile. Oh really? Are you certain you are prepared for this? By activating the barbarian lineage within the game, not only had his physical attributes undergone a significant enhancement, but his bodily status had also been data optimized. Regardless of where he was struck, death was not an immediate concern. At worst, he would lose a bit of health, which could be replenished after a short respite. If the caliber were smaller, the bullets might not even penetrate his solid muscle, inflicting only minimal damage. This variability is why Shi Xiaolei had initially disregarded the threats from the boxing ring's owner and turned down the invitations from those underworld magnates so decisively. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Perhaps it was the warning from his companions before arriving that instilled in him a sense of security, knowing that a mere pistol would be ineffective against Shi Xiaolei. Alternatively, it could have been the raw, untamed aura exuded by Shi Xiaolei that imposed a profound psychological pressure upon him. The wiry figure of the little black man trembled in fear, akin to a frightened woman who had lost her composure, his cries akin to the wails of someone who had seen a ghost. He stepped forward, seizing Shi Xiaolei's right hand, which wielded the gun, and with a slight exertion, there was a series of sharp cracks, and the little black man's right hand was utterly transformed. Ah, damn it, my hand. The intense pain escalated his shrieks to an even higher pitch. His fingers, now limp, lost all strength, rendering him incapable of holding onto the firearm any longer. Casually taking the gun, Shi Xiaolei examined it before looking down at the writhing little black man on the ground. The safety is still on, and with your intellect. You dare to be out here? Damn it, Locke. Just wait, I will kill you. With such sentiments, Shi Xiaolei resolved to act first. He took 2 steps forward. Standing before the little black man, raised his left foot and pressed it firmly against his chest, then lifted the gun, pointing it at his head. I have no desire to be hunted down by you again, so might I kindly ask you to die? He had no intention of pulling the trigger. He merely sought to intimidate the individual before him. Although the little black man appeared brutish and unsavory, Shi Xiaolei, as a traveler from the great land of China, had never before encountered or witnessed the act of killing on the streets in his former life. However, his fierce appearance and the savage aura inherited from his ancestry were undeniably formidable. Not only did the little black man soil himself in fear, but 2 nearby patrolling officers were also taken aback by the menacing demeanor Shi Xiaolei displayed. Hey, you there. Yes, you. Lower your weapon and raise your hands. Clasp them behind your head. Unaware of the situation's context and merely judging by the scene before them, the officers assumed Shi Xiaolei was the assailant. The 2 portly officers, taking cover behind their vehicle, raised their firearms, directing them at Shi Xiaolei, who stood a mere 10 meters away, issuing a tense warning. TSK, consider yourself fortunate. As he discarded the gun, Shi Xiaolei shot a glare at the little black man. The concentrated aura of intimidation proved effective. As a mere glance caused the little black man to roll his eyes back in terror. Meanwhile, the two officers, noticing Shi Xiaolei's act of discarding the firearm, hurriedly approached him. Hey, officers. As the police pushed him, Shi Xiaolei felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, considering he was in America, where the police wielded emergency authority, he did not resist their actions, but merely voiced his complaint. You have made a mistake. These two are the villains. I was merely defending myself. You can check the surveillance footage, it's right there. It is an undeniable fact that individuals of Asian descent often face discrimination in America, their status frequently perceived as lower than that of African Americans. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that experiences of injustice can vary, and not every situation can be generalized. For instance, at present, due to his imposing stature and formidable presence, he does not appear to be an easy target for intimidation. Thus, the words of Shi Xiaolei did bear some significance and were not entirely disregarded by the two officers. It was primarily the intervention of another party that shifted the course of events. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline emerged, brandishing his credentials before the officers. Gentlemen, I kindly request that you escort these two individuals away. I can attest that, as he stated, these two are the true perpetrators who should bear the responsibility. Upon verifying his credentials and confirming his identity, the officers holstered their firearms and saluted. Yes, sir. They proceeded to take the two dazed ruffians to the patrol car. And as the police vehicle departed, tranquility returned to the street. However, Shi Xiaolei's mood was quite the opposite. While others might not recognize him, as a traveler from another realm, he could not possibly overlook the identity of this man, dressed in a black suit, with a polished forehead and a concerning hairline. Adorned with a genial yet gentlemanly smile, this individual was none other than Agent Phil Coulson, renowned as the village chief of the novice realm throughout the Marvel Universe. How could Coulson possibly have sought him out? Reflecting on his experiences over the past few months, Shi Xiaolei puzzled over where he might have slipped up, unintentionally falling into deep thought. Rock, may I have a word with you? After patiently waiting for a while, and noticing that Shi Xiaolei remained lost in contemplation, Coulson took the initiative to break the silence as curious onlookers gathered around. All right, coming to his senses and surveying the surroundings, Shi Xiaolei nodded and turned towards the store. Let us head inside. Chapter 3. The Unsung Heroes. 3 months prior, Rock had unexpectedly appeared in Chinatown, Lower Manhattan. Since he was utilizing an alias, it was imperative to adopt a demeanor befitting a secret agent, with the intention of establishing an advantageous atmosphere for their forthcoming conversation. Upon entering the store and settling into their respective seats, Coulson proceeded to disclose a wealth of personal information about Shi Xiaolei. So, you are here to inform me of my impending repatriation? Before his journey across realms, Shi Xiaolei would never have interrupted another's discourse so brazenly, nor would he have been so forthright in his retorts. After all, with an appearance that could be deemed unattractive and a stature that instills fear, if he did not adopt a more congenial demeanor while speaking, he would inevitably be misinterpreted. He harbored no desire to be regarded with suspicion by shopkeepers during simple outings to the local supermarket, nor did he wish to be subjected to frequent interrogations by the police, akin to a recently released convict, perpetually scrutinized through a lens of prejudice and disdain. In pursuit of better social integration, Shi Xiaolei gradually cultivated a habit of greeting others with a smile. As for his current impoliteness in interrupting Coulson, it stemmed from the realization that they were in America, where conversational customs diverged significantly from those in his homeland. Moreover, it is due to the presence of brutish figures here. Although Shi Xiaolei possesses a somewhat fierce stature and appearance, he cannot be deemed extraordinary. Coupled with his skin tone, which has faced discrimination, one must admit that without a certain fortitude, it is indeed challenging to navigate this environment. Of course, the significant shift in his demeanor can primarily be attributed to the fact that over the past 2 months, he has integrated the barbarian lineage from Diablo 2. This lineage does not negatively impact the personality of the bearer as the Green Goblin potion might, but it has greatly enhanced his capabilities, instilling a newfound confidence that has allowed him to shed his previous self-imposed constraints and reveal a more candid side of himself. No, Locke, you have misunderstood, Coulson replied, unperturbed by Shi Xiaolei's interruption, maintaining his usual gentle smile. We became aware of your existence long before you displayed your unique abilities. After 2 months of observation, we believe you to be a mild-mannered individual who cherishes life and would never instigate conflict. Therefore, we have always welcomed your presence and have no intentions of expelling you. What did you mean by that earlier? Shi Xiaolei inquired, rubbing his bald head with a hint of annoyance in his voice. It was merely a reminder for you to remain composed and not act recklessly, Coulson clarified. In fact, had you not attracted the attention of the police today, I would not have appeared before you. Were you only here to extricate me from trouble? Shi Xiaolei expressed skepticism. Do you think I would believe that? Whether you choose to believe it or not, the truth remains, Coulson nodded solemnly. We are acutely aware that your concealed abilities are far more complex than they appear. If a trivial matter were to force you down a path of criminality, the consequences could be dire. The attention drawn to Shi Xiaolei was not due to his combat prowess displayed in the arena. To be frank, there are numerous agents within Ascendant who surpass him in fighting capability. Even Coulson himself may not fare worse. His frequent appearances, with intervals that defy imagination, and the remarkable recovery from injuries suffered in previous matches, revealed his extraordinary regenerative capacity. Whether attributed to his experience gained in combat or the rapid recuperation achieved after retreating to the lounge, these factors ultimately caught the eye of a low-level agent associated with a notorious crime lord. From the very first month of his arrival in this world, Shi Xiaolei had garnered the attention of Ascendant, though at that time, his presence was not particularly strong, and his name had yet to reach the ears of director Nick Fury. It was not until the second month, when Shi Xiaolei exchanged 300 sign-in points for a second blind box, summoning the second Miss Sister into this world, that he truly entered the purview of Ascendant's upper echelons. She is strikingly beautiful, capable of thought and conversation, and like any living being, she bleeds when injured. Yet at her core, she is undeniably an intelligent machine. The thermal imaging used during nighttime surveillance starkly contrasts with human perception. Her ability to analyze footprints suggests a weight 3 times that of an average human female of her stature. Although she has never engaged in combat since her arrival in this world, nor has she exploited her status as an intelligent robot to access networks for personal gain, she has skillfully concealed her true identity, keeping her advanced equipment under wraps. From the perspective of Ascendant, the mere fact that she is not human is sufficient to warrant their attention. It was at this juncture that Agent Coulson, freshly back from the mission to rescue Tony Stark, was dispatched by the agency to oversee the Shi family. Interestingly, the identification of the 2 sisters, including the second sister, can be credited to Coulson's efforts. Had he not operated behind the scenes, the situation would not have unfolded so smoothly. Obtaining a green card in the United States is akin to navigating a labyrinth. One must undergo a thorough medical examination at designated facilities, much like how individuals with serious infectious diseases are barred from public spaces. Of course, if one intends to live recklessly, believing a counterfeit green card suffices. That is a different matter altogether. The legitimate green card procured by Shi Xiaolei, albeit through somewhat irregular channels, remains verifiable, although some procedural steps were bypassed. The critical medical examination could not be circumvented due to the limited funds at his disposal. Knowing that the second sister could never pass the medical examination and lacking the means to circumvent it, Shi Xiaolei resorted to alternative methods. He sought an appropriate individual from the missing persons list for the second sister to assume their identity, subsequently applying for a new card. The former could be deemed a gray area, while the latter constituted a clear violation of the law. The severity of these actions differed greatly, as did the potential consequences upon capture. After a week of searching for a skilled individual capable of ensuring a seamless transition without complications, Shi Xiaolei found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, it was Coulson, lurking in the shadows, who could no longer remain passive. He intervened, facilitating Shi Xiaolei's wish and providing the second sister with a new identity. From a certain perspective, the name Sylvia that she now bears was bestowed upon her by Coulson himself. Chapter 4. The little shop agent Coulson had mastered the art of discerning what could be said, what should remain unspoken, and the opportune moments for each discourse. Today was no exception. After the encounter with Shi Xiaolei, he did not divulge much information, nor did he mention the assistance he provided from behind the scenes. He merely offered a few reminders against any reckless actions and assured that there would be no further interruptions to your daily life from outsiders. Then, he took his leave, vanishing from Shi Xiaolei's line of sight. Commander, are you certain this is the right course of action? About 80% assured. From my observations, he possesses a soft demeanor rather than a hard one, so I believe it is best to adopt a gentler approach when engaging with him. A show of excessive firmness may very likely backfire. Very well, you are the captain, your judgment prevails. Maintain vigilance, and report any anomalies to me promptly. Lower the alert level to 3 and reallocate the excess personnel to Stark. Understood. It has been mere days since Tony Stark was rescued, and due to his directive to shut down the Stark Industries weapons division, the vast operations of Stark Industries are currently in turmoil. The perpetrator behind the attempt on Tony Stark's life has yet to be identified, and should the adversary seize the opportunity amidst the instability of Stark Industries to strike again, it would pose a significant threat considering Stark's ownership of this colossal enterprise. His safety is paramount. Even a minor incident could potentially alter the economic, military, and political landscapes of the entire nation. Thus Coulson must devote greater attention to him. As for Shi Xiaolei, in Coulson's perspective, even if he were to cause some disturbance, it would hardly trigger the extensive chain reactions that would arise from any misfortune befalling Stark. Furthermore, having formed a more immediate assessment of his character after their meeting, Coulson believes that Shi Xiaolei does not possess a propensity for instigating trouble. Therefore, he deems it unnecessary to maintain a high level of surveillance and allocate excessive resources to monitor him as before. On the other hand, after bidding farewell to Coulson and his team, Shi Xiaolei sat in the shop, lost in contemplation. He found the scant information provided by the other party insufficient to ascertain when he had entered the purview of Shield, and was left wondering whether Hydra, lurking within the depths of Shield, had already taken notice of his presence. These uncertainties filled his mind with a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, making it impossible to find clarity. I have arrived. Hearing a sound from the back door stirred Shi Xiaolei from his reverie. Turning to see the fully dressed two, he remembered he was not alone. With her and Kanna by his side, his spirits lifted, and his thoughts began to clear. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of his abilities, currently only having conquered the ordinary difficulty level, his companions, Tu and Kanna, emerged into this world in their full potential. What might the full potential of Tu entail? In the game, all manner of weapons required for collection are present, and every skill that needs to be illuminated has been mastered. Additionally, there remains an auxiliary terminal that has yet to be deployed, an entity in the game that offers support and is equipped with infinite ammunition, as well as a transforming aircraft for airborne operations. It is no exaggeration to assert that even as the timeline progresses to the era of Iron Man 3, Tony Stark may not stand a chance against her. As for Kanna, in her fully powered state, there is even less to say. Though she barely stands a meter tall and appears adorably charming, she is, in fact, a dragon that has lived for 14,000 years. According to the original setting from Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, Kanna can be considered a deity akin to Quetzalcoatl or the malevolent dragon Fafnir. In terms of combat prowess, she at least matches the level of Thor after awakening his lightning abilities in Thor, Ragnarok. If one refers to the animation where Dragon Maid's Thor effortlessly rends the earth with a breath of fire, she could even rival Surtur, the fire giant revived from the eternal flame. What do Shield and Hydra amount to in the presence of Kanna, who embodies the essence of annihilation? Observing her gentle smile and her demeanor reminiscent of an ideal younger sister, coupled with thoughts of Kanna attending school, adorable and exceedingly popular, Shi Xiaolei's worries dissipated like thin snow under a warm sun, vanishing without a trace. Rising to assist her, he tied the apron behind her and cheerfully inquired, "Was the journey smooth? Kanna didn't cause any trouble, did she?" Shaking her head, her pure white hair swaying gently, she responded with a soft, warm smile. "When I dropped her off at school, she encountered two little girls she is quite close to. Kanna was delighted and even shared 2 lollipops with them." "Is that so? She has learned to share with friends," Shi Xiaolei chuckled. "It seems Kanna is doing quite well at school." "Indeed," she nodded, deftly beginning her tasks. "When we parted, Kanna mentioned wanting to invite her classmates to the shop this weekend." "Really? I must prepare accordingly." Donning her sleeves and gloves, she commenced the cleaning of fresh ingredients. As she chopped vegetables, Shi Xiaolei inquired, "Sylvia, what do you think about the cake? Kanna will surely be thrilled." She nodded in agreement and reminded, "Additionally, we should prepare more pudding. Of course, Kanna adores the pudding I make." Reflecting on Kanna's joyful expression while eating pudding filled Shi Xiaolei with a profound sense of accomplishment. The quaint little eatery has been in operation for nearly 2 months now. Though initially facing a period of scarce clientele due to suboptimal conditions, the business gradually flourished as Shi Xiaolei's culinary skills garnered recognition among patrons. Today, 2 months later, his modest establishment has evolved into a favored dining spot for office workers in the nearby buildings, thanks to its affordable yet delectable offerings. Lunchtime sees a surge of customers, followed by another wave in the afternoon, with hundreds being served almost daily. As the adage goes, practice makes perfect. With continued operations, Shi Xiaolei has long since forgotten his previous profession on Earth, truly becoming a competent chef. Meanwhile, the robotic assistant, originally designed for combat, has acquired various service techniques, transforming into an impeccable waiter. In just over an hour, the duo efficiently prepared an array of ingredients and completed the necessary preparations for the opening. Glancing at the clock, nearing 10:30, Shi Xiaolei washed his hands and cheerfully called out to the assistant, "Sylvia, please flip the sign. We are ready to commence operations." Before his journey into the Marvel Universe, Shi Xiaolei had held several jobs. He first worked as a security guard in a residential community, then moved on to a seafood market as a laborer. Unfortunately, his intimidating appearance often frightened children and customers, forcing him to abandon these roles. With the help of a benevolent acquaintance, he found work at a construction site, predominantly devoid of female presence, where he dealt daily with cement, bricks, and steel. His tall stature and considerable strength allowed him to accomplish in one trip what others needed to, earning him the foreman's admiration due to his remarkable efficiency, surpassing even the workhorses of the production team. His honest disposition further endeared him to the foreman, who noted that Shi Xiaolei never indulged in gambling during breaks nor sought entertainment outside the site, displaying a commendable understanding of saving for the future. The foreman even contemplated introducing him to a girl from his village. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Xiaolei had become like family to the foreman, receiving increasing privileges and care in his daily life. His culinary skills, for instance, were a gift from the foreman's support. Without his intervention, the restaurant owner responsible for delivering meals to the site would not have been so patient in teaching Shi Xiaolei. Additionally, the foreman's endorsement allowed Shi Xiaolei the time to learn from the restaurant owner. "Lock, order for table 2, came the call, prompting the assistant to peek into the kitchen and relay 2 shrimp fried rice, 1 without diced carrots. "Understood," Shi Xiaolei replied, promptly plating the freshly cooked rice noodles and bringing them to the assistant. He casually inquired, "Just the 2 fried rice dishes, correct? No other items?" "Yes, to go," came the response. "Very well, I'll get the side dishes ready. The fried rice will be ready shortly." Not an upscale establishment. The modest eatery owned by Shi Xiaolei follows a strategy of thin profit margins and high sales volume. To manage costs, this small venue offers fewer than 10 dishes, including fried rice, fried vermicelli, fried noodles, and a few simply prepared rice bowls, complemented by a couple of variations of tomato, seaweed, and egg soup. Despite the simplicity of the menu, the business thrives. The affordable prices, decent flavors, generous portions, swift service, and the popularity of the charming waitress, Miss Tu, alongside the striking contrast of her beauty with Shi Xiaolei's rugged demeanor, contribute significantly to its success. In summary, Shi Xiaolei leads a fulfilling life, working diligently from dawn until dusk on operating days. However, the relentless grind of such a schedule does take its toll. It is not that he cannot physically endure the workload. In truth, even without the infusion of barbarian blood, his natural stamina would suffice to manage the tasks at hand. As for his partner, Miss Tu, she possesses an extraordinary ability to convert all consumed food into pure energy with remarkable efficiency, allowing her to work tirelessly without fatigue. The real challenge lies in the mental strain. Even the most resilient individuals can succumb to psychological exhaustion. Shi Xiaolei has only recently assimilated this bloodline, and, unlike his brethren from the arid highlands who have undergone trials by fire, he possesses only slightly above-average mental fortitude, falling short of the standard expected of a true barbarian. Furthermore, with his companions, the alias-bearing Sylvia and the petite Kana, Shi Xiaolei recognizes the importance of dedicating time to them, allowing them to experience the joys of human existence. The restaurant's operating hours are limited, closing at noon on Saturdays, with service resuming only after Kana returns from her violin class at 3 in the afternoon. As Saturday approaches once more, excitement fills the air. Upon arriving, Kana cannot contain her enthusiasm. She leaps from the vehicle before Shi Xiaolei has even secured the handbrake, her small legs propelling her eagerly into the establishment. This week, their return is slightly later, and only 2 customers remain at their tables. Ignoring the patrons tucked away in the corner, Kana bounds into the restaurant like a jubilant little frog, landing in Shi Xiaolei's arms as he rests at the counter. In a flurry of activity, Shi Xiaolei caught the little girl, affectionately ruffling her hair, his face adorned with a paternal smile. "Kana, you're back. Did you have fun today?" As she tugged at Shi Xiaolei's clothing, she nestled into his embrace, seeking the most comfortable position. "Yes," Kana replied joyfully, accepting the small bowl that Shi Xiaolei had prepared in advance. She delicately scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth. The rich flavor of eggs mingled with the sweetness of milk spread across her palate, and Kana blissfully squinted her eyes, her little face alight with delight. It's delicious, isn't it? Today's pudding has a touch of condensed milk added," Shi Xiaolei remarked. "Does it taste a bit sweeter and more fragrant than usual?" "Yes," Kana nodded vigorously, scooping another spoonful and turning to offer it to Shi Xiaolei. "Shi Xiao, you eat too." Although calling him by name was a custom in America, she innocently uttered his Chinese name, a result of her youthful habit of mixing languages. In truth, the little girl relished this unique name, claiming it as her personal designation. "I've already eaten," he chuckled, leaning back slightly. Spotting Zai walking in, Shi Xiaolei called out, "Sylvia, there's pudding in the fridge. I'll eat some later." Zai replied with a smile, lifting the small violin case she carried. I need to head back first to put this away. All right, off you go. A thought crossed Shi Xiaolei's mind, prompting him to remind her. By the way, could you find Kanna's doll costume? Didn't we agree yesterday to take a stroll in Central Park after closing? Sure, she responded. Is it for a picnic? Kanna craned her neck to gaze at Shi Xiaolei's large face above her. Yes. He gently wiped away a small smudge of dirt from her nose with his finger. Smiling into her eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to go? Oh, you're the best, Shi Xiao. Ha, hurry and eat. Once you're done, we'll change your clothes and set off early. Chapter 6, Central Park, stretching 0.8 kilometers wide and 4 kilometers long, encompasses a staggering 340 hectares. In the bustling metropolis of New York, particularly in the vibrant Manhattan district, it is indeed remarkable to have such a vast expanse of land dedicated to trees. Contemplating it, one cannot help but find it astonishing. Of course, whether it is a sound investment is a matter for the mayor and Congress to ponder. For an ordinary individual like Shi Xiaolei, such concerns were irrelevant. Like many locals, he merely regarded this park as a commonplace retreat, a place to take a stroll or to bring family for a rare breath of fresh air amidst the city. Beyond that, why overthink it? Isn't it exhausting? The park closes at 3:15 p.m., and they plan to leave by 3:30 p.m. As the quaint shop nestled in the heart of Manhattan's Chinatown was not far away. It took merely a quarter of an hour for the three of them to arrive at Central Park, with little Connor perched on his shoulders. Her tiny legs cradled in his hands, Shi Xiaolei strolled forward, engaging in light conversation with the companion beside him, who was carrying a picnic basket. The sight of a small girl riding atop his neck, coupled with his towering height of over 2 meters, rendered his stature less imposing than usual. The tender demeanor exhibited by his companion, coupled with Connor's cheerful chattering, fostered an ambience reminiscent of a young couple enjoying an outing with their child. As they followed the winding path, they soon reached a vast expanse of grass. Connor eagerly leaped down from Shi Xiaolei's shoulders and, upon spotting others playing with their pet dogs, rushed over with infectious enthusiasm. Utilizing her delightful charm, she quickly garnered permission to frolic alongside the playful pups. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaolei unstrapped his crossbody bag and extracted a blanket, while his companion opened the picnic basket, retrieving an assortment of snacks. Before long, their petite picnic site was perfectly arranged. However, glancing around, Shi Xiaolei noticed something amiss and instinctively tapped his forehead. Sylvia, please keep an eye on Connor. I need to make a quick trip to the parking lot. After catching a glimpse of the giggling little girl just 20 meters away, he sheepishly smiled at his companion. I forgot the pudding container in the car. I'll fetch it now. All right, she replied, nodding in acquiescence. After waving at Connor from a distance, Shi Xiaolei turned and retraced his steps along the path they had taken. Nothing unusual transpired along the way, but as he retrieved the item and closed the car door, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded above him. He looked up toward the source of the sound and beheld a small black figure ascending into the sky, flames trailing from its feet. Much like a shooting star, another slightly larger dark shape, trailing a thick plume of black smoke, was closely pursuing him. Goodness! While onlookers might have been puzzled, as a time traveler, Shi Xiaolei immediately discerned the situation. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the climactic battle in Iron Man, where Obadiah Stane piloted the Ironmonger in a final confrontation with Tony Stark, unfolding right before Shi Xiaolei's eyes. Though uncertain of the exact day, he vividly remembered that the ultimate showdown commenced after dusk. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was still just past 3 in the afternoon. A flurry of questions surged within him. Wasn't this supposed to occur at night? Why had it been shifted to the afternoon? Had circumstances changed? Could it be that his presence as a time traveler had triggered a chain reaction? Or perhaps this was not the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but rather a different, lesser-known iteration of it? With a mind full of questions, Shi Xiaolei hastened his steps, eager to return to the side of Air and Kanna. Perhaps due to the dense vegetation surrounding them, which obstructed both sound waves and visibility, neither of the two noticed the peculiar occurrence moments before. Just as Shi Xiaolei hesitated, ultimately deciding against alerting them so as not to dampen their spirits, a series of sharp whooshing sounds pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, several machine gun bullets penetrated the treetops, landing on the grass below and creating a line of craters. Instinctively, he looked up to see the armored Tony Stark and the behemoth Ironmonger spiraling through the air in a double helix trajectory, both crashing onto the lawn. Woof, woof. The once serene atmosphere was shattered. Sunbathers on the lawn shouted in panic and scattered, dog walkers forgetting their pets, and shirtless individuals neglecting their attire. It was utter chaos. Ignoring his concerns for others, Shi Xiaolei's eyes blazed with urgency as he rushed forward. The abruptness of the situation caused his mind to momentarily short-circuit, making him forget that Kanna was, in fact, a dragon. Primarily, it was the proximity of Ironmonger's landing that concerned him. as the sight of the little girl covered in mud was heart-wrenching. In a moment of desperation, Shi Xiaolei instinctively regarded her as his daughter, completely overlooking the fact that she was impervious to harm from the two metallic giants. Just as thoughts raced through his mind, Ironmonger, clad in thicker armor and brimming with energy, managed to rise from the crater first. Perhaps due to an unfortunate landing position, he did not immediately face the pit where Iron Man lay, but instead caught sight of Kanna standing before him, clutching her dog and adorned with a crown of dirt. The trembling of the frightened dog stirred Kanna's compassion, and the soiled state of her cherished toy left her quite displeased. Gazing up at the towering Ironmonger, her eyes widened in indignation as she exclaimed, "Bad guy?" Obadiah's animosity was directed solely at Tony Stark. However, strictly speaking, he did not harbor hatred towards Stark. His motives were purely financial. While undeniably malevolent, he had not descended to the depths of inhumanity. Given Obadiah's character, it would seem unlikely for him to harm such an adorable and harmless little girl. Yet, it was Kanna's fervent accusation of him being a bad guy that struck a chord. Convinced that he was the true architect of Stark Industries' success and that his choices were indeed justified, Obadiah could not deny that his actions violated both legal and moral codes. Under such a mindset, the last thing he wished to hear was being labeled a villain. "No, I am the one who made the correct choices." Fueled by the ferocity ignited by battle and the loss of rationality stemming from his extreme mindset, Obadiah raised his right arm, his enormous hand reaching out towards Kanna. As the young girl seemed destined to be captured by the Iron Overlord, a furious shout erupted from the sky. Chapter 7:007 Physical Damage Insufficient? Attributes. Chapter 7:007 Physical Damage Insufficient? Activate attributes. Clad in a barbarian's winged helm and enveloped in robust heavy armor, wielding a colossal iron hammer, Shi Xiaolei descended from the heavens. Having donned the barbarian-exclusive equipment bestowed by his lineage, he launched a ferocious assault against the Iron Overlord, radiating an aura of immense intimidation. Where did this barbarian come from? Before Obadiah could fathom the vintage appearance of Shi Xiaolei, the enormous hammer had already struck the alloy-forged Iron Overlord with a resounding crash. The several-ton Iron Overlord was sent sprawling backward, while shards exploded from its heavily impacted right shoulder, crackling with electrical sparks. "Kanna, are you all right?" Without pursuing the offensive, Shi Xiaolei immediately crouched down to urgently inquire about Kanna. The little girl obediently nodded. However, her delicate face bore a trace of discontent due to her soiled attire. "Xiaolei, can I hit him?" "Let me handle this, Kanna. Quickly, go to Sylvie and ask her to clean you up." As he spoke, the fallen Iron Overlord was already regaining its footing under Obadiah's control. "Hey, Obadiah." Though filled with astonishment, Tony Stark remained acutely aware of their predicament. In an effort to protect the adorable Kanna and prevent Shi Xiaolei, the outsider, from absorbing the brunt of the attack, he focused his mind and launched another strike against the Iron Overlord. Yet, the combat capability of Mark III was indeed somewhat lacking. Without the development of a dedicated thermal beam, the makeshift palm cannon, repurposed from propulsion functions, lacked significant lethality. After 3 consecutive shots, not a single scrap of iron fell from the Iron Overlord. Only a small patch of the struck area was singed. Fortunately, these attacks imparted a degree of thrust, causing the helmet to tilt slightly as Obadiah redirected his attention back to the airborne Iron Man Tony. The Gatling gun mounted on his left shoulder roared to life, unleashing a barrage of bullets that streaked with fire, raining down upon Tony like droplets of rain. "Go!" While Iron Man distracts the Iron Overlord, drawing it away by several meters, Shi Xiaolei hastily entrusted Kanna to the approaching second party. Turning back to witness the renewed clash between the two combatants, he resolved, "Sylvie, take Kanna and leave first. I will catch up shortly." Having exhausted his meager ammunition and with the energy sustaining his armor nearly depleted, Iron Man soon found himself on the defensive under the relentless assault of the Iron Overlord. It was precisely upon witnessing this scene that Shi Xiaolei relinquished his long-held principles. Primarily, it was that recent moment which ignited the latent combat instincts concealed within his barbaric lineage. At this juncture, he harbored no other thoughts, merely a fervent desire to engage in a thrilling battle. With a hearty laugh, he employed the leap attack skill once more, executing a jump that would bring tears to the eyes of any high jumper. In an instant, Shi Xiaolei, exuding formidable might, positioned himself before the pursuing Iron Tyrant. Ignoring all else, he swung his mighty hammer with great force. The blow struck the Iron Tyrant's chest armor, producing a sound that varied slightly depending on the point of contact. "Again, you." Just as victory seemed within reach, the previous barbarian reappeared before him, prompting Obadiah to unleash a torrent of curses as he swung his left fist towards Shi Xiaolei. Despite the seemingly few moves in the game, each barbarian was indeed a true combat expert. though their techniques differed from those of the assassins when it came to the variety of maneuvers. They were certainly on par with their agile counterparts. Come on. Shi Xiaolei adeptly gauged the distance, retreating half a step to narrowly evade the Iron Tyrant's punch. Then, utilizing the momentum from his retreat, he deftly adjusted his grip on the hammer and delivered a powerful upward strike to the Iron Tyrant's left elbow joint. However, the force was insufficient to sever the arm or damage its internal components, leaving the iron limb intact. After a few more exchanges, realizing that close-quarters combat would not allow him to unleash the hammer's full potential to inflict lethal damage on the sturdy Iron Tyrant, Shi Xiaolei swiftly made a decision. As Iron Man initiated another surprise attack, diverting a portion of the Iron Tyrant's attention, Shi Xiaolei circled around to the back of his adversary. With a flick of his wrists, he switched to his second set of weapons, the blazing brutal hand axe and the quivering longsword of the North Wind. While both were blue-tier weapons and their damage was not as high as that of the previous heavy hammer, each possessed additional fire and ice damage. Moreover, they were both edged weapons. With a fierce shout, Shi Xiaolei empowered himself to increase his damage output. He thrust the long sword towards the Iron Tyrant's lower back with his left hand, while his right wielded the hand axe, aiming a strike towards the back of the right knee. To his satisfaction, the effectiveness improved considerably with the switch to edged weapons. The long sword, imbued with ice damage, merely grazed the Iron Tyrant, causing a layer of pale blue ice to form upon his formidable frame. In an instant, the once silver-gray giant, exuding intimidation, transformed into a large blue sprite. Meanwhile, the hand axe, infused with fire damage, sliced through the Iron Tyrant's right leg with unimpeded ferocity. Drip, drip, within the Iron Overlord. A crimson alert flashed before Obadiah, reminiscent of the malfunctions and failures that occurred in the original work when ascending to great heights due to freezing issues. Just as the frozen longsword pierced through the Iron Overlord's operating system, it experienced a similar glitch. However, the more severe malfunction stemmed from the right leg. Just as he intended to activate emergency protocols to rectify the issue, Obadiah suddenly realized that his center of gravity was shifting, and in an instant, he collapsed to the ground alongside the Iron Overlord. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Xiaolei thrust his sword into the Iron Overlord twice more, inflicting yet another wave of freezing damage, which caused the operating system to crash entirely. The lights on the helmet extinguished, and upon witnessing this change, Iron Man descended gracefully to the ground. Move, move. The sounds of frantic attempts to restart the system echoed, and upon hearing the tapping from outside the helmet, Obadiah became frantic, the veins in his neck bulging. Obi, you have lost. Surrender and come out. After issuing this warning, Stark turned to Shi Xiaolei, clad in battle armor. The threat has been neutralized. Allow me to handle the aftermath. I must say, your current appearance is rather conspicuous. If you wish to maintain your anonymity, it would be wise to depart promptly. No, not yet. Shaking his head, Shi Xiaolei raised his axe and swiftly severed the Iron Overlord's limbs and the machine guns affixed to its torso. After surveying the damage, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, that is what I call cutting to the root. In the midst of this exchange, Xiaolei had already stowed his equipment, transforming from the armored giant back into his previous casual attire. Chapter 8. The money is in place. All is well if two were to intervene. Given the Iron Overlord's defensive capabilities, it would likely hold out for no more than a minute or two. After all, two hailed from the world of Nier, Automata, and excelled in combat against robots. Though larger and equipped with upgraded armor, the Iron Overlord was fundamentally a humanoid machine, precisely the kind that two specialized in. If it were Kanna, the duration of the battle might even be reduced to mere seconds. In contrast, Shi Xiaolei's efficiency paled significantly. However, apart from the family of three, no one knew the true identities of Tu and Kanna, nor their actual combat prowess. Thus, once the incident concluded, the only individual garnering attention from various factions was Shi Xiaolei, who had actively participated in the fray. Take care, no need to see me off. All right, I look forward to your next visit. Certainly, I'll reach out when I have the time. Accompanying the young girl Kanna, Shi Xiaolei bid farewell to her friends and their accompanying parents. He lowered his gaze and gently ruffled Kanna's hair. Kanna, did you enjoy your day? She tilted her face upwards, responding contentedly. Perhaps having played too joyfully with her friends, her fair cheeks still bore a lingering blush. Indeed, the old adage holds true. Children tend to be forgetful. Time has passed, yet the day remains unfulfilled. The little girl has already forgotten the incident encountered yesterday in Central Park, reverting back to her usual charming and vivacious self. Let us head back, and I must confide in you that I have hidden 3 puddings, which we can each enjoy. How does that sound? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Shi Xiaolei's sturdy fingers, her small legs eager to dash into the house. Just then, a flamboyant sports car screeched to a halt before them. Tony Stark, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the vehicle. While it was anticipated that Stark would eventually pay a visit, the swiftness of his arrival was indeed surprising to Shi Xiaolei. "Little one, I hope yesterday's scare didn't frighten you," Stark remarked, presenting a small gift box adorned with colorful ribbons as an apology. Without addressing Shi Xiaolei first, he knelt before the little girl, retrieving the box from behind him. Glancing at Stark and then back at Shi Xiaolei, Kanna bit her finger, her face displaying a hint of hesitation. "Shi Xiaolei, may I accept it?" "Of course. But don't forget to say thank you," he replied. Kanna finally took the petite gift box and beamed a delightful smile at Stark. "Thank you." Even Stark, who was often prideful and unyielding, couldn't resist the charm of the little girl. Instinctively, he reached out to gently pat Kanna's head, a warm smile unconsciously gracing his face. However, the moment was fleeting. As he rose, his expression reverted to its usual demeanor. "Well, here we are again, big guy. How should I address you? Medieval gladiator or rock?" he teased. "All right, rock it is," he continued, glancing around before raising an eyebrow. "I assume no introduction is necessary? I'd like to have a conversation. Can we find a quieter spot?" "Let us talk inside," Shi Xiaolei replied, tilting his head to indicate for him to follow as he turned and led Kanna into the house. The layout, with a shop in front and living quarters behind, was somewhat limited in space for daily living. Having only recently moved in a couple of months ago, many items were still missing, making the home feel slightly sparse, an impression that Stark, accustomed to a more luxurious lifestyle, found even more pronounced. He thought to himself that perhaps he should write a larger sum on the check later. "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" After sending Kanna back to her room, Shi Xiaolei gestured to the chairs by the table. "I only have cola, instant coffee, and Chinese spirits." "No, thank you," Stark declined, slightly uncomfortable as he sat on the folding chair and got straight to the point. "I have come to see you today for 2 reasons. He mentioned only the intent to express gratitude for yesterday's assistance and the request to keep the matter confidential from outsiders. Indeed, within Tony Stark's heart resides an insatiable curiosity, whether it be his extraordinary ability to don and doff his armor in an instant, the unique effects embedded within his weaponry, or his remarkable physical prowess allowing him to leap great distances. In essence, the myriad of abilities displayed by Shi Xiaolei during their recent skirmish captivated Stark, much like a beautiful yet enigmatic muse, evoking an unparalleled allure. Out of pride, Stark chose not to voice these thoughts. Thus, is this a form of hush money? As Shi Xiaolei glanced at the check Stark presented, he offered a bemused smile. "No, this is merely a token of gratitude," Stark retorted. "I have never stooped to such tactics. Indeed, one who is unafraid to disclose his romantic escapades certainly finds no need for secrecy. Nevertheless, if you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking publicly." Stark nodded with satisfaction. "I have no such fears, whether it be with journalists or their paparazzi. None dare to slight me. However, given your circumstances, I cannot indefinitely allocate resources to resolve your troubles. Having already drawn the attention of Coulson, what assistance could you expect?" Reflecting on the previous day's events, Shi Xiaolei lamented inwardly, regretting his impulsiveness. Uncertain of Shi Xiaolei's contemplations, Stark assumed his silence was indicative of concern over impending complications. After a moment's deliberation, Stark succumbed to his desires and proposed a deal. "How about this? I will finance a team dedicated to managing your subsequent issues. In exchange, you would assist me with a few experiments." Upon hearing the word experiment, Shi Xiaolei instinctively bristled, his gaze sharpening with suspicion. "To be candid, I am quite intrigued by the abilities you exhibited yesterday," Stark continued, emboldened by the conversation. "Since the topic has already been broached, I am not averse to further inquiry. Would you care to elaborate on your instantaneous change of attire, as well as the weapons you utilized during the conflict? Or would you prefer to remain silent?" As thoughts raced through his mind, Shi Xiaolei made his decision. "Do you truly wish to know?" Stark remained silent, merely retrieving his checkbook once more. "Very well, since you are so forthright, I shall divulge a modicum of information." Chapter 9. A sincere thanks. Before intervening in the clash between Ironmonger and Iron Man, Shi Xiaolei had already caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given their proclivities, it is evident that he would be subjected to even closer scrutiny. While his information may have previously circulated informally to Coulson, without being documented, it is now certain that Coulson would report the matter to his superiors, compiling and submitting the relevant intelligence in due course. Whether it be S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, once they demonstrate their prowess, they will undoubtedly approach me proactively, regardless of their intentions or actions. One thing is certain, my daily life will be profoundly influenced by the presence of these agents. Although there is a saying that one cannot traverse the world without facing adversity, I must admit that I have no desire to entangle myself in their chaotic affairs. While I would not hesitate to lend a hand during a significant crisis, engaging with them daily, like a subordinate obeying orders, is not something I wish to pursue. How might one avert such a possibility? Upon reflection, there are essentially two strategies. Either exhibit even greater strength to intimidate them into inaction, or find a sturdy shield to protect oneself. Undoubtedly, Tony Stark serves as the optimal choice for this role, for his stature ensures that S.H.I.E.L.D. will approach him with caution, while Hydra, lurking in the shadows, will be reluctant to provoke him due to the fear of exposure. It would be prudent to maintain a favorable relationship with Stark, as he could assist me should trouble arise. Furthermore, the substantial financial support he offers is another compelling reason. This is not to say that I am particularly avaricious, yearning for a life of indulgence. In truth, I harbor no affinity for the so-called high society, adorned with a facade of false smiles and endless social engagements. The thought alone is exhausting. Instead, I cherish the simple joys of life, relishing the warmth and happiness derived from shared moments with family amidst our busy yet ordinary existence. My attraction to Stark's financial capabilities stems from the potential for this additional income to significantly enhance my personal strength and experience points. Attributes and skills can be gradually improved through diligent practice, albeit at a less than optimal pace. However, the acquisition of equipment and potions necessitates the conversion of cash into gold, which is a source of considerable frustration for me. Why must I contend with mere standard armor gifted by the system and wield only 2 blue weapons while battling Ironmonger? The reality is that the profits from my modest shop are insufficient. After deducting living expenses and savings, I am left with little to exchange for gold, rendering the prospect of acquiring golden equipment a distant dream, let alone the thought of gambling for dark gold. Given that Tony Stark is willing to provide the financial means for golden gear, if the business endeavor proves fruitful, the acquisition of dark gold equipment may not be out of reach. With this notion in mind, I find myself irresistibly tempted. For certain reasons, there are questions I cannot answer. After some contemplation, I retrieved a weapon and a piece of chainmail from my backpack and placed them on the table. These 2 items can indeed be lent to you for a period of study. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Is that all there is? Raising an eyebrow, Stark appeared somewhat dissatisfied. What about that suit you wore in the battle footage? Bring it out too. 5 million apiece. How does that sound? Upon hearing this price, it would be a lie to say one wasn't tempted. However, recalling the adage that rarity breeds value, Shi Xiaolei shook his head. I need to keep those. This is America. Life can be quite challenging without some means of self-defense. If that's the only concern, I could offer you a batch of weapons, Stark continued to persuade. You know, I just closed the weapons division of Stark Industries, and there's plenty of inventory left to clear out. Let us not. I've never used those. They're not my style. Besides, the items you create cannot be carried around like this, Shi Xiaolei replied as he picked up the curved dagger from the table, swiftly stowing it in his backpack and retrieving it again. Stark's curiosity was reignited by Shi Xiaolei's actions, his eyes gleaming with increasing fervor. All right, in light of your sincerity, I'll throw in a few extra samples. Unable to withstand Stark's eager gaze, primarily due to the fact that he had written another check, Shi Xiaolei could only smile wryly and shake his head. He then produced several small vials from his backpack, placing them alongside the dagger and chainmail. This red vial is for treating injuries. The black one can neutralize various toxins and temporarily enhance resistance to them. The white vial, known as a stamina potion, will allow even someone of your physique to effortlessly complete a full marathon. Among the 6 types of consumable potions in Diablo 2, Shi Xiaolei only presented 3, leaving out the yellow, blue, and purple potions. The yellow potion, which dispels freezing and enhances ice resistance, would be of no use to Stark. The blue potion restores mana. But considering Stark was unfamiliar with Doctor Strange and had no knowledge of Kamartaj, he likely wouldn't believe in the existence of magic and mana, which is why Shi Xiaolei chose not to present it. As for the purple potion, the vitality potion, it was simply too expensive. With the limited funds he had prior to cashing Stark's check, he couldn't bear to part with it. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiaolei revealed a selection of potions instead of equipment. Upon hearing their effects, Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, what a surprise. So, you're not just a warrior, but also moonlighting as an alchemist? Locke, are you certain these potions possess the miraculous effects you claim? You can give them a try, Shi Xiaolei responded with a smile, gesturing with his hand. Considering these are single-use consumables, I won't charge exorbitantly. Regardless of type, how does $10,000 per vial sound? No problem. If their effects are indeed as remarkable as you say, Stark lightly touched the red bottle, picked up the black one for a moment, and ultimately chose the small vial containing the white potion. This is a stamina potion, correct? He inquired. Hey, do you trust me so readily? No. I merely intend to commence my experiments with it. At the behest of Shi Xiaolei's words, reason returned, suppressing the fervor induced by his scientific curiosity. Stark placed the potion back on the table and turned his gaze once more to Shi Xiaolei. The sample size is insufficient. Please provide me with a few more vials of each. No problem. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 10. In the laboratory, Shi Xiaolei's arrival prompted a shift in Coulson's work arrangements. By adjusting a specific timeline, he fortuitously uncovered a flaw that had escaped notice in the original narrative, thus allowing him to ascertain earlier that Obadiah was indeed the culprit. Subsequently, without the need for Tony Stark to make a request, Coulson took the initiative to lead a team, arriving ahead of time at Stark Industries headquarters to intercept Pepper, who was on a mission to gather intel, escorting her to a safe house. Given that Obadiah had not targeted Pepper as an objective, the additional minutes afforded Stark the opportunity to contemplate, which ultimately shifted the battleground to the less crowded Central Park rather than erupting in the bustling city center as in the original storyline. Furthermore, due to Shi Xiaolei's unexpected intervention, Ironmonger faced a swift defeat. The absence of a fall into the arc reactor and the lack of an explosion meant that Ironmonger was not completely obliterated, leading to a series of consequential developments diverging from the original plot. Firstly, Obadiah's survival implied that Pepper needed to concentrate her efforts on work, whether it be negotiations or hostile takeovers. She would certainly have to invest considerable energy to reclaim the shares held by Obadiah. Secondly, with the arc reactor in the building remaining intact, and both combatants concealed in armor, their true identities remained undisclosed. The final confrontation occurring in Central Park somewhat diverted public attention, resulting in Stark Industries not becoming the focal point of scrutiny as it had in the original narrative. Consequently, Stark Industries was spared the urgent necessity of holding a press conference to stabilize stock prices. Lastly, Ironmonger was merely damaged, not entirely destroyed. Much like how Tony Stark forged the Mark I in the cave using a hammer, the remnants of Ironmonger attracted the interest of both SHIELD and Hydra. To acquire this advanced technology that could significantly enhance individual combat capabilities, both factions made certain arrangements. In summary, Coulson did not linger around Stark like a personal bodyguard as depicted in the original plot, nor did Nick Fury, affectionately dubbed Mother of Kerr by fans, make an immediate appearance. There was no pressing need for a press conference, nor a multitude of chaotic situations to manage. With ample leisure time, Tony Stark devoted himself entirely to the laboratory, immersing himself in his most cherished research endeavors. Analyzed the results. Taking a moment to cleanse himself, Tony Stark donned a bathrobe and returned to the laboratory situated in the depths of his mansion. He casually accepted a cup of coffee from the robotic assistant, affectionately named Dummy, and took a sip. Ugh, what a taste. I suppose I should just dismantle you. With a dispirited droop of its mechanical arm, Dummy retreated into a corner, sulking. According to my analysis, the potion you provided contains 76 distinct components. Of these, 37 can be traced back to identifiable sources, while 32 can be analyzed, yet their raw material origins remain undetermined. Additionally, 7 components do not exist within my database. As JARVIS delivered this information, a translucent projection interface materialized before Stark. Extending his empty left hand, he gestured through the air, reviewing the list of components JARVIS had compiled, and selected the entries marked with question marks. As he manipulated the interface, Stark continued, 7 unknown components? It seems we have work to do. By the way, JARVIS, has the result of the biological clinical trial been released yet? With a futuristic chime, several new panels emerged. The central panel displayed a video. Simultaneously, JARVIS provided a detailed explanation. Thus far, the clinical effects of the red and white potions have been analyzed, while experiments on the black potion are ongoing, with results expected in 3 hours. What you are currently observing is the experimental process of the red potion. As you can see, this potion exhibits remarkably significant therapeutic effects for various mechanical injuries. By this standard, the efficiency for treating thermal injuries is approximately 78, for pressure injuries it stands at 84, and the efficacy for radiation injuries is the lowest, at merely 65. Continue, Stark urged. Comparing it to existing external injury medications on the market, a wound measuring 2 centimeters in length and half a centimeter in depth, when treated with the Navy's standard supplies and sutured, would require at least 3 to 5 days for complete healing. However, with the red potion, this time is reduced to a mere 15 seconds to half a minute. Similarly, for burns, frostbite, or chemical burns of the same area, the healing time would not exceed 1 minute. The efficiency is exponentially improved. If only this could be mass-produced. He mused. It seems I need to carve out some time to brush up on my biomedicine courses. Having just closed the weapons division, he had yet to conceive any ideas for energy development. At such a critical juncture, receiving the potion from Shi Xiaolei naturally sparked Stark's entrepreneurial thoughts about developing a medication for profit. If you intend to launch a new pharmaceutical product, I personally recommend the white potion. Stark was taken aback by Jarvis's suggestion and raised an eyebrow. What is the rationale behind that? The red potion is effective for treating injuries, but it holds limited allure for those who are uninjured. In contrast, the white potion has been experimentally confirmed to provide the user with extraordinary strength, and it carries no side effects. Jarvis elucidated that professions requiring physical exertion, such as construction workers, farmers, and athletes, as well as those predominantly involving mental labor, like office clerks, doctors, and teachers, could significantly enhance their work efficiency through the ingestion of this remarkable potion. In contrast to the red elixir, which solely treats injuries, the scope of the white potion is vastly broader. It can be asserted that, aside from children and the elderly, nearly everyone is a potential consumer. Jarvis spoke at length. Yet only one statement truly resonated with Tony Stark: to bolster endurance, with absolutely no side effects? Are you certain? Indeed. All experimental results from the control groups substantiate this claim. Wow, it seems this substance indeed holds great promise. Stark could not suppress a whistle, a smile gracing his face as he added, Jarvis, do we have any remaining? Save one for me. I shall give it a try tonight. 7 vials had been utilized during the experimentation, leaving 3. As Jarvis responded, a hole appeared in the wall, and a box was conveyed forth by a conveyor belt. The diminutive robot, which had been huddled in the corner, sprang into action, seemingly intent on retrieving the box and delivering it to Stark. Oh no, you stop right there. Do not touch my treasure. Leave it be. I shall fetch it myself. Stark, fearing the little automaton might accidentally shatter the potion, jumped up hastily, exclaiming, Do not compel me to disassemble you. Chapter 11. As familiarity grows, having savored the exquisite sensations afforded by the limitless endurance apparatus, Stark swiftly designated the little robot as an important collaborator, actively fostering their camaraderie. The pride of a scientific magnate. In the face of primal instincts, cultivated personality traits are relegated to the sidelines. I say, do you have nothing else to occupy your time? Stark queried, having just closed shop and yet to tidy up, as he arrived once more in his sports car. Remarkably, within this brief week, Stark had nearly made a daily pilgrimage to the establishment. While his celebrity status undoubtedly attracted considerable business, rendering it a cause for delight from a revenue standpoint, the ensuing disturbances from paparazzi inevitably disrupted the family's daily life. The reclusive Xiaolei fared relatively well, but even the school-going young girl, Kanna, found herself under the watchful eyes of paparazzi, which was intolerable for Shi Xiaolei. You know, as a prominent entrepreneur, I hardly need to involve myself directly. Should anything arise, there are plenty of people to handle it. Stark removed his sunglasses and seated himself at the table, casually extracting a napkin to wipe the surface. Is there anything to eat? Please bring me a portion. That noodle dish with meat chunks from yesterday was quite delightful. Do add 2 extra pieces of meat. You certainly do not hold back, Xiaolei remarked, rolling his eyes and pointing towards the entrance. Is it not plainly written on the sign? Do not be so pedantic. I believe we are friends now, are we not? Do you serve fried rice? The noodles are all gone. Very well, I shall have a portion with that black leafy vegetable. That is called sauerkraut. How can one claim to be wealthy, yet have never tasted pickled cabbage? Despite his apparent disdain, Shi Xiaolei dutifully entered the kitchen to prepare a delectable and economical dish of pickled cabbage fried rice for Stark. Considering Stark's recent preferences, he thoughtfully retrieved a small container from the refrigerator, filling it with a modest stack of his homemade pickled radishes. As Stark had expressed, their interactions over time had blossomed into a friendship. While Stark's thoughts on the matter remain unspoken, Shi Xiaolei's acceptance of Tony Stark is grounded in 3 solid reasons. Firstly, Stark frequently purchases various potions, generously investing in the improvement of their household's living conditions, albeit this is the least significant reason. More importantly, having perused the original work, Shi Xiaolei holds deep admiration for Stark's heroic sacrifice for humanity in Avengers Endgame, which serves as a pivotal reason for his willingness to befriend him. Additionally, Stark's habit of bringing small gifts for Kanna and occasionally assisting her with homework contributes significantly to their bond. Just then, upon hearing that Stark had arrived, Kanna, who had been watching cartoons, scampered out. Oh, Kanna, good evening. Such an adorable little girl is impossible not to adore. After several encounters, Stark found himself captivated by Kanna's innocent and sparkling eyes. As he greeted her, Stark withdrew a small box from his pocket. Here, I specially called Switzerland yesterday to have these chocolates airlifted for you. Wow, chocolate. Kanna exclaimed, her face lighting up with an exuberant smile as she accepted the box. Would you like me to help you open it? Climbing onto a stool, she knelt on its soft surface, resting her chin on her small hands, her big eyes brimming with anticipation. As she awaited Stark to unwrap the box and reveal a chocolate encased in shiny foil, Kanna gasped in delight. Stark, in a gesture reminiscent of feeding his own daughter, instinctively placed the chocolate into Kanna's eager mouth, filling him with an unfamiliar warmth. At that moment, Shi Xiaolei emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fried rice. Stark, unable to contain himself, suddenly looked up at Shi Xiaolei and proposed, Rock, how about considering me as Kanna's godfather? Had it been anyone else, such a statement would have prompted a careful evaluation of the advantages and disadvantages, given Stark's wealth and status. However, Shi Xiaolei's reaction was markedly different. He gazed at Stark with an expression that clearly conveyed, have you lost your mind? All right, I may have been presumptuous, Stark chuckled awkwardly, feeling the weight of Shi Xiaolei's incredulous stare. Never did I intend to take advantage of Stark. I merely regarded him as an ordinary friend. Thus, the sole criterion for considering Stark's proposal was the depth of our mutual acquaintance. After all, how many days had we known each other? I had yet to invite Connor to my home for a visit. Clearly, Stark was still far from being qualified to be the little girl's godfather. I gave him a knowing glance and sat down at the table, casually gathering the little girl into my embrace. Observing Stark as he dined, I naturally inquired, so, how many bottles do you intend to procure today? Perhaps 10 of each type, as yesterday? Very well, I shall fetch them shortly, he replied with a nod. I smiled at the little girl nestled in my arms, gently taking the piece of chocolate she offered and then turning my attention back to Stark. By the way, you have already acquired over 100 bottles of potions from me. Have you made any significant discoveries? The game provided no explanation regarding the process of potion production. However, upon reflection, it was evident that the magical elixirs were reminiscent of those found in the Harry Potter series. The creation of the 3 potions likely involved some rather unique ingredients. Whether such ingredients could be found within the Marvel Universe remained uncertain. To be candid, I held little faith in Stark's abilities. I doubted he could replicate the same effects, at least prior to his acquaintance with the mystical realm of Kamar-Taj and Doctor Strange. Such an achievement seemed improbable. I have yet to uncover the secrets behind the red and black potions, Stark admitted, yet surprisingly, a hint of pride crept into his demeanor. However, I have identified a clear research direction for the white potion that enhances endurance. If all goes according to plan, in a month, no, in 3 weeks, I shall be able to compile a formula. Is that so? I blinked in disbelief, unable to resist probing further. Are you certain that the replicated formula will yield effects comparable to the original potion? It may fall short, slightly, Stark replied with a reluctant smirk. From a promotional standpoint, controlling the efficacy to approximately 30 to 50% of the original is the most prudent choice. Oh please, if you can't do it. Just admit it instead of concocting excuses, I retorted. What do you know? Stark shot back defiantly. In such a high-stakes enterprise, a mere restaurant owner like yourself can hardly comprehend my expertise. If you lack understanding, best to refrain from meddling and wait patiently for your share of the profits. Chapter 12. Cooperation. Despite his arrogance, obstinacy, sharp tongue, lechery, and self-centeredness, it is undeniable that Tony Stark possesses a fundamentally good nature. Had Obadiah still been at the helm of Stark Industries, I would have been unlikely to receive even a fraction of the profits. However, with Obadiah now imprisoned and stripped of his negotiating power, the discussions were led by the more amenable Pepper Potts, who was inclined to align with Tony Stark's wishes. The situation had indeed transformed for the better. A fruitful collaboration ensued. Once again, it was the weekend, and at Tony's invitation, I arrived at the headquarters of Stark Industries. After a lengthy discussion lasting half an hour, I reached an agreement with Pepper and solemnly affixed my signature to the freshly printed documents. According to this accord, I would hold a 10% equity stake in the newly established branch of Stark Industries. Although this percentage may appear modest, it is quite reasonable from an objective standpoint, considering that I merely provided the original potion as experimental material without directly offering the formula. Moreover, the energy-boosting beverage launched by the company was meticulously reformulated by Stark's exceptional intellect, resulting in a formula that diverges significantly from the original stamina potion. Thus, receiving a 10% share, given my contribution, is, in fact, quite generous. Furthermore, the agreement included a separate clause granting me sole ownership of all revenues generated from the sale of the original potion to certain exclusive clients. In simpler terms, should the military, intelligence agencies, or affluent individuals wish to acquire the unadulterated original potion, all commercial negotiations and deliveries will be managed by the company, while the profits from these transactions will be entirely mine, with the company receiving not a single cent. Essentially, I have established a tax-free private studio under the company's auspices, without even incurring labor costs, coupled with the aforementioned 10% dividend, which allows me to exchange the potion without concerning myself with any other trivialities. It feels as if wealth is falling from the heavens. It is no wonder I am thoroughly satisfied. May I have a word with you, Rock? During the celebratory dinner following the negotiations, I encountered Carlson, who seemed to have materialized from nowhere. Although I was initially unaware of his intentions, the mere thought of his identity caused a flutter of unease within me, subtly dampening my previously joyous mood. There was no escaping this confrontation. So after a moment's contemplation, I reluctantly nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Kana, who was happily indulging in various delicacies accompanied by two. I reassured myself that she would be all right. I turned to follow Carlson out of the dining hall and into a secluded area of the courtyard. Carlson, what is it you wish to discuss? First and foremost, he offered his congratulations on my collaboration with Stark Industries. With his signature congenial smile, Carlson spoke in a gentle tone. Rock, I believe that in the not-too-distant future, you too shall become a billionaire, living an even more splendid life. Thank you. Noticing Carlson raise his glass, I instinctively lifted mine to clink with his. After downing the contents of my glass and setting it aside on the steps, I turned my gaze back to Carlson, maintaining an inquisitive look in my eyes. In response to my scrutiny, Carlson revealed his true purpose. If possible, we would like to place an order for a batch of the potion from you. Speaking candidly, Shi Xiaolei preferred to be straightforward. Are you referring to the original serum? Indeed, nodded Carlson with a smile. It is the very one you entrusted to Stark. What I mean is, all three variants. Even Stark cannot replicate them. And with the capabilities of S, H, I, E, L, D, or rather Hydra, the outcome would undoubtedly be the same. There is no need to worry about them deciphering it. After further reflection, Shi Xiaolei concluded that even if Hydra were to obtain the serum, they would lack the means to genuinely threaten the safety of his family. He nodded in agreement. Very well, since you have articulated your point so clearly, I see no reason to conceal my intentions. All three variants, you say? Agreed, I shall comply. If possible. We hope to procure them in a ratio of 6:3:1. 60% red serum, 30% white serum, and the final 10% black serum. In the course of missions, injuries sustained from gunfights or hand-to-hand combat are most prevalent. Thus, the need to enhance stamina arises less frequently, while the occurrence of situations requiring antidotes is the least. From this ratio, it is evident that Carlson's order is not merely for the purpose of analysis or personal manufacturing, but rather for legitimate use during missions. Feeling a sense of relief and growing ease, Shi Xiaolei nodded decisively. No problem. 6:3:1 correct? And as for the specific quantity, the price need not be mentioned. Right? Regarding the price, we have conducted our research thoroughly. It is indeed $10,000 per vial, is it not? Carlson responded. As for the quantity, due to budgetary constraints, I can only initially reserve 100 vials. You understand, our organization has a rather tedious approval process for external procurement. Typically, we begin with a small batch, confirm its efficacy after use, and only then consider a larger order. 100? Unbeknownst to Shi Xiaolei, who internally lamented that it was too few, Carlson, from a conventional standpoint, believed he could not procure that many vials all at once. Maintaining his composure, Carlson probed, is that too much? If you cannot supply that number promptly, we can arrange for staggered transactions. Starting today, could we deliver half within a week? By grasping the timing of transactions and the number of vials exchanged each time, one could deduce Shi Xiaolei's efficiency in manufacturing the serum. As an agent, each of his words bore a hidden trap. However, this particular inquiry yielded no valuable intelligence, as Shi Xiaolei replied. It is not excessive at all. I have some stock on hand. As soon as the funds are received, I can facilitate a transaction at any time. The existence of stock did not allow for an accurate assessment of the other party's production efficiency, leaving Carlson somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he maintained a gentle smile. That is splendid. How about tomorrow? If I am not mistaken, tomorrow is Sunday, and your shop will be closed. Shi Xiaolei shook his head. Tomorrow will not work. I have promised that little girl at home to take her fishing at sea. In preparation for tomorrow, she has been ready for several days. If I were to suddenly say I would not go, I certainly would not want to see her weep. Very well. Let us set the time for 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow. Nodding his head, Carlson spoke with utmost courtesy. By the way, I wish you both a delightful time tomorrow and hope you catch a big fish. Thank you, Shi Xiaolei replied with a smile, while inwardly muttering, even if I do not catch a big fish, I shall surely be content. For Chapter 13, Setting Sail. Every day, one can check in to receive a random reward along with 10 check-in points. Although most of the random rewards are trivial daily necessities and hold little value, the accumulating check-in points bear significant importance. For every 300 points collected, One can exchange them for a mystery box from the malfunctioning system. The characters I now possess, including the barbarian lineage from Diablo 2, as well as Tu and Kanna, were all acquired from mystery boxes. This is the Marvel Universe, where countless hidden currents lie beneath the surface of tranquility. To live a leisurely life, one must possess extraordinary strength, whether through formidable companions or bloodlines imbued with immense potential. Shi Xiaolei has gleaned an insight from his previous attempts. The rewards obtained from mystery boxes can greatly enhance one's capabilities. Ever since he intervened in the battle between Iron Brawler and Iron Man, leaving the risk of exposure looming over him, Shi Xiaolei has been yearning for the next opportunity to open a mystery box. Although he has fused with the barbarian lineage and gained commendable combat prowess, as a traveler from Huaxia, he harbors an inherent fear of insufficient firepower. Thus, at the moment of confirming his imminent exposure, he felt an earnest desire to open another mystery box to provide additional security for himself and his family. Days turned into weeks, and finally, Shi Xiaolei accumulated 300 check-in points once more. As for why he did not immediately redeem the points for a mystery box, but chose to wait an extra day, it was merely for the sake of prudence. During his first attempt at opening a box and fusing with the barbarian lineage, the pain was so excruciating that his cries disturbed the neighbors. On the third attempt, when Kanna arrived, the power outage caused by recharging the girl left the entire community in darkness. Only the second attempt had passed without any significant disturbance. Now that he has entered the sights of S, H, I, E, L, D, and become their focal point of interest, Shi Xiaolei is determined not to create any further disturbances that might attract heightened scrutiny. After all, he had promised the little girl that he would take her fishing tomorrow. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to open the mystery box in the vast expanse of the sea, where no one is around. That way, should any unexpected circumstances arise with the new companions, they would not draw undue attention. With a heart full of excitement and anticipation, he finally fell asleep in the dead of night. The following morning, before the remnants of sleep had fully dissipated, Shi Xiaolei was roused from his slumber by a gentle, endearing voice calling out to him, "Xiaolei, Xiaolei, wake up." Blinking groggily, he found it was the adorable little girl, Kanna, gazing at her innocent and charming face. Infused with excitement and anticipation, the remnants of his morning grumpiness evaporated into thin air. "Good morning, Kanna." Stretching out his arm from under the covers, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. With a smile, he added, "You must first get off me before I can rise." "Oh," she replied, promptly scrambling off him and sliding down the edge of the bed to the floor. Indeed, she was quite the delightful creature. Watching her movements reminded Shi Xiaolei of the panda cubs he had seen in videos, which employed similar antics when descending from heights. He retrieved his beach shorts and a loose shirt from the back of a chair to don as loungewear. Then, having dressed under the covers, he lifted the duvet and stepped out of bed. Bending down, he scooped up Kanna, and together they exited the room and made their way to the living room. "Good morning, Sylvia," he greeted as they entered. Sylvia was already awake, busy organizing her luggage. "Good morning," she replied with a smile, and then inquired, "Rock, should we bring the salmon?" "Yes, let us take it. Better to be prepared for any eventuality, just in case we don't catch a suitable big fish." Before Shi Xiaolei could finish, Kanna protested from his arms, "Today, I will definitely catch a big fish, at least this big." "Haha, indeed." Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little girl stretching her arms wide. After washing up, he returned to the room to change her into a lovely outfit. Once they were ready to depart, the trio left home and stopped at a nearby breakfast shop for an authentic Chinese morning meal. As the clock approached 9 in the morning, they finally arrived at a yacht marina located near Floyd Bennett Field in southern Brooklyn. Given that they intended to embark on a clandestine adventure at sea, Shi Xiaolei opted not to rent a yacht online, but instead called Stark to borrow his private yacht. "You must be Rock." A portly man approached them as soon as they arrived at the marina. "I'm Happy, Mr. Stark's driver and bodyguard." "Hello, Happy," Shi Xiaolei said, somewhat surprised that Stark had sent him. Even more astonishing was when Happy introduced them to the yacht and informed them that he would accompany them throughout the day as their driver. Although he understood it was Stark's kind gesture, Shi Xiaolei felt a bit awkward about the arrangement. To refuse would seem impolite. Yet having Happy as an outsider made it inconvenient for him to open the box. After much deliberation, Shi Xiaolei finally conjured a plausible excuse. While the young girl was enthusiastically exploring the yacht, Shi Xiaolei discreetly led Happy onto the deck, placing an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, buddy, though it feels a bit awkward, could you perhaps refrain from following us?" he suggested, gesturing towards the cabin with a wink. "It's a rare opportunity. I intend to make the most of it while the little one is asleep, you understand?" Casting a glance back, his eyes landed on the girl, and Happy's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. I see. So what is your answer? I can step away to give you some space." Happy readily agreed. "Of course, provided you can handle this thing. His concern was not for damaging the yacht. After all, with Stark's wealth and his stance towards Shi Xiaolei's family, they wouldn't seek compensation even if the yacht were to be damaged. Rather, his true apprehension lay in the potential mishaps that could occur if they mishandled the vessel while at sea. Not an issue, Shi Xiaolei chuckled. You may not know this, but Sylvia is a skilled driver. Whether it flies, swims, or runs on land, there isn't a vehicle she cannot operate. Turning back to observe the girl with the caretaker, Happy's disbelief was palpable. Are you serious, man? Chapter 14, The Ark. Unfortunately, unlike the innate knowledge one might possess, Tu was limited by the model and could not learn operational skills of various vehicles directly through downloads like the Communication Enhanced Model 9. However, as an intelligent robot, Tu could learn mechanical operations in an extraordinarily short time. A single reading of the manual or a glance at the operation guide sufficed. Much like how JARVIS controlled mechanical arms to assist Tony Stark in assembling and disassembling his armor, Tu could master the operational processes through external input, instantly elevating skills to a meticulous level without the need for the human-like accumulation of experience through continuous practice. Alright, it seems I'll need to lend a hand. Witnessing Tu's capabilities firsthand, Happy couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After wishing them a delightful time, he wisely departed from the yacht, returning to Stark to report. Shall we set sail? Shi Xiaolei exclaimed, echoing the girl's exuberant cheer. Let us go. Oh, retracting his gaze, he raised his fist in unison with the little girl's exuberant shout. With the engine roaring to life once more, Tu deftly maneuvered the helm, guiding the yacht away from the dock and into the vast expanse of the sea. Xiaolei, look at all the birds, she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out. Oh, that cloud looks so fun. It resembles a bun. Hello, everyone. Excited by the seagulls trailing alongside the boat, she shouted joyfully into the sea breeze, her voice ringing with a melodious tremor. The sight of clouds drifting above would elicit spontaneous laughter from her, while distant boats would be greeted with polite waves. Throughout the journey at sea, the spirited little girl remained in perpetual motion, joyfully frolicking like an exuberant husky. The weather was splendid, free from the worries of turbulent waves. At her request, they steered the yacht towards the open sea, approximately 7 or 8 nautical miles off the southern coast of Long Island. As they navigated the waters, they attentively monitored the sonar display. Though not a professional fishing vessel, this yacht, part of Stark's personal collection, was equipped with numerous sophisticated instruments, including a sonar for detecting schools of fish, which proved to be more effective than those on traditional fishing boats. Have we found a school of fish? She inquired. Shall we stop? Certainly. Activating Stark's custom autopilot feature, they ensured the yacht would not drift with the currents. Leaving the helm, they joined Shi Xiaolei and Kanna on the rear deck, close to the water's surface. Taking out his fishing gear, Shi Xiaolei instructed Kanna while attaching bait to the hook. Here, like this, pierce it through and bend it along the curve of the hook. Unlike artificial lures made of plastic or wood, Shi Xiaolei preferred using live bait. The effectiveness remained uncertain, but Kanna, gazing at the lively shrimp, couldn't help but salivate. Xiaolei, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she reached out to grasp a wriggling shrimp, its large, glistening eyes fixed on Shi Xiaolei. Can I eat one? They look so delicious. No, you cannot, he replied, pinching her nose in playful exasperation, suppressing the urge to acquiesce. You can't eat them raw. It will upset your stomach. If you want shrimp, I'll cook some for you later. Do you prefer creamy shrimp balls or shrimp sautette? I want the creamy ones. All right, I shall prepare them for you shortly. As they spoke, the bait was secured. Shi Xiaolei placed the fishing rod in Kanna's hands and gently nudged her back. Go on, let Sylvia teach you how to cast. I still need to bait a couple more hooks. Okay. Remembering that the game Nier Automata featured fishing mechanics, Shi Xiaolei assumed she would know how to cast the line. However, upon glancing at Kanna and then at the apologetic Sylvia, he was taken aback. You don't know how? Sylvia nodded sheepishly. I only know how to fish. I've never used a fishing rod before, having not played in a long time. Shi Xiaolei suddenly recalled that the fishing mechanics in the game were quite unique. There were no rods or bait, as the intelligent robots would simply designate a body of water and send out a device to catch fish. Indeed, when reeling in, one would see not a hook, but a clamp dangling below. Well then, please wait for me a moment. After hanging bait on the other 2 rods, he stood up, taking both a large and a small one to the edge of the boat. Shi Xiaolei narrated the key points while personally demonstrating a few times. It was neither river fishing nor rock fishing. There was no need to pursue the distance of the cast, only to ensure that the bait entered the water without tangling the fishing line. Have you learned? Yes, the young girl, Kanna, nodded vigorously. I've got it. Very well. Let me see you try. Imitating the actions she learned from Shi Xiaolei, Kanna first lifted the fishing rod backward and then swung it forcefully forward. In her eagerness to exert strength, she lost track of her own power. The bait flew nearly 100 meters away. Shi Xiaolei, is that right? The little girl turned her face, asking excitedly. After a moment of silence, Shi Xiaolei smiled wryly and nodded. That's right. But next time, ease up a bit, understood? Yes, I understand. Although there were minor mishaps, as time passed, the atmosphere on the boat gradually returned to tranquility. The little girl was quite lucky, managing to catch a small fish almost every 15 minutes. Observing her joyful demeanor and the warm interactions between her and Shi Xiaolei, a sense of peace enveloped him. Oh, I almost forgot about the main business. After an unknown duration, Shi Xiaolei suddenly remembered another important matter regarding their outing. Sylvia, please keep Kana entertained for a while. I need to step inside. Putting down his fishing rod, Shi Xiaolei stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Sylvia. Having heard Shi Xiaolei mention another purpose for their outing the previous night, Sylvia nodded in understanding. All right. Entering the cabin, ensuring that they wouldn't be observed by satellites above, Shi Xiaolei sat on the sofa, immersing himself in his mental realm. Redeem a blind box. There was no display interface, yet he could sense the decline of his sign-in value. As the number dwindled to just 10 points, a golden box appeared in his mental sea. Taking a deep breath, Shi Xiaolei silently commanded, open it. Unlike the first time when a blood-red light hovered before him, or the subsequent instances when a summoning circle of about a meter in diameter manifested, the only change this time was a newfound, mysterious connection within his mental realm. Suppressing his anxiety, Shi Xiaolei closed his eyes, focusing intently on examining the rewards of this box. Moments later, he opened his eyes in surprise and delight, involuntarily exclaiming, "What? It's an ark? This can't be right." Chapter 15. The deserted island. He had always been uncertain about the origin of the extraordinary ability he possessed. However, this time, upon opening the blind box and discovering the ark from Ark, Survival Evolved, Shi Xiaolei finally reached a conclusion, realizing the transformation of the malfunctioning hard drive into a system. It was not solely due to the installation of the sandbox survival game on that hard drive. The crucial factor was that within the ark extracted from the blind box, there existed two artificially constructed survival bases. Although quite some time had passed, Shi Xiaolei instantly recognized that the two bases, one large and one small, were indeed the very foundations he had painstakingly built during his gameplay. With a heart full of anticipation, he endured the remaining time like a trial. And when he returned home with Tu and Kanna, after satisfying their hunger, cleaning up, and lulling the little girl to sleep, he finally found an opportunity to stealthily enter the ark's interior. Concerned that the ark's emergence in the real world might attract satellite detection and unnecessary complications, and fearing that this precious object could be damaged by drifting meteors in space, Shi Xiaolei opted not to extract it into reality, but instead chose to place it within a conceptual dimension akin to a mirrored space. His primary concern was whether this entity would function properly once extracted, so rather than directly entering the map, he first arrived at the control center, which could only be accessed upon completing the game. Just like the two survival bases on the map, the Ark recorded all the data Shi Xiaolei had previously left as a player, effectively making him the master of the Arkansas. It was precisely because of this identity that he could teleport directly to the control center. In other words, if it were a brand new Ark, or if he had carelessly deleted the save file, he would have to gather the artifacts once more and complete the challenges again to reach this point. Following the sci-fi-inspired corridor, he arrived at a grand hall. And before a control panel brimming with advanced technology, he instinctively tapped a few buttons, quickly confirming the operational status of the Arkansas. To his astonishment, upon viewing the data presented in the table, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but display an expression of surprise. Due to the absence of meteors or comets in the dimensional layer, the Ark was unable to capture and decompose external materials to accumulate resources, resulting in red exclamation marks next to categories such as surface resource refresh, cloning organisms, and supply drops. Conversely, because the dimensional layer was filled with various energy rays, the intensity far surpassed that of the real world. Hence, the energy harvested through a solar-like conversion exceeded normal levels significantly. With an abundance of energy at his disposal, he merely lacked materials. Upon reflecting momentarily, Shi Xiaolei excitedly clenched his fists, dancing joyfully. Materials were nothing to worry about. The capability to decompose meteors floating in the cosmic expanse into basic elements and reconstitute them into various organisms and resources was simply a testament to the Ark's remarkable versatility. With the vast Earth as his backdrop, and the spatial capabilities acquired from awakening his barbarian lineage as a means of transport, Shi Xiaolei found himself in a situation where he need not fear the scarcity of resources required for the Arkansas. Merely half a minute of contemplation led him to conceive several ingenious solutions. Among these were financially viable approaches such as acquiring raw or for mining companies and collaborating with construction material firms to procure stone. Conversely, he envisioned cost-free methods like harvesting sand from the African deserts, collecting seawater from the ocean, and gathering stones in desolate wildernesses. There were even profitable ventures to consider, such as establishing a construction waste disposal company to charge service fees while repurposing the collected debris. If one were unperturbed by the potential distaste, they might even contemplate creating a waste processing plant to manage other types of refuse, as the ARC's decomposition capabilities rendered all waste, be it household or construction, indistinguishable. Upon devising these solutions, the sight of several glaring exclamation marks did not frustrate Shi Xiaolei. Rather, he found them increasingly endearing. With this newfound sense of joy, he departed from the main control center and, utilizing the teleportation array, arrived beneath the verdant obelisk situated closest to the late-stage base. The high-oxygen environment, sufficient to sustain large dinosaurs, was utterly devoid of pollution. After a few gentle breaths, he felt significantly revitalized. Towering trees surrounded him, and the distant calls of dinosaurs resonated, instilling a sense of primal and rugged charm that lingered in his mind. Raising his hand to gaze upwards, he beheld the towering green obelisk suspended overhead. The simulated blue sky and white clouds created by the surrounding protective dome appeared strikingly authentic, a stark contrast to the pitch-black abyss glimpsed through the porthole at the main control center. Stepping away from the metallic platform, he felt the soft texture of the earth beneath him, formed from the decomposition of fallen leaves. Standing still, he summoned memories from his gaming days, and after a brief moment of reflection, he pinpointed the direction of his home. He equipped his only 2 speed-enhancing items and brandished 2 wooden sticks. Striking the hapless side dragon twice activated a frenzy effect, scaring away nearby carnivorous dragons with a fierce roar, followed by a mighty shout to bolster his combat system for enhanced endurance. Though it may sound verbose, it transpired in mere seconds. Like a whirlwind, Shi Xiaolei surged forward, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. In the game, each map varied in size. For instance, the official data for the island map indicated an area of approximately 40 square kilometers. Calculating the dimensions, the distance from north to south and east to west barely exceeded 6 kilometers. However, the arc that emerged from the blind box was evidently much larger than that. Having materialized into reality, it conformed to physical laws. Perhaps in accordance with this requirement, the map transformed from a square to a circular shape, expanding from the game's modest 40 square kilometers to nearly 1,000 square kilometers. Even at the utmost speed of Shi Xiaolei, he ran for a full 2 hours. However, upon seeing the base he had constructed within the game, any lingering resentment in his heart dissipated instantaneously. The fatigue from the long journey was promptly forgotten. Admittedly, the rough-hewn stone dwelling was not particularly alluring. What truly exhilarated him were the few pet dinosaurs that had survived after he conquered the game. Ah, long time no see. Big White. He lifted his arm to stroke the chin of the leucistic Tyrannosaurus rex, feeling the warm breath exuding from its nostrils. Shi Xiaolei welcomed the strong scent without a hint of disdain, instead bursting into a hearty laugh. The massive Tyrannosaurus affectionately nudged him with its snout, behaving much like an exuberant puppy, wagging its tail with delight. Ha! Good child, good child. Chapter 16. A host of pets friends who have played Ark, Survival Evolved are well aware that to collect all crafting blueprints, one must conquer the game at its highest difficulty. Achieving this requires careful team composition. The feathered raptor enhances attack power, while the ferocious pig serves as a healer to ensure sustainability. It is essential to have formidable creatures like the Tyrannosaurus or the sloth to deliver output, and they must be cultivated to ensure their attributes far surpass those of their wild counterparts. Otherwise, defeating the final boss in the highest difficulty mode becomes exceedingly challenging. Yet, Shi Xiaolei was not a strategy expert. He was merely an ordinary player. When he conquered the highest difficulty, he was not as well prepared as one might expect. Although he had followed an online guide to assemble a suitable configuration, he had not invested considerable time in nurturing dinosaurs. Consequently, his final lineup lacked a significant advantage in strength. After vanquishing the ultimate foe, many of his beloved pets perished, leaving only a handful of fortunate survivors. The leucistic Tyrannosaurus rex, affectionately dubbed Big White, was one among them. Alongside it were a Tyrannosaurus named Golden Voice and 2 ferocious pigs affectionately named Pig 1 and Pig 2, as well as 2 sloths designated as 11 and 16. In stark contrast to the combat-oriented dinosaurs that participated in the climactic battle, the utility dinosaurs employed for gathering tasks emerged unscathed. The mammoth, adept at wood collection, the stegosaurus for quarrying stone, the ankylosaurus for mining metal, the triceratops for gathering fruits, and the devil frog for cement collection, all preserved in cryogenic chambers, thriving in their existence. As the game transformed into reality, there was no longer a means to prolong the duration of the cryogenic refrigerator by logging off. Concerned about his prolonged absence and the potential disruption of the power supply to the low-temperature freezer, which could lead to the demise of the pets preserved within, Shi Xiaolei meticulously retrieved the low-temperature chamber and first released all the terrestrial creatures. After gently caressing each one, he led them out of the courtyard, issuing the command for free movement with a whistle reminiscent of his actions in the game. The tender grass and delectable berries along the nearby shallows captivated the herbivorous dinosaurs, while their carnivorous counterparts dashed towards the wild herbivore dragons, embarking on a new hunting expedition. After observing for a while and confirming that the pets would not attack one another and that nearby companions would come to aid if any were threatened, Shi Xiaolei felt a sense of relief and nodded in satisfaction. Glancing into his backpack, he noted a few pteranodons, Argentine eagles, and several aquatic creatures still contained within. After deliberation, he extracted the low-temperature chamber housing the Argentine eagle, pressed the switch, and tossed it out. With a triumphant cry, the most aesthetically pleasing Argentine eagle emerged, immediately approaching Shi Xiaolei with an affectionate nuzzle against him. Chuckling softly, he stroked the eagle's head and offered it a piece of roasted thigh meat, which it eagerly accepted. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, or perhaps invigorated by the transition from game to reality, the eagle excitedly spread its wings and flapped them gently. Unlike when he was merely playing, Shi Xiaolei now vividly experienced the sheer power of those wings, which generated a gust stronger than any industrial fan, nearly causing him to choke on the rush of air. If this relatively modest-sized Argentine eagle could create such a commotion, what would the pteranodon be capable of? Driven by curiosity, Shi Xiaolei released the pteranodon that had been confined in the low-temperature chamber. To his surprise, it stumbled awkwardly upon its release. As a platform for aerial combat, Shi Xiaolei had initially equipped the pteranodon with a saddle and constructed a small dwelling atop it, filling it with supplies. In the game, exceeding the weight limit merely impeded flight, but now, witnessing the pteranodon struggle, he felt a pang of empathy. Rushing to its side, he placed a hand on its back and removed the saddle from its body, although the little house atop had collapsed. Seeing the pteranodon regain its vitality and ease made Shi Xiaolei feel it was worth the effort. Mounting the Argentine eagle, he blew a whistle and took to the skies alongside the pteranodon. After wandering for a short while, as the thrill and novelty began to fade, much like previously commanding the terrestrial dinosaurs, Shi Xiaolei issued a command for the pterosaur to engage in free activity. Hovering in the air, he watched the magnificent creature turn and soar towards another wild pterosaur in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a gentle tug on the reins, he guided the giant eagle in a new direction, setting off towards his next destination. To be honest, the eagle's flight speed in its corporeal form surpassed that experienced in the game. However, due to the significantly expanded map, the journey to the seaside took him nearly half an hour. Admittedly, the absence of the crystal on his wrist, which provided navigational assistance in the game, compelled him to direct the eagle along the river to avoid losing his way. A direct flight would have sufficed in a mere 15 minutes. Regardless, he finally reached the coastline. Recalling the game's settings, upon dismounting the giant eagle, Shi Xiaolei curiously scooped up a handful of seawater and brought it to his lips. Surprisingly, it was completely devoid of saltiness. While this answered his curiosity, it also left him somewhat disappointed, as it indicated that the aquatic creatures he had hoped to encounter, such as the coelacanth, plesiosaur, ichthyosaur, and megalodon, were merely genetically modified freshwater species. He had envisioned bringing a couple of these aquatic dinosaurs back to the Marvel Universe, releasing them into the ocean near New York and taking Kanna to play with them on weekends. However, it seemed uncertain whether these creatures could adapt to Earth's oceans. He decided to wait until he had thoroughly researched the matter and discovered a way to bring Kanna over for a visit. Shaking off his regrets, Shi Xiaolei retrieved his remaining pokeballs, sequentially activating them and tossing them towards the sea's surface. The coelacanth, plesiosaur, spinosaurus, and leviathan emerged from the depths, gazing up at Shi Xiaolei, who circled gracefully in the sky. Sensing the creature's eagerness, he laughed heartily and stood up on the eagle's back. In the next moment, he shouted joyfully and leaped off, tracing a vertical line through the air before plunging into the sea. Chapter 17. Lamb. After spending 2 to 3 hours playing with his beloved pets, Shi Xiaolei recalled that he needed to visit the market at dawn to procure ingredients for his business. Reluctantly departing from the ark hidden within the dimensional layers, he returned home bearing an array of items. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 1 in the morning. Not wanting to delay, he hurried into the bathroom for a quick cleanup and swiftly collapsed into bed. Perhaps the exertion from frolicking with the larger creatures had drained him, or perhaps the prolonged excitement had left him mentally fatigued. In no time, Shi Xiaolei drifted into slumber his rhythmic snores filling the room. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. As was customary, Shi Xiaolei took charge of preparing breakfast while the little girl, Kanna, busily organized her backpack and braided her hair. Once they had eaten their fill and the hour was drawing nigh, Shi Xiaolei stood up, one hand grasping an empty bowl and chopsticks, the other gently patting Kanna's head. Are you full? Wipe your mouth, it's time to set off. With a compliant nod, Kanna lifted her small bowl, hopped off her chair, and followed Shi Xiaolei into the kitchen. Cheerfully, Shi Xiaolei retrieved a wet wipe from the tissue box on the counter and wiped Kanna's mouth, all the while suggesting they leave the dishes for later. Let's go, he said as he ushered the little girl outside. Oh, Locke, are you going too? Kanna inquired with curiosity. Yes, let's go together, Shi Xiaolei replied, nodding as he picked up the small backpack resting on the sofa and helped Kanna put it on. After dropping off Kanna, I'll swing by the market. I plan to make a stop at the hardware store to pick up a few things. Kanna's face lit up with joy as she bounced on her feet. Xiaolei, are you taking me to school? Indeed, he said, bending down to scoop her up and gently pinching her nose, eliciting a chorus of giggles. I'll be buying some new ingredients. And tonight I'll prepare something delicious for you. Really? Kanna's excitement grew, her innocent smile making her look like a charming doll. Of course it's true. Adopting a conspiratorial tone, Shi Xiaolei leaned closer to her ear. I've got a lot of scrumptious meat prepared. Meat? Kanna recalled the savory braised pork Shi Xiaolei had made and couldn't help but salivate. Do you like it? Yes. I love meat. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off. You focus on your lessons at school, and I'll procure the ingredients. When you return, a delectable meat feast awaits you. Oh, following closely behind Shi Xiaolei, Kanna watched their interaction, and a warm sensation filled her heart, prompting a gentle smile to grace her lips. The details of their journey are best left unspoken. Suffice it to say, after a tour of the market, they returned to the shop at around 9:30 in the morning, laden with their purchases. After parking the car, they moved to the back to open the trunk. Carrying a box filled with ingredients, Shi Xiaolei cheerfully instructed, Sylvia, please take this over. I'll handle the stove. All right, for convenience's sake. Shi Xiaolei had parked at the front of the shop, intending to unload the items before returning the vehicle to the back. By 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, most who had jobs were already at their workplaces, while those who didn't were still in slumber. The streets were devoid of many passers-by, and the shop had few customers. Nearby, the owners of several shops were quite relaxed, some arranging goods inside, others sweeping the entrance, and a few simply lounging in the sun, enjoying sunflower seeds. In Chinatown, many of those running businesses were from the homeland. Upon observing Shi Xiaolei unloading a grill from his vehicle, the proprietor of the neighboring handicraft shop could not resist approaching him. Brother Shi, where did you acquire that barbecue grill? Are you planning to set up a barbecue stall? The grill in Shi Xiaolei's possession was not the round, lid-covered type commonly used in the West, but rather the elongated variety frequently seen on culinary streets across China, specifically designed for skewering meat. Perhaps due to concerns about the unsanitary nature of reusing skewers, or for other reasons, there were surprisingly few skewered meat stalls in this part of the United States. Having lived here for several years, Shi Xiaolei had not had the pleasure of indulging in such delicacies. Thus, it was no wonder the older man felt compelled to engage in conversation upon seeing the grill. Having procured some premium lamb yesterday, Shi Xiaolei suddenly recalled this matter. He greeted the man with a smile. Whether I will sell it or not is still uncertain. We'll see after I try it out. He then inquired, by the way, Lou, are you free this evening? Why don't you join me for a meal and offer some feedback? Absolutely. I'm rather craving that, Lou replied without hesitation. I happen to have brought back 2 bottles of fine wine from my last trip to China. I'll bring them along for us to enjoy. Sounds good. Let's have a drink. Though Lou had promised to come by in the evening, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the urgency of his anticipation compelled him to leave his shop in the hands of his assistant and make his way to Shi Xiaolei's establishment. To prepare skewers, one must first have the meat ready. Shi Xiaolei, somewhat clumsy and unskilled, was struggling with the task. Hence, Lou decided to leave work early to assist him in threading the meat onto skewers. Where did you get this lamb? It's quite impressive, Lou remarked. It was ordered directly from a ranch, Shi Xiaolei replied. Although Lou was a well-meaning fellow villager and typically reserved, Shi Xiaolei chose not to divulge the true origins of the lamb. In reality, the lamb had been sourced from the Ark, similar to other supplies stored within the base. When he had withdrawn from the game, Shi Xiaolei still had a substantial amount of lamb meant for taming pets that remained unused. Due to the complexities of the original game's mechanics, he had deliberately stacked items, resulting in an unintentional accumulation of around 40 to 50 sets of lamb, each consisting of 999 pieces. With each portion weighing approximately 1 kilogram, he had amassed nearly 4 to 5 tons. While a small quantity might spoil without concern, the prospect of such a large amount deteriorating into inedible meat would indeed be a significant loss. although he was hesitant to take out dinosaur meat. He reasoned that the lamb should pose no issue. Thus, in an effort to prevent waste, Shi Xiaolei extracted all the lamb from the refrigerator and packed it into a portable backpack that had been unlocked alongside the barbarian's bloodline. Although the characters in Diablo 2 possess a backpack devoid of the concept of time, allowing them to keep lamb fresh indefinitely, the limited space in the backpack poses a dilemma. With an abundance of lamb occupying valuable space, Shi Xiaolei was compelled to devise a clever method to swiftly consume the excess. By the way, why is there only meat here? Aren't there any leg or thigh cuts? He inquired, chuckling. Well, it's just the American way. Meat is sold by specific cuts. True enough. However, it seems a bit wasteful to chop such fine ribs into small pieces for skewering, he mused. Since we are eating anyway, why not choose my favorite preparation? I don't feel it's a waste, just a tad laborious. You haven't team mastered it yet. After a few more attempts, it will become second nature. His companion replied. As they conversed, a cacophony of laughter erupted from outside. Suddenly, a spirited little girl named Kanna burst in, exclaiming, I'm here. To satisfy Kanna's desire for hearty meat, Shi Xiaolei set aside several pieces of prepared lamb ribs, opting not to cut them all into cubes at once. Is this how it's done, Xiaolei? Kanna asked eagerly. Precisely. Apply it evenly and then gently massage, he instructed. However, Kanna, eager to help, was thwarted by the skewer's sharpness, prompting Shi Xiaolei to assign her a different task. He observed as Kanna clumsily opened her small hands, delicately pinching the lamb ribs. Her tiny face speckled with olive oil, radiating earnestness and determination, while she encouraged herself with soft murmurs. This elicited a paternal smile from Shi Xiaolei, while old Lu beside him wore a benevolent expression. Your daughter is truly adorable. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy, he remarked. Shi Xiaolei, how did you manage to raise her so well? Do share your secrets with me. It is primarily Kanna's own understanding, Shi Xiaolei replied, shaking his head with a smile. I haven't taught her much. She learns on her own. At that moment, a gentle young woman named Air approached with a handkerchief, wiping the oil from Kanna's face. Observing the graceful Air and then glancing at Kanna, old Lu sighed. You're incredibly fortunate to have found such a wonderful girl like Sylvia. Not only did you find a great partner, but you also gained an adorable little sister. Alas, when I first arrived in America, I wish I had encountered such good fortune. Are you not afraid your wife might give you a hard time for saying that? Old Lu teased. Am I the sort to worry? In my household, I am the one who makes the rules, he replied confidently. Whatever I say, she must abide by. Dare she challenge me? Well, your wife is currently abroad. I doubt you would say that in her presence. I would say it right in front of her. Then why not give her a call? To his surprise, Shi Xiaolei uttered such words, momentarily taken aback. Old Lu seized the opportunity to make an excuse. Let us skip the call. It is the dead of night back home, and I certainly do not wish to invite reproach upon myself. There it was. The ruse was revealed. Amidst the playful banter between the two, Kanna was diligently massaging her lamb chops. Having never cooked before, she was uncertain of how long to massage the meat. Concerned that prolonging the massage might render the lamb unpalatable, the young girl lifted her head, her cherubic face looking up at Shi Xiaolei. Interrupting the exchange with old Lu, Xiaolei, could you please take a look? Is it ready now? After glancing at the iron tray before Kanna and confirming that she had evenly coated the marinade, Shi Xiaolei generously gave her a thumbs up. Kanna, you've done splendidly. This is just right. Really? She inquired. Yes, place it in the refrigerator to marinate for another 2 hours. I reckon around 5 o'clock, we can begin grilling. With a joyful smile, Kanna leaped from her chair, tiptoeing in an attempt to lift the iron tray containing the lamb chops. Observing this scene, the others set aside their tasks and hurried over to assist. Be careful now. With their help, the tray was safely transported to the kitchen and placed in the refrigerator. Though it was merely a trivial matter, Kanna's small face radiated a sense of accomplishment. Having washed her hands, she scampered back, climbed onto her chair again, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Shi Xiaolei, who was still busily engaged in his work. Her sparkling eyes blinked with anticipation, nearly inscribing the desire for praise upon her face. After a brief wait, the absence of compliments left Kanna feeling slightly disheartened and a touch reluctant. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed that there were still several pieces of meat yet to be skewered. An idea sparked in her mind. Xiaolei, I want to help with the skewering. Yet, echoing his previous concerns, Shi Xiaolei hesitated, shaking his head. That's rather tricky. You're still quite young. But I want to help. She protested. Feeling a twinge of guilt at her disappointment, Shi Xiaolei pondered for a moment and decided to assign her another task. All right then. Kanna, could you give Stark a call? Just let him know that we have some delicious lamb, and ask if he'd like to join us, okay? Previously, when borrowing Stark's yacht, he had not been overly polite, and now, having acquired some premium natural lamb, he was keen to share this with him. Since Stark had frequently visited the shop recently, a friendship had blossomed between them. Furthermore, after collaborating to establish a company that produced a diluted version of a potion, their relationship had evolved from mere friends to partners in business. Although he had never founded a company or become a shareholder, Shi Xiaolei understood the importance of maintaining good relations with partners. With a new task at hand, Kanna's mood brightened instantly, and she became lively once more. Jumping down from her chair, she approached Shi Xiaolei and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Under Shi Xiaolei's guidance, she accessed Stark's private number. Raising her gaze for confirmation, she ensured that she had not made a mistake. The little girl extended her chubby finger and pressed the dial key. "Hey, Rock, what's up?" With Jarvis on the line, the call was swiftly connected. "Uncle Stark, it's me, Kanna." "Kanna?" Stark's previously casual tone shifted to one of seriousness, infused with a hint of affection. "Hello, sweetie. What brings you to call Uncle Stark? Have you finished the chocolates I sent you last time? Hold on. I'll order some more for you." "That's not it." Gripping the phone with both hands, the little girl earnestly replied, "We have some delicious meat at home. Uncle Stark, do you like meat? Would you like to come over and eat with us?" "Meat? Yes, so much of it. It looks really tasty." Being a child, she had yet to learn the art of multitasking. Engrossed in her conversation with Stark, she remained blissfully unaware of the astonishment etched on old Lu's face beside her. Old Lu, with a look of surprise and disbelief, turned to Shi Xiaolei and asked, "Stark? Is it the same Stark that I know?" "Yes, indeed," Shi Xiaolei nodded, somewhat taken aback. "He has been coming to my restaurant frequently, about 7 or 8 times in total. Didn't you notice?" "How would I know?" Old Lu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Last month, I went to England with your sister-in-law. I just returned alone a couple of days ago when your sister-in-law brought Xiao Qian back home to visit her grandparents. Have you forgotten?" Shi Xiaolei finally recalled. "Right. My memory isn't the best. You not only have a poor memory, but you're also rather careless in your work." Shaking his head, Old Lu lamented. "As Chinese in America, it's tough for us. It's rare to connect with someone as significant as Stark. You should at least show some diligence. How can you be so nonchalant about simply making a call, as if it's a casual affair? When extending an invitation, can't you be a bit more courteous?" "Old Lu, you're overthinking it. It's not that serious." Chapter 19. Tony and Pepper. Since Obadiah's departure from Stark Industries, Pepper Potts has been striving to turn the tide, stabilizing stock prices to set the company back on the right course. To achieve this goal, she has devised numerous strategies and implemented various measures. Some have yielded results, while others have proven futile. After a period of experimentation, Pepper concluded that in order to truly revitalize Stark Industries, adjustments in other areas were not as crucial. The pivotal factor lies in Stark himself. His level of engagement and whether he can produce commercially viable inventions are the real determinants. Ultimately, the key rests with Stark. Thus, Pepper Potts transformed into a persistent presence, diligently calling Stark every day, regardless of the possibility of meeting him, akin to a bank demanding loan repayments. Urging Stark to expedite his research and swiftly develop new products. Were it anyone else, Stark's temperament would have led him to dismiss them without hesitation. However, with Pepper, the situation was markedly different. Although he had yet to fully comprehend his own feelings and acknowledge Pepper as his one true love, it must be said that Stark's patience towards her significantly surpassed that which he afforded to others. Moreover, following that night, when he obtained the white serum from Shi Xiaolei and spent the entire night with Pepper, he experienced a sense of conquest and achievement previously unknown to him. Unconsciously, Stark elevated Pepper's status in his heart. If Pepper had once been the most trustworthy assistant, after that night, her position ascended to that of a family member, truly replacing Obadiah. In their professional endeavors, their collaboration mirrored the previous dynamic between Stark and Obadiah, with Stark focusing on weaponry while Obadiah managed promotion and sales. The subconscious replacement of Obadiah with Pepper led to her increasingly frequent reminders, reinforcing the notion of her dedication, which in turn fostered Stark's patience, rendering him unbothered by her incessant reminders. Additionally, Stark himself harbored similar thoughts, which inspired him to collaborate with Shi Xiaolei to develop and market new serums. It is worth noting that following the establishment of the new company, Stark Industries received immediate orders from the military, resulting in a modest recovery of its stock price. However, with the serums as the primary product, the new company's business focus diverged significantly from Stark Industries' original core, lacking robust support from the parent company. Compounded by the presence of the established giant Osborne Group in that sector, competition proved exceedingly fierce, making it unrealistic to rely on this new company to pull Stark Industries out of its quagmire. What else could Stark do? He had no choice but to redirect his focus to the field of physics, where his expertise lay. When he received a call from Kanna, Stark was engrossed in research in his laboratory. It was as if he had suddenly turned around to find that person amidst the dim lights, having navigated various considerations. Admittedly, the gaps left by the closure of the weapons department were too substantial, and the revenue from smaller projects could not compensate for them. With little alternative, Stark ultimately shifted his attention to the realm of new energy based on small arc reactors. Jarvis, what time is it? After concluding his conversation with Kanna, Stark stretched his neck to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from bending over the welding work for an extended period. It is currently 4 o'clock and 8 minutes in the afternoon. Set an alarm for 5:30. Gazing at the array of devices on his workbench, Stark mentally estimated the time required to wrap up his tasks. As he flexed his fingers, he continued to issue commands. Inform Happy to make a trip to that dessert shop on 42nd Street. Remember that chocolate brand from last time? Have him procure 2 boxes for me. I intend to bring them to Kanna later. He paused momentarily, then added, also, make a call to Pepper and advise her to don something more casual, just to prepare a bit. Miss Pepper is en route and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Very well, I shall speak with her myself. Please notify Happy. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had elapsed. Before Stark had even exited the restroom, Pepper had already arrived in the laboratory. Tony, are you there? Right here. Swinging his hands, Stark emerged from the restroom. You arrived just in time. I was about to call you. Is there something you need? There are several documents requiring your signature. Striding forward in her high heels, Pepper opened her folder and presented it to Stark. Here, and here, and here. With an innate trust, Stark unhesitatingly accepted the pen and inscribed his signature on the documents. Is that all? Yes, for the moment, just these few. The other 3 business negotiations are still underway. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should conclude before 8 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock? Stark shook his head. Will you be attending? If so, let us postpone it until tomorrow. Haven T, you always wanted to meet Kanna? Stark chuckled, his right hand resting comfortably on Pepper's waist. She just called me, inviting me over. We can discuss negotiations tomorrow. For now, accompany me this evening. In her role as Stark's assistant, Pepper had often played the part of his companion at numerous formal dinners, both professional and personal. Hearing Stark's words, she instinctively recalled their past experiences. For a moment, she forgot that it was Kanna who had called, thinking instead of this as yet another formal gathering requiring a female companion. All right, I'll change into something appropriate. Tony, should I prepare a gift? No need to be so formal. Sensing something amiss, Stark quickly clarified. It's merely a casual gathering among friends. I've already sent Happy to buy the chocolates. We'll take them to the young lady. As for your suit, it's not quite suitable. Opt for something more relaxed. I understand. Imagining the atmosphere of the gathering, Pepper unconsciously adopted a more casual tone. What time shall we head over? 5:30. Pointing to the workbench not far away, Stark smiled and said, I should be wrapping up here in about an hour. How about you? Is 5:30 manageable? Absolutely. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Pepper nodded. Very well. Stark naturally planted a gentle kiss on Pepper's lips and patted her lower back, saying, Go ahead and take care of things. Once you're done, come back. I'll be here waiting for you. The unexpected kiss caught Pepper slightly off guard. With a playful roll of her eyes, she turned and briskly walked away, her footsteps echoing in a series of soft taps as she departed from Stark's sight. Chapter 20. The triad. It was not Tony who approached, but rather an invitation extended from their side. Although the gathering was modest in scale, it was still an occasion for hospitality, and as the host, one must exhibit a certain demeanor. Furthermore, having arranged to meet with Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. that evening to finalize the delivery of 100 vials of serum valued at $1 million, it was crucial to maintain discretion, given Coulson's unique status as an agent. Thus, Shi Xiaolei decided to forego that evening's business, closing shop early around 5 o'clock. He locked the door and piled the prepared skewers onto a large tray, carrying them to the back. The layout of the establishment, with a shop front and living quarters, did feel somewhat cramped. Fortunately, the landlord, an old traditionalist, adhered to the principle that closeness to the earth promotes longevity, stubbornly preserving a small courtyard behind the building. After some tidying up, this quaint space proved to be just right for hosting the evening's gathering. Igniting the charcoal that had been purchased alongside the grill, he found a small stool and settled behind the barbecue. With a brush in one hand and skewers in the other, Shi Xiaolei commenced the first round of grilling. Old Liu had gone to fetch his fine wine, and it would take him about 10 minutes to return. Shi Xiaolei was preparing a salad because indulging solely in barbecued meats, especially lamb, could become quite overwhelming. Thus, a refreshing side was essential. Considering the limited ingredients at home, it was impractical to venture out for more, so he opted for the ubiquitous American salad as a substitute for the tangy, spicy cold dishes common in his homeland. The aroma wafted through the air as he squatted in front of the grill, his bright, expressive eyes fixated on the skewers sizzling over the charcoal. The fusion of fat and seasonings released a rich fragrance. At that moment, Kanna had entirely forgotten about the half-eaten strawberry she held in her hand. The tantalizing scent was irresistible. To prevent the cumin and chili powder from burning, Shi Xiaolei delicately brushed a little cooking oil onto the skewers. It smells delightful. And tastes even better. I can hardly wait to eat, Kanna murmured, unconsciously salivating. Just a little longer, it will be ready soon. At that moment, a voice called from just outside the courtyard gate. Turning to glance back, Shi Xiaolei was surprised to see Coulson arriving earlier than expected, accompanied by a woman who looked strikingly familiar. May? What brought her here? Good evening, Locke, Coulson greeted, flashing his signature warm smile from across the gate. Suppressing the questions swirling in his mind for the moment, Shi Xiaolei nodded in acknowledgement while instructing the young girl, Kanna, to open the door. Oh, hello, Kanna. As he stepped inside, Coulson produced a small bag and handed it to the two who had come to greet him at the gate alongside Kanna. Miss Sylvia, this is a token of my appreciation. Whether it would be a one-off transaction or a long-term collaboration was entirely at Shi Xiaolei's discretion. Given that it was a seller's market, it was only natural for Coulson, representing S.H.I.E.L.D., to adopt a more proactive stance. In preparation for better dealings with Shi Xiaolei, Coulson had not only taken the time to study the etiquette of visiting homes in China, but had also prepared a gift for his visit. Furthermore, he had enlisted May, who was of Chinese descent herself, to accompany him and assist in any cultural nuances he might overlook. Thank you. Please come in, Coulson. Just as the skewers were nearly ready on the grill, Shi Xiaolei beckoned. You've arrived at the perfect time. Come, sample my culinary skills. Ah, this is May, my colleague. Perhaps the quaint scenery of the rural courtyard evoked memories of the past, or perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to create a favorable first impression. Either way, May greeted him not in English, but with eloquent Mandarin. Melinda May. Hello, Mr. Shi. Hello. Fully aware of who she was yet opting to feign ignorance felt somewhat awkward for Shi Xiaolei, who, at a loss for how to proceed, decided to view her simply as a fellow townsman. With a smile, he reached for a few freshly grilled skewers and offered them forward. Would you like to try? There were no pleasantries exchanged, and Coulson couldn't help but internally critique the lack of formalities, especially given that May was a woman and this was their first meeting. Nevertheless, on the surface, Coulson smiled and graciously accepted the skewers. I caught a whiff of this as we were getting out of the car. I thought a new barbecue restaurant had opened nearby. Kanna wants some too. The little girl, oblivious to the subtleties of social cues, rushed over and hugged Shi Xiaolei's leg. How could I possibly forget our dear Kanna? Shi Xiaolei chuckled heartily, ruffling the girl's hair as he retrieved 2 skewers from the plate. Here, take these. They might be a bit hot, so remember to blow on them first. Nodding enthusiastically, Kanna beamed as she accepted the skewers, puffing her cheeks to cool them down. Once she deemed them sufficiently cooled, she opened her mouth and took a bite of the lamb, a droplet of juice escaping the corner of her mouth. Oblivious to the mess, she squinted her eyes in bliss. So delicious. You're amazing, Shi Xiaolei. If you like them, feel free to enjoy more. Ruffling her hair once more, Shi Xiaolei shifted his gaze back to Coulson and May. This is truly delectable. It's my first time tasting skewers prepared this way. Coulson gave a thumbs up in appreciation. May also offered lavish praise, remarking on the delightful flavor that evoked the ambience of a domestic barbecue stall. Indeed, my culinary skills have been honed through lessons from the owners of such stalls. You may not realize that the essence of delectable barbecue lies not merely in the quality of the meat or the seasoning, but fundamentally in the oil used. Nowadays, many resort to using mass-produced cooking oil, but my approach is distinct. I utilize a meticulously crafted oil infused with star anise and spices. The reaction has been overwhelmingly positive, filling Shi Xiaolei with a profound sense of accomplishment, prompting him to become more loquacious. Noticing Shi Xiaolei's eagerness to engage in conversation, Coulson exchanged a subtle glance with May, forging an unspoken understanding between them. As they settled in the yard, they accompanied Shi Xiaolei in his chatter. Recognizing this as an opportune moment to cultivate relationships and gather information, they refrained from immediately reminding Shi Xiaolei to present the promised elixir and expedite the transaction. However, this delay ultimately led to unforeseen complications. Why do I assert this? Merely 10 minutes later, Stark arrived with Pepper. Influenced by the butterfly effect of Shi Xiaolei. The camaraderie between Stark and Coulson was not as intimate as depicted in the original narrative. Conversely, Pepper's safety from Obadiah's attention was a result of Coulson's preemptive measures, having brought her inside for protection. Observing Coulson, Stark felt a flicker of recognition. You are Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Mr. Stark. We have met before, Coulson replied with a smile. Chapter 21. Reminder apologies, but the name of your agency is rather lengthy, Stark remarked, furrowing his brow and dismissively gesturing. Could it not be shortened? We are currently deliberating on it, Coulson responded with a grin. From a layman's perspective, Many would perceive Coulson's reply as mere lip service. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D has existed for quite some time. If the length of the name were genuinely problematic, such a suggestion would have been made long ago. The lack of change indicates a lack of intention to amend it. Moreover, as an intelligence agency, a longer, more imposing name is inherently advantageous. The rationale is straightforward. The deterrence and mystery of an espionage organization are directly proportional to the complexity of its name. The more challenging it is to remember, the greater the aura of enigma and intimidation, thus amplifying the psychological pressure exerted on adversaries during operations. Upon reflection, having a name that poses a bit of a tongue twister can indeed be beneficial, can it not? Furthermore, the process of renaming an institution is not one in which an outsider is entitled to interfere. Frankly speaking, this alone could lead one to believe that Coulson was merely placating Stark. This is a common interpretation among the general populace. Yet, as a time traveler, Shi Xiaolei was no ordinary individual. Why not just abbreviate it? We could use the initials to form an acronym. S-H-I-E-L-D. What do you think? The sensation of naming S-H-I-E-L-D firsthand felt akin to unlocking a prestigious achievement in a video game. Unable to contain himself, Shi Xiaolei inadvertently blurted out this iconic line, preempting Coulson's response. A commendable suggestion indeed, unaware that the line should belong to him. Coulson's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he smiled, saying, "I will report this to my superiors upon my return." Upon hearing these words, Shi Xiaolei suddenly recalled the purpose of Coulson's visit. Ah, how forgetful of me. I nearly overlooked the matter at hand. Coulson, may please take a seat while I fetch the potion. It was evident that they had come with a mission. However, truth be told, upon witnessing the scene before him, Coulson's thoughts began to shift. He was not particularly eager to retrieve the potion so hastily. Once acquired, it would be prudent to ensure its immediate and secure transport back. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that participating in this barbecue gathering and engaging in conversation with Shi Xiaolei for a while longer would significantly strengthen their bond. Reflecting on Director Nick Fury's instructions, Coulson truly valued this opportunity and was reluctant to depart with the potion so swiftly. Oh. Just as Coulson was about to speak, Tony suddenly interjected. Glancing between Coulson, May, and Shi Xiaolei, Tony raised an eyebrow and asked, "Rock, may I inquire when you reached an agreement with them?" The day before yesterday, after the press conference, Shi Xiaolei paused and turned back. "What of it? Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of obstructing you." Waving his hand dismissively and casting an amused glance at Coulson, Tony candidly reminded Shi Xiaolei, "Do you recall the words I shared with you when we discussed establishing a public entity? It would be prudent to let the company handle institutions with official backing like theirs." On one hand, there was the desire to leverage the complete potion's efficacy to capture the upper market and enhance the new company's brand value. On the other hand, there was the intention to create an avenue for Shi Xiaolei, now a friend, to earn a bit more. Thus, after collaborating to establish the new company, Stark had deliberately left an external window open for Shi Xiaolei to sell his complete potion. In comparison, the former reason bore less weight. For Stark himself was a renowned brand. Merely associating his name ensured the brand's value. The inherent allure of the complete potion could only be considered an added bonus. However, the latter reason, aimed at allowing a friend to profit, was of greater significance. Therefore, when discussing the establishment of this external window with Shi Xiaolei, Stark had thoughtfully offered him several pieces of advice and reminders. For instance, he suggested not to hastily agree to any procurement requests from an institution and to prioritize transactions through the company, among other considerations. Transactions between private individuals, on the other hand, posed little concern for major issues. Yet, when faced with official institutions that remained unwavering in their pursuit of profit, Shi Xiaolei, as the seller, found himself rather isolated and outmatched. Moreover, considering his lack of experience in collaborating with official institutions and the fact that he has never engaged in such significant transactions, one must admit that even in a seller's market where Shi Xiaolei holds the initiative in the supply-demand relationship, Stark cannot help but harbor concerns from his perspective, fearing that Shi might inadvertently fall prey to deception. Of course, if you believe them to be trustworthy and insist on personally working with them, then disregard my words. With a somewhat flippant gesture, Tony pointed his pen towards Coulson and chuckled nonchalantly. "The goods are yours. To whom you sell them is entirely your prerogative. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to offer a friendly reminder." "Thank you, Tony." Prompted by Stark's admonition, Shi Xiaolei became aware of the underlying pitfalls. After all, there lurked a treacherous serpent within S-H-I-E-L-D. This time, with Coulson at the helm, the risk seemed minimal. Yet, with the return of this batch of potions, the attention of Hydra was likely to be piqued. While he did not fear them, The thought of being scrutinized by Hydra and the ensuing troubles that might arise filled Shi Xiaolei with apprehension. I apologize, Coulson. Turning to face Coulson, Shi Xiaolei spoke with a tone of regret. Let us consider this a one-time affair. Should there be a next time? Let us conduct our transactions more formally through the company. Initially, he had hoped to foster relationships. But now it seemed even the sale of potions had shifted to the corporate side. Coulson felt a bittersweet pang. It was not a pleasant sensation. Yet, Stark's reminder held merit, and Shi Xiaolei's choice was understandable, leaving no grounds for objection from either himself or S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well. Reluctantly nodding, Coulson struggled to maintain a smile. From my personal standpoint, I have no objections. However, regarding the specifics of the operation, I must report to my superiors before we can reach a conclusion. The atmosphere suddenly took a downturn, becoming somewhat awkward. Fortunately, just then, old Lu returned with the fine wine he had gone to fetch. Having been away for only a brief moment, the courtyard had gained several new faces, including the world-renowned Tony Stark. As old Lu pushed open the courtyard door, he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Goodness gracious, it truly is him. The commotion was subtle, but old Lu's arrival effectively broke the stalemate. Seeing Stark raise an eyebrow inquiring who this person was, Coulson and May also appeared perplexed. Shi Xiaolei quickly seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation, introducing them. This is Lu, a dear fellow countryman and a good friend of mine. His shop is right next to ours. Chapter 22. May's past under ordinary circumstances, neither Coulson, involved in an unmentionable profession, nor Tony Stark, a wealthy magnate, would likely concern themselves with someone as insignificant as old Lu. However, in the current context, one must consider the situation. In the presence of Shi Xiaolei, it was essential to afford old Lu a modicum of respect. Furthermore, as he was an ordinary person, it was inappropriate for him to be privy to the full details of the potions. Thus, his presence inadvertently provided Tony and Coulson with an opportunity to shift the conversation and ease the tension. I had not noticed Locke until just now. The lamb is quite delectable. Where did you procure it? Setting aside a myriad of distracting thoughts, my taste buds took precedence, and I indulged in 2 more skewers of grilled meat, gradually savoring the exquisite flavor of the lamb. As a billionaire, Tony Stark has experienced a plethora of fine delicacies throughout his life, and only the truly exceptional can pique his curiosity. Is it to your liking? How does it compare to what you have tasted before? While continuing his tasks, Shi Xiaolei chuckled proudly. The seasoning is rather average, Stark retorted with a slight grimace. Before begrudgingly nodding, the quality of the meat is indeed quite good, even more tender than the lamb chops I had in New Zealand last time. If you fancy it, I can pack you a box later. Given the presence of Lao Lu, Shi Xiaolei refrained from elaborating further, instead sharing a conspiratorial glance with Stark. Is it sourced from the same place as those others? Thanks, Stark replied with a smile, raising his glass in satisfaction. He had momentarily forgotten that the cup contained the potent liquor Lao Lu had just brought, boasting a staggering 60 degrees. As if he were casually sipping a 40-degree whiskey on the rocks, he took a hefty gulp. Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard by the intense alcohol, he sputtered for a while before regaining his composure. Lifting the glass, he examined the remaining half while glancing at Lao Lu, whose expression was a mixture of embarrassment and a hint of mischief. Stark, still reeling from the shock, exclaimed, "What is this? Medical alcohol?" Although he had relocated to America, he had not forgotten the pride and honor of being Chinese. Displeased with Stark's assessment of the fine spirit, Lao Lu momentarily shed his timidity, unconsciously displaying the pride of a true connoisseur. Nonchalantly sipping from his own glass of white liquor, he raised an eyebrow at Stark, saying, "This drink is meant to be savored. Only those who have never experienced quality liquor, like greedy old Russians, would consume it in such a manner." Instinctively wanting to retort, Stark suddenly sensed the authoritative air emanating from Lao Lu. Intrigued, he turned to Sylvia with a request. "Sylvia, I would like one of those small porcelain cups. You just complained it was too small, and now you're asking for one? You're the most particular one here," Shi Xiaolei teased before instructing the little girl, Kanna, who was nearby. "Kanna, go fetch Tony a small cup. You know where they are, right?" "Yes," Kanna affirmed, recalling having seen Shi Xiaolei place the unused cups on the preparation table while assisting her earlier. "Good. Bring one over, and be careful not to drop it." "Okay." Handing over the unfinished skewers to Shi Xiaolei, she playfully added a reminder about sneaking a taste before dashing back inside. After a series of rhythmic footsteps, Kanna, holding a small white porcelain cup, skipped joyfully to Stark, tiptoeing as she extended her hand, saying, "Here you go, Uncle Stark, the cup you wanted." The little one was truly adorable. Observing the girl return to Shi Xiaolei's side, Happy couldn't help but lean closer to the boss, whispering softly. Even the somewhat oblivious Happy felt this way. One can only imagine the depth of emotion Pepper experienced. Watching the spirited girl, who resembled a little sprite and occasionally emitted delightful laughter. Her heart brimmed with affection, her gaze warm enough to seem almost melting. May? Coulson suddenly noticed that his companion's expression appeared somewhat off. Coming back from her reverie, May revealed a contemplative and poignant expression. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Having executed numerous field missions and achieved remarkable feats, she had earned the codename Iron Rider from her colleagues. Why then, would someone with such formidable capabilities like May abandon her role as a field agent for a position that seemed utterly mismatched to her talents? This shift stemmed from her involvement in a counterterrorism operation on Bahrain Island. It was an incident involving a superpowered individual committing heinous acts. During the operation, May had eliminated countless adversaries, her sole focus being the rescue of a little girl who had been taken hostage by the criminals. Yet, as the mission reached its final phase, she was struck with the shocking revelation that the girl was the orchestrator of the chaos. She had exploited her powers to manipulate the adults, turning them into criminals who perpetrated the vile acts. The realization that those she had previously killed were innocent victims under her control was a jarring reversal of expectations and reality, delivering a profound psychological blow to May. Compounding the urgency of the situation was the necessity to eliminate the girl, who was poised to unleash a devastating attack. In order to prevent further escalation of the incident and save her comrades' lives, reluctantly, and for the first time in her life, May crossed her own moral threshold and took the life of a minor. After the mission concluded, she could not shake the haunting image from her mind. Like a veteran soldier struggling to reintegrate into civilian life, she felt a psychological fissure, leading her to believe she could no longer serve as a field agent. Consequently, she voluntarily requested a transfer, stepping down from the front lines to take on a clerical role in the Internal Affairs Department. The root of her psychological turmoil lay with that little girl, which is why, whenever she encountered children, especially adorable girls, May would often find herself drifting off, her emotions stirring far deeper than her colleagues could comprehend. I understand, Coulson, both a colleague and an old friend, was one of the few who knew the truth. Concerned for May's well-being and aware that Stark's presence would hinder any attempts to deepen her connection with Shi Xiaolei, Coulson pondered for a moment before saying, I'll go say hello. Just wait a moment. I'll grab the potion and be on my way. You're leaving already? Shi Xiaolei was somewhat taken aback. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting the mood. Coulson smiled apologetically, raising a finger upward. You know, in our line of work, we may receive new job directives at any moment. Locke, if you don't mind. Could you hand me the items now? With a nod of understanding, Locke glanced once more at old Lou, who was guiding Stark in the appreciation of fine liquor, and at Pepper, who was playfully engaging with Connor. Shi Xiaolei set down the half-cooked skewers, clapped his hands, and stood up. It's not very convenient outside. Come in with me. Chapter 23. Director's Office. The phone box served as a container, while the pulp trays that accompanied wholesale eggs functioned as dividers. The potion worth a staggering $1 million was packaged in such a crude manner that Coulson could not help but twitch his lips at Shi Xiaolei's casualness. It's all here. Shall we take a look? Shi Xiaolei felt no sense of wrongdoing and was rather proud of his ingenuity. Nodding, Coulson focused intently on counting the quantities of the potions. Upon a closer examination, he realized that using pulp trays as dividers was indeed a clever idea. The shape of the potion bottles resembled the common glass vials used for penicillin in hospitals, albeit slightly broader. When inserting them, a bit of force was required, perfectly securing them in the slots of the pulp trays. Additionally, since the trays were not made of plastic, they would not automatically revert to their original shape, ensuring that once the potions were nestled within, there was no concern about them being dislodged. Each slot held a potion bottle securely, and had they been placed in custom-made containers, the result would have been of similar caliber. The count is accurate. Upon completing the tally, Coulson produced a check. After glancing at it and confirming the figures were correct, Shi Xiaolei could not help but whistle in delight. Turning to Coulson, he added with increased warmth, "Pleasure doing business. You're welcome to return anytime." "Certainly, I shall." Coulson nodded, sealing the phone box and lifting it. "Let's keep in touch." "Absolutely." Without a second thought, Shi Xiaolei grinned broadly and gave a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to Coulson and May, he returned to the courtyard. Looking up, he finally noticed that dusk had begun to settle in. Stark, having indulged in a few drinks, had relaxed his demeanor and was engaging animatedly with old Lou. Little Connor, thoroughly enjoying herself, wore a blissful smile on her cherubic face, her tinkling laughter adding a touch of innocence to the courtyard. Pepper was busy imparting her fashion advice to Tu, and due to Tu's earnestness, the seldom teacher role had inspired Pepper to be quite enthusiastic. Though there were only a few people present, the atmosphere was vibrant and harmonious. Carrying 2 cans of beer, Shi Xiaolei approached Happy, who had taken over his grilling duties, and cheerfully sat down. "Here, take a break. Let me take over." "Thanks." After receiving the beer and taking a couple of gulps, Happy shook his head with a smile. No, I've just found the knack. Let me grill a couple more. All right, let's do it together then. Hand me a skewer. Here you go. Grasping a handful of skewers from the plate, Happy handed them to Shi Xiaolei. As he picked up the brush, he began to apply oil to the meat skewers while inquiring, is it supposed to be brushed like this? Not too much oil, just a little dip, came the response. Yes, that's perfect, just a thin layer will suffice. Is this about right? Should we sprinkle the seasoning now? First, add salt, then cumin and chili powder. Keep your hand elevated a bit, it will distribute more evenly. Exactly, after sprinkling the seasoning, add a touch more oil to prevent it from burning. Do we need to apply oil again? No wonder the skewers from earlier didn't look appealing at all. Meanwhile, after receiving the potion from Shi Xiaolei, Coulson immediately contacted his supporting team and arrived at the rooftop of a building not far from Shi Xiaolei's home. There was no helipad on the rooftop, rendering conventional helicopter landings impossible. However, for Shield, which possessed numerous undisclosed technologies, this posed no challenge. With the arrival of Coulson and May, the hovering Quinjet deactivated its cloaking mechanism, effortlessly lowering its rear hatch as if ascending a staircase. In the blink of an eye, both had boarded the aircraft. The visual cloaking effect, combined with its near-silent hovering capability, was the primary reason Shield selected the Quinjet as a logistical support vehicle. Agents, after all, value stealth and discretion in their operations. In this regard, the Quinjet far surpassed various models of helicopters. Furthermore, with flight speeds and combat capabilities comparable to mainstream fighter jets, combined with superior long-range endurance, the Quinjet's manufacturing costs significantly exceeded that of the U.S. military's active mainstream aircraft. To be fair, given Coulson's current rank, he rarely had the opportunity to utilize the Quinjet for missions. This time, the provision of the Quinjet was not merely due to his and May's ranks meeting certain criteria, but rather because the potion provided by Shi Xiaolei was of utmost importance, allowing no room for error. Aware of the director's emphasis on these potions, Coulson promptly issued orders upon boarding, directing the aircraft to hasten towards Shield headquarters in Washington, covering the over 300 kilometers in just under half an hour. Director, we're here. May pushed open the door to the director's office, with Coulson following closely behind, cradling a foam box. Upon entering, they found Nick Fury seated behind a desk. Director, we have procured the potion. Stepping forward, Coulson placed the foam box containing the potion on the desk. Much like Coulson's earlier reaction, Nick Fury was taken aback by the haphazard and crude packaging of such a critical potion. He sniffed the air, seemingly detecting a faint fishy odor, and instinctively reached out to touch the side of the foam box. Is this it? I am just as surprised, Coulson replied with a wry smile, nodding his head. I didn't expect him to use a seafood box for the potion. Go back down and remember to bring back a few sturdier boxes. With a silent shake of his head, Nick Fury lifted his hand to open the lid. Well, if I hadn't heard your report on his peculiar character, I would indeed find our friend's choice quite eccentric. As he examined the vials within the box, Nick Fury inquired about the details of the mission. After acquiring the potions, May and I departed from the party. Overall, everything proceeded smoothly. Was Stark present? Putting down the crimson vial, Nick Fury turned around, his remaining eye glinting with curiosity. Yes, there was no particular reason. It was simply because Loki had procured a batch of high-quality lamb and wanted to share it with him, thus extending the invitation. At this juncture, Coulson paused momentarily, furrowing his brow in mild frustration. However, due to Stark's presence, our future plans may be subject to some alterations. According to the original strategy, I intended to foster a closer relationship with Loki through a series of face-to-face transactions. Coulson explained, but just now at the gathering, Stark warned Loki that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely delegate the upcoming transactions to his company and refrain from direct involvement. No one relishes complications, and Nick Fury was no exception. Fortunately, this alteration was not particularly troublesome and could be managed with relative ease. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement and approached his desk, leaning forward to press a button. Have Barbara come to my office. Chapter 24, Barbara Morse, codename Mockingbird. Though not high in the organizational hierarchy, is among the few whom Nick Fury holds in the highest regard. Boss, you called for me. Within mere minutes of receiving the directive, Barbara appeared in Nick Fury's office. Let me introduce you. This is Coulson and May. Pointing to the two still present in the office, Nick Fury facilitated the introductions. This is Barbara. Hello, nice to meet you. Hi. In the narrative of Agents of Shield, Barbara made her debut as an undercover agent in the second season. Analyzing that brief segment reveals that she has never encountered Coulson or his team members. Despite being colleagues in the same organization, under the same superior, they remained complete strangers. It is evident that Nick Fury lives up to his reputation as a quintessential spy master. Barbara, didn't you mention wanting to take a vacation? After sipping his coffee and regarding Barbara, Nick Fury adopted a tone of feigned empathy as he assigned her a task. There is a rather relaxed, almost vacation-like long-term assignment I would like you to undertake. Director, this is not what we agreed upon. Don't be hasty. Nonchalantly setting down his cup, Nick Fury raised his hand, gesturing towards Coulson. He will provide you with the specific details shortly. My task is to locate a storefront near the residence of the target. Disguising myself as a shop owner. The responsibility for the pharmaceutical transactions has been transferred to the newly established company, rendering Coulson unsuitable for his previous approach of frequently visiting Shi Xiaolei. Acknowledging the necessity to maintain the relationship with Shi Xiaolei and to continue surveillance, Nick Fury naturally contemplated assigning someone else to succeed Coulson. The candidate must possess exceptional abilities, and being a woman would help avoid raising suspicions. A former gymnast, she inherently exudes an air of elegance, possessing substantial knowledge in biochemistry. Establishing a shop aligns perfectly with her skills. It was no surprise that Barbara was chosen for this role, as Nick Fury had even envisioned the type of shop she would open. Opening a shop? Upon hearing the description, the task indeed seemed remarkably effortless, especially when compared to previous assignments. It was no wonder Barbara felt astonished. She wouldn't need to deliberately approach the target. She could simply act as an ordinary individual, engaging in casual interactions. Nick Fury chuckled. So, how does this task sound? Quite manageable, isn't it? What about intelligence gathering? Isn't that necessary? Not at all. It's merely a standard surveillance assignment. Unless the target exhibits unusual behavior. You needn't report to me regularly. I'll take on this task then. A rare opportunity for such an easy assignment, Barbara promptly decided. Excellent. Coulson, please brief Barbara on the target's basic information. Nick Fury nodded, settling back into his chair. Now, you may proceed. Oh, May, could you stay for a moment? I have a few questions to clarify regarding the last matter. Hydra remains in hiding, and at this moment, SHIELD retains formidable operational capabilities. In just a few days, the storefront directly across from Shi Xiaolei's residence has already fallen into SHIELD's hands. Good morning, Lao Lu. Shi Xiaolei greeted as usual. Ah, sure, you're here. Lao Lu approached with a jovial demeanor. Pointing at the shop across the street with a mysterious expression, look over there. Upon glancing, Shi Xiaolei noticed that the establishment, once a pizza shop, was undergoing renovations. A blonde woman in a long printed dress stood beside an engineer holding design plans, gesturing and conversing animatedly. See that? Lao Lu took a puff of his cigarette. Wearing a knowing smile. It seems we are about to have new neighbors, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. What's wrong with you, Lao Lu? Shi Xiaolei chuckled in disbelief. What? I'm just observing, no harm in that. Lao Lu's cheerful demeanor carried a hint of mischief. Besides, I'm in the craft business. I enjoy appreciating beautiful and captivating things. It's a professional hazard, you understand? If only his wife were around. Lao Lu wouldn't dare to be so carefree. I understand, haha. What more can be said? Shi Xiaolei could only chuckle and shake his head, giving old Lu a thumbs up. I refuse to believe that when sister returns, you will still dare to speak so boldly. I am not a fool, haha. While laughing, Shi Xiaolei took out his keys and unlocked the rolling shutter door of his shop. The creaking sound was rather loud, especially in the early morning when the chaotic noises were minimal. On the opposite side of the street, Barbara heard the commotion behind her and turned around, coincidentally meeting old Lu's gaze. Upon noticing Shi Xiaolei next door, her mind raced. Barbara paused her conversation with the engineer and crossed the pedestrian street to this side. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Vivian, the owner of the shop across the street. Although it was a rather simple task, Barbara habitually adopted a pseudonym. This unremarkable decision proved to be significant. Had she introduced herself as Barbara right away, Shi Xiaolei, who had watched Agents of SHIELD, would have undoubtedly harbored some suspicion. However, since Barbara had limited screen time in the original storyline, Shi Xiaolei's recollection of her was merely a name and an impression of a well-built, capable woman. He could not recall what Barbara looked like in the series, and upon hearing the beautiful woman introduce herself as Vivian, he never considered that she might actually be a character from the show. He assumed she was just an ordinary entrepreneurial young woman. Hello, he said, devoid of any suspicion and even adopting a neighborly demeanor, proactively greeting Barbara. Welcome to Chinatown. Since we both have shops on the same street, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Locke's words were quite sensible. Young lady, we in the Chinese community are always eager to help. You will come to realize this in due time. Thank you, Barbara replied with a smile. Wishing to leave a favorable impression, she even told a small fib. Actually, I had a roommate in college who came from China. We got along very well over the years, and she left me with a wonderful impression. I admire the attitude of the Chinese people, as well as the exquisite cuisine. Admittedly, I confess that the abundance of Chinese restaurants is precisely why I sought out a shop here. Chapter 25. Family meeting. Every individual has their own preferences. If the spirited, blonde, and blue-eyed woman can be likened to a blazing flame of passion, then the gentle, elegant, and reserved Eastern beauty is akin to a clear spring of water. Although both may receive similar ratings, the feelings they evoke are entirely contrasting. Despite Shi Xiaolei's towering stature, which surpasses that of the average Western male, his adventures in the Marvel Universe have not altered his aesthetic preferences. To this day, he still favors the more traditional Eastern women. While he admires Barbara's beauty and respects her competence in managing the shop when it comes to romantic inclinations, Barbara truly is not the type that Shi Xiaolei finds appealing. Merely relying on outward appearances was insufficient to capture the particular attention of Shi Xiaolei, while the agent's identity, which was destined to incite caution, remained undisclosed to him. Barbara's arrival was merely a trivial episode in Shi Xiaolei's daily life, failing to genuinely capture his interest. Admittedly, Barbara's lack of charisma played a minor role. The true crux lay in Shi Xiaolei's recent contemplations that rendered him indifferent to other mundane affairs. Sylvia and Kanna, after concluding a day of business, returned home from the shop. Unlike his usual routine of immediately retreating to the bathroom for a shower, Shi Xiaolei plopped himself onto the sofa and called out to the two girls engrossed in watching cartoons, expressing his desire for their opinions on a matter. Young children, after all, ought not to stay up too late. Kanna and the second girl had returned an hour earlier and had already completed their evening rituals. Merely awaiting the hour to retire to bed, they remained sprawled on the carpet, employing hands and feet to navigate. Enveloped in the fragrance of children's bath products, Kanna climbed onto the sofa, snuggling into Shi Xiaolei's embrace. "I'm still unwashed. I'm all greasy," he protested, apprehensive that the little girl might tumble off. Nevertheless, he affectionately wrapped his arm around her and playfully pinched her nose, saying, "You don't mind the smell, do you?" Kanna, in her blissful state, found the position quite comfortable, disregarding any unpleasant odor emanating from Shi Xiaolei. Instead, a contented smile illuminated her face. While others might have found the scent of grease off-putting, one must remember that Kanna was an unabashed foodie. The amalgamation of aromas from various culinary delights was precisely what she relished. Unable to resist the temptation, she tilted her head and innocently inquired, "Shi Xiaolei, may I have some snacks?" "You can only have one," he replied, ruffling her hair with a smile as he glanced at the second girl, who had yet to settle down. "Sylvia, could you fetch her one?" Upon hearing this, the second girl made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a plastic container adorned with cartoon characters from the refrigerator. Through the semi-transparent lid, one could faintly discern the contents within, vibrant hues twisted and intertwined, accented by speckles of white. Indeed, the container held the famed spicy strips, a beloved treat reminiscent of the crispy snacks Kanna had always adored, and one that Shi Xiaolei had personally crafted. Unlike the pudding he had previously made, which required a quick online search for the recipe, crafting these spicy strips was second nature to him. He had long memorized the entire process. In fact, prior to his arrival in this new world, Shi Xiaolei had experimented with various snack-making methods, having once attempted to sell them at a stall. When it comes to flavor and texture, they are indeed quite delightful. However, the fearsome appearance has deterred many young girls with a natural penchant for snacking, which has led to a lackluster business that ultimately compelled the decision to abandon the idea of selling snacks and treats. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, this culinary skill has proven invaluable. With two managing the customer interactions, there is no need for me to venture out and frighten anyone. I can simply remain in the kitchen. The shop is thriving, alleviating worries about making a living. Thus, Shi Xiaolei has found the time to create the little snacks he once learned, especially for Kanna. Sitting on Shi Xiaolei's lap, Kanna's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she awaited to unveil the box. In the next moment, she reached out, grasped a spicy stick, pulled it apart, and eagerly popped one end into her mouth. The salty, spicy flavor, coupled with a hint of crispiness and the rich aroma of sesame, melded beautifully, creating a delightful taste. With the spicy stick in her mouth, a blissful smile unconsciously spread across Kanna's little face. This is so delicious. Yet, moderation is key. With bedtime approaching, consuming too much could lead to an upset stomach in the middle of the night, jeopardizing her ability to attend school the next day. "All right, I will only have two." Glancing at the spicy sticks in the container, hesitatingly, Kanna blinked and extended 3 chubby fingers. "Can I have an extra one? Just one more?" "I promise to only eat 3. Not wanting Kanna to develop a habit of taking advantage, Shi Xiaolei firmly shook his head. "We agreed on 2, so it must be 2. All right then." A hint of disappointment washed over her as she looked down. After a moment's thought, Kanna tentatively inquired, "Can I choose?" I would like the second one to be a bit longer. While it could be seen as exploiting the situation on a positive note, it could also be viewed as fostering Kanna's adaptability. After considering, Shi Xiaolei nodded. Very well. Yay, you're the best, Xiaolei. Once he had reassured Kanna, two had also settled down. Sylvia, Kanna. Remembering the matter at hand that he had yet to address, Shi Xiaolei cleared his throat, looked at his two family members, and proposed his thoughts. I have been contemplating something lately. What do you think about us moving to a larger house? Moving? Two pondered and raised a question. What about Kanna's schooling? Analyzing the narrative from near automata, it becomes evident that two and her companions have transcended the concept of machines, evolving into a new form of life. However, constrained by their initial directives and their origins as intelligent machines, they remain unaware of this transformation. After being summoned into the Marvel Universe, liberated from the confines of their foundational commands, and having spent countless days and nights with Shi Xiaolei and Kanna, two has begun to develop a vague understanding of her true nature, gradually resembling a more human-like existence. This inquiry serves as the most direct evidence of that. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is to find another house nearby to serve as our residence. Feeling that the second question was rather self-evident, Shi Xiaolei did not dwell on it too much. His thought process was straightforward. Once a suitable residence was found, they would relocate there, thereby freeing up space in their current abode. Subsequently, he intended to merge the partitions, undertake a renovation, and expand the operational area. Chapter 26. 026 The joy of inspiration. Shi Xiaolei was not one to pursue a life of extravagant indulgence by resorting to unscrupulous means to amass wealth. However, this did not imply that he was completely satisfied with his current living conditions or devoid of higher aspirations. He was no ascetic monk, but rather a man navigating the vibrant tapestry of the world, harboring a myriad of desires. If the money he earned was clean and derived from his own abilities, he felt no guilt in using it to enhance his lifestyle, much like any ordinary individual would. For instance, disregarding the distant dividends from the new company. Having sold 100 bottles of potions to the Shield Bureau at a post-tax price of $10,000 each, Shi Xiaolei was immediately struck by the notion of upgrading his base of operations. With this idea in mind, he took a moment to reflect and analyze whether such a move was indeed necessary. After several days of contemplation, he concluded that it was quite essential. Firstly, the layout of having the shop in the front and the home in the back brought about certain inconveniences in daily life. It affected not only the living environment, making adults uncomfortable, but also had repercussions on the growth and well-being of the children, which was of utmost concern. Secondly, with the unpredictable rhythm of monthly blind box openings, no one could foresee when the next family member might arrive. The current residence was already quite snug for a family of three, and the addition of more members would not only make living arrangements difficult, but likely hinder even the simplest of movements. Moreover, relocating to a different area and freeing up space in the shop for a renovation would not only accommodate more customers, but also allow for a re-evaluation of the business direction during the interim closure. It is worth noting that ever since he acquired the Ark, Shi Xiaolei had gained access to a virtually cost-free source of high-quality ingredients. While the clandestine dinosaur meat was one thing, among the various ingredients available were lamb, honey, potatoes, corn, and carrots, all of which could be utilized in the shop. If he were to introduce vegetable seeds, young livestock, and aquaculture seedlings, experimenting with cultivation and breeding would not just elevate his modest establishment. With the hidden potential of the Ark, it could even enable Shi Xiaolei to establish a world-class high-end dining chain. In essence, the initial thought of disposing of the several tons of lamb meat stored in his backpack sparked Shi Xiaolei's idea to introduce new menu items to the shop. From this starting point, his thoughts began to expand, generating a multitude of ideas, ultimately leading him to devise a plan for expansion, renovation, and a shift in operational scope. Ultimately, driven by personal necessity, I found residing in my current abode rather stifling. As an individual towering over 2 meters, the standard furnishings and room dimensions suitable for an average person felt somewhat constricting for me. The ceiling seemed uncomfortably low, the showerhead in the bathroom hung even lower, and the bed was too short, leading to frequent bumps on my forehead when exiting. Such inconveniences, while manageable on occasion, could easily diminish one's overall happiness over time. I came to understand this. After a moment's contemplation, I expressed my support for this notion. How about you, Kanna? I inquired, seeking to persuade the young one. With a slight bow of his head, I shifted my focus to her, asking, "Do you think our home is too small? Would you like to move to a larger place?" "Absolutely," she exclaimed, clutching a long piece of spicy snack. With an eager tilt of her head, she asked excitedly, "Will the new house have an attic? I want to live in the loft." During a previous visit to Isha's home, she had shown us her secret hideaway, which not only stemmed from a desire to care for the children, but also aimed to cultivate their independent thinking. In many Western countries, Parents often provide their children with a space, feigning ignorance, allowing them to create their own secret bases. Is that so? I will definitely find a house with an attic, I assured her. Recognizing the envy in Kanna's expression, I made a note in my mind. Feeling the urge to do better than other parents, I suddenly asked her, by the way, I know of a splendid place where you can establish the best secret base imaginable, one that no one else can surpass. What do you think, Kanna? Would you like to see it? Really? With her big, sparkling eyes, Kanna nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. When are we going? I want to go. Glancing up at the wall clock, I noted we still had half an hour before Kanna's bedtime. Seizing the moment, I smiled and replied, let us go right now. But, Kanna, you must promise to play for only half an hour. When the time is up, you must return promptly to bed, all right? Okay. She raised her little hand, cheerfully agreeing. Then off we go. With that, I lifted Kanna into my arms and extended my empty right hand towards Sylvia, who looked puzzled. Come, Sylvia. Take my right hand. Although unsure of the situation, Sylvia trusted me implicitly and obediently grasped my large hand. Through the realm of consciousness, I communicated with the Ark's central control, securing access for the two of them. With a reminder not to be startled, I quietly invoked the transport command. The room remained illuminated, the lunchbox filled with spicy snacks still uncovered, and the sofa bore the imprint of my earlier presence. Yet, the three of us had already vanished without a trace. Should anyone inadvertently intrude at this moment and behold the peculiar scene before them, they would undoubtedly find it rather bizarre, perhaps even terrifying. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaolei, accompanied by Tu and Kanna, had already made their way into the interior of the Arkansas. Unlike his previous solitary visit, where he first ventured to the main control center, this time Shi Xiaolei directly guided the two to the primary base he had constructed himself. Upon his last visit, he had reactivated the tech teleportation device within the base. After confirming the coordinates displayed on the device's screen, Shi Xiaolei meticulously committed those two sets of numerical codes to memory. The tech transmitter was far too voluminous to fit indoors, necessitating its placement in the open yard. Upon arrival, Kanna and Tu immediately beheld the surrounding landscape and the myriad of creatures bustling nearby. Wow! Kanna's mouth gradually gaped wider as a pterosaur approached, her astonishment reaching a point where she could almost fit an egg into her mouth. Tu was filled with wonder. Yet perhaps the instant of teleportation had awakened her long-dormant combat instincts. Her reaction was more subdued than Kanna's. Instead, she instinctively assumed a slightly guarded stance. There's no need to be anxious. Sensing Tu's tension through their interlocked hands, Shi Xiaolei turned and smiled reassuringly, saying, everything you see is under my control. Relax, Sylvia. There is no threat here. Chapter 27. The Tyrannosaurus Rex startled into submission in the game. One could tame wild dinosaurs using meat from dinosaurs, fish, and berries. The higher the dinosaur's level, the more resources were required during the taming process, which also lasted longer. However, aside from the extended waiting time, there were no other significant challenges. Overall, the entire procedure was not particularly intricate. Yet now, with the Ark extracted into the real world and undergoing a series of adaptive changes, alongside the construction of a coherent framework for the entire universe, the process of taming dinosaurs had also evolved, no longer retaining the simplistic and brute force nature of the game. Setting aside the essential preliminary combat required for taming certain types of dinosaurs, whether one sought to domesticate the gentle herbivores or the carnivorous predators that preyed on other dinosaurs, a substantial quantity of pet food was necessary. In essence, beneath the original rule that higher-level dinosaurs demanded more resources, an additional stipulation emerged: the larger the dinosaur, the greater the consumption, with both factors increasing in proportion. Desiring to tame a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex with a mere morsel of meat? Even that tiny offering would be deemed insufficient. How could such a formidable creature lower itself to such a trivial price? To put it bluntly, given its colossal size, whether it even noticed the small piece of meat in your hand is debatable. Moreover, as the true master of this arc, Shi Xiaolei was not a so-called pioneer. Without the crystalline artifact worn by the game's characters, the taming process would be even more complicated. Why is it that creatures such as the great white shark and pearl oysters, which should naturally inhabit saltwater, can thrive so luxuriantly in freshwater oceans? Why would the colossal Brachiosaurus be deterred by a mere wall of grass, kept at bay from the courtyard? How could a few whistles command the attention of dinosaurs, creatures of limited intellect? In a fantastical gaming universe, one could easily dismiss such inconsistencies as mere narrative conventions. Yet, when the game transcends into reality, a plausible explanation becomes imperative, especially since Ark adheres to a technological paradigm rather than a mystical one. It is essential to recognize that technological advancements, from theoretical foundations to developmental trajectories, are never trivial. Ultimately, the rationale behind this scenario is that all dinosaurs have undergone modifications. Inscribed within them is a hidden code, compelling these massive creatures to navigate around structures, akin to how wild beasts instinctively avoid fire. Their ability to be tamed by the pioneers stems from a gem embedded in the pioneers' wrists, which activates certain genetic segments within the dinosaurs. Once domesticated, their instinct to resist confinement is subdued, replaced by obedience to their masters. This is why they can coexist peacefully within the enclosures constructed by their owners. The capacity of saltwater species to thrive in freshwater, their ability to discern their master's intentions from simple whistles, the accelerated recovery post-feeding, and the influences during combat. All of these are outcomes of genetic engineering. However, it must be acknowledged that technological progress is invariably incremental. Much like how primitive humans could not conceive of a steam engine due to technological discontinuities, lower-tier scientific knowledge cannot yield higher-level results. Presently, a vivid example stands before Shi Xiaolei. Xiaolei, why isn't it moving? Kana, observing the massive creature before them, which appeared as if its very sinews had been drawn and bones shattered, turned to Shi Xiaolei with a puzzled expression. I am unsure, Shi Xiaolei replied. Approaching the imposing figure of the dinosaur, he raised his hand to gently stroke its large head. Dabai, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Far from the usual bravado displayed while commanding a herd of dinosaurs, Dabai now resembled a frightened chick, its voice laced with trepidation and its body trembling. Feeling the unease radiating from Dabai, Shi Xiaolei's confusion deepened. It seems frightened, he observed with keen attention. Could it have encountered some danger outside? After careful contemplation, Shi Xiaolei deemed this unlikely. On this island map, or rather, within the genetic samples stored on this ark, there are only a handful of creatures that could rival the Tyrannosaurus rex in strength. These include the mother spider, the silverback gorilla, and the fire-breathing dragon, which are the ultimate beings. Unlike other dinosaurs that can be crafted from ordinary materials, these three require mythical artifacts for their creation. As for the T-Rex, it does not necessitate such artifacts as materials. However, the data of that device is locked, and Shi Xiaolei has yet to discover a method to unlock it, so naturally, it will not be revealed at this time. Excluding the herbivorous Titanosaurus, which would not initiate an attack, the only creature that seems capable of posing a threat to the Tyrannosaurus rex is the southern giant beast dragon. After all, this creature is significantly larger than the Tyrannosaurus rex and is carnivorous, which likely includes the Tyrannosaurus rex in its regular diet. Nevertheless, Shi Xiaolei does not believe that the southern giant beast dragon is the reason for Bai's fright. Firstly, the spawning location of the southern giant beast dragon is quite distant. Given its behavioral patterns, it would be impossible for it to traverse such a long distance to approach the vicinity of the base, and thus, it could not have encountered Bai, who has been assigned to guard the base. Secondly, even if they were to meet, Bai would not be intimidated. The reason is simple. It is a third-generation dragon, and Shi Xiaolei has trained it to its maximum level. While it may not match the southern giant beast dragon in size, Bai's combat prowess far surpasses that of a wild southern giant beast dragon. Finally, akin to a hunter's dog daring to confront a tiger, a domesticated pet dragon has shed its intrinsic fear. Even a lesser Ceratosaurus would boldly challenge a southern giant beast dragon, let alone Bai, a Tyrannosaurus rex, who inherently possesses an air of dominance. If they were to cross paths, the one that would fall would undoubtedly be the southern giant beast dragon. The reasoning is sound, to the extent that even a rudimentary electronic brain would struggle to find any flaws in it. Shifting perspectives, could it be that it desperately wants to assist Shi Xiaolei? Just then, it inadvertently caught sight of the eager Kana, inching closer, and the increasingly tremulous Bai. A sudden realization struck. I understand. Indeed, it must be due to Kana. Pointing at the little girl who was stealthily edging forward, a smile unconsciously spread across its face, revealing a hint of excitement. Have you forgotten? Her true form is actually that of a colossal dragon. The technology accompanying the Ark has the capability to perform genetic editing on dinosaurs, allowing them to forget their fear of superior beings in the food chain. However, due to the limitations of technological levels, the effects of this editing feature ultimately have their limits. To put it plainly, if the intimidation factor of a wild southern giant beast dragon is rated at 100, then Kana, as a divine-level dragon, possesses an intimidation factor of at least 5 figures. The courage boost provided by the editing function, at most, only slightly exceeds 100. This is sufficient to embolden the typically timid Ceratosaurus to confront the southern giant beast dragon. However, to expect the dinosaurs to stand tall before Kana, shaking off the fear ingrained in their very souls, is akin to asking elementary students to apply for a doctoral program, far beyond their capabilities. Chapter 28. Tony emerges wishing to engage Bai and play for a while. Kana found her companion lying on the ground, too fearful to move. Coupled with Shi Xiaolei's half-hour time limit to return home from the Ark, Kana was left feeling a sense of unfulfilled longing, her heart heavy with regret. Xiaolei, Xiaolei. With a mix of reluctance and anticipation, the young girl dashed a few steps forward and embraced the thigh of Shi Xiaolei, who was on his way to the bathroom for a shower. Looking up, she inquired, "When will we go again? Can we go tomorrow night? Do you still want to go?" Shi Xiaolei asked, gently patting her head. "It all depends on your behavior. If you are well-behaved tomorrow, I might take you again." "Yes, I'll be the most obedient," she exclaimed. "That's good to hear," he replied, nodding as he withdrew his hand. "Now off you go. It's time for bed. Remember, you promised to be good." After placing Kanna by the side, he turned and entered the bathroom. Once he finished his shower, he found the little girl already fast asleep under the care of two, softly snoring in an adorable manner. "What about the clothes I changed out of? Please give them to me." Hearing some commotion from the bathroom, two adjusted Kanna's blanket and stepped out of the room. "I'm washing them now. They should be ready by tomorrow morning. I heard on the forecast that it will rain in the afternoon. They're in the dirty laundry bin, don't worry. The floor is wet. I'll just mop it up first." "Okay," Tu replied, leaning against the doorframe and waiting for Shi Xiaolei to clear the water from the floor. With nothing else to occupy her mind, she recalled Shi Xiaolei's promise to Kanna and couldn't help but ask, "Locke, did you really tell Kanna that you would take her out to play again tomorrow? Isn't that a bit concerning?" What do you mean concerning?" Shi Xiaolei paused, looking back with a puzzled expression. "Won't she be frightened?" "I doubt it. Even if she does get scared, it's not a problem. The more she experiences it, the more accustomed she will become. We can't deny her the joy of playing in a place where she feels so happy just because we fear she might be frightened. After all, I promised her a secret base, and as a parent, one must keep their word. But Kanna is still young. If she accidentally lets it slip, that's up to you," Shi Xiaolei said, straightening up and turning with a charming smile. "I suggest you remind her often to be cautious and not to speak carelessly." "What else can I say?" Tu could only nod in agreement. "All right, I will remind her more often." In time, it proved that Tu's reminders were indeed effective, and Kanna was a genuinely obedient child. On one occasion, a classmate visited the store with his family while out for a stroll, accompanied by two pet dogs. Watching her classmate play with the dogs and listening to his proud anecdotes about them, Kanna's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, despite her enthusiasm, she refrained from boasting about her own pets, biting her lip and suppressing the urge to share her own stories. When delivering complimentary vegetables to the family, I witnessed the expression of the little girl firsthand. To be honest, observing her eyes, which were brimming with a hint of grievance, truly tugged at my heartstrings. Perhaps I should consider bringing home a smaller dinosaur to keep her company and alleviate her boredom? The Ark's biological compendium boasts several diminutive and conveniently hidden species, such as the Microraptor, Compsognathus, Velociraptor, Hypsilophodon, Pachycephalosaurus, and others. Excluding the carnivorous varieties that might pose a danger, the likes of Pachycephalosaurus and Microraptor appear quite suitable for domestic companionship. Alternatively, rather than acquiring a dinosaur, procuring a couple of dogs from the pet market could serve as a viable option. It seems I must hasten my efforts, given the limited space in our home. Accommodating a pet is quite challenging. To fulfill the little girl's wishes, I tightened my resolve and began to inquire more frequently about available properties in the vicinity. In pursuit of this endeavor, I even shortened the shop's operating hours, advancing closing time to 3 in the afternoon and temporarily relinquishing nighttime operations. On this particular day, after tidying up the store and awaiting the return of my daughter, Kanna, from school, I once again took the two of them out. I had never considered relocating to another neighborhood. For Kanna's education, I intended to find a house nearby. The real estate agency was just 2 streets away, and the 3 properties we planned to view were not far off. Considering the short distance and the impending rush hour, we opted to walk rather than risk being caught in traffic. I purchased an ice cream for Kanna to enjoy, and she was more than willing to walk a bit longer. It wasn't the weekend, and opportunities to play outside after school were rare. For her, simply being out and about was a source of great joy. Besides, she didn't need to walk at her own pace. I could easily match her steps with just a few of mine. Reluctant to see her little legs tire from chasing after me, I decided to carry her in my arms. It seemed my affection was not in vain. After a few licks, the little girl suddenly offered her cone to me. "No, you enjoy it yourself," I began to reply, but my phone, tucked away in my pocket, abruptly rang. Upon answering, I discovered it was Stark calling. "Rock, what are you up to?" His tone conveyed an unusual excitement. "Are you free tonight? I'd like to throw a party. Come join us." "Tonight? At what time?" "I still need to view some properties," I inquired, curiosity piqued. What prompted this sudden desire for a party? Indeed, it had been some time since Stark had made an appearance, engrossed in overcoming technical challenges related to his renewable energy project. Having not seen any recent news concerning him, I had assumed he had succumbed, much like in the original storyline, to Pepper's influence and completely transformed. To receive a call from him now, announcing a party, was quite unexpected. "You must be aware of my recent endeavors, right?" Stark's tone grew increasingly self-satisfied. Haha, I have succeeded, my friend. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Wealth to be gained. Indeed, and a substantial sum at that. Stark chuckled as he proclaimed, in celebration of this promising financial future, and as a reward for myself, I have resolved to host a soiree this evening. What do you say, my friend? Care to join the revelry? Family members are welcome, and I shall attend. As for others, I shall need to ponder, but considering you are my friend, I shall make an exception. Very well. I shall join you after I finish viewing the house, replied Shi Xiaolei. You know, I am currently in search of a new residence, one that is more spacious. What are you waiting for? Come now. Naturally, it was in his nature to be reckless with money, especially now that he had just organized the technology for new energy development, with vast fortunes within reach. Stark exuberantly took charge. I will arrange for your accommodation. It will undoubtedly surpass what you could find on your own. The party is paramount, so arrive promptly. Oh, and do bring along a substantial quantity of mutton. Preferably 200 to 300 kilograms. To be honest, is it really for the mutton? Am I that kind of person? Very well, that settles it. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall bid you farewell for now. Chapter 29. A visit to Long Island. Those who have seen the films are aware that Tony Stark's opulent mansion is situated on the picturesque Malibu beach along the west coast of the United States. However, in truth, the properties that can be deemed as Tony Stark's personal residences extend far beyond that singular location. As the owner of a vast enterprise, he frequently traverses the country. Residing in hotels day after day pales in comparison to the comfort of one's own home. To streamline matters, purchasing a property in cities he often visits is a common choice among affluent entrepreneurs. Individuals with considerable wealth typically possess multiple residences, and Stark, with his fortune exceeding billions, is no exception to this trend, as he has a penchant for acquiring land and buildings. In his native Texas, located in the southern region of the United States, there exists the estate bequeathed by Howard Stark. To the north, near the Canadian border, a summer getaway farm in Montana, on the Hawaiian Islands. A seaside villa acquired for sunbathing, and in Alaska, a rustic cabin tailored for fishing. Just within the confines of the United States, Tony Stark owns more than 20 luxurious properties, all of which can rightfully be referred to as homes, given their diverse functionalities and amenities. This tally only accounts for his long-held properties, those impulsively purchased in a moment of enthusiasm, later deemed unsatisfactory and subsequently disposed of, are not included in this count. If one were to consider the properties acquired for investment purposes, Stark's portfolio would rival that of a professional real estate firm, both in quantity and scale. Furthermore, in the bustling metropolis of New York, where Stark Industries headquarters is located, he indeed possesses a residence. In fact, prior to the events leading up to the Avengers, the mansion on Long Island was where Tony Stark resided most frequently. Firstly, the reason lies in the fact that Stark Industries headquarters is situated in New York. As the chairman, he frequently finds it necessary to visit the office due to work obligations. If he were to reside in Los Angeles, a trip to New York would entail a flight of 5 to 6 hours. Frankly speaking, even with a private jet, it remains quite a cumbersome endeavor. Secondly, Stark possesses a penchant for charming, beautiful women, particularly renowned models. While Los Angeles, being adjacent to Hollywood, boasts an abundance of resources when it comes to tall, leggy models who thrive purely on their aesthetic appeal, New York evidently holds the upper hand. Moving to Malibu for a prolonged stay was a decision made after solidifying his relationship with Pepper Potts, wherein he resolved to relinquish his pursuits of romantic conquests. This transformation coincided with the anxiety stemming from his battles against extraterrestrial foes, which compelled him to devote his thoughts entirely to the development of his armored suits. To put it succinctly, it was the onset of anxiety that prompted him to seek solace in Pepper's comforting presence, where he experienced familial warmth and nurturing. It was through this process that Stark truly confronted his inner self, recognized Pepper's significance in his life, and ultimately accepted her as his lifelong companion. Only then did he embark on the journey of becoming a better man. As for the present moment, although their relationship has made significant strides, and he subconsciously regards Pepper as family, thus usurping Obadiah's position in his heart, one cannot claim that Stark has entirely settled down for her sake. If Stark's life trajectory were likened to driving on a road, the events from Iron Man 1 would merely represent a mere detour, rather than a complete turnaround. In summary, the party Stark is hosting today takes place in New York, eliminating the need for Shi Xiaolei to exhaust himself traveling to Los Angeles. Continue straight ahead. Then turn left at the next intersection. We are 300 meters from our destination. Upon arrival, Shi Xiaolei was welcomed. We invite you and your family to Stark Manor, Mr. Locke. Thank you. As the wrought iron gates before them gradually opened, Shi Xiaolei casually inquired, Jarvis, did you open the gate? By the way, aren't there any security personnel here? Mr. Stark has installed a comprehensive automated defense system within the estate, which I am responsible for controlling. In theory, This manor requires no security guards, Jarvis responded through the Bluetooth headset. Indeed, wealthy individuals, Shi Xiaolei mumbled to himself, driving through the open gates and gently pressing the accelerator. Should I continue along this road? Yes. Mr. Stark has instructed you to proceed directly to the main building. Under Jarvis's guidance, Shi Xiaolei and his family swiftly arrived at their destination. Perhaps due to Jarvis's report, Stark was already waiting outside to greet them. Hey, Tony. Why did you arrive so late? Stark exclaimed, opening his arms for an embrace. With a hint of displeasure, he complained. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Come on, don't tell me it was due to traffic. I went to view a property. Shi Xiaolei replied with a smile, also greeting Pepper, who was accompanying Stark. Good afternoon, Pepper. Hello, Locke. Although their relationship had yet to be officially defined, Pepper was acutely aware of her responsibilities as the lady of the house now that she was by Stark's side. After exchanging pleasantries with Shi Xiaolei, she enthusiastically redirected her attention to Tu and Kanna, welcoming them warmly. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaolei and Tony found themselves at the rear of the car, engaging in conversation. You were told to come directly, but look at all this? It would be rather impolite to suddenly back out after making arrangements. Besides, I had seen the photographs he sent over, and that house seemed quite appealing. I would feel quite unsatisfied if I did not take a look. As he spoke, Shi Xiaolei began unloading a foam box filled with lamb from the trunk. Didn't you say I should bring more? Here, we have a total of 300 kilograms. I had hoped to fit in 2 more boxes, but alas, my vehicle has a weight limit. That is more than enough, my friend. Thank you. Stark patted Shi Xiaolei's arm joyfully and raised his hand to his ear. Jarvis, it's time to get to work. Send over a small trailer to move these to the kitchen. Just as he finished speaking, an electric vehicle approached from the side of the villa. The mechanical arm affixed to the vehicle indicated that it was undoubtedly designed and crafted by Stark himself. I see it. The rest is up to you. With a final reminder, Stark lowered his arm and gestured. Let us go. This can be handled without us. I wish to take a look. Shi Xiaolei shook his head, pointing at the small trailer that had just arrived. In my entire life, I have never seen a robot. To be honest, I'm quite curious. You personally dismantled Ironmonger. Have you forgotten? That's different. The armor is armor, and a robot is a robot. They are 2 distinct matters. Hearing Shi Xiaolei's words, Stark raised an eyebrow involuntarily. Are you also an advocate of pure artificial intelligence? Huh. The unfamiliar abbreviation left Shi Xiaolei perplexed. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Chapter 30. Shi Xiaolei's suggestion, perhaps having noticed Iron Man's frequent appearances near the Stark Industries headquarters. Or perhaps deducing from the advanced technology that only a genius like Stark could create. Or through correlating Stark's schedule with Iron Man's appearances. A few individuals in the public had managed to guess the truth. However, these were merely speculations. Due to Shi Xiaolei's unexpected intervention, what was destined to be a monumental press conference was rendered moot. Without that occasion as a catalyst, Tony Stark could not utter the iconic phrase, I am Iron Man. Without Stark's personal confirmation, which media outlet would dare to make a definitive statement? It is worth noting that Stark Industries employs a multitude of attorneys. In their pursuit of earning additional bonuses from Stark, those individuals had long since developed the audacity to take on anyone, each one a formidable character in their own right. Of course, the ignorance of the general populace did not imply that Stark's new identity remained entirely concealed. The well-informed S.H.I.E.L.D., the Hydra lurking within its ranks, and the U.S. military, which has long collaborated with Stark Industries, among others, are indeed aware of the truth that Stark is Iron Man. It is precisely due to the pressure from these formidable entities that Stark felt a sense of urgency, ultimately propelling him to invent new energy technology. Allow me to introduce my dear friend, Colonel James Rhodes. Leading Shi Xiaolei into the room, Stark introduced him. Rhodes, this is Locke, a good friend I've recently made. I must mention, he is quite formidable. You are no match for him. Greetings, my friend. James Rhodes extended his right hand to shake Shi Xiaolei's. James Rhodes. A pleasure to meet you. Feeling the firm grip from the other's fingers, Shi Xiaolei smiled faintly, reciprocating with a bit more strength. Just call me Locke. As you can see, I am of Chinese descent, and I do not possess such a formal English name. Whoa. The iron-like grip made Rhodes wince. Quickly retracting his hand, he looked at Shi Xiaolei with newfound respect. Buddy, your strength is impressive. You are not too shabby yourself. Shi Xiaolei shrugged and gestured towards Stark. Much stronger than this weakling. Couldn't he agree more? Rhodes laughed heartily. For that remark, you have earned my friendship. Hey, can we not involve me in this? Stark interjected, feigning indignation at the 2 brawny men who seemed to belittle his genius. Rhodes chuckled. I suspect it is due to your healthy eating habits and your unwavering commitment to exercise. Feeling a bit stifled, Stark instinctively employed a tactic. Locke, could you fetch me some of that white serum later? I refuse to believe that with boundless stamina, I cannot sculpt a fine physique. Oh, And don't forget the black ones too. The white serum is for physical training, while the black antidote is likely to counteract any palladium poisoning I might incur from excessive exertion. Sure, just tell me how many you need, and I shall prepare them for you. Nodding, Shi Xiaolei suddenly grew curious and pointed to Stark's chest reactor, casually asking, "By the way, Tony, why don't you undergo surgery to remove that thing entirely? You've surely experienced the effects of the red serum. With that as a safeguard, there's no need to worry about surgical failure." "You don't understand," Stark shook his head, gesturing towards the sofa as he led the way over. "My injury is not as simple as it appears. External wounds are easy to treat. It only requires a few more days of rest. What truly inhibits my actions are the metal fragments within my veins." Having seen the original series, he understood the situation well. However, since Stark had never disclosed this to him directly, Shi Xiaolei felt it would be inappropriate to react as if he were already aware. Thus, he feigned ignorance and listened attentively to Stark's explanation. "I see." With a nod, Shi Xiaolei articulated the strategy he had just whimsically conceived. The crux lies in the fact that those metallic fragments are difficult to extract once they have infiltrated the heart. Correct? I believe you could initially conduct an experiment on a lab mouse. "Are you jesting?" Stark responded, his expression reflecting a mix of disbelief and astonishment upon hearing Shi Xiaolei's proposition. "No, I am quite serious." Shi Xiaolei shook his head. "Although I am not a medical professional, I am aware that heart transplantation surgeries are feasible nowadays, are they not? If one can utilize another's heart, then surely one's own is no exception. Once on the operating table, establish extracorporeal circulation to assume the heart's function, allowing it to rest. Then, either remove the heart for an incision or make the incision directly within the body. Ultimately, the method should be the most convenient, as long as the metallic fragments can be meticulously extracted. Once confirmed, stitch the incision and reinstate it, followed by infusing several vials of the red serum. Regardless of whether it is the incision on the heart or the sutures on the blood vessels, they should heal seamlessly. By adopting Shi Xiaolei's reasoning and integrating certain techniques from heart transplantation, the difficulty of the procedure diminished significantly. Of course, this was contingent upon the efficacy of the red serum, ensuring it could instantaneously heal the incisions on the heart and the sutures on the blood vessels. It was precisely this uncertainty that led Shi Xiaolei to refrain from making any definitive statements, instead persuading Stark to first conduct an experiment on a lab mouse. Seeing that Shi Xiaolei was indeed serious, Stark adopted a more earnest demeanor. After contemplating, he mused that the feasibility appeared promising. Hey, Tony." Noticing the shift in Stark's expression, Rhodey's smile began to fade. "You can't be serious, right? Buddy, don't act impulsively. Locke, just look at the mess you've concocted. What a ridiculous idea. Calm down, relax a bit." Understanding Rhodey's apprehension, Shi Xiaolei was unperturbed by his reproachful glare. "I merely proposed a thought process. And I did mention that an experiment is necessary first. Ultimately, do you believe that Tony would treat his own life so lightly? It is precisely because I am aware of his temperament that I worry. He tends to act first and consider later, you know? Well, it depends on the matter at hand." Shi Xiaolei shook his head. "In other situations, he might follow your advice and act impulsively. However, when it pertains to his own life, I trust he understands the gravity of the situation." All right, Rhodey." Stark finally regained his composure. Intercepting Rhodey, who still seemed to harbor grievances, Stark turned to Shi Xiaolei, and a grateful smile illuminated his face. "Locke, your suggestion holds significant merit. Once I conduct the experiment, if the results align with your expectations, I won't bother expressing my gratitude. Suffice it to say, I owe you a life." Chapter 31. Equipment and gemstones, combined. Though he may not outwardly appear to possess cunning, it is, after all, their first encounter. And the nature of Shi Xiaolei remains unfamiliar to those who do not know him. From Rhodey's perspective, it is entirely reasonable to disagree with Shi Xiaolei's suggestion to Stark. Such is the nature of humanity, and it is without fault. Understanding Rod's sentiments, Shi Xiaolei did not take offense at his expressed opposition. In fact, he felt a twinge of regret after hastily suggesting the idea earlier, realizing he had perhaps overstepped the bounds of casual acquaintance. After all, his relationship with Stark was merely that of friends, not close confidants, and discussions involving life and death were not typically within their purview. However, having already spoken, he found it difficult to retract his words and, after some contemplation, decided to reveal a hidden asset, motivated by a desire to make amends. Upon noticing the small vial in Shi Xiaolei's hand, Stark initially appeared taken aback, soon revealing a curious glimmer in his eyes. "A new type of potion? What effects does it possess?" "I refer to it as the Vitality Elixir," Shi Xiaolei replied, tossing the vial to Stark with a grimace. "It can invigorate the mind and detoxify the body. Its most versatile application, however, is an instant wound healing. You may consider it an upgraded version of the standard red potion." Instantly, Stark inquired, shaking the vial. The purple liquid within shimmering with an enchanting and mysterious hue under the light. Is it the kind of instant I am thinking of? Well, the item is now in your possession. You may validate its efficacy yourself, Shi Xiaolei said with a wry smile, shaking his head. This is my prized treasure, originally intended to remain concealed. However, if you decide to proceed with the surgery, do inform me in advance. I can procure additional doses of this elixir for you as a safeguard. Your expression suggests this concoction is rather costly, Stark observed. Indeed. It requires 3 mana potions and 3 healing potions, along with a shard of a broken gemstone, to synthesize just 1 vial of the vitality elixir. Had I played the version prior to 1.10, I would not have been able to purchase it directly from the store. It must be crafted through synthesis. In terms of rarity and value, this potion is at least 10 times more precious than the standard red potion. Certainly not inexpensive. If we must discuss costs, it starts at a minimum of 10, Shi Xiaolei chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Moreover, the quantity is limited, which is why I suggested you notify me in advance to avoid any shortages. Just 10 times? I'll offer you 20, Stark replied, raising an eyebrow, his tone unhesitant. Let's not wait. From tomorrow onward, I will cover whatever you can manage to gather. You have the funds. Your word is law, Shi Xiaolei shrugged, opening his hands in resignation. Are there any other valuable items? Stark inquired, weighing the purple potion in his hand. You seem reluctant to part with them. Well, to answer your question, the affirmative is indeed correct, Shi Xiaolei responded. Since the malfunctioning hard drive evolved into the system, I have completely unlocked the game's database. Setting aside those items not controlled by game characters, I can acquire all the equipment and items that can be generated within the game through monetary investment. Do you recall the potions Stark purchased from me for his research? Although the volume of a single transaction may not rival that of the SHIELD, the frequency of such transactions is remarkably high. Over time, nearly 3 million was extracted from Stark, half of which was invested by Shi Xiaolei into the system. With an average stake of 50,000, he wagered over 30 times, much like his earlier gaming days when he chose the witch, adamantly avoiding swords and blades, selectively betting only on items of potential utility. After these 30-odd attempts, Shi Xiaolei indeed acquired several intriguing items that could be immediately useful. Let us examine these pieces of equipment one by one. Silk of the Victor, common grade ancient armor, defense, for 91 required level, 28 required strength, 100 durability, 60 defense enhancement, 110 skill level, 1 mana steal on hit, 5 illumination radius, 2 Jordan stone, ring, required level, 29 all skills, increases mana cap by 25 electric damage, 112 mana, 20 bloodletter, Roman short sword, one-handed damage, 3197 required level, 30 required strength, 25 durability, 54 damage enhancement, 140 damage, 1245 accuracy, 90 attack speed boost, 20 stamina consumption reduction, 10 life steal on hit, 8 whirlwind, barbarian use only 3 command longsword, barbarian use only 3 war call, sword of Hanrueda, rune word, yet to be fully embedded, all skills, 1 attack speed increase, 40 damage enhancement, 250-290, variable, fire damage, 530 life steal on hit, 7 combat command, variable 26 combat system, variable 16 battle frenzy, variable 14 prevents monster autonomy life recovery, 12 chance to obtain magic equipment. 30 funds are insufficient at present to purchase the rune stones. And the final rune word will require some time before it can be obtained, so we will set that aside for now, focusing solely on the items already acquired. The armor boasts mana steal on hit, while the short sword features life steal and stamina consumption reduction, significantly bolstering endurance. The Ring S addition of a 25-point increase to the mana cap and 20 mana may seem trivial for magic-oriented characters. However, for Shi Xiaolei, who possesses the bloodline of a barbarian, it proves to be exceedingly beneficial, as barbarians traditionally struggle with mana deficiency. Furthermore, the enhancements to defense, damage, accuracy, and lightning damage contribute to tangible improvements and augmentations. Certainly, the most beneficial aspects are those few attributes that enhance skill levels. When damage falls short, one can compensate with attribute points. Although character levels have a cap, do not forget that within the game lies a tome, the ancient book of Blue Isen, which can augment attribute points. In times of financial constraint when acquiring equipment was an unfeasible gamble, Shi Xiaolei contemplated a shortcut. To put it succinctly, he considered using currency to procure those elusive dark gold artifacts that had previously appeared during quest lines, thus providing a temporary reprieve. To his astonishment, he discovered that items such as the King's Staff, the Viper Amulet, and the Will of Krim were not restricted and could indeed be purchased. Given this revelation, he pondered the fate of other quest-related items. In the second act, After vanquishing mummies in the sewers, skill scrolls emerged from chests in the third act. The ancient book of Blue Isin was found within an abandoned temple, and a potion that increased the life limit by 20 was obtained from Apothecary Iko upon completing the Golden Bird quest. Beyond mere surprise, a more profound astonishment awaited Shi Xiaolei. These items were also farmable, albeit at a premium. As quest items or rewards, their prices were exorbitantly higher, often exceeding the cost of ordinary equipment by several multiples. The cheapest among them still commanded $50,000 to $60,000, a sum beyond Shi Xiaolei's current means. In contrast, betting on equipment proved to be a more cost-effective strategy with superior value. For instance, with $150,000, he acquired 3 pieces that enhanced skill levels, effectively translating to a gain of 60 skill points. Conversely, if he were to invest that sum in the ancient book of Blue Isin, he would only procure 2 volumes, yielding a meager 2 attribute points. The disparity of 30-fold left little room for deliberation. Moreover, while accruing skill points through tomes could only elevate skills to level 20, the skill level attributes inherent in equipment were not bound by such limitations. If the enhancement from stacking attribute points was within the realm of rules, then the skill level attributes embedded in the equipment represented a transcendence of those specifications. The reason for Shi Xiaolei's profound attachment to these items lay in this singular attribute. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie. Lost in thoughts of his newly acquired gear, he had neglected the presence of Stark seated before him. Regaining his composure, he sheepishly scratched his head. After pondering for a moment, the temporary attendant approached with 2 glasses of whiskey adorned with ice cubes, and Stark extended one towards Shi Xiaolei, saying, "It indicates you indeed possess more treasures yet to unveil, does it not? I must clarify, I will not accept a refusal." Resigned, Shi Xiaolei offered a wry smile, took a sip of his drink, and conceded, "I do have a reserve, but please, do not hesitate for the sake of coin. You know I am not lacking in that regard." As he spoke, he glanced around. Once assured of the surroundings, he turned back, only to be met by Stark's eager and intense gaze. All right. Not intending to keep anyone in suspense, nor wishing to earn a reputation for being overly verbose, Shi Xiaolei sighed and, with a flick of his wrist, exchanged a shimmering gem from the system. "Here, this is it. In the realm of Diablo 2, there are 7 types of gems available for socketing: skulls, stones, yellow gems, green gems, blue gems, red gems, and purple gems. Each type of gem is categorized into 5 levels, ranging from shattered to flawed, normal, flawless, and perfect. To avoid drawing the attention of the young women present, Shi Xiaolei presented merely a lowly, colorless shattered diamond. However, upon extending 2 fingers to delicately pick up the diamond from the stunned Shi Xiaolei, Stark's expression turned one of surprise. "I never expected you could produce such a sizable diamond." Though irregular in shape and marred with cracks, its sheer size was impressive. Despite being merely a low-grade shattered diamond, its dimensions were reminiscent of a grain of rice. According to international standards, this diamond weighed at least 8 carats, possibly reaching 10 carats. What might a diamond of 10 carats be worth? On the earth where Shi Xiaolei hailed from, a 10-carat diamond would fetch a price of no less than 8 million, and if it possessed exceptional purity and was expertly cut, jewelry adorned with a 10-carat diamond could potentially sell for anywhere between 50 million to 100 million. In the Marvel universe, although there exists no De Beers company, other market giants similarly exert control over diamond prices, which do not differ significantly from those on Earth. Individuals like Stark might have the means to acquire large diamonds at a much lower cost through backdoor channels, yet given Shi Xiaolei's connections, such an avenue was clearly beyond his reach. It was indeed peculiar for someone of his middle class standing to possess a diamond of such magnitude, and it was no wonder Stark was taken aback. At that moment, Rode, having just returned from the restroom, chimed in. "Wow, Tony, are you planning to propose to Pepper?" Upon seeing the diamond in Stark's hand, Rode couldn't help but speculate. Although he had ascended to the rank of colonel in the Air Force, he often unconsciously displayed his exuberant nature as a black man when interacting with friends. In that moment, partly due to surprise and partly from genuine happiness for his friend, Rhodes' excitement led him to forget to inquire about the facts, making his voice slightly louder as he exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me about this good news? You must be trying to surprise Pepper, right?" "Haha, I get it." The nature of Stark's reaction is not the focus here. Rather, it is Rhodey's exclamation of "wow" that has captured the attention of many. Whether it be the women hired by Stark to enhance the ambience or the guests accompanied by their family members or partners, their differing identities do not hinder their shared admiration for exquisite jewelry. With a gathering predominantly consisting of women, approximately 70%, Stark's allure among single women is undeniable. Even without Rhodey's shout, the diamond in his possession would have drawn the eyes of the female attendees. Fortunately, Pepper is currently upstairs, enjoying time with little Connor, and is absent from the hall. "Do refrain from shouting," Stark murmured to Rhodey after confirming Pepper's absence, breathing a sigh of relief. You've misunderstood. This gem was presented by Locke. Do you grasp my meaning? Like a potion, this item possesses alternative uses. It is not merely an ordinary diamond. Locke, what exactly do we call this? Stark inquired. I refer to it as a shattered diamond, replied Shi Xiaolei with a shrug and a smile. The name indeed aligns. But if you prefer, you may treat it as a regular diamond for jewelry making. Although it might be somewhat wasteful not to utilize its capabilities. It is of little consequence. After all, there are not many things in life more significant than a proposal. Haha, Tony. If you intend to use it for an engagement ring for Pepper, I wholeheartedly support that idea. I am in agreement as well, Rhodey chimed in, catching Shi Xiaolei's eye. It is indeed splendid. But is it suitable for a proposal? It seems a bit too small. Stark, finding it difficult to justify, sought an alternative excuse. Desiring a larger one, Shi Xiaolei chuckled. Speak up, what size and color do you desire? Aside from this colorless variety, I can procure red, green, blue, yellow, and purple gemstones. As long as you are willing to spend, I assure your satisfaction. This chapter concludes with a note on the enhancements afforded by the gems. Whether embedded in weapons to specifically increase lethality against undead creatures, or set into shields to bolster the user's resistance, thereby providing immunity to elemental and toxic damage to some extent. While embedding them in armor and helmets may not significantly enhance accuracy, the property boosts conferred by diamonds are undoubtedly beneficial. However, activating the magical effects of such gems is no simple task. In essence, it necessitates the socketing process akin to that found in Diablo 2. Within the game, one merely needs to present the equipment to Larzik and confirm, allowing him to socket the item. The operation involves just a few clicks of the mouse without any waiting, seemingly efficient. Yet, is it truly that straightforward? The answer is evidently negative, as there are 5 blacksmiths that appear throughout the game's progression from Act I to Act V. In addition to residing in the wilds of Razek, neither the half-barbarian Chasai, nor Farah, who once served as a warrior in the Church of the Holy Light and mastered healing magic, nor Helatili, a practitioner of both magic and blacksmithing skilled in crafting enchanted equipment, could achieve such a feat. Even Haibu, who is stationed at the Fortress of Demons and frequently acquires knowledge from angels, is unable to create sockets in equipment. It is evident that creating sockets is not merely a matter of drilling a hole in an item. It likely requires intricate craftsmanship, perhaps the art of engraving magical arrays. In any case, the process certainly necessitates the use of esoteric techniques that are only passed down among barbarian tribes. The blacksmiths inhabiting the world of Diablo 2 have not mastered the skill of socketing either. And it goes without saying that it is even more improbable in the Marvel Universe. Even if a small oversight were to occur, leading to the loss of a gem, there is no concern that it would be exploited by nefarious individuals against oneself. Thus, Shi Xiaolei unhesitatingly presented this item to satisfy Stark's curiosity. A gem capable of effectively harming undead beings? Indeed. Nodding earnestly, Coulson reported to the director, stating, in fact, in addition to the diamond designed to target undead creatures, Agent 17 has provided intelligence indicating that Locke also possesses 4 other gems with distinct properties: a yellow gem that adds electrical damage to equipment, a red gem that inflicts fire damage, a blue gem that causes freezing damage, and a green gem that induces poisoning. Since Stark transformed into Iron Man, SHIELD's scrutiny of him has intensified significantly. Every action is under the watchful eye of the agency, and it is inconceivable that agents would be absent from the celebration party held after the successful development of new energy technology. Indeed, the day after the party concluded, a female agent, disguised as a socialite and accompanying a guest, compiled and reported the gathered intelligence to her team leader, Coulson. In truth, SHIELD had already surmised that Stark would publicly announce the news, likely informing his close friends of the completion of the new energy technology ahead of the official press conference. After all, the emergence of such a groundbreaking achievement signifies the dawn of a new era. The stakes are immense, even with Stark Industries' formidable capabilities. It is impossible to monopolize all the benefits. Moreover, reaching out to potential partners and companies prior to unveiling new achievements is commonplace in business dealings. What truly surprised Coulson was the peculiar anomaly introduced by Shi Xiaolei. With years of specialization in 084, SHIELD has always placed great importance on matters that defy conventional explanation. Thus, even without confirming the accuracy of this intelligence or witnessing the physical evidence firsthand to verify their effects, Coulson dared not let his guard down. From receiving the intelligence to meeting with Nick Fury, less than half an hour had elapsed. I understand. Elevate Loki's confidentiality level by 1 degree. While pondering, I unconsciously tapped my fingers. Moments later, Nick Fury issued a directive. Seek an opportunity to meet him again and probe. If he is amenable, inquire whether he might be willing to sell. Understood. Nodding in acceptance of the task, Coulson cautioned, this mission may necessitate a substantial budget. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury suddenly felt a headache coming on. Please provide a figure. At least 5 million per piece. Coulson offered a wry smile. This does not account for the premium stemming from special effects. As you well know, the market price for such large gems is invariably steep. How much did Stark pay? Was it also 5 million per piece? Indeed. According to Agent 17's report, Loki sold a total of 10 pieces to Stark, 2 each of red, yellow, blue, green, and white, for a grand total of $50 million. At this point, Coulson couldn't help but smile ruefully. And that was still a friend's price. Were the transaction to involve us, I suspect the price might escalate even further. Damned wealthy individuals. Almost simultaneously, in New York, Shi Xiaolei echoed the same sentiment. However, within Shi Xiaolei's exclamation of damned wealthy individuals, there was not a trace of irritation. Rather, it was suffused with excitement and exhilaration. Buddy, you must adapt. Wearing a pair of frog-eyed glasses, Stark patted Shi Xiaolei on the back. In truth, had you not imposed so many conditions, it would have limited my development, you understand. No, this is already more than sufficient. I mean, it has exceeded my expectations. Standing in a spacious living room ample enough for dancing. Watching Kanna and the others dart about joyfully, occasionally erupting in delighted laughter, Shi Xiaolei's face was alight with excitement and joy, a profound sense of happiness washing over him. After last night's party, Stark intended to rest for a few days to recuperate from the fatigue accumulated during his prolonged seclusion. Once the patent registrations were completed, and Pepper's team had negotiated the specific details with prospective collaborators, Stark would once again take the helm of operations. With idle time on his hands and unwilling to retreat into seclusion immediately to delve into research on those gems, Stark resolved to personally assist Shi Xiaolei in finding a residence. To clarify, he was not directly involved, but rather served as a guiding mentor. Under Stark's direction, Shi Xiaolei visited the bank, and with the $50 million obtained from selling the gems, he upgraded his client status. Subsequently, also under Stark's guidance, he made a request to the bank to assist him in locating properties that met his specifications. It must be said, in a nation where capital reigns supreme, the status of a client proves advantageous. Having visited the bank in the morning, they provided feedback shortly after lunch. Half an hour later, Shi Xiaolei, accompanied by 2 family members, arrived at the bank-recommended property to assess this splendid residence. In the illustrious Manhattan, where every inch of land is treasured, standalone villas are a rarity, even in the less developed vicinity of Chinatown. Yet, Shi Xiaolei sought a house with a yard where Kanna could frolic outdoors, a rather demanding criterion. Indeed, his previous attempts to connect with real estate agents had yielded no suitable options, primarily due to this specific requirement. However, with a sudden influx of substantial funds and direct assistance from the bank, the search became significantly easier, leading to properties of greater quality than before, like the one under consideration now. To begin with, the location of this property is quite advantageous. Situated at the intersection of Buster Street and Bay Street, directly south, it faces a park across the road. Although somewhat modest in size, the park features a playground for children and a basketball court for physical activities. To the southwest lies the New York National Criminal Court, while the northwest hosts the Manhattan Detention Center, ensuring that the neighborhood's safety is notably superior to that of other areas. On the eastern side, there exists a modest Asian grocery store, which caters to Shi Xiaolei's preferences and habits as someone who cherishes his Eastern roots. The store offers daily necessities imported from Asia, adequately fulfilling his everyday needs. Most importantly, this top-floor property is conveniently located just a short distance from the small shop Shi Xiaolei rents in Chinatown, merely a 10-minute walk for Kanna. Given that a score of 60 is passing, this prime location undoubtedly earns at least 30 points. Now, let us consider the property's features. Occupying the top floor of a 6-story building, it is not overly lofty and is equipped with an elevator. There is a parking garage below. While it is not extensive and offers limited spaces, it guarantees at least 2 parking spots for each household, which suffices for Shi Xiaolei's family. The indoor living area spans approximately 300 square meters, and factoring in the added space from the duplex layout and the exclusive rooftop garden for residents of the top floor, the usable area nearly doubles to almost 700 square meters. The residence comprises 4 bedrooms, a study, an entertainment room, alongside a living room, dining room, kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, in addition to the charming rooftop garden that surpasses a mere balcony. Upon evaluating each aspect, Shi Xiaolei found himself awarding this property an impressive score of 92. With such a remarkable rating, what hesitation could there be? Turning to the bank's representative, Shi Xiaolei posed the most pressing question on his mind. Paul, what is the asking price for this property? Through prior observations, it was evident that Shi Xiaolei had established a friendship with Stark, contemplating that even if Shi Xiaolei lacked funds, he had Stark's backing. The salesman Paul chose to bypass the tedious introductions and directly presented the final offer for merely $3.68 million. This property can be yours. $3.68 million? Indeed. By the way, this price includes an underground parking space and a rooftop garden, Paul confirmed with a nod. Previously, with only $1 million in hand, Shi Xiaolei had merely entertained the thought of renting and had not dared to inquire about purchasing prices. Now, upon hearing the price, which was significantly lower than he had imagined, he was astonished. It even converted to less than the housing prices in first-tier cities back home. Unable to contain his surprise, he confirmed once more, "Are you certain? It totals $3.68 million, without any additional fees?" "None at all." Unconsciously glancing at Stark, Paul smiled. "You are Mr. Stark's friend. How could I possibly misquote you?" "I appreciate that," Stark chuckled, casting Paul an appreciative glance, before patting Shi Xiaolei's arm. "Rest assured, with me around, no one would dare take advantage of you in such matters. Remember, I am the owner of Stark Industries, employing a multitude of lawyers." "Since you put it that way," Shi Xiaolei smiled, "I shall consult Sylvia and Kanna for their opinions. If they both agree, then we shall proceed." After speaking, Shi Xiaolei tilted his head and called out to Kanna, who had just gone upstairs to explore. "I'm here," came Kanna's cheerful response from the inner duplex. A flurry of footsteps echoed as the little girl, with her short legs, appeared at the staircase, perhaps still enchanted by the surroundings. She did not descend but clutched the railing, tiptoeing to peek out. "Xiaolei, did you call me? What's the matter?" "Kanna," he gestured with a wave, smiling as he inquired, after looking around, "What do you think? Do you like this house?" "I love it," with her chin resting on the railing. It was difficult to nod, so she emphasized her feelings with a spirited tone. "Xiaolei, there's a small room over there. It's so beautiful. I adore it." Remembering what he had previously heard from Kanna, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but reveal a fond gaze. "Is it the little loft? I recall you mentioned wanting a loft the most." "Yes." Kanna beamed, her sparkling eyes filled with excitement. Her enthusiasm was clear, and there was no need for further questioning. Shi Xiaolei raised his gaze towards the figure standing behind the little girl, too. Without needing to ask, Tu smiled and nodded gently, already providing an answer. Returning his attention to Paul, Shi Xiaolei snapped his fingers and extended his right hand. "They have no objections. We have a deal." "Thank you very much." The completion of the transaction signified a commission was soon to be credited, and the thought of this brought a joyful smile to Paul's face. "When shall we sign?" "If you have no other matters to attend to at this moment, we can proceed with the usual protocol and head back to the bank to complete the necessary procedures. However, for now, I shall send someone to assist you with the paperwork." Stark interjected while glancing at his watch. "Buddy, the most pressing matter right now is to find a place to eat." Looking at Stark and then at Paul, Shi Xiaolei felt somewhat indecisive. Raising an eyebrow, Stark looked up. "Kona, what do you suggest we do first, have a meal or handle the paperwork?" It seemed that Shi Xiaolei had already made up her mind about purchasing the property. Such trivialities were not of concern to her. Upon hearing Stark's words, she decisively declared, "Let us eat first, Xiaolei. I want fries and a cheeseburger." A splendid choice. Stark, who also relished cheeseburgers, gave a thumbs up. "Rock. Did you hear that? All right then, let us go eat." Shaking his head in resignation, Shi Xiaolei smiled apologetically at Paul. "Sorry, buddy, I'll visit the bank later." "Is that all right?" "Of course, just reach out whenever you have time." Chapter 34. A request for guidance for Stark. A mere few $1 million was a trivial matter. Yet for Shi Xiaolei's family, acquiring a new home was of utmost significance. Given the importance of the occasion, Stark had made a point to dedicate his time to assist, playing an exceptionally vital role in both facilitation and guidance. It was only fitting, both in sentiment and reason, that they treat him to a proper meal. Thus, in gratitude, Shi Xiaolei made a call to a neighbor, an elderly gentleman she had previously met, asking for his assistance in preparing an exquisite feast. This gentleman had spent much of his life in his homeland as a top chef who had once participated in state banquet preparations. Now, in his later years, with his only son working at a prestigious firm on Wall Street, he had chosen to relocate to the United States, settling near Chinatown. Having saved a considerable sum over the years, and with no need to subsidize his son, he had not intended to seek employment upon arriving in Chinatown. Like the elderly men in the village who had nothing to do after meals, he filled his days with leisure, walking his birds, playing with dogs, engaging in chess and card games, and occasionally mediating neighborhood disputes, all while reveling in a life of enjoyment. However, after so many years of being a chef, it was a habit that could not be easily forsaken. Occasionally, he would invite a few friends over and cook a few dishes. relishing the opportunity to indulge his culinary passions under the guise of entertaining guests. As for how Shi Xiaolei came to know this gentleman, it was a lengthy tale. When she first arrived, her connections with fellow countrymen were not well established. Lacking both a network and financial means, she found herself in a difficult position. Well, to be precise, before being introduced to underground fighting, during his first couple of weeks, Shi Xiaolei was merely a penniless, unfortunate soul devoid of any connections. Merely being a fellow townsman was insufficient to persuade the landlord to relent and lease him that storefront. Thus, in a bid to save money, Shi Xiaolei resorted to odd jobs, be it washing dishes, repairing plumbing, or assisting with moving and installing appliances. He accepted any task that promised remuneration, regardless of the amount earned. The crucial aspect was his enthusiastic and open-minded approach. Within just a week, he had garnered a commendable reputation among his fellow townsmen, establishing a positive first impression. It was precisely due to this favorable impression that one day, while assisting an elderly man with repairs, they struck up a conversation. Concerned for Shi Xiaolei's safety on the ladder, the elder supported it from below. Bored, he casually engaged Shi Xiaolei in small talk. Upon learning that Shi Xiaolei was saving to open a small restaurant, the seasoned chef, with decades of culinary experience, became intrigued, and thus, a bond formed between the two through their shared connection to Chinese cuisine. Once Shi Xiaolei earned some money from underground fighting and opened his small establishment, the elder would occasionally visit, and on particularly jovial days, he would even venture into the kitchen to offer Shi Xiaolei some culinary tips. Although Shi Xiaolei's menu was quite simple, predominantly featuring fried rice and noodles, it hardly allowed the elder to showcase his full prowess, thus averting a situation where the influx of customers might escalate dramatically. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge the invaluable impact of the elder's guidance. It is not merely a matter of previously working in a restaurant and having learned some skills from construction site chefs. Operating a successful eatery requires much more. Some tasks may appear straightforward, yet when one actually engages in them, the complexities become apparent. While pointing out flaws in technique is one aspect, the elder's assistance in identifying often overlooked operational blind spots and imparting various practical tips, such as offering substantial portions at reasonable prices, proved essential in attracting customers and laying a foundation for revenue. The elder's teachings significantly optimized the entire framework of the business. Truth be told, the establishment remained structurally sound, and the elder's contributions were nothing short of indispensable. To return to the present, Shi Xiaolei's call to the elder was not solely to request a heartfelt, authentic Chinese meal to express gratitude to Stark. He harbored another intention. With the selection of a new location imminent, considerations for relocating and renovating the restaurant demanded attention. Relocation was manageable, merely requiring time to choose new furniture and the effort to transport cherished belongings. The real challenge lay with the restaurant itself. With an expanded operational area, an upgraded decor was imperative. It simply would not suffice to continue offering only fried rice and noodles. Introducing new dishes was essential. Moreover, Shi Xiaolei's impetus for elevating the establishment stemmed from the newfound resource of arc, allowing him to acquire a plethora of organic and natural ingredients at no cost. If it continues to follow the same old routine, those ingredients will be of no use, and the notion of effective utilization becomes a moot point. Thus, the day after Stark indulged in a meal, Shi Xiaolei once again found himself at He Yingshui's doorstep. "Uncle He, are you home?" "It's me, Xiaolei." "Just a moment," came the voice, growing nearer. Seconds later, Uncle He opened the door and welcomed Shi Xiaolei into the foyer. "Did you not come by yesterday? What brings you here again today?" "Oh, you lad, if you're coming, just come. Why bring something?" "I merely wish to express my gratitude," Shi Xiaolei replied, handing over 2 bottles of fine liquor as he effortlessly slipped on the slippers Uncle He offered. "Thanks to you yesterday. If it were just me, I could never have made him so satisfied. Now that you mention it, I did notice. There were others around yesterday, so it was hard to speak up." He gestured towards the mahogany sofa, inviting Shi Xiaolei to sit comfortably. Uncle He picked up a cigarette box from the coffee table and lit one for himself. "You've made quite the acquaintance with Tony Stark, haven't you? Such a prominent figure. And here you are, running a small restaurant. Such an unlikely match." "Well, Uncle He, I don't wish to deceive you. I truly cannot divulge the details." Knowing that Shi Xiaolei had once boxed to save money, He Yingshui subconsciously began to think the worst as he observed him hesitating, taking a drag from his cigarette and squinting at Shi Xiaolei. He Yingshui's expression softened with concern. "If you cannot speak of it, then I shall not pry. Just remember to keep your wits about you, live well, and steer clear of any unsavory matters, all right? After all this time, you must sense that we, the Chinese, often find ourselves at a disadvantage here. If trouble arises, extricating oneself can prove quite challenging." This sage advice warmed Shi Xiaolei's heart. "Uncle, you needn't worry." Nodding to show he understood, Shi Xiaolei rubbed his hands together. "I assure you, I will not get involved in any disarray. In fact, he had come to seek Uncle He's guidance. I plan to renovate the restaurant and give it a modest upgrade. As an expert in the field, could you share any insights? What should I pay attention to? Especially regarding the menu and pricing? In short, would you be willing to give me a lesson? Now that's the spirit. Earning a living through skill, living well. Uncle He flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled with satisfaction. All right, since you aspire to improve, let this old man offer you some advice. Chapter 35. A lesson in change. There is a saying that plans often fail to keep pace with change. Initially, Shi Xiaolei had reached an agreement with the landlord regarding renovations, and the landlord had consented. However, just days before Shi Xiaolei intended to contact the construction team for the impending closure, the landlord unexpectedly arrived at the restaurant, looking troubled as he conveyed some news. The specific details are not necessary. Suffice it to say that a situation at the landlord's home required financial assistance, compelling him to make the difficult decision to sell the property. Regrettably, due to the trusting relationship between Shi Xiaolei and the landlord, no written contract had been established regarding the renovations. Indeed, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. Should the landlord choose to sell the shop to another party, the question arises whether they would permit Shi Xiaolei to continue his lease, even if they were inclined to rent to him. It is uncertain whether they would allow any renovations to the premises. Seeking a new storefront? The thought is bittersweet, as he has become quite familiar with the neighbors. The reputation of this establishment has already been established, and relocating could potentially lead to the loss of numerous loyal customers. Furthermore, the landlord is a person of integrity, and his motive for selling is not profit-driven. The asking price reflects true value without any inflation. After several days of contemplation, Shi Xiaolei resolved to invest his own funds to purchase the property. While the building itself was not exorbitantly priced, the land was a different matter altogether. Previously, he had acquired a new home for $3.68 million, which was feasible because he purchased only one floor, thus owning merely 1/6 of the land rights. Now, however, he was buying both the building and the land together. This price was certainly not comparable to that of a single floor. In prime urban locales, the floor area ratio is notoriously high. For instance, in many areas of Hong Kong, it often exceeds 100. In Manhattan, such figures are similarly elevated. This implies that land prices are at least 10 times the value of the buildings themselves. The total area, including the storefront and the residential space behind it, approaches 400 square meters. Given the average property price in the area ranges from $110,000 to $130,000 per square meter, purchasing this plot from the landlord would necessitate at least $45 million, excluding the cost of the building itself. Upon reflection, the sale of gems to Stark had only netted him $50 million. After deducting the $3.68 million used for the house, he still needed to reserve some funds for home renovations. Additionally, he would have to account for expenses related to furnishing the home and upgrading the shop. Even considering the $1.5 million he had previously saved, it barely sufficed. He might need to borrow some money, although it may not be essential. Regardless, Shi Xiaolei must meticulously account for every penny in his pocket to amass the total required for the transaction with the landlord. This decision weighs heavily on him for this very reason. After all, Shi Xiaolei is not a Chinese American. He retains the habits of his heritage. The thought of having no funds in his bank account for emergencies inevitably stirs unease within him. Leaning over his desk, he scribbled calculations for some time, but the figures remained unchanged. Setting down his pen, he stretched and glanced back at the darkened rooms of Kanna and Tu. Rising to his feet, he tread softly into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed water on his face and, gazing into the mirror, he patted his cheeks. Cheer up, don't lose heart. It's merely money, it's not unattainable. Stay positive, Shi Xiaolei, you can do this. After all, he was merely without surplus funds, not in debt. His situation was not dire. With a renewed sense of determination, his mood lightened slightly. He recalled the last procurement by S.H.I.E.L.D., which had nearly been half a year ago, contemplating the imminent arrival of a fresh shipment, which would bring him a welcome influx of income. A smile finally graced the countenance of Shi Xiaolei, instilling within him a newfound sense of confidence. He grabbed a towel and dried the moisture from his face. Once he had composed himself, Shi Xiaolei turned around, intending to fetch a thermos of hot water from the kitchen to soak his feet before retiring for the night. However, at the very moment he pivoted to face the living room, a fiery, radiant orange circle suddenly materialized before him. As a seasoned traveler of realms, Shi Xiaolei was no stranger to such phenomena. The sight of the circle widened his eyes, sending alarm bells ringing in his mind. The formidable presence had arrived. What was he to do? Had his identity as a traveler been revealed, inciting her displeasure? It seemed unlikely. If it were merely due to his identity, she would have confronted him long ago. Could it be that his interference in the battle between Stark and Ironmonger had disrupted the timeline, making him a target? What should he do? Would he face exile? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, rendering him rigid, as if he had been frozen into a statue by the frigid winds atop Mount Arat. As fate would have it, the very being that appeared before Shi Xiaolei was none other than the supreme sorceress, renowned for her unparalleled prowess within the Earth factions of the Marvel Universe. Despite her modest stature and unassuming demeanor, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The psychological pressure she exerted upon Shi Xiaolei was akin to a mountain, leaving him somewhat breathless. Hello, he managed to stammer, raising his hand with utmost trepidation, forcing a rather unappealing smile. Ancient One nodded with a smile, lifting her right hand and waving it gently. In an instant, the floor, walls, ceiling, and all the furnishings in the room seemed to spring to life, engaging in a surreal yet remarkably tangible display of transformation before Shi Xiaolei's astonished gaze. Recognizing this as the manifestation of a mirrored space, he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The little one is still growing. Quality sleep is essential. It's best not to disturb her, Ancient One remarked, stepping closer to Shi Xiaolei and gesturing toward the room of the already displaced Kanna. With a mischievous smile, she added, and if she were to awaken, it would be quite troublesome to tidy up afterward, wouldn't you agree? At a loss for how to respond, Shi Xiaolei managed only to utter a single query after several seconds of silence. Who are you? Harboring a glimmer of hope. Ancient One gently shook her head, her expression exuding an air of having seen through all facades. Loki, you know who I am. At her words, Shi Xiaolei felt a jolt of anxiety surge within him, his demeanor growing ever more tense. Relax, she urged, as she settled comfortably on the sofa, appearing entirely at ease, as though she had returned to her own abode. Sit down, there's no need to be nervous. I am here today merely to extend a greeting and to offer you a few reminders, nothing more. The tea is quite delightful. Unperturbed, He summoned a teacup from the kitchen, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring a delicate sip. After placing the cup down, he retrieved a small paper package from his pocket and set it upon the coffee table. However, it cannot compare to what I have brought for you. Behold, this is a gift for our meeting. Tea leaves from Kumar Taj, a specialty not available outside. Though he had entered without knocking, Gu's arrival was not unwelcome. The presence of a gift indicated he was not an uninvited intruder. With this reassurance, Shi Xiaolei felt a significant weight lift from his heart, allowing his demeanor to relax considerably. As their conversation progressed, it became markedly more fluid. After enjoying another cup of tea, Shi Xiaolei, with a conflicted expression, reiterated, You truly have only come to greet me? It is not due to the upheaval I have caused in destiny that has led to some dire consequence? Gu gently shook his head, a sincere smile gracing his features. In truth, I wish to propose a transaction with you. Relieved, Shi Xiaolei exhaled deeply, instinctively scratching the back of his head. Master, please, what is this transaction? Patience. Before that, I would like to invite you to accompany me on a journey. Gu set down his teacup and rose, conjuring a portal with a casual gesture while extending an invitation to Shi Xiaolei. Very well. Following Gu into the fiery circle, in the next moment, they found themselves within a hospital. Despite the late hour and the absence of patients or medical staff, the reaction of a distant nurse behind the reception desk indicated that they were still within a mirrored space. Where are we? Shi Xiaolei inquired, perplexed as he surveyed his surroundings, unable to fathom why they had been brought here. Come with me, Gu called, stepping forward. Shi Xiaolei scratched his head again and followed, traversing the lengthy corridor until arriving at the door of an office. Without any visible gesture from Gu, the solid wall suddenly parted, revealing a gap wide enough for two to pass side by side. Standing at the threshold, Gu raised a hand, gesturing toward a man seated behind a desk, nonchalantly speaking on the phone with his legs propped up on the surface. I presume you have recognized him, have you not? After a moment of hesitation, Shi Xiaolei sheepishly nodded. Strange, your chosen successor. Perhaps, Gu replied, shaking his head slightly. His gaze fixed on Shi Xiaolei's face, a playful smile emerging. Your presence has altered the course of predetermined events. This implication suggested that Shi Xiaolei might have inadvertently changed the future of Strange. The thought of potentially erasing the emergence of the Sorcerer Supreme ignited a torrent of thoughts in Shi Xiaolei's mind. Without the countless retries of Strange, and in the wake of Ancient One's passing, who could withstand the onslaught of Dormammu? Without Strange's mediation, would Thor have had the opportunity to bid farewell to Odin? Could he truly awaken the latent power of the Thunder God that lies deep within his bloodline? If Thor fails to evolve, it is highly probable that Hela would seize Asgard. Given Hela's disposition, she would undoubtedly launch an invasion against Earth, which also belongs to the Nine Realms. In such a scenario, without Strange's involvement, Stark would surely be unable to return from the distant cosmos to participate in the final battle against Thanos. And without Iron Man, Would there be any chance to unleash the fateful snap that saved the world? From Doctor Strange to Thor, Ragnarok, and on to Infinity War and Endgame. The absence of Strange would profoundly affect many plotlines, potentially upending the entire universe. Growing increasingly uneasy, Shi Xiaolei pressed on. Master, do you mean that Strange will not take your place as the Sorcerer Supreme? Who knows? Ancient One shrugged nonchalantly. After all, with you here, the future presents countless possibilities. Perhaps one of your companions may be more suited to be my successor. As the bearer of the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, each Sorcerer Supreme is undeniably a master of prophecy. For them, observing the flow of time and selecting the optimal future from myriad possibilities is both a habit and a duty. Just as a police officer must apprehend thieves, a Sorcerer Supreme must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Earth. For those endowed with the Time Stone, no method is as effective or efficient as wielding its immense power. In contrast, the title of Sorcerer Supreme is clearly more exalted than that of a mere police officer. With great power comes great responsibility. The threats faced by the Sorcerer Supremes far exceed those encountered by everyday enforcers. Not everyone possesses the innate talent to hone themselves for such a weighty responsibility. Nor does everyone have the steadfast resolve to bear such a burden. In fact, Ancient One's choice of Strange as her successor stemmed from these two considerations. Had he not possessed such remarkable talent, mastering various forms of magic swiftly, Strange would likely have been overlooked. Similarly, had he lacked the resilience to endure the torment of repeated deaths and retries, he might not have garnered Ancient One's favor. Both qualities are indispensable. However, is Strange truly Ancient One's only choice? That is not necessarily the case. It is well known that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is merely a fragment of the multiverse. Within the infinite realms of time and space, countless parallel universes with similar backgrounds exist. For instance, in Universe 2149, the loss of the Marvel Universe is depicted. In Universe 2192, the world is unified under the rule of Red Skull. Universe 12101 features a character who transcends dimensional barriers, mercilessly eliminating all heroes and villains. There are even bizarre parallel universes where superheroes are feminized or where everyone transforms into comical characters. It is unlikely that every parallel universe possesses a supreme sorcerer, but with such a vast number of them, it is certain that some do. In a few parallel universes, such as Universe 9810, the Ancient One did not select Doctor Strange as her successor. In this case, Strange's debilitating car accident was instigated by Tony Stark, who invited Strange for a ride in his newly acquired Lamborghini during a party, only to later cause a crash while driving under the influence. Overcome with guilt for Strange's misfortune, Stark vowed to restore his hands. The journey to find Kamar-Taj remained unchanged, except that it now involved both Strange and Stark. This alteration led to a shift in destiny, and Stark's curiosity about the arcane arts was sparked by his exposure to magic. With Stark's inherent proclivity for knowledge, he not only excelled in magic beyond Strange's capabilities, but also became more engrossed than Strange himself. Consequently, Stark achieved greater feats, ultimately becoming the successor to the title of Supreme Sorcerer. In contrast, as Stark became increasingly absorbed in the mystic arts, neglecting his promise to heal his hands, Strange succumbed to jealousy and fell into darkness, aligning himself with Dormammu. When compared to the narrative of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, their paths diverged significantly. From a certain perspective, they could be deemed entirely opposing. Returning to the primary subject, since the incident of Strange's exclusion occurred in Universe 9810, could there not exist a similar possibility within the Marvel Cinematic Universe? The answer is affirmative. Just as the top student in a class may not necessarily be the top student in the entire grade, Strange is merely the most optimal choice among the 7 billion indigenous beings of Earth within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Frankly, had the Ancient One not adhered to the principle of those not of my kind must harbor different intentions, and had she considered candidates beyond Earth, it is entirely plausible that a more suitable individual could have been found even within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. My companion? Little did Shi Xiaolei expect the Ancient One to suddenly utter such a remark, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. You misunderstand, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. Sensing Shi Xiaolei's thoughts, you are an outsider. I cannot fathom your destiny or the companions you may encounter in the future. However, the more possibilities you have, the greater your hope and anticipation. The Ancient One continued, the fate of this world is fraught with challenges, and the threats it faces are countless. Each additional ally brings me joy. Thus, if there exists a superior option, I would undoubtedly embrace it. But what of him? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Xiaolei gestured toward Strange, who was blissfully unaware of his voyeurism, engrossed in a phone call to charm a lady. Has his destiny already shifted? Perhaps it has, or perhaps it remains unchanged. Gu Yi tilted her head slightly. Let us change our venue for discussion. Exiting Strange's office, the two ascended to the desolate rooftop. Gazing at the brightly illuminated skyscrapers surrounding them, a profound affection filled Shi Xiaolei's eyes, and a blissful smile graced his face. This world is truly beautiful. Is it not? Rubbing his nose, Shi Xiaolei, somewhat perplexed, concurred. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Well, it seems you are not in the mood at present. So let us continue our previous discussion. Sensing the confusion in Shi Xiaolei's tone, Gu Yi smiled with a hint of exasperation. Strange's fate has indeed been influenced. Perhaps you are unaware? He has received an invitation from Stark. After pondering Stark's invitation for a moment, Shi Xiaolei suddenly comprehended. You mean to say Stark has decided to undergo surgical treatment? And he chose Strange as his more reliable attending physician. Thanks to the potions you provided Stark. Gu Yi nodded affirmatively. In other words, yes. Meeting Shi Xiaolei's inquisitive gaze, Gu Yi responded. Due to his exposure to the potions you provided, his thought process following the accident has altered. He will seek me out to perform surgery on Stark, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude. Strange called Stark to inquire about the source of the potions, relating the unfolding future as if recounting events that had already transpired. Gu Yi elucidated. He is a doctor and will not disrupt your daily life. Having incurred a favor, from Stark's perspective, there is no reason to refuse his request for assistance, is there? As your friend, Stark has chosen to bestow the power of choice upon you. He did not directly sell the potions you provided to Strange. Rather, he brought Strange to you, facilitating an introduction. Turning to Shi Xiaolei, Gu Yi displayed a trace of resignation. If it were merely the potions, the impact might not be as significant. However, if during this time, you were to summon a companion with healing abilities, I cannot confidently assert that you would be able to mend his injuries. Thus, to err on the side of caution, I felt compelled to seek you out first and propose a transaction. I understand now. You wish for me to refrain from intervening to avoid altering his fate in seeking out Kamar Taj, correct? Precisely. With a snap of her fingers, Gu Yi smiled and nodded. He possesses great talent and should not be squandered. Perhaps Shi Xiaolei could summon a more suitable companion to assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme, or perhaps he could not. If it were the former, that would be agreeable. After all, with Strange absent, there would be a more qualified candidate to step in. But what if it were the latter? Should Shi Xiaolei's response be delayed, and Strange were to slip through their fingers, then what would remain? To err on the side of caution, it is imperative to secure a safeguard in advance, ensuring that Strange has access to Kamar Taj and becomes a sorcerer's apprentice. I comprehend the intricacies involved. Having grasped the essence of the matter, Shi Xiaolei made a commitment. Should he indeed come knocking, I shall adhere to your instructions and refrain from interference. No, Ancient One interjected. It is not that interference is impossible, but rather that one must employ the right methodology. After all, you may potentially become comrades in arms, standing together against external threats. If this rejection breeds resentment, it could adversely affect your relationship. Do you understand? What course of action should I take? I require your assistance in introducing him and guiding him toward Kamar Taj. The Ancient One replied. In return, I shall fulfill one of your requests, provided it is feasible and does not jeopardize the safety of this world or disrupt its normal functioning. I understand. Shall we strike a deal? A deal it is. Excellent. Upon Shi Xiaolei's agreement, the Ancient One's demeanor visibly relaxed, becoming considerably more animated. To Shi Xiaolei's surprise, the Ancient One then proposed a new suggestion. Now that the serious matters are concluded, let us discuss other topics. Locke, aside from monetary compensation, would you be amenable to alternative rewards? Your potions are indeed quite impressive. Could you supply a badge to Kamar Taj? Ideally, a long-term provision. Chapter 37. The Little Blue Bottle. Kamar Taj, a clandestine organization founded to safeguard world peace, boasts a history and legacy far more profound than that of S.H.I.E.L.D., and its operational style is considerably more reliable. The members of this organization are sorcerers, each possessing a degree of extraordinary ability that surpasses the management capabilities of national institutions. Moreover, Kamar Taj has never revealed itself to the world, allowing its practitioners to operate free from the constraints and oversight of official entities, whether in their daily lives or during combat operations. Being above the mundane is one of Kamar Taj's defining characteristics. However, every circumstance has its duality. By abstaining from dealings with institutions and leading a secluded existence, they enjoy a degree of freedom. Yet, ironically, this adherence to tradition limits their engagement with the outside world, constraining Kamar Taj's economic resources. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., which receives countless grants annually and occasionally secures additional funding for new projects, Kamar Taj's financial support may even fall short of that of renowned temples situated in picturesque locales. Reflect upon the original narrative of Avengers: Infinity War. Strange and Wong found themselves in dire straits, scouring their possessions and discovering a mere $5, unable to afford even a hamburger. Within this narrative, it is evident that a portion of the circumstances arises from strange overcorrection. After assuming the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme, he sought to avoid the path trodden by the Ancient One, which had attracted the covetous gaze of interdimensional deities and posed new threats to Earth. Consequently, he sealed away all the treasures of Kamartaj. However, fundamentally, the root issue lies in Kamartaj's precariously thin financial foundation. Now, perhaps due to her prolonged tenure, the Ancient One has grown adept at navigating her responsibilities, or perhaps her inherently vivacious nature occasionally compels her to relax her self-imposed restraints, allowing her to engage in opportunistic ventures that yield additional resources for Kamartaj. Economically, the situation has indeed improved significantly since Strange Succession. Yet, it remains apparent that Kamartaj, under the Ancient One's guidance, has not attained the wealth necessary to rival S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries. Acquiring potions at the exorbitant price of 10,000 gold per vial from Shi Xiaolei in bulk, even depleting the Ancient One's private treasury would be insufficient to sustain such an endeavor. Moreover, the Ancient One's true interest lies not in the red, black, or white potions previously presented by Shi Xiaolei, but rather in the vitality potion showcased at the party. As a sorcerer, the length of her mana bar holds greater significance. While the healing effects of the vitality potion may not captivate her, its mana regeneration capabilities are not to be underestimated. After all, this is the realm of Marvel, where the constructs diverge significantly from those in other magical worlds. Sorcerers lack intrinsic sources of magical power and must rely on the strength of the Vishanti to successfully cast their spells. Even though the Vishanti are accommodating, with low interest rates and occasional interest-free promotions, borrowed funds ultimately require repayment. The Ancient One herself need not fret, as she has secured an agreement with a more formidable entity, Eternity, ensuring that she will serve as a companion in the afterlife. Given the Vishanti's influence, they would not dare confront Eternity regarding the debts owed by the Ancient One. However, what of the other sorcerers who do not enjoy the protection of the eternal deity? Whether in terms of soul or some other form of recompense, debts must be settled. Much like a teacher's concern for their students, the Ancient One harbors deep affection for her disciples. This concern drives her to seek out Shi Xiaolei to discuss a partnership regarding the vitality potion, which could serve as a source of magic. While it cannot entirely replace the Vishanti, its support would alleviate some of the financial burdens on the sorcerers. When the time comes to repay their debts, the pressure will be significantly lessened. As for why only the vitality potion is mentioned, without reference to the specifically designated mana regeneration potion, the Ancient One, influenced by the constraints of the system, is unable to utilize the power of the Time Stone to glimpse Shi Xiaolei's future. She can at most advance the timeline to the present. In simpler terms, it is akin to watching a live broadcast. She can see what Shi Xiaolei has done and what treasures he has revealed. Yet she is oblivious to his future actions and the untapped potential he possesses. Since Shi Xiaolei has never produced the mana regeneration potion, the Ancient One is naturally unaware of its existence. Here, try this. As he gazed upon the azure vial in Shi Xiaolei's hand, he felt a twinge of surprise. This potion was specifically designed to replenish magical energy. With a smile, Shi Xiaolei remarked, while it cannot heal wounds, which is indeed a drawback, it rivals the effectiveness of the purple elixir in restoring mana, considering that its price is merely a tenth of that of the purple potion. I personally believe it aligns better with your requirements. With a wink, Gu-Yi uncorked the vial and took a delicate sip, attentively sensing the ebb and flow of magical power to verify the potion's efficacy. After a moment, Gu-Yi opened his eyes and smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is more suitable for a mage." "I'm glad you find it satisfactory," Shi Xiaolei replied. "Yes, I am quite pleased," Gu-Yi nodded. "Now, let us discuss the terms of our transaction." Clearly, a straightforward exchange of money for goods would not suffice. After all, Kamartaj was not S.H.I.E.L.D., and if Shi Xiaolei insisted solely on monetary transactions, they would be unable to afford it. Thus, after a discussion with Gu-Yi, both parties devised a rather unique agreement. Shi Xiaolei would supply Kamartaj with 200 bottles of the blue elixir and an additional 120 bottles of the purple potion each year. In return, Kamartaj would offer Shi Xiaolei considerable convenience. Should he summon companions or meet friends in life who possess talent and wish to learn magic, Kamartaj would agree to take them in and provide diligent guidance. Conversely, if Shi Xiaolei had no need for the tutelage of borrowed students, he could gain access to Kamartaj's treasury once every 3 years, allowing him to select a coveted magical item for himself or his companions, provided he could fully control said item. Gu-Yi squinted playfully and remarked, "You are aware that among the magical artifacts collected by Kamartaj, some are exceedingly perilous, such as the Book of Cagliostro." "Not a problem," Shi Xiaolei responded without hesitation. "I am not Caecilius. Only halfway through his statement did Shi Xiaolei realize he had inadvertently revealed too much, confirming his suspicions. Gui chuckled. Ah, relax. I never suggested any ill intent towards you. Moreover, the future is not set in stone. While speaking, Gui wiggled the small blue vial in his hand. Behold. This is a variable that could influence the future's course, is it not? Huh. Are you implying? I have said nothing at all. Chapter 38. An unexpected situation. Spending half the night as a nocturnal wanderer was not particularly taxing. What truly drained him was the constant vigilance required in the presence of formidable individuals. He dared not slacken his focus, which left him mentally fatigued. Upon returning home and finally allowing himself to relax, Shi Xiaolei quickly succumbed to slumber, producing a symphony of snores. The tension-filled and bustling routine continued serenely, undisturbed. Days passed once again, and with the assistance of the lawyer dispatched by Stark, Shi Xiaolei finally consummated the deal with the landlord, securing the land upon which his little shop stood, thus becoming a fledgling landlord. Next, it was time to commence the renovation of the store. He reached out to a designer for a proposal, sought wisdom from Uncle He during his spare moments, and engaged in the necessary recruitment for the store's upgrade. Although he had shortened the operating hours, Shi Xiaolei found himself increasingly busier. When one becomes engrossed in work, the passage of time can easily slip away unnoticed. It was only after a spell that Shi Xiaolei belatedly realized he seemed to have missed the day for unboxing his mystery box. The accumulated sign-in points, which he had diligently gathered each day, had even surpassed 400. How could he have forgotten? He instinctively raised his hand and lightly tapped the steering wheel, shaking his head with a wry smile. Alas, I have truly become muddled in my busyness. Now that he remembered, he resolved not to delay any further. As he drove home, he pondered the urgency of finding an opportunity to unbox the mystery box. Coincidentally, he found himself caught in the rush hour, with a significant volume of traffic impeding his speed. Remembering his prior agreement with Kanna to return home early to teach her how to make pudding, Shi Xiaolei felt a twinge of anxiety. Consequently, in a bid to save time, he turned the steering wheel and ventured down a narrow alley, intending to take a shortcut. To his surprise, the alley was indeed quite tranquil, devoid of vehicles, and far fewer pedestrians than on the main road. With his spirits lifted, he gently pressed the accelerator and unconsciously began to hum a nursery rhyme he had learned from Kanna just a couple of days prior. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from just beyond the alley's exit. Vehicles parked by the roadside emitted frantic alarms, and shards of glass rained down like droplets upon the roof and hood of his car. The unexpected turn of events startled Shi Xiaolei, prompting him to instinctively slam on the brakes, leaving long black skid marks on the pavement. Before he could comprehend the situation, a throng of people came tumbling and scrambling from the alley's mouth. Their panicked expressions clearly indicated that something catastrophic had transpired on the main road. Though endowed with exceptional martial prowess, Shi Xiaolei was not one to meddle in others' affairs. With Kanna waiting at home, he quickly decided to shift the gear into reverse, preparing to retrace his path. But where had all these cars come from? After reversing a mere few dozen meters, the road behind him was already choked with traffic. Cursing under his breath, he leaned out of the window, craning his neck to look back. To his astonishment, he spotted several hulking armored vehicles at the entrance of the alley. As he watched, these armored behemoths bulldozed their way forward, crushing smaller cars in their wake. What on earth is happening? Fearing that his vehicle might also meet a dire fate, Shi Xiaolei hastily maneuvered the steering wheel, disregarding the streetlight that stood tall by the roadside, and collided with it, causing his car to mount the curb. He thought that damaging the front bumper could still allow for repairs, believing it preferable to outright destruction. However, Shi Xiaolei did not anticipate that despite his efforts to avert disaster, his vehicle would still be doomed. Just as he managed to navigate the car onto the curb and clear a path, a cacophony of gunfire erupted at the alley's exit, reminiscent of popping beans. Almost immediately, an armored vehicle, which had been using the road as cover, was violently upturned as if made of paper, crashing down precisely onto Shi Xiaolei's car. There was no time to reposition, and with no other choice, Xiaolei flung open the car door and leapt out, helplessly watching as his vehicle was crushed into a heap of scrap metal by the falling armored vehicle. "My car! Move aside, move aside!" Before Shi Xiaolei could voice his protest, several fully armed soldiers surged towards him, rudely shoving him aside. Although their actions were aimed at rescuing comrades trapped within the armored vehicle, from an observer's perspective, there was little justification for their rudeness. Nevertheless, with his car, barely purchased days earlier, now rendered useless, Shi Xiaolei was consumed by frustration and had no inclination to empathize with others. "How dare you?" His eyes widened, and rolling up his sleeves, he momentarily forgot the notion of discretion. His face flushed with anger. He could no longer restrain himself. "You all should be the ones to move." In a fit of desperation, He hurled the soldiers obstructing his path aside as if they were mere sandbags. In his urgency, he failed to control his strength, sending the soldiers tumbling far and wide, landing awkwardly on the ground, dazed and unable to rise immediately. Observing this scene, it seemed as though Shi Xiaolei had the upper hand. Yet, broadening the perspective revealed a different reality. The slightly slower-moving soldiers trailing behind immediately halted, forming a combat formation and raising their submachine guns, aiming them squarely at Shi Xiaolei. A new threat has emerged at the exit of 43rd Street. Repeat, a new threat has emerged at the exit of 43rd Street. The soldier responsible for communications swiftly grabbed the radio, reporting the situation to superiors without delay. Immediate neutralization. Understood. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers swiftly took action, directing their weapons towards Shi Xiaolei while shouting, "You! Hands on your head! Crouch against the wall! Hurry!" The ominous muzzles of the guns momentarily instilled a sense of calm in Shi Xiaolei. Regaining his composure, he began to contemplate his next move. Yet, at that very moment, a voice suddenly crackled through the Bluetooth headset that had been hanging in his ear. "Locke, where are you? This is Stark. We need your assistance." "What?" As he raised his hands halfway, the urgency in Stark's voice caught him off guard, causing him to momentarily lose focus and halt his actions. As Shi Xiaolei abruptly halted his actions, the soldiers, who were already on high alert, instinctively reacted. The sound of clicks resonated. Those familiar with firearms recognized it as the safety being disengaged. In conjunction with a gesture from his fingertips, the leading captain issued a final warning. "Raise your hands." Should he comply with the soldier's command and surrender, or disregard the circumstances before him and respond to Stark's call? In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Shi Xiaolei made his decision. Chapter 39. The Green Giant. Shi Xiaolei was not one to meddle in others' affairs, nor did he possess an inherently altruistic disposition. Had it not been for Tony Stark's call, he would have paid no mind to the commotion at the alley's entrance. Whether it was to avenge the destruction of his new vehicle by confronting the American soldiers or to feign normalcy by surrendering and submitting to their control, he would have remained focused solely on his own situation. However, at this moment, he could not feign ignorance to a friend's plea for help. Casting a glance filled with a mix of indignation and fortune, Shi Xiaolei revealed his abilities. Before the American soldiers, he leaped high and landed atop a nearby low-rise building. "Tony, what is happening? Where are you?" While continuing to bound higher, Shi Xiaolei connected the call and engaged with Stark through his Bluetooth headset. "Thank heavens, you finally answered. Buddy, why so slow? Were you in the restroom?" Stark's tone was lighthearted, but Shi Xiaolei found it frustrating. "Let us get to the point. Jarvis, monitor my energy consumption. Alert me when it reaches 20. After instructing Jarvis, Stark continued, "I need you to get to 43rd Street. There's a large green creature rampaging here, and it's going to cost at least $2 million. I won't bore you with the details. Just tune in to the news on your way. Hurry, I need your assistance." 43rd Street. After a few leaps, Shi Xiaolei found himself on the rooftop facing the street. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the scene below. At that moment, he not only spotted the Hulk under siege, but also Stark, soaring through the air, providing cover for the soldiers. Reflecting on the earlier events, everything fell into place. "Tony, I see you," he informed Stark while removing the somewhat cumbersome Bluetooth headset. He quickly donned his newly acquired gear, completing his ensemble. The headset, now lying on the ground, emitted Stark's surprised inquiry. What is going on? You're not nearby, are you?" Just then, a boisterous shout erupted from above, drowning out any response Shi Xiaolei might have offered. Avoiding the chunk of cement hurled by the Hulk, I adjusted my stance and glanced upward. In Stark's astonished gaze, a small black dot grew larger, descending from the rooftop with the force of thunder. Clad in heavy plate armor and adorned with a horned helmet, I appeared formidable in my weighty gray iron attire. In my left hand, I grasped a Roman short sword known as Bloodletter, while my right wielded a sword imbued with the runes of war summoning. Bathed in the sunlight filtering through the cracks of the building, both weapons shimmered with a cold luster, radiating a palpable aura of fierce and violent intent. Perhaps my strikingly different appearance from the other passers-by caught attention, or perhaps the battle spirit enveloping me stirred vigilance. The moment I appeared, the Hulk's focus shifted entirely to me. With a primal roar, I too let out a fierce howl, enhancing my skill level. Subsequently, the two behemoths leapt simultaneously, colliding in midair like a meteor striking the earth. The impact was bound to be painful. Suspended in the air, Stark could only watch as the Hulk sent me sprawling far away with a single punch, crashing into a nearby storefront like a cannonball, causing his eyelids to twitch and a smirk to play at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, I had been careless. Rising from the rubble, I felt a surge of frustration and resolved to leverage the advantage of my jumping attack against the Hulk. Little did I expect that the Hulk would also leap into the fray, in midair, without solid ground to push off. The decisive factor boiled down to one element: whose bulk and weight were greater. Even with the armor encasing me, I still fell short of the Hulk's inflated mass. In this collision, I did not lose due to strength. Rather, it was purely a matter of weight disparity, which felt rather vexing. With a belly full of resentment, I burst forth from the collapsed shop like a whirlwind, launching a second wave of attack. Learning from my previous bout, this time I refrained from jumping and charged towards the Hulk with my feet firmly planted on the ground. Clutching my wounded right hand, the Hulk tightened his fist, preparing for another strike. Noticing the wound on his left arm, I tapped into my instinctive combat prowess, dodging just beneath the windswept punch. Continuing forward with momentum, I closed in on the Hulk and raised my right hand once more, swinging my long sword towards his thigh. Though I had been struck like a cannonball in the earlier clash, my great sword had left the Hulk with the only wound he had sustained thus far. It was precisely due to that earlier strike that I calculated the sword's lethality against the Hulk, prompting me to unleash a relentless assault without hesitation. With a single stroke, the outcome unfolded precisely as Shi Xiaolei had envisioned. A mere 1 centimeter deep gash marred the thigh of the green giant, from which blood gushed forth, creating a small pool. Yet, to deem it severe would be an overstatement. It was merely a superficial wound. Roaring in fury, the minor injury inflicted upon the green giant, however, ignited a tempest of rage within him. Despite enduring relentless bombardments from artillery, which had barely grazed him, these 2 wounds marked the first genuine injury the green giant had ever sustained. In a frenzy, he unleashed a barrage of punches, as if completely consumed by madness. Akin to a drug-induced state, the green giant's attacks erupted like a storm, his stature swelling with fury. Previously, each punch had merely created small craters the size of basins. But now, each blow he struck against the ground left behind substantial dents with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. His power had undeniably escalated. Fortunately, as a newly birthed entity, he had yet to master any combat techniques, and each strike was purely instinctual. In the confined space, as Shi Xiaolei maneuvered and evaded, he adeptly absorbed a portion of the force by angling his body, preventing the green giant's blows from landing with full impact. Drawing upon his masterful melee skills, which had seamlessly integrated into his very being, he stood his ground, engaging in a reciprocal exchange with the green giant. The colossal fists hammered against his armored plating, producing heavy thuds reminiscent of a substantial object striking a drumhead. Blades of light danced through the air, cleaving flesh and releasing torrents of blood. Even seasoned soldiers, who had faced the chaos of battle, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Observing this scene, Stark, encased in his armor, could not help but click his tongue. Jarvis. Make a note. Under no circumstances should I engage in close combat with the Hulk. Understood, sir. Chapter 40. Control. The confrontation between Shi Xiaolei and the green giant did not prolong excessively. After all, it was only the green giant who had abandoned rational thought. Shi Xiaolei had not discarded his intellect like him. The full context remained unclear, but the deployment of numerous soldiers and armored vehicles by the military indicated that the Hulk's emergence was undoubtedly intertwined with Shi Xiaolei. As a person of Chinese descent, he had long held a skeptical view of the American military. Moreover, having surmised that the Hulk was unjustly implicated in today's events, Shi Xiaolei could not bring himself to engage in a life-or-death struggle with him. Furthermore, this battle unfolded in a bustling urban environment, and the longer it dragged on, the greater the potential damage to the surroundings. He had no desire to see innocent bystanders suffer injury or even lose their lives due to his eagerness for combat. After exchanging blows for a brief 15 minutes, Shi Xiaolei seized an opportunity when the Hulk, weakened from blood loss, appeared slightly off balance. Feigning a misstep, he intentionally allowed the Hulk to land a punch, sending him hurtling through the air for a distance of 70 to 80 meters. In contrast to previous encounters, upon rising this time, Shi Xiaolei did not rush back as before. Instead, he remained stationary, skillfully crossing and striking with his dual blades while emitting a thunderous roar directed at the Hulk. The act of identifying the weaknesses of adversaries is not the sole talent of a barbarian warrior. They often possess the ability to manipulate their foes' emotions, causing them to lose their judgment and recklessly engage in battle. This enables the barbarian to exploit mistakes born from the enemy's fury, gaining the upper hand in combat. This variability contributes to the rather unfavorable reputation of barbarians in taverns. Effect: inciting an enemy to fall into a state of blind aggression. In the game, this skill applies solely to monsters, and is not strictly effective against Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk. However, at the moment Shi Xiaolei unleashed it, the newly emerged Hulk exhibited intelligence akin to that of the game's monsters. Admittedly, this was primarily due to the provoking posture he adopted, with the inherent taunting effect of his movements remaining unmitigated by any limitations or debuffs typically associated with skills. Witnessing the Hulk charge at him with a furious roar clearly demonstrated the effectiveness of his taunt. Come on, Shi Xiaolei muttered, deftly switching to a different set of weaponry. The great sword in his right hand was exchanged for a blunt mace, while the Roman short sword in his left was replaced with a tower shield. The damage inflicted upon the green giant had nearly reached its limit. Continuing to escalate it might risk diminishing his combat capability and reverting him back to Bruce Banner. Determined to prevent him from falling into military hands, yet cautious not to hold back excessively, Shi Xiaolei prudently sheathed his more lethal dual blades in favor of the more control-oriented mace and tower shield. How to control? The mace in his left hand possessed the ability to repel and blind the target upon impact, while the tower shield in his right hand bore the attribute of inflicting damage back to the attacker. Coupled with the barbarian's own combat prowess, inflicting minor damage and stunning enemies, the reflective damage effect could compel the foe to cease their assault once sufficiently weakened. With 3 layers of negative effects, control was assured. First came a roar that left the green giant momentarily dazed. Then, a hammer strike sent him staggering several meters back. The Hulk shook his head vigorously, entirely oblivious to the wounds on his body that were beginning to mend, as Shi Xiaolei had changed weapons. The attribute preventing monster self-healing was lost, thereby liberating the Hulk's superior regenerative abilities. Finally regaining his senses, he retaliated with a few punches aimed at Shi Xiaolei. Yet all were deflected by the shield. Not only did Shi Xiaolei emerge unscathed, but the Hulk also suffered a rebound of damage. The clattering sounds echoed like the ringing of a blacksmith's forge, and with each passing moment, the Hulk's frustration grew, leading to a gradual decline in his fighting spirit. Amidst the tumult of battle, Shi Xiaolei keenly perceived a noticeable decline in the intensity of the conflict, prompting an internal exclamation of opportunity. Engaging in a strategic retreat while occasionally provoking his adversaries, he skillfully guided the two of them to the banks of the Hudson River. Seizing the moment when the Hulk launched another attack, Shi Xiaolei deftly maneuvered behind him and, with a powerful kick, sent the Hulk tumbling into the river. Following suit, Shi Xiaolei leaped into the water, both Stark, descending from the sky, and the soldiers advancing on land believed that Shi Xiaolei was pursuing the Hulk into the depths for a continued skirmish. They were utterly unaware that, within mere seconds, the two submerged figures had vanished beneath the surface. Taking advantage of the Hulk's momentary disorientation upon hitting the water, Shi Xiaolei increased his pace, delivering several powerful strikes. Before the Hulk could regain his senses, Shi Xiaolei adeptly swam behind him, stowing away his weapon, and wrapped his arms around the Hulk, transporting them both to the sanctuary concealed within the dimensional layers. With the battleground shifted to familiar territory, the ensuing confrontation became increasingly manageable for Shi Xiaolei. Within a matter of minutes, he seized an opportunity to coordinate with the Argentine Condor, who had arrived in response to the commotion. Together, they executed a series of strikes against the Hulk, and with a sharp whistle, Shi Xiaolei signaled the Condor to lift the dazed Hulk into the sky. During a free fall, the Hulk, finally sensing the change in his surroundings and realizing the absence of military threats, gradually relaxed his defensive posture, ultimately reverting to Bruce Banner, who collapsed softly onto the beach. Finally, the ordeal had come to an end. Standing wet upon the rocks and gazing at Bruce Banner, who lay in the nearby sand pit, Shi Xiaolei stowed his gear and affectionately ruffled the feathers of the eager condor, praising its performance. "Well done, my fine companion," he remarked. The condor flapped its wings and let out a joyful cry. "Caw, go play, and I shall treat you to a feast later," Shi Xiaolei said, patting the bird's chest before descending from the rocks to approach Bruce. Once transformed back into human form, Bruce Banner's physique was far less imposing than that of the Hulk. With the water in the pit gradually rising, leaving him there unattended would not only risk drowning, but also the likelihood of catching a cold. Upon approaching, Shi Xiaolei gently patted Banner's cheek, only to find him unresponsive, as if under the influence of a sedative. Sighing, Shi Xiaolei muttered to himself, "I knew it would be like this." With a resigned smile, he grasped Bruce Banner's arm and hoisted him over his shoulder, resembling the act of carrying a sack. As he set off towards the base. Chapter 41. Temporary shelter in a bid to complete renovations before Christmas, thereby avoiding the need to supervise the construction during the festive season. Shi Xiaolei commenced the refurbishment of his old residence ahead of schedule. However, the renovations on the new house remained unfinished. A family temporarily resides in a rented apartment, while the old furniture and appliances from their previous home have been transported by Shi Xiaolei to the base within the Arkansas. This decision is driven by several reasons. First, the items are still functional, and discarding them would be wasteful. Second, unlike the yet-to-be-regulated domestic market, most developed nations have regulations against the indiscriminate disposal of large old furniture and appliances, which often require a considerable sum to dispose of. Third, the design blueprints within Ark, Survival Evolved, Island are somewhat lacking. Although they suffice for survival, they cannot be considered comfortable. by relocating the discarded furniture to the base. The livability index of the facility can be significantly enhanced. With a sense of industriousness akin to ants moving their home, the survival base, once filled with an industrial atmosphere, now exudes a warmth reminiscent of home. While it may not offer the convenience of their original residence, it suffices as a temporary retreat. Upon returning to the base with the still unconscious Bruce Banner, Shi Xiaolei settled him into a small wooden cabin by the river. Initially, this cabin served as a storage space for fish and meat, but with several aquatic pets released back into the sea and no need to care for new ones, the supplies in the cabin were eventually exhausted. Later, appreciating the scenic riverside location, which is ideal for fishing and relaxation, Shi Xiaolei, accompanied by Kana and Tu, transformed the cabin into a serene hideaway that integrates both views and leisure fishing. The cabin is situated approximately 100 meters from the main house. Though modest in size, it is comfortably arranged, allowing for a peaceful atmosphere. Even if Bruce Banner were to awaken while Shi Xiaolei is away, there is little worry that his heightened alertness would lead him to transform into the Hulk, potentially causing damage to the base. Indeed, Shi Xiaolei did not intend to remain in the Ark alongside Bruce Banner until he regained consciousness. Who knows how long he would sleep? Kana and Tu are still waiting back home, and if he delays too long, they would certainly become concerned. Additionally, a timely response to Tony Stark is necessary. He witnessed the scene of both himself and the Hulk plunging into the water. Remaining silent could lead to unforeseen complications. If Shi Xiaolei were to search alone, that would be manageable, but should he inform Tu and Kana, given their depth of concern for him, it is easy to surmise that they would abandon discretion and mobilize all their capabilities to locate him. Imagine Tu summoning the 229 multi-purpose individual airborne combat vehicle, while Kana reveals her true form, soaring above New York. Such commotion caused by the Hulk would pale in comparison. They would undoubtedly attract countless gazes and become objects of desire. As a guardian, the foremost duty is to protect one's family. Even though Kana and the Second's abilities are formidable and they do not fear the threats posed by various factions on Earth, from Shi Xiaolei's perspective, he is reluctant to involve them in such chaotic affairs. Consequently, after merely lingering in the Ark for nearly a quarter of an hour, he returned to the depths of the Hudson River. Hesitant to surface carelessly, he discerned his bearings underwater, holding his breath as he swam a considerable distance to the dock area of Hell's Kitchen. Seeking refuge, he found a restaurant constructed on the riverbank, partially elevated above the water's surface, ensuring that the patrolling helicopters above could not spot him as he emerged. Once he quietly surfaced from the water, he stood on the riverbank beneath the restaurant, retrieved a spare set of sportswear from his backpack, changed, and stowed away his damp clothing. At that moment, his appearance was such that anyone who caught a glimpse would never suspect he had just leaped into the river. He took out his phone, carefully stowed in his backpack to prevent water damage, and dialed Tony Stark's number. To his relief, Stark answered the call almost immediately, his tone laced with concern and unease. "Hey, are you all right?" Feeling warmth in his heart, Shi Xiaolei couldn't help but smile. "Tony, how are you? Are you hurt?" "Of course not. I'm Iron Man," Stark replied with his habitual bravado before pressing on. "Where are you now? You haven't been captured by the military, have you?" "No, I'm at the dock area in Hell's Kitchen." "Tony, could you do me a favor? Have JARVIS locate my car and tow it away. I don't want it falling into military hands." "Your car? Does it contain anything special?" "No, but I just encountered a group of soldiers who recognized that the car is mine." He recounted the earlier events, expressing his concern that they might trace his identity through the vehicle and ultimately find his home. "You know me. I detest trouble and prefer to avoid dealings with them." "I understand. JARVIS. Locate Locke's car immediately and dispatch someone to retrieve it." "Understood, sir. By the way, please ensure the car's registration information is also erased, along with any footage captured by roadside cameras." After issuing these instructions to JARVIS, Stark refocused on Shi Xiaolei. "Locke, don't wander around. Find a discreet spot. I'll send someone to pick you up." "Shouldn't be necessary," Shi Xiaolei replied, glancing down at his freshly changed clothes, feeling that the likelihood of being spotted was minimal. "Better safe than sorry," Stark cautioned, just as Shi Xiaolei was about to affirm. He suddenly spotted Coulson standing about 20 meters away. The unexpected encounter made Shi Xiaolei feel quite awkward. "Tony, you needn't send anyone. I have a plan." "Are you sure?" "Yes, Coulson is here, the agent with the rather receding hairline. You remember him, right?" As he gazed at Coulson, who was waiting patiently, Shi Xiaolei raised his hand in greeting, offering a sheepish smile from a distance. "I have a hunch. He is here to assist me with the aftermath." "Very well. Should there be anything, do not hesitate to call me." "Understood." Concluding his conversation with Stark, Shi Xiaolei approached Coulson, who had been waiting for some time. "Hello, Mr. Locke." With a polite smile, Coulson gestured towards a car parked not far away. "Shall I offer you a ride?" I would be grateful. Thank you, Coulson. Chapter 42. Seizing the opportunity, the target had vanished, and the military could no longer maintain the lockdown. After all, this was not a desolate wilderness, but New York, a city that stands as one of the two major financial centers alongside London. Every minute of martial law would incur significant economic losses. Even the military, with its vast resources, dared not act recklessly. As Coulson drove Shi Xiaolei away from Hell's Kitchen, back towards the street where he had previously disembarked, the military had already issued orders to stand down. Except for a few small teams left to tidy up the aftermath, most soldiers had boarded transport vehicles and retreated towards the military base outside the city. Noticing Shi Xiaolei's subtle movements, Coulson guessed his thoughts and, while steering the wheel, inquired, "Do you need someone to tow your vehicle for repairs? As far as I know, it seems to have sustained damage during the recent incident." "No need. Stark has dispatched someone." After responding, Shi Xiaolei suddenly realized, "So, you mean to say you arrived earlier?" "Indeed," Coulson explained. "Unfortunately, communication with the military was not very smooth. Therefore, to avoid misunderstandings, we had no choice but to remain inactive. No wonder you were able to locate me. It must have been quite the coincidence," Coulson remarked with a smile. "On my way here, I received a report. An agent who had previously surveilled your vicinity recognized your appearance. It was he who informed me of your minor altercation with the military, which is how I became aware of your presence at the scene. While one could understand this, being the subject of surveillance, hearing such words inevitably stirred discomfort within. Did my words lead to your misunderstanding? Perhaps he had prepared a response in advance. Or perhaps it was a last-minute attempt to remedy the situation." Coulson naturally clarified. "After establishing cooperation, we dismantled those observation points. Perhaps you did not hear correctly. I said formerly. Then how did he know about my minor altercation with the military?" "Precisely why I mentioned it was coincidental," Coulson replied smoothly. "At the time of the incident, he was executing a mission in the building closest to you. The one above that hot dog stand?" "Yes." "Very well." Although still somewhat skeptical, Shi Xiaolei accepted Coulson's explanation, acknowledging, "It is indeed quite a coincidence." Upon receiving his report, I immediately contacted the technical department to initiate tracking of your whereabouts. With a grateful smile that expressed my appreciation for his trust, Coulson continued, "In light of my understanding of you, it appears my conjecture has proven rather accurate." In addition to explaining his swift appearance before Shi Xiaolei, Coulson subtly provided the military with a dose of insight. "You must be jesting," Shi Xiaolei exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Coulson's words. The military-led super-soldier experiment had indeed catalyzed the emergence of the Hulk, a fact that held no surprise for Shi Xiaolei, a time traveler well-versed in the original narrative. What truly astonished him was how he had once again flapped his metaphorical butterfly wings, instigating a shift in events. Let us rewind the timeline a bit. Since the collaboration with Stark to establish the company, numerous orders had come in from official departments and covert agencies. Notably, these orders consisted of two components, one being a weakened version of the stamina-enhancing serum replicated by Stark, and the other, the authentic serum that only Shi Xiaolei could provide. The military was among the buyers. Although Shi Xiaolei, being of Chinese descent, was initially reluctant to collaborate with the military, he ultimately acquiesced to provide a small batch of the serum for Stark's sake, wishing to ease the burden on his friend caught in the middle. Given the limited quantity of the serum and the vast number of active soldiers in the U.S. military, the military had no intention of distributing it further. Instead, they whisked it away to their laboratory to commence immediate research. It is unclear who among the researchers proposed the idea, but after concluding that they could not analyze the formula, the scientists decided to shift their approach. Since the stamina serum could enhance the endurance of test subjects, allowing them to persevere longer, the red serum could aid in recovery, partially mitigating the physical damage inflicted during experiments, and the black serum could eliminate toxins, potentially combating radiation. They deemed these serums excellent auxiliary materials. Consequently, they utilized the remaining serums in the project aimed at creating super soldiers, and with a newfound sense of assurance. They even deliberated on advancing the experimental timeline. Had the original plot unfolded as intended, the creation of the Hulk would have been several months away, perhaps even half a year or a year. However, with the introduction of the serum, which had no precedent in the narrative, the military's research agenda underwent significant alterations, ultimately leading to the premature emergence of the Hulk. Of course, given the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. within the military, or rather, Coulson's current rank, it was evident that he could not possibly ascertain the true nature of the situation in such a short span of time. Therefore, his assertion to Shi Xiaolei that the serum had instigated the Hulk's birth lacked any substantial basis. It may align with the truth, yet it is merely a coincidence. As for why Coulson uttered those words, the rationale is rather straightforward. Under Shi Xiaolei's intentional control, each legitimate potion produced is limited in number. The military desires it. And so does SHIELD. In a scenario of scarcity, as a member of SHIELD, Coulson undoubtedly yearns to see his side secure a greater share. You see, selling to the military leads to such consequences. Had they chosen us, numerous complications would have been avoided. Although not explicitly stated, the underlying message in Coulson's discourse was clearly persuasive. Undoubtedly, he was attempting to lead the military astray. If it were anyone else, the chances of falling into the trap would be exceedingly high. Unfortunately, Shi Xiaolei is a time traveler. Whether to reduce the supply to the military is a separate matter. In any case, Shi Xiaolei has no intention of increasing the quantity of potions supplied to SHIELD. After all, SHIELD has yet to rise from its ruins, with a dangerously hidden serpent lurking within. The military would recklessly conduct human experiments, and how much better could Hydra be? In terms of global threat, Hydra poses an even greater danger than the military. Increasing the supply of potions to SHIELD would only benefit Hydra. Given the nature of those lunatics, there is a 1000% chance they would create a disaster greater than the Hulk rampaging through the streets of New York. I never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner, truly difficult to accept. I need some time to reflect. Until reaching his doorstep, Shi Xiaolei refrained from uttering the words Coulson longed to hear, instead feigning a sense of responsibility and guilt, remaining silent throughout the journey. Once he exited the vehicle, he turned back, leaning against the car window, and said to Coulson, "Thank you for bringing me back." "You're welcome." Upon arriving home, Shi Xiaolei summoned Tu, who had been watching cartoons with Kanna, into the room and voluntarily detailed the events encountered on the way home. Although Stark and SHIELD were assisting in the aftermath, under such dual protection, there should not be any oversights. However, one can never be too cautious. What if a particularly foolish soldier had left a record before they took action? The possibility of the military coming knocking remains, albeit slightly. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to communicate with Tu in advance and prepare a consistent narrative. Additionally, the vehicle is totaled, and it requires reporting. Given Shi Xiaolei's current wealth, a car valued at $20,000 to $30,000 is hardly a significant matter. However, having money does not mean his perspective on finances will change overnight. Deep down, he remains the thrifty, meticulous citizen he has always been. Thus, the complete destruction of a newly purchased vehicle feels rather serious in his eyes. It is even serious enough that he feels a twinge of guilt, akin to a child who fears reprimand after accidentally breaking a household appliance. Fortunately, Tu is an intelligent robot, possessing a gentle disposition, unlike the fierce and formidable Rock. "Locke, are you injured?" Ignoring the incident with the vehicle, Tu's eyes brimmed with concern as she instinctively reached out her small hand to check if any injuries had befallen Shi Xiaolei. I'm fine. Shoo." Fearing that Kanna might overhear, Shi Xiaolei quickly raised a finger to signal silence. Glancing back, he saw the little girl comfortably seated on the sofa, laughing heartily at the television screen, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Only then did Shi Xiaolei release a sigh of relief and continued, "Rest assured, I was clad in armor at the time, completely covered from head to toe. Despite its considerable strength, the impact was merely a dull thud. It truly wasn't that severe." "Really?" "Indeed. If I were genuinely injured, why would I force myself to endure?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to pat his chest, smiling. "See? I'm perfectly well." "That's a relief," Tu replied, lowering her gaze and exhaling deeply. However, a moment later, a flicker of discontent arose within her. Raising her head once more to look at Shi Xiaolei, her eyes reflected determination. "Locke, next time there's a battle, take me with you, will you?" While aware that Tu is a formidable ally, Shi Xiaolei hesitated to involve her in combat. He wished to protect her from exposure. But more importantly, he regarded her as family. Whether she be a dragon or an intelligent robot, such distinctions were trivial in his eyes. Kanna and Tu were first and foremost the female members of his household. As the head of the family and the sole adult male, Shi Xiaolei felt a responsibility to shield them from harm. Matters of battle, unless absolutely necessary, should not involve them. Sylvia scratched her head, and Shi Xiaolei offered an awkward smile. "Locke." In a striking departure from her usual demeanor, Tu's stance was resolute at that moment. To persuade Shi Xiaolei, she articulated, "I am a member of the Yoarha unit, codenamed Tu, and that designation signifies, combat is my duty and the very purpose of my existence." A surge of conviction emanated from her, as she gazed earnestly at the vibrant figure standing before her, leaving Shi Xiaolei in contemplative silence. After a prolonged moment, he could only sigh and smile wryly, nodding. "All right, if there's ever another situation, I will certainly call upon you." "Yes." That said, while agreeing, he cautioned her not to act recklessly. Still harboring some concern, Shi Xiaolei felt compelled to reiterate. You may only join the fray under the condition that you ensure your own safety. You know I possess no repair technology and cannot fabricate a new body for you. In the game Nier Automata, 2 can also heal her wounds and restore her health through the use of items. However, the blood medicine she consumed was somewhat extraordinary. Not crafted from herbal concoctions or medicinal broths, but rather crystallized formations of nanorobots that had coalesced. Only such a remedy could mend the injuries sustained by intelligent machinery. To put it more plainly, that process should not be referred to as healing. It would be more apt to call it repairing. Although she appeared in peak condition, as a companion summoned by Shi Xiaolei, she did not possess system privileges. This meant she could not procure restorative items through monetary expenditure as Shi Xiaolei could. The reason Shi Xiaolei was able to purchase various potions from the system, akin to those in Diablo 2, was due to his fortunate draw of the barbarian lineage, which he fused with himself, elevating the bond between him and the world of Diablo 2 to a higher level. By the same token, if he wished to acquire items from the system that could heal her injuries, he would first need to draw the intelligent machinery template and integrate it into himself. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether he would ever have the opportunity to do so, even if he did, it was doubtful he would utilize such a lineage from a distinctly different game, as the conflicts in their settings were far too pronounced. Merging these two bloodlines simultaneously could lead to unforeseen complications. The body is singular, and life is, for the moment, limited to one. Although residing in America now, Shi Xiaolei had never contemplated testing Western theories with his own existence. The nanorobots replicated within her could at best treat superficial injuries. Lacking sufficient medicinal reserves to engage in excessively strenuous battles? Frankly speaking, it was not a prudent idea. I will be cautious, she replied. Merely being cautious is insufficient. Shaking his head, Shi Xiaolei reiterated, it is imperative to avert such a situation. Sylvia, listen carefully. You are my family, no longer a mere combat machine. Do you understand? There are no missions here that necessitate sacrificing one's life to complete. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, your safety must be paramount. Do you comprehend? But in my heart, nothing is more important than the safety of family. Placing his hands on her shoulders and gazing into her eyes, Shi Xiaolei spoke with utmost seriousness. Listen, if you still regard me as the head of this family, you must remember these words. Now, nod your head and promise me, will you? Meeting Xiaolei's gaze, she felt a warmth surging within her chest, as if her energy supply system had been overloaded. Unconsciously biting her lip, her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Under Shi Xiaolei's watchful eyes, she finally nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. That is more like it.